My name is Lu Jianghe, a college student player who has crossed into a world where games and reality merge, and I'm also the prestigious top-ranking Dean's List student at Jiangzhou University. Brother Jianghe, what do you think of my black stockings? Do they look good? Just returned from clearing the dungeon instance, the campus belle Lu Ruyan was lying on my bed, looking utterly ready to be taken. Her figure was graceful yet her gaze was hazy, with heavy makeup that made her look nothing like a student but rather like a nightclub girl. I felt suspicious and told her to respect herself and leave, but she actively pressed closer, even pulling my hand to place it on her chest. At this moment, angry shouts erupted outside the room. Lu Ruyan's eyes flashed with a triumphant smile as she quickly mussed her hair, tore her clothes to expose her chest, burrowed into my arms, and began to sob and struggle. The door was slammed open, and her boyfriend Xinxing stormed in furiously, pulling out his phone to start recording video of me. The next day, the school formed an investigation team. Lu Ruyan wept pear blossoms bathed in rain, accusing me of exploiting my chief position to covet her body and alleging I intended to kill her boyfriend. Xinxing also wore a face full of grief and indignation, vowing to post the incident online to put me on trial. The school authorities were very troubled because I claimed Lu Ruyan had seduced me, while she insisted she had been forced by me. In the end, Lu Ruyan made her demand. She wanted his levels stripped away, along with all the equipment and materials he had obtained in the school dungeon. She demanded to inherit my player level, while my equipment and skills were to be compensated to Xinxing. She claimed that if I agreed, she wouldn't expose me. Just as I was about to explain again, a sudden ding echoed in my mind. The alien beauty return system is loading. The system gave me 3 seconds to make a choice. Option 1, keep repeating like a coward that I was wrongly accused, and the system will immediately detach. Or option 2, kick Xinxing in the crotch 10 times and slap Lu Ruyan 20 times to activate the system. At that point, the system will respectfully present you with a welcome gift package. Without hesitation, I chose the second option. Lu Ruyan, Xinxing. My cold, stern voice resonated throughout the classroom. I strode forward, lunging at Xinxing, violently kicking at his crotch. Xinxing let out a heart-wrenching scream. I then turned to Lu Ruyan, delivering 20 slaps that swelled her delicate cheeks. The entire scene was in complete chaos. In the end, under the furious gaze of the school authorities, I joyfully received a level reset, lost all my equipment, was given a major demerit, and placed on probation. But I didn't care much, because the cheat is finally mine. Ding! Congratulations, host, on making your choice. Received a newcomer support reward. The system function is, investing in female individuals of other races who meet the system's requirements triggers a critical return, with a current multiplier of 10x. For each additional person invested in, the multiplier increases by an extra 10x. The newcomer's welcome package includes the Eye of True Sight and one automatic search function. I immediately opened the newcomer's gift pack, gaining the True Vision skill, and detected a uniquely talented individual of the opposite sex. The system guided me to an encounter. In the alley near Jiangzhou University town, I found the bullied girl. She had long snow-white hair streaked with blue, fluffy beast ears, and crimson beast-like eyes, a demi-human girl, a beast-eared maiden. Her name was Su Xiaoxiao, and she was being surrounded and bullied by 5 high school girls. I rushed into the alley, activated True Vision, and confirmed the target. Name, Su Xiaoxiao, 18 years old, race, blue star human, ice wolf subspecies, unawakened. I slapped the leading girl across the face, snatched the camera, and smashed it to pieces. The girls were terrified and fled screaming. The alley fell quiet as Su Xiaoxiao curled up, sobbing. I handed her the only basic healing potion I had on me. Drink this, and then we'll talk. She drank the potion. Ding! You've invested a bottle of basic healing potion in the Ice Wolf tribe girl, forming a bond. Number of investors +1, investment multiplier +10, current multiplier 20x. You have received an investment subsidy, 20 bottles of basic healing potions. My backpack instantly gained 20 bottles of healing potions, netting me about 40,000 blue star coins. This was a crucial initial capital. I formally introduced myself to Su Xiaoxiao. My name is Lu Jianghe, a sophomore at Jiangzhou University. I've been kicked out of my tier and now I want to invite you to join my team to tackle this afternoon's public dungeon raid together. Are you in? Su Xiaoxiao was flattered but also felt inferior due to her demi-human identity. If you don't grow stronger, those who bully you will continue to trample on your dignity. Reach out your hand, take mine, and I promise you'll have an absolutely extraordinary life. With me here, no one will ever dare to bully you again. Su Xiaoxiao's beast ears trembled as she threw herself into my arms, sobbing, I want to get stronger. Xiaoxiao didn't want to be bullied anymore. I patted her fluffy head and smiled. Let's go, we'll find a place to eat first, then enter the dungeon this afternoon. Before lunch, I sold 15 of the 20 basic healing potions, netting 30,000 blue star coins. I tried giving the money to Su Xiaoxiao, but the system prompted that the return couldn't be triggered because gifted items must be what the investor currently needs. I spent 20,000 on a beginner's sword and various consumables. At 1:30 in the afternoon, in front of the low hill east of Jiangzhou University, sophomore students gathered, waiting for the dungeon to open. Xinxing and Lu Ruyan drew everyone's attention. Xinxing adorned in splendid high-level knight armor, while Lu Ruyan wielded an advanced mage's staff. The surrounding students buzzed with discussion, praising Xinxing's excellence while cursing me as scum. Su Xiaoxiao clenched her fists, protesting the injustice on my behalf. I briefly told her about my ordeal, and upon hearing it, she stamped her feet in rage. I'm so furious I could die. That woman named Lu Ruyan is so wicked. I reached out and patted her head. By the way, Xiaoxiao, you'll need equipment to go into the dungeon. Here, I'm giving you this beginner's sword. Su Xiaoxiao widened her eyes. The beginner's sword was bought to gift me? Ding! You have invested a beginner's sword in the Ice Wolf Tribe Girl. Triggered a 20x critical hit refund, obtained the gold tier weapon Moonveil. Chapter 3, care to bet? Famous blade, Tsukuya Mitachi, gold grade. Sharpness, 30. Entry 1, armor penetration plus 1. Entry 2, stamina recovery speed plus 10%. Insight passive skill, penetrates armor defenses of silver grade and below. Moon Shadow active skill, releases a crescent-shaped blade aura to strike enemies ahead. Equipment requirement, level 0. Lu Jianghe stared at the weapon's attributes, his eyes burning with intensity. He never imagined this investment would yield a critical hit returning a gold tier weapon. After all, the highest tier equipment in the entire beginner dungeon was merely silver. In the early stages of newbie exploration, this was practically a legendary artifact. Lu Jianghe's confidence soared, heightening his anticipation for the upcoming dungeon instance. He equipped the legendary blade, Moonhide. Lu Jianghe opened his attribute panel to review his stats. Name, Lu Jianghe. Level, 0. Health, 100-100. Stamina, 50-50. Attack, 5, Defense, 5. Skills, none. Equipment, Moon Conceal Blade Gold Grade. Utterly unremarkable level 0 base stats. But thanks to the presence of a gold grade weapon, this gives Lu Jianghe the potential to challenge foes beyond his level. Lu Jianghe, how dare you show your face here? Leave immediately. Or don't blame me for being rude. A righteous voice cut through Lu Jianghe's thoughts. Lu Jianghe looked up to find Xinxing had appeared before him at some point. Though half a head shorter than Lu Jianghe, Xinxing now stood tall and straight, his face etched with pure hostility. After absorbing all of Lu Jianghe's skills and gear, his confidence was sky high. But the memory of being beaten senseless by Lu Jianghe that morning, coupled with the lingering ache below, his rage boiled over. That damn bastard really went all out. To exact revenge on Lu Jianghe, Xinxing spread the false accusations against him until the entire school knew. Now everyone believed Lu Jianghe was a scumbag, a morally corrupt piece of trash. Around him, students buzzed with whispers. That's Lu Jianghe over there. I heard he tried to force himself on campus beauty Lu Ruyan. What a shameless bastard. I never imagined he was like this. How could I have secretly admired him before? Disgusting bastard, just go die already. Lu Jianghe remained calm in the face of the criticism. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao beside him was once again boiling with rage. She even bared her teeth and let out a faint gore. The ice wolf bloodline within her showed faint signs of awakening. Xinxing's eyes flashed with smug satisfaction. He raised his hand, silencing the indignant crowd. He declared loudly, Lu Jianghe, for the sake of our past as classmates, I don't wish to make things difficult for you. Just get lost. I, Xinxing, won't stoop to dealing with someone like you. But before Xinxing could finish his sentence, his expression abruptly changed. Lu Jianghe's hand flickered and a silver katana materialized in his grasp. He hadn't beaten Xinxing enough this morning, he didn't mind doing it again. With that thought, Lu Jianghe swung his blade toward Xinxing. His decisive action stunned the surrounding students. Xinxing, a level 30 warrior, instinctively reached for his sword to block. But the blade's speed was simply too fast. It wasn't speed granted by attribute bonuses. It was pure hand speed, honed through hundreds of dungeon battles. SSSSHHH. Sparkling sparks erupted from the armor on Xinxing's chest. Immediately after, a nearly half-meter long gash appeared on the front of the armor. It sliced from his left shoulder all the way down to his right ribcage, a gruesome sight. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes widened, her mouth forming a perfect O. Brother Jianghe is so cool. That slash was even cooler than the martial arts masters in movies. Su Xiaoxiao was utterly thrilled. Strange, why did she suddenly feel an urge to howl? My silver grade knight armor. Xinxing let out a shrill scream like a woman's. He was both shocked and furious, his heart bleeding. As a zero-level player, Lu Jianghe couldn't possibly harm Xinxing. But he had managed to carve an ugly gash into his armor. This armor was the set worn by the top student in his sophomore year. In front of all these people. To have his cherished armor damaged by a level 0 player. An utter disgrace. Unforgivable. Lu Jianghe, I'll kill you. Xinxing's eyes blazed crimson as he immediately drew the greatsword from his back, lunging toward Lu Jianghe. Lu Jianghe, however, deftly sidestepped, drawing the famed blade Moonhide from its sheath at his side and assuming a ready stance. A level 0 versus a level 30, this was hardly a wise choice. Yet Lu Jianghe showed no fear. Just as Xinxing was about to unleash his fury, a low, stern voice suddenly rang out from the distance. Enough! Do you want to break school rules? The crowd parted to make a path. A stern-faced middle-aged man approached. Director Lu Qingshan is here. Lu Qingshan, the sophomore class director, walked expressionlessly toward the two. When he saw Lu Jianghe among those involved in the altercation, a flicker of puzzlement and regret crossed his face. When Lu Jianghe got into trouble, he was away on an inspection tour. By the time he learned of Lu Jianghe's accident, it was too late to intervene. However, Lu Qingshan quickly spoke in a tone of absolute neutrality. No fighting in public areas of the school. If you want to fight, go climb the ring. But that will have to wait until the dungeon campaign is over. Xing dared not strike again, yet he glared at Lu Jianghe with murderous intent. Lu Jianghe remained impassive. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he addressed Xing. Xing, you up for a bet? A bet? Xing frowned. What's it about? Lu Jianghe smiled. Whoever takes down the dungeon boss first. If you win, I'll be at your mercy. But if I win, you still have that attribute fruit, right? Just give it to me. So, Chief Xin, are you up for it? The attribute fruit was originally dropped by Lu Jianghe during a dungeon run. Before he could use it, it ended up in Xing's pocket. Seeing Lu Jianghe's calm expression, Xing instinctively sensed something was off. But the surrounding chatter was simply too loud to ignore. Level 0 and you want to take down the dungeon boss? Lu Jianghe sure talks a big game. Ha, everyone can brag. I even claim I can clear high-level dungeons. Senior Xing, I believe in you. With your skills, you'll definitely take down the boss. Lu Jianghe's just a level 0 weakling, what's there to fear? Go for it, Senior Xing. Facing Lu Jianghe's provocation and the bystanders' encouragement, Xing adopted his usual aloof demeanor and declared. Then let everyone here be witnesses. If I win, I hope Lu Jianghe won't participate in any more school dungeon raids. Lu Jianghe nodded calmly and added, if you lose, I want the attribute fruit. Fine. Xing couldn't believe that with his level 30 combat power, plus the gear and skills of the top sophomore, she couldn't believe she'd lose to a level 0 player who'd reset their stats. Lu Ruyan approached Xing with concern. Xing, could this be Lu Jianghe's scheme? He's a very cautious person. Shut up. What business is it of yours, a woman, to meddle in men's affairs? Still fuming, Xing unconsciously vented his anger on Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Xing had always spoken to her in a soft, gentle voice before. How had he changed so much? Chapter 4, Basic Weapon Enhancement Stone. As the dungeon portal opened, students were transported to various corners of the beginner dungeon. On a grassy field in the eastern outskirts of the dungeon, Lu Jianghe teleported here with Su Xiaoxiao. The wager with Xing was a spur-of-the-moment decision by Lu Jianghe. On one hand, he wanted to instill a sense of urgency, and leveling up competitive pressure would fuel his motivation. The other reason was that attribute fruit. If he could get his hands on it, it might grant him a significant boost in a short time. Brother Jianghe. Goblins are coming. Su Xiaoxiao raised her novice sword, her face tense as she shouted. Not far away, 3 half-meter-tall green-skinned little monsters were charging toward them, making gurgling noises. Goblin LV5. HP, 50-50. Attack, 7. Defense, 3. Skill, Poisonous Claws. Brother Jianghe, what should we do? Panic visibly spread across Su Xiaoxiao's face. Just half a day ago, she had been nothing more than a delicate high school girl. Now she faced a hideous monster. Lu Jianghe ruffled Su Xiaoxiao's hair and calmly drew his legendary sword, Moonhide. As a former level 30 warrior player, the little goblin was no match for him. Swish! 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 The blade flashed, repelling the charging goblins. Lu Jianghe then made a motion to sheath his blade. The next second, the martial skill unleashed. Moon Shadow. Thud. Thud. Thwack. Semicircular blue sword chi flew toward the goblins, instantly cleaving them all in two at the waist. The goblins' eyes widened in disbelief as they collapsed to the ground. Behind Lu Jianghe, Su Xiaoxiao wore a look of astonishment. Her face filled with admiration as she murmured, "Wow, that's amazing." After dispatching the 3 goblins, 3 nail-sized points of light shot out from their corpses. The light orbs flew toward Lu Jianghe, only to be caught in his hand the next second. Su Xiaoxiao looked curiously at Lu Jianghe's palm. Brother Jianghe, what are these light points? Experience points, Lu Jianghe explained. Players absorb enough experience points to level up and strengthen themselves. Glancing at Su Xiaoxiao, who looked like a curious little kid, Lu Jianghe wore a thoughtful expression. Xiaoxiao, try absorbing these experience points, he said, handing the points to her. Su Xiaoxiao paused slightly before carefully taking the points. As the glowing cluster of experience merged into Su Xiaoxiao's body, a system notification simultaneously sounded in Lu Jianghe's ear. Ding! You invested 50 EXP into the Ice Wolf Tribe Maiden. Triggered 20x critical return, gaining 1000 EXP. Ding! Level up. Current level, 1. Ding! Level up. Current level, 2. Holy crap, this is legit. Killed 3 goblins, got 20x EXP, and leveled up twice in a row. Lu Jianhe perfectly embodied the phrase a smile harder to suppress than an AK-47. He hurriedly opened his attribute panel. Name, Lu Jianhe. Level, 02. Health, 100 100 200 200. Stamina, 50 50 60 60. Attack, 515 defense, 57. Skills, none. Equipment, Moon Conceal Blade Gold Grade. Players in this world do not have freely allocated attribute points. Each level up essentially represents a physical enhancement. The specific enhancements vary from person to person. Take Lu Jianhe, for instance. Each time he levels up, all his attributes increase, with attack power and health gaining the most. Thus, he specializes as a warrior. Others might see their stamina surge the most upon leveling up, and such individuals typically choose to be mages. Brother Jianhe, give me your experience points. How are you going to level up yourself? Su Xiaoxiao asked timidly. Lu Jianhe, in a good mood, ruffled Su Xiaoxiao's fluffy hair twice. It's fine. My leveling method is different from yours, so I won't fall behind. Su Xiaoxiao nodded, still a bit skeptical. Next, leveling continued. Ding. Defeated Goblin LV5. Invested 50 EXP, returned 1000 EXP. Ding. Skeleton Soldier LV8 slain. Invested 80 EXP, returned 1600 EXP. With the boost from the refund system, each monster Lu Jianhe killed was equivalent to slaying 20. Moreover, the higher the monster's level, the greater the experience return multiplier. Ding. Level up. Current level, 3. Ding. Level up. Current level, 4. As his level rapidly increased, Lu Jianhe's strength grew at an astonishing rate. Half an hour after entering the instance, Lu Jianhe had already reached level 5. Leveling up 5 times in just half an hour, the sufficiency could only be described as terrifying. Brother Jianhe, I leveled up. Su Xiaoxiao's excited voice rang out. Overcome with excitement, Su Xiaoxiao threw herself into Lu Jianhe's arms for a big hug. The astonishing bounce sent a sudden wave of sensation through him. What did this girl eat to grow up? Her figure was way too unreal. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao wore a loose high school uniform without close contact. One would never guess her figure was this explosive. Calling her a childish face with a giant chest wouldn't be the slightest exaggeration. Woo woo, Brother Jianhe, you smell so good. Su Xiaoxiao burrowed into Lu Jianhe's embrace like a little puppy. Way too enthusiastic. Ding. Elite Goblin Warrior detected 30 meters ahead. Player, proceed with caution. Elite Goblin Warrior LV20. HP, 1000 Attack, 120. Defense, 30. Skills, Savage Charge, Bludgeon, Poison Strike. A sudden notification sound interrupted their intimacy. Lucky Break, an elite monster spawned right in front of him. Lu Jianhe ruffled Su Xiao's hair before charging forward with his blade raised. The blade of the legendary sword Moon Hide sliced clean through the elite goblin's chest. The next second, a massive damage number floated above the elite goblin's head. 160. Moon Shadow. 379. 2 consecutive attacks instantly wiped out half of the elite goblin's health bar. Golden weapons are ridiculously overpowered even at the beginner stage. The goblin let out a furious roar, preparing to unleash its savage charge skill. But Lu Jianhe anticipated this, sidestepping the charge and slashing a counterblow across its back. 116. The goblin staggered, nearly falling, and instinctively turned to counterattack. Lu Jianhe anticipated this and delivered a kick to its knee. The goblin lost its balance and crashed to the ground. Lu Jianhe mercilessly struck the fallen foe, his blade slashing repeatedly across its body. 126. 173. 46. The battle ended in an instant with overwhelming dominance. The elite goblin crashed to the ground, its life extinguished. Ding. Defeated Elite Goblin Warrior LV20. Gained 400 EXP. Dropped 1 bronze treasure chest. Invested 400 EXP, returned 8000 EXP. Level up. Current level, 6. Level up. Current level, 7. After taking down an elite monster, Lu Jianhe leveled up twice in a row. Lucky Break, it even dropped a bronze treasure chest. Just as Lu Jianhe was about to inspect the drop chest, a shrill voice rang out from the distance. Damn it! Where'd the elite goblin go? Who the hell dares steal our boss Xin Xing's elite monster? Lu Jianhe squinted his eyes and looked in the direction of the commotion. He saw Xin Xing and Lu Ruyan approaching, surrounded by a crowd of students. The shouter was Sun Jie, a notorious sycophant in the sophomore circle. He had previously groveled at Lu Jianhe's feet, but Lu hadn't given him the time of day. Now he was groveling at Xin Xing's feet. The moment Sun Jie spotted Lu Jianhe, a flash of resentment flickered in his eyes. Then, feigning surprise, he pointed at Lu Jianhe and shouted, "Isn't this the disgrace of Jiang University, the scum Lu Jianhe? I heard Lu Jianhe tried to pull some dirty tricks on female students using his status as the top sophomore. What a shameless bastard. Lu Jianghe had been in a decent mood, but upon hearing Sun Jie's shrill, duck-like voice, his expression instantly turned cold. Meanwhile, Xinxing stood with her arms crossed, wearing an expression that screamed, "I'm here to watch the show." Sun Jie was clearly stirring the pot, but Lu Jianghe couldn't be bothered to engage. "Xiao, help me open this treasure chest." Since opening the chest didn't count as an investment, it didn't trigger a refund. As Su Xiao opened the chest, it vanished, revealing 2 items in her hands. Basic Weapon Enhancement Stone for weapons below level 10, 10% chance to increase weapon enhancement level by 1. Enhancement success rate decreases by 1% for each level of enhancement. Boots Black Iron, a pair of boots that slightly increase movement speed. Movement speed plus 1%. Chapter 5, Golden Equipment Shadow Step Boots. From the bronze treasure chest emerged a piece of black iron equipment and a weapon enhancement stone with an extremely low success rate. Not the best luck. But honestly, it's not a big deal. Ha, a bronze chest dropped 2 pieces of junk. This is hilarious. Sun Jie's mocking laughter rang out once more. This time, not only him, but the other students also couldn't help but crack up. What terrible luck. A bronze chest yielding this junk? A basic enhancement stone and a pair of plain shoes? Nothing could be more useless than that. That half-breed hanging around Lu Jianghe is a jinx. Nothing good comes from a bad luck charm. They only bring misfortune. My second aunt's third aunt got diagnosed with Xing disease the day after she glanced at a demi-human. Holy crap, that's terrifying. I'm staying far away from demi-humans. The crowd chattered on, their eyes brimming with contempt and disdain. Su Xiaoxiao's face darkened, though she bit her lip tightly. Tears of injustice welled up in her eyes. "Jianghe, I'm sorry," Su Xiaoxiao murmured, head bowed in dejection. "I'm a cursed demi-human. I shouldn't have come into the dungeon with you." Sun Jie watched Su Xiaoxiao, who was being bullied to the point of tears. A surge of intense pleasure welled up inside him. He continued to egg her on, his voice growing harsher, "A piece of scum. A subhuman jinx. Why don't you all just die already? Your existence is nothing but a waste of air. You'd be better off dead." Boom! Lu Jianghe moved. Like a raging tiger, he charged toward Zhao Jie. The sheer force of his momentum instantly silenced the entire scene. Sun Jie, overcome with excitement, snapped back to reality only to find Lu Jianghe already standing before him. Looming over him, his gaze was icy cold. The legendary blade, Moonhide, pressed against his stomach. The faint sting made Sun Jie's face turn pale. "You dare bully my men? You want to die? You, how dare you touch me?" Sun Jie stammered, his words slurring. "Xinxing won't let you get away with this." "Xinxing? What does he think he is?" The moment Lu Jianghe finished speaking, he kicked Sun Jie 3 or 4 meters away. The immense force instantly turned Sun Jie's face a deep purplish red. Seeing this, the other's pupils contracted slightly. Lu Jianghe just had his rank stripped, how could he beat Sun Jie so badly? Sun Jie's already level 10. His physical prowess alone shouldn't let him get kicked flying like that. Holy, that's so intimidating. He really is the top sophomore. Xinxing listened to the murmurs around him, his expression darkening to the extreme. He strode forward and barked at Lu Jianghe. "Lu Jianghe, what do you think you're doing? Bullying a classmate in front of everyone." Lu Jianghe slowly raised his head, his tone serious. "My friend, are your eyes stuck in your skin? Sun Jie not only insulted me just now, but also verbally abused my companion. What's wrong with me beating him up? Besides..." A cocky smirk curved Lu Jianghe's lips. "Who do you think you are? Do I need you telling me what to do?" Xinxing's face flushed crimson in an instant, his entire body glowing red. He drew his weapon, ready to fight Lu Jianghe to the death. As the confrontation escalated, Lu Ruyan hurriedly intervened from the side. "Xing, the dungeon boss is about to spawn. Don't forget you and Lu Jianghe still have that wager. Defeating the boss is the top priority, there's no need for conflict now." Xinxing panted heavily, but ultimately held back from striking. "Ruyan's right. Our primary goal is to kill the boss. That damn Lu Jianghe won't be able to keep jumping around for long. Let's go." Fuming, Xinxing turned and led the group away. Sun Jie, who had been kicked to the ground, shot a look of pure venom before following the main group out. Lu Jianghe watched the departing figures in the distance. His previously fearless expression instantly vanished. A trace of gravity flickered deep within his eyes. His current strength was too weak facing such idiotic provocation, he couldn't muster enough deterrence. He needed to become stronger. Only by becoming truly formidable would he avoid being bullied. "Xiao, don't take those jerks' words to heart." Lu Jianghe walked up to Su Xiaoxiao, patting her head comfortingly. "You're the partner I, Lu Jianghe, have chosen. You're no less than anyone else, you know?" Lu Jianghe's tone was incredibly gentle as he spoke, a stark contrast to his earlier self. Su Xiaoxiao, who had been feeling down, nodded softly. She wiped the tears from her eyes with force. "Brother Jianghe, after my upgrade, I actually felt a certain power awakening within me. I have a feeling I'll become powerful very soon." "I believe in you, Xiao," Lu Jianghe smiled. Lu Jianghe knew nothing about the Ice Wolf clan's bloodline, but he trusted the system. If Su Xiaoxiao had been recognized by the system, her potential must be immense. Moreover, according to intelligence from the Eye of True Sight, Su Xiaoxiao's path to advancement involved consuming flesh and blood. When the opportunity arose later, perhaps he could feed her some high-grade demonic beast flesh. For now, though, the priority was strengthening her own abilities. Xiao Xiao, this is for you. Lu Jianghe handed her the leather boots obtained from opening a treasure chest. Seeing Su Xiaoxiao's hesitant and bashful expression, Lu Jianghe ruffled her hair playfully, feigning a threat. You don't want me to rub your scalp bald at such a young age, do you? Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly accepted the boots. Ding! You invested in a pair of Ice Wolf Tribe Maiden's leather boots. Triggered 20x critical hit refund, obtained gold grade equipment, Shadow Step boots. Equipment tiers, Black Iron Bronze Silver Gold Platinum Diamond Epic Legendary Mythical? Shadow Step boots gold grade. Movement speed plus 7%. Jump power plus 14%. Fall damage reduced by 50%. Treading snow passive, reduces noise generation while moving, lowering the chance of being detected by enemies. Shadow Step active skill, activates for an additional 20% movement speed boost. Grants immunity to slow effects for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Equipment requirement, level 7. Second golden item secured. Lu Jianghe grinned as he placed the Shadow Step boots into his equipment slot. His body instantly felt lighter. But this was merely the appetizer. Xiao Xiao, try enhancing your beginner sword. Lu Jianghe handed the basic weapon enhancement stone to Su Xiaoxiao. Being a basic stone, it could only enhance weapons and equipment below level 10, and the success rate was alarmingly low. Fortunately, Lu Jianghe had a cheat. Ding! You invested 1 Ice Wolf Tribe Maiden basic weapon enhancement stone. Triggered 20x critical hit refund, obtained 20 basic weapon enhancement stones. Su Xiaoxiao stared at the stone reduced to dust in her hand, her voice tinged with embarrassment. Brother Jianghe, the enhancement failed. Su Xiaoxiao's ears drooped. It's okay, Lu Jianghe patted Su Xiaoxiao's head reassuringly. It's normal for the enhancement stone's quality to be too low. We'll just use higher grade stones later. After comforting Su Xiaoxiao, Lu Jianghe glanced at the 20 additional basic weapon enhancement stones in his inventory. Items returned by the system wouldn't trigger another return if duplicates were received. So Lu Jianghe used all 20 enhancement stones on his own weapon. Ding! Enhancement failed, enhancement stone 1. Ding! Enhancement failed, enhancement stone 1. Ding! Enhancement successful, enhancement level plus 1, enhancement success rate 1%. Ding! Enhancement successful, enhancement level plus 1, enhancement success rate 1%. Luck was on his side. 20 basic weapon enhancement stones had managed to enhance the legendary blade Tsukuyomi to plus 4. The legendary blade Tsukikage now gleamed with a cold, fierce light. Its mere presence inspired awe. Famous blade Tsukikage Tachi, gold grade, enhancement plus 4. Sharpness, 60. Entry 1, armor penetration plus 2. Stat 2, stamina recovery speed plus 20%. Ultimate insight passive skill, penetrates armor defenses of silver and below. Subsequent attacks have a chance to inflict moderate bleeding. Multiple moon shadows active skill, can accumulate up to 3 moon shadows. 5% chance to refresh cooldown upon defeating an enemy. Equipment requirement, level 0. Truly worthy of its gold tier status. Attributes saw a significant boost after reaching enhancement plus 4. Chapter 6, Su Zhao's racial skill. In the days that followed, Lu Jianghe and Su Xiaoxiao enjoyed a relatively peaceful period of leveling up. Perhaps it was because of the mockery she had endured. Su Xiaoxiao threw herself into the grind with unusual vigor this time. Whether facing goblins or skeleton monsters, she charged into battle without hesitation. After the initial clumsy fumbling, Su Xiaoxiao began fighting like a true warrior. Hiss! 2 level 10 cave spiders burst from the earth. They lunged at Su Xiaoxiao, claws extended. Before Su Xiaoxiao could react, a tall figure appeared before her. Lu Jianghe swung his katana, unleashing 2 successive sword chi strikes at the cave spiders. The razor-sharp energy instantly ripped through the spiders' bodies. 679. 780. 73 bleeding. 64 bleeding. 48 bleeding. A string of damage numbers floated above the cave spider's head. Before they could close in, their health bars were completely depleted. Ding! Defeated cavern spider. Invested 100 EXP, returned 2000 EXP. Ding! Defeated cavern spider. Invested 100 EXP, returned 2000 EXP. Level up. Current level, 15. Accompanied by the crisp notification sounds, Lu Jianghe's level rose once more. A faint smile curved the corners of Lu Jianghe's mouth. Leveling up by grinding monsters with 20x EXP? This is awesome. Less than 2 hours into the dungeon run, he had already reached level 15. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao had reached level 5. After several level ups, she radiated vitality, her eyes sparkling with confidence. Brother Jianghe, I think I just unlocked a special skill. Su Xiaoxiao said, displaying the skill before Lu Jianghe. Blessing of the Wolf God, when cast on yourself or a single friendly unit, grants 10 seconds of Wolf God's protection. During this period, receiving fatal damage grants 1 second of invulnerability and removes all negative status effects. Cooldown, 24 hours. Lu Jianghe's eyes widened slightly. This was essentially the otherworldly version of the legendary blade, Fate's Edge. Triggering invincibility upon near death, while also removing all debuffs. Crucially, this skill could be used not only on oneself but also cast upon allies. A seriously powerful survival skill. The beast-eared girl chosen by the system truly was no ordinary girl. Just then, a dungeon announcement echoed overhead. Attention! Dungeon bosses spawned at coordinates 2761, 4310. High-level players, proceed immediately to eliminate it. Brother Jianghe, the boss spawned. Su Xiaoxiao blinked her big eyes cutely. Should we go fight the boss? Lu Jianghe nodded. He hadn't forgotten the wager. But beyond the wager, what he craved most was the boss's experience points. Meanwhile, Xin Xing and the others, who had been waiting at the boss spawn point, had already impatiently formed their battle formation, preparing to launch an assault on the nearby boss. Something about this boss looks off, murmured a rogue player in the group, instinctively furrowing his brow. What's wrong with it? Xin Xing asked. It's bigger than the intel described, and why are the patterns on its body black? The group instantly grasped the significance. It's a mutated boss. We hit the jackpot. Holy crap, a mutated boss with only a 1% spawn rate? I heard these bosses have a high chance of dropping rare materials or gear. News of a mutated boss spawning in the beginner dungeon quickly spread both inside and outside the instance. Many students nearby who were fighting monsters immediately gathered around. Though most lacked the strength to defeat it, catching a glimpse would give them something to brag about among their peers. Wow, it really is a mutant boss. It looks nothing like the description in the guidebook. Mutant bosses are stronger than regular ones. Wonder who can take it down. No doubt about it, it'll be Senior Xin Xing and Senior Ruyan. They're the highest level players among us. Look, they're already preparing to take on the boss. Amidst the crowd's gasps, Xin Xing, Lu Ruyan, and several other high-level players strode toward the boss. They moved like stars surrounding the moon, standing tall and radiating confidence. Outside the dungeon at that moment, several teachers, including Lu Qingshan, were also watching the mutated boss. This mutated boss is the same level as Xin Xing. It's going to be tough. But defeating this mutant boss might drop skill books, which would be invaluable for the upcoming chieftain competition. I wonder if Xin Xing can seize this opportunity. Lu Qingshan was the only teacher who remained silent. His brow furrowed as his thoughts drifted elsewhere. If Lu Jianghe hadn't been stripped of his level and gear, he should have been the one leading this boss fight. But now, sigh. Soon, Xin Xing's squad launched their assault on the mutated boss. It was a giant goblin covered in eerie patterns. Standing 3 meters tall, it wielded a weapon fashioned from an animal thigh bone. Cursed Goblin King LV30. HP, 50,000. Attack, 600. Defense, 200. Skills, Savage Triple Strike, Battle Cry, Berserk, Death Curse. Everyone, charge together and take it down. Perhaps a bit too eager, Xin Xing shouted and immediately charged toward the boss. Seeing this, the other players charged in as well, unleashing a barrage of ranged skills upon the cursed Goblin King. The boss instantly roared with rage, opening its mouth to emit a piercing scream. Xin Xing, who had been charging ahead, suddenly halted. A spiraling slow icon appeared above his head. Damn it! We're slowed. The expressions of Xin Xing's party members all changed. Barbarian Triple Strike. Boom! 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 Several melee classes, including Xin Xing, were instantly knocked flying. Their health bars plummeted like runaway horses. In the blink of an eye, the newbie dungeon's near-death protection mechanism kicked in. Half a minute later, the ranged players, including Lu Ruyan, were also killed by the boss. The translucent members of the raid party stood frozen in place, looking rather comical. Could it be they lost that easily? Why couldn't I even tank a single hit from the boss? Xin Xing raged in helpless fury. I'm wearing the top-tier defensive gear for this tier. Why didn't it protect me from the damage? Healer, did you even buff my health or cast any healing on me? The healer girl was baffled by the accusations and immediately snapped back. It's clearly because you frontliners died too fast. I didn't even have time to cast my skills before we wiped. Why are you dumping the blame on me? The entire party erupted into an argument, faces flushed red as they frantically blamed each other. Outside the dungeon, witnessing Xin Xing's team erupting into such a disgraceful argument, the instructors shook their heads in exasperation. Compared to Lu Jianghe, Xin Xing was several levels below in both command skills and technical ability. If only Lu Jianghe were here to handle this. Lu Jianghe's here, gasps erupted. Is he planning to take on the boss too? Chapter 7, Soloing the Boss? Impossible. A tall figure and a shorter one emerged from the crowd. They stood directly opposite the cursed Goblin King. Lu Jianghe stood at 1.8 meters tall, his physique lean and well-defined, his features handsome and resolute. He wore a well-fitted black striped tracksuit, his slightly messy black hair falling naturally. A gleaming silver long sword was holstered at his waist, giving him the overall appearance of a swordsman navigating the modern cityscape. Beside him, Su Xiaoxiao's youthful face bore an unusually serious expression. Her novice sword hung at her back, and the pair of animal ears atop her head occasionally twitched. She looked every bit the part of a beast-eared sword maiden. The moment they appeared, the Shenxing squad, who had been arguing until their faces turned crimson, fell into an unspoken silence. Lu Jianghe? Why is he here? Damn it, he's not going to try to take on the boss, is he? Ha! Don't be ridiculous. We've all failed to clear this. If he succeeds, I'll run naked around the school grounds 3 times. But why'd he bring that useless demi-human along? Does it matter? The point is, he doesn't even have his own raid team. There's no way he can take down the boss. Not only did Shenxing's team and Seoul form doubt Lu Jianghe, but even the surrounding spectators weren't optimistic. In fact, due to Lu Jianghe's dark past, they kept hurling sarcastic, mocking remarks his way. Lu Jianghe paid no heed to these voices. He ruffled Su Zhao's hair, signaling her to wait where she was. Lu Jianghe himself strode toward the boss. Just as everyone expected, he intended to challenge the boss. And he intended to do it alone. The teachers observing the battle from the sidelines had all witnessed Lu Jianghe's actions. They locked eyes, their gazes filled with complex emotions. Is he really going to challenge him alone? This can't possibly succeed. The gap in strength is too great. Only Lu Qingshan's eyes flashed with a gleam of determination. Lu Jianghe was still the same kid he always was, loving to take on high-difficulty challenges. With sufficiently high skill, there's a chance to defeat a boss beyond one's level. I wonder if Lu Jianghe can pull it off. Amidst the cursed Goblin King's shrill, furious roar, the boss battle commenced. The cursed Goblin King strode forward, raising his hand to unleash a battle cry skill. Immediately followed by Savage Triple Strike. Battle Cry is an area of effect slow skill, complemented by the explosive damage of Savage Triple Strike. It could easily wipe out enemies in seconds. However, the instant the war cry was unleashed, Lu Jianghe activated the Shadow Step skill attached to his Shadow Step boots. The daze indicator above his head flickered for a mere 0.1 seconds before vanishing instantly. Simultaneously, Lu Jianghe's movement speed surged by 2 points. With extraordinary agility, he dodged the Goblin King's bone club. As his blade flashed, 3 crescent-shaped sword chi struck the exact same spot on the knee with pinpoint accuracy. 236. 274. 495. Critical hit to weak point. 73 bleeding. 98 bleeding. 76 bleeding. A string of damage numbers floated above the Goblin King's head. The Goblin King's health bar visibly diminished by a chunk. The students watching nearby were left speechless. In less than 3 or 4 seconds, nearly 2000 HP had been stripped from the boss. What kind of insane damage is this? Holy crap, Lu Ruyan's explosive fireball only did a little over 100 damage just now. How did Lu Jianghe get such high attack power? And it has a bleeding effect 270 to 80 HP per second? That's 4 to 5,000 in a minute. This boss only has 50,000 HP total. All anyone could do was express their shock with words like holy, damn impressive, and 666. How the hell did he pull that off? It's like he's cheating. Lu Jianghe, of course, paid no attention to the reactions of the spectators outside the arena. He was completely focused on dodging the Goblin King's attacks. His low level and lack of armor meant getting hit by the Goblin King would likely mean an instant kill. Fortunately, Lu Jianghe now possessed 2 pieces of equipment far exceeding his current level and strength. A blood effect infused, defense-piercing tachi. A pair of golden war boots that enhanced his agility. Combining formidable damage output with exceptional evasion capabilities. After the Goblin King went berserk, wildly swinging his weapon in a frenzy, he discovered the enemy attacking him had vanished from sight. He spun left, spun right, still no sign of his location. Yet he could clearly sense the enemy was nearby. What was going on? Lu Jianghe possessed no stealth abilities. The Goblin King couldn't see him because every time it turned its body, Lu Jianghe moved even faster into its blind spot. His steps were as elusive and unpredictable as a ghost's. Shadow Step? Outside the instance, Lu Qingshan stared at the screen with utter shock. His eyes widened as if he might leap right through the screen. That's Shadow Step. Holy crap, it really is Shadow Step. The teacher beside him quickly asked, Director Lu, are you saying this shadow concealment step is a skill? No, it's not a skill. Lu Qingshan forced himself to calm down. It's a combat technique. I witnessed it 7 years ago at the National Challenge Tournament. A assassin player used this bizarre footwork to defeat the 3-time champion, Xiao Zhantian. The teachers sucked in a collective breath. Who was Xiao Zhantian? He was the war god of Dragon Nation. Lu Jianghe was now employing the very technique that had once defeated the war god. How could this not be shocking? The boss battle raged on. As Lu Jianghe circled relentlessly, pulling the Goblin King into a dizzying dance with his serpentine footwork, the creature grew utterly disoriented. It furiously pounded the ground, yet could not touch Lu Jianghe in the slightest. Meanwhile, Lu Jianghe kept swinging his blade, slashing here and thrusting there. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes passed. Under the relentless barrage of basic attacks and bleeding effects, the Goblin King's health bar was nearly depleted. Roar! A surge of black flames erupted from the Goblin King's body. Black ripples engulfed the entire battlefield, instantly piercing through Lu Jianghe's body. Warning! You are affected by the curse of near death. All attributes reduced by 5%, duration 48 hours. The cursed Goblin King enters a berserk state, gaining a massive boost to all attributes for 1 minute. Lu Jianghe reacted swiftly, instantly activating the Shadow Step skill. He didn't choose to distance himself from the boss. Instead, he continued to hide behind the Goblin King. In his frenzied state, the Goblin King's attack speed skyrocketed. Even with Lu Jianghe pushing his evasion skills to the absolute limit, the pressure felt exponentially greater. Worse still, the Goblin King's battle cry skill had finished its cooldown. Roar! A massive fan-shaped sound wave spread out. Lu Jianghe failed to dodge in time, freezing in place as a slow debuff icon appeared above his head. The Goblin King's bone club was about to come crashing down. The spectating students immediately let out a wave of gasps. With no cooldown on his control-breaking skill, Lu Jianghe was finished. At that moment, Xinxing's smile was even harder to suppress than AK's, and he almost clapped in delight. But at this critical moment, above Lu Jianghe's head, a colossal ice blue wolf apparition suddenly materialized. The phantom radiated immense power, like a primordial beast looking down on ants. Spectators nearby were instantly frozen in place by the overwhelming presence of this icy wolf specter. Everyone's pupils dilated in shock, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Chapter 8, Job Change Crystal. It was Su Xiaoxiao. She activated her racial talent, Blessing of the Wolf God, upon Lu Jianghe. The next instant, boom! A massive bone club smashed into Lu Jianghe's body. Lu Jianghe's health bar plummeted to rock bottom at a visible rate. Immediately, an icy blue shield erupted across his entire body, instantly deflecting the Goblin King's attack. The 1-second invincibility effect had been triggered. Lu Jianghe instantly realized Su Xiaoxiao had come to his aid. He suddenly appeared beside the Goblin King. He raised his long sword and slashed repeatedly with swift, rhythmic strokes. 1 second of invincibility wasn't long, but in Lu Jianghe's hands, it unleashed a ton of damage. As the blade repeatedly sliced through the Goblin King's body, its last shred of vitality vanished completely. Immediately afterward, several glowing orbs drifted out from the corpse. The boss battle arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at Lu Jianghe, standing atop the boss's corpse. Their pupils dilated in shock, jaws dropping to the floor. Lu Jianghe had actually defeated the boss. Damn, that's impressive. Lu Jianghe is seriously awesome. Holy crap, 666. What's that giant wolf projection skill? How did it block the Goblin King's attack? Looks like that beast-eared demi-human skill. I saw her raise her hand. The murmurs grew louder as everyone's gaze quickly focused on Su Xiaoxiao. Only then did everyone realize that this demi-human girl they had underestimated wasn't as weak as they'd imagined. A skill capable of blocking an enemy's fatal strike. Such skills could often be life-saving. Could this female demi-human be a treasure? Brother Jianghe, are you okay? Su Xiaoxiao didn't notice the complicated looks from those around her. She rushed worriedly to Lu Jianghe's side, wrapping her arms around his arm with a look of concern. Her intense worry caused 2 soft mounds to press against his arm, rubbing against it. The sensation felt like being wrapped in 2 balls of cotton. Lu Jianghe couldn't help but marvel once more at how well developed this girl was. I'm fine, Lu Jianghe said, pulling out 2 blood vials and downing them. As his health recovered, he casually picked up the 3 drop items from the ground. He didn't rush to tally his loot, instead handing the boss's experience points to Su Xiaoxiao. Here, absorb it. Su Xiaoxiao stared at the glowing experience points Lu Jianghe offered, momentarily stunned. As if something suddenly occurred to her, tears welled up rapidly in her eyes. What's wrong? Lu Jianghe asked in surprise. Su Xiaoxiao suddenly threw herself into his arms, her voice trembling. Xiaoxiao is an orphan. No one has ever been this kind to me before. Meeting brother Jianghe makes me so happy. Su Xiaoxiao's face flushed crimson in his arms, like a homeless stray dog suddenly taken in by a kind owner. Her fluffy beast ears drooped slightly, her gaze fixed on Lu Jianghe with dependence and affection. The bond with the beast-eared girl deepened. Ding! You invested 20,000 EXP in the Ice Wolf Clan girl, receiving 400,000 EXP in return. Level up. Current level, 16. Level up. Current level, 17. Level up. Lu Jianghe's experience bar shot up like a rocket. Finally, he successfully broke through the level 20 barrier. Name, Lu Jianghe. Level, 20. Health, 1,100 1100 increases by 50 per level. Stamina 150 increases by 5 per level. Attack 105 defense 25 increases by 5 per level. Skills none. Equipment Moon Conceal Blade Gold Grade, Shadow Step Boots Gold Grade. Negative status Curse of Near Death 47 hours 54 minutes. Looking at his rejuvenated attribute panel, Lu Jianghe felt reasonably pleased. He took Su Xiaoxiao's hand and walked toward the crowd nearby. The onlookers, who had been watching the battle, were just recovering from their shock. As Lu Jianghe drew near, they instinctively swallowed hard, falling into complete silence. How could this freak be so strong? It was like he was using some kind of cheat code. Lu Jianghe walked up to Xin Xing, who had just regained consciousness from his soul-bound state. Xin Xing glared at Lu Jianghe with a ferocity reserved for a sworn enemy. "Hey, loser," Lu Jianghe leaned in close, his voice loud and clear, "I defeated the boss. Remember our bet?" "No way, no way. That look on your face like you just ate 10 pounds of flies. You're not trying to renege on the bet, are you?" Lu Jianghe's voice wasn't loud, but it carried far in the quiet venue. The students exchanged complex glances between Lu Jianghe and Xin Xing. Xin Xing's face darkened as he reluctantly produced a blood-red fruit. Basic power fruit, consumption permanently increases attack by 5 points. A faint smile touched Lu Jianghe's lips as he took the fruit. In a good mood, Lu Jianghe prepared to leave. But beside Xin Xing, Sun Jia shouted with resentment. "Don't get too cocky, Lu Jianghe. In 2 days, it's the Chief Student Championship. Our brother Xing has his sights set on claiming the sophomore chief position. Trash like you isn't even worthy of licking my brother's fingers." Though Xin Xing remained silent, the slight curve of his lips signaled his approval of his subordinate's words. Lu Jianghe halted abruptly, spinning to glare at Sun Jia before fixing his gaze on Xin Xing. His gaze was as cold and menacing as a wolf's. Only after his gaze had made both men shiver did he speak, his voice cool and detached. "Then we'll see. Oh, and I'll be participating in the Chieftain tournament too. I hope you'll have some surprises in store for me then." With that, Lu Jianghe led Su Xiaoxiao out of the instance. Only Xin Xing remained behind, his face darkening to a terrifying shade of gloom. After defeating the boss, the beginner dungeon would close soon, making further delay pointless. Besides, Lu Jianghe was cursed and needed to visit the school infirmary to have it removed. "Jianghe, that boss fight was impressive." As soon as they exited the instance, Lu Qingshan approached with a cheerful smile. "You must have practiced that shadow step for ages. And this half-human girl's no slouch either. Unlocking a bloodlock skill? Impressive." Lu Jianghe rolled his eyes at Lu Qingshan, who was grinning like a chrysanthemum. "Old Lu, drop the bureaucratic niceties. Spit it out." After all, Lu Jianghe's rise to top student in his sophomore year was largely thanks to Lu Qingshan's promotion. Besides being the head of the sophomore department, Lu Qingshan also served as Lu Jianghe's homeroom teacher. The two shared a mentor-friend dynamic and got along exceptionally well. Lu Qingshan's expression instantly hardened as his voice turned stern. "Are you confident you can win the top student championship match the day after tomorrow?" Instead of answering directly, Lu Jianghe countered, "What's the reward this time?" Lu Qingshan glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention before lowering his voice. "1 high-grade job change crystal." Holy crap, they're really splurging on this? Lu Jianghe was taken aback. Players undergo a class change upon reaching level 30. However, this process requires a job change crystal, and higher quality crystals yield more powerful professions. A single high-grade job change crystal carried a market price of 5 million blue star coins, a sum beyond the reach of most families. Yet only a high-grade crystal offered a chance to transform into an S rank or higher elite class. Before his level reset, Lu Jianghe had only managed to transition into a B rank warrior Tai class. Now, if he could obtain this high-grade job change crystal, he might transform into an even more formidable being. At this thought, Lu Jianghe's eyes burned with fervor. "I'll do my utmost to secure it," Lu Jianghe replied. "Though time is tight, it's not impossible." Lu Qingshan saw Lu Jianghe's eyes blazing with fighting spirit and nodded with satisfaction. "You've got to give it your all. My chance at being voted Jiangda's most beautiful class advisor depends on you." Lu Jianghe. Chapter 9, The Gentle Older Sister is a succubus? The clock struck 6 in the evening. In an unoccupied garden at Jiangzhou University, Lu Jianghe was processing the equipment materials obtained from the dungeon run. Ding! Invested 1 Ice Wolf Clan Maiden's Power Fruit, triggering a 20x critical hit return. Acquired 20 Strength Fruits. You consume 20 Strength Fruits. Attack power plus 100. Attack power 105 greater than 205. After consuming all the attack fruit, Lu Jianghe's attack stats skyrocketed nearly double. This meant his monster slaying efficiency would undergo a qualitative leap. Defeating the cursed Goblin King yielded 3 items in total. These were a bronze-grade ice elemental damage dealing staff, a skill book, and a rare herb called Darklingji. Lucky break, a skill book. Lu Jianghe pulled out the skill book to examine it. Basic skill Rage increases attack power by 20% and attack speed by 30% for 10 seconds after activation. Cooldown 5 minutes. The basic skill wasn't exceptionally powerful, but it served as a decent damage-dealing ability in the early game. Lu Jianghe attempted to gift the ice elemental staff and rare herb to Su Xiaoxiao. The system prompted that neither item was what Su Xiaoxiao needed, preventing a return. Lu Jianghe had no choice but to invest the Rage Skill Book instead. Ding! Invested one copy of the Ice Wolf Clan Maiden's Rage Skill Book, triggering a 20x critical return. You have obtained the advanced skill book, Blood Demon's Wrath. Blood Demon's Wrath Advanced, upon activation, gains attack power equal to current lost health points and receives a shield equal to 3 times current lost health points for 1 second. After 5 seconds, 50% of remaining shield will continuously convert into health points. This skill lasts 10 seconds with a 12-hour cooldown. Holy crap, God tier skill. Lu Jianghe currently has 1100 HP. If he activates it at the right health threshold, he could gain at least 1000 attack power and 3000 shield points. Don't forget Su Xiaoxiao also has the Wolf Spirit Blessings skill. Combining these two skills provides both survival and explosive damage. Lu Jianghe was thrilled beyond words, instinctively reaching out to stroke Su Xiaoxiao's head. Those fluffy beast ears felt amazing soft, warm, and incredibly silky smooth. Mum. Feeling the pressure on her head gradually increase, the beast-eared girl wore an expression of pure bliss. Her entire body relaxed like an internet-famous Shiba Inu, emitting soft whimpers from her mouth. Did I hurt you? And no. Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed. Actually, it feels amazing. I feel like I'm about to pass out, Su Xiaoxiao thought to herself. It was getting late, so Lu Jianghe planned to head to the school infirmary next. Su Xiaoxiao, meanwhile, needed to return to her high school dormitory. Before parting, Su Xiaoxiao gave Lu Jianghe a big hug. Thanks for leveling up with me today, brother Jianghe, Su Xiaoxiao said, tiptoeing to press a soft kiss on Lu Jianghe's cheek. That was my first kiss, Jianghe. You're responsible for me now. Oh my gosh, what am I saying? How embarrassing. Su Xiaoxiao's face flushed instantly, and she scurried away in awkward little steps. For Su Xiaoxiao, today truly counted as an extraordinary adventure. But the adventure wasn't over yet. The two agreed to continue leveling up tomorrow. Lu Jianghe touched the cheek where the girl had planted her kiss, feeling quite pleased. We'll keep leveling up tomorrow, then focus all our efforts on preparing for the Chieftain Championship. But first, we should head to the school infirmary. My curse still hasn't been lifted. With that thought, Lu Jianghe began walking forward. The clock struck 6 in the evening. Students and nurses bustled back and forth. Lu Jianghe sat in the outpatient clinic, holding his registration slip, feeling rather bored. Yes, lifting a curse required an outpatient appointment too. But today, he was utterly exhausted. His eyelids grew heavy, one after the other. He soon drifted into a hazy state between sleep and wakefulness. Through the haze, he glimpsed someone standing before him. It was a stunningly beautiful female doctor. Her white coat hung open at the front. Her magnificent peaks created a deep, bottomless cleavage. Black shorts barely covered her private areas, with 2 black straps disappearing down her snow-white neck and collarbone into hidden territory. It was hard to imagine how such a loose coat could be worn with such an alluring effect. Her vivid red lips curved in a perfect arc that seemed to freeze the wind. Her thighs were slightly plump, calves slender, legs straight and long, evenly proportioned with a hint of softness. Most dangerously, her expression resembled that of a dissatisfied noblewoman. Something was off dead wrong. This was the school hospital, not some establishment specializing in uniform-themed allure. Was he having a wet dream? A daytime fantasy? Hey, wake up, Baya waved her hand in front of Lu Jianghe's face. It's your turn for the exam. Come with me. Lu Jianghe's unfocused pupils slowly sharpened, and he finally got a clear look at the female doctor before him. She was an elegant, dignified older sister type of doctor. Her attire was impeccable, her makeup understated, and her face adorned with a gentle yet professional smile. A stark contrast to the fiery image from just a moment ago. Lu Jianghe was momentarily dazed, instinctively following the doctor toward the consultation room. But after staring intently at her slightly swaying, curvaceous figure for several seconds, that familiar, tantalizing sensation surged through him once more. No! It wasn't his fault. True sight, activate. A faint glint flashed in Lu Jianghe's pupils. The next second, the female doctor's information appeared in his field of vision. Name, Baya 27. Species, Blue Star Human Succubus, awakened. Ascension method, Blessing of Arrows. Current need, as an alchemist, she is struggling to locate a herb called Dark Lingji. System evaluation, worth investing in. Lu Jianghe? Succubus, succubus, succubus? Lu Jianghe was stunned. Holy crap, the elegant and dignified doctor sister is actually a succubus? At that moment, Lu Jianghe's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Young man, staring at someone of the opposite sex is rather rude, Baya reminded him. Lu Jianghe snapped back to reality and awkwardly apologized. The process of removing the boss's curse wasn't complicated, all it required was casting a high-level purification spell. And Baya happened to know it. As Baya raised her palm, gathering a soft, white halo of light, Jiang Lu's mouth twitched involuntarily once more. Succubi are supposed to be demonic creatures, yet damn it, they actually know light elemental purification spells. If I told anyone this, they probably wouldn't believe me. But during the treatment, Lu Jianhe also identified the problem. The purification spell Baiya cast appeared to radiate pure positive energy. Under the enhancement of the Eye of True Vision, Lu Jianhe saw that the positive energy was merely a disguise. The purification spell cast by the female doctor was actually a mass of dark energy, a mixture of purple and pink. Still, it seemed to be a form of purification spell, with no inherent difference in the spell itself. Alright, the curse is cleansed. Baiya clapped her hands proudly, as if she'd accomplished some monumental feat. Student, you must be more careful and cautious when entering dungeons from now on. Chapter 10, Me, the Succubus, and the Beast-Eared Girl. Though healing is free, it's best not to experience that pain. Her gentle voice paired with that tender expression felt like a soothing balm for the soul. If not for the system, Lu Jianhe would never have associated the female doctor before him with a succubus. Ahem, are you new to Jiangda? I don't recall seeing you before, Lu Jianhe asked, searching for conversation. Baiya nodded. Yes, I'm a newly hired physician in the treatment department. Here's my medical license. And I'm also a pharmacist, you know. A pharmacist? Following Baiya's lead, Lu Jianhe pulled out the dark lingji from his backpack. Hey, doc, could you tell me what this herb is for? I just got it from a boss drop. Wow. Dark lingji. Baiya's pretty face lit up with delight. Then, with considerable excitement, she stepped forward and grabbed Lu Jianhe's hand. The moment their skin touched, a sensation of smooth softness struck Lu Jianhe right in the heart. The touch was delicate, warm, and smooth as jade. Such soft hands, the kind you could play with for an entire year. Realizing her abruptness, Baiya blushed slightly and withdrew her hand. Hello, my name is Baiya. May I ask your name? Could you sell me this lingji? I've been searching for ages, but it's nowhere to be found in the market. My name is Lu Jianhe, Lu Jianhe offered with an innocent smile. Dr. Bai, what are the effects of this herb? Baiya replied directly, I'm researching a potion that can instantly restore health points. I've gathered all the other ingredients, only the dark lingji is missing. Name your price. Well, this herb is quite rare. If you're unsure, you could list it on the trading market. As she spoke, Baiya nervously clenched her fists. After graduating, it took her 2 more years to pass the teacher's certification exam. She didn't have much money saved up. If Lu Jianhe offered a steep markup, she might not be able to afford it. I have no use for this herb. I'll give it to Sister Baiya. Baiya froze for a moment. Then she looked at Lu Jianhe in surprise, shaking her head. No. No way. I can't just take your stuff for free. If I don't give them to you, how will I increase the system's return rate? Lu Jianhe's mind raced and he immediately smiled. How about this, Dr. Bai? If I get injured in the future, you treat me for free. How does that sound? I don't need these herbs anyway. Think of it as an indirect investment in your practice, heh. After Lu Jianhe's persistent coaxing, Baiya accepted the dark lingji. Ding! You invested 1 dark lingji in the succubus Baiya. Bond formed. Investors +1, investment multiplier +10, current multiplier 30x. You have received an investment subsidy 30 dark lingji. The return multiplier shot up to 30x. Awesome! Lu Jianhe was ecstatic inside, yet his expression remained calm and composed. In contrast, Baiya's face flushed crimson, her expression utterly overwhelmed with excitement. The look in her eyes toward Lu Jianhe held a new warmth. She even addressed him directly as Brother Jianhe. Jianhe, where did you find this herb? Baiya asked as she handed him a cup of warm water. I've been searching for ages and couldn't find it anywhere. Lu Jianhe briefly recounted his victory over the newbie boss. What? You defeated a level 30 mutated boss at just level 15? That's incredible. Baiya's mouth formed an O as she looked at Lu Jianhe with admiration. Then she sighed with regret. So only mutated bosses drop dark lingji? But the mutation rate is only 1%. We'll probably have to wait forever to find another one. Lu Jianhe's thoughts flashed, and he immediately asked. Sis Baiya, how many dark lingji do you need? The more, the better, of course, Baiya murmured softly, lips pressed together. 1 dark lingji can make 10 bottles of instant recovery potion. A single vial sells for at least 5,000 on the market. If I had enough. Holy crap, that's a lot. When Lu Jianhe pulled 30 dark lingji mushrooms from his backpack, Baiya was utterly dumbfounded, her delicate, gentle face once again replaced by sheer astonishment. Ahem, well, I have this talent, Lu Jianhe bluffed, I can sense the location of rare materials within a certain range. I found these dark lingji mushrooms after defeating the boss and looting its lair. My goodness, you have that kind of talent too. Baiya stared at the mushrooms on the table, her face brimming with excitement. This time, before Lu Jianhe could speak, Baiya offered. How about this, Jianhe? I'll refine these mushrooms into potions for you. Consider it payment for the one you gave me, okay? With this many mushrooms to practice on, my alchemist level will definitely skyrocket. I get the experience, you get the finished potions. What do you think, Jianhe? Lu Jianghe naturally had no objections and took the opportunity to inquire about the potion's specific effects. Upon learning the potion could instantly restore 800 HP, he immediately confirmed this deal was a surefire win. With his own HP barely exceeding 1000, a potion that instantly restored 800 HP was a tremendous boon. He decisively left the herbs for Baya. Unfortunately, the herbs were returnable materials and couldn't be triggered again. Lu Jianghe added Baya's contact information and was about to leave. But Baya called him back, looking a bit embarrassed. "Oh, right, Jianghe, are you free tomorrow?" Lu Jianghe turned back. "What is it, Sister Baya?" I'd like to go forage for herbs in the wild tomorrow." Baya hesitated, "but I'm not a combat class. Could you come with me? And your perception skills might come in handy too." Lu Jianghe was skeptical. Weren't succubi known for their formidable combat prowess? He'd heard their enchantment magic could even make dragons kneel and sing songs of conquest. Lu Jianghe immediately realized Baya must be deliberately concealing her succubus identity. It made sense. Though Blue Star had officially recognized that subhumans and humans shared no fundamental differences, discrimination remained pervasive. The vast majority of subhumans on Blue Star did not originate from other worlds. Their emergence stemmed from exposure to stray energies from other worlds during fetal development, resulting in varying degrees of mutation. These mutations themselves were not hereditary, meaning they were fundamentally no different from the Blue Star's human race. However, with the rise of monster slaying and level grinding lifestyles, these mutated humans bearing varying degrees of monster traits faced exclusion across all walks of life. As a transmigrator, Lu Jianghe naturally refrains from judging others through a biased lens. The freedom of one's X-fetish allows for deep connections with countless races. "Call me the rustic hero Su Xian, the undead knight Ning Kaichen." "Sure thing, Sister Baya." Lu Jianghe accepted the succubus's invitation. Tomorrow's beginner dungeon at school won't be open. While hunting monsters in the wild, he'd also work on boosting the succubus doctor's affection. After setting tomorrow's meeting spot, Lu Jianghe headed back to his dorm to rest. Chapter 11, Leveling Up with the Succubus? The night passed uneventfully. Lu Jianghe and Su Xiaoxiao arrived at the meeting point early to wait. Su Xiaoxiao kept glancing down the street ahead, her face full of curiosity. "Brother Jianghe, who are we waiting for here?" "The support," Lu Jianghe replied. "The new teammate we met yesterday." "New teammate?" Su Xiaoxiao's ears perked up instantly. "Who is it?" Just then, a tall, elegant beauty with a gentle demeanor emerged from the street junction. Standing at 5 feet 9 inches, she was only half a head shorter than Lu Jianghe. Her figure was slender and well-proportioned, with graceful curves that weren't exaggerated. She had a long, elegant neck and an upright waist. Her subtly visible delicate collarbones further exuded a mature and poised charm. The woman was none other than Baya, whom Su Xiaoxiao had encountered yesterday in the infirmary. A creamy white mage's robe draped over her voluptuous figure. Her dark hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, topped by a small, exquisite white wizard's hat. Her beautiful, captivating face bore a calm, serene expression, with a gentle smile always playing at the corners of her lips. The moment Lu Jianghe saw Baya, several images instantly flashed through his mind. The kind older sister next door, the gentle nurse, and the queen bee of the 3D district. And her true form was a succubus. "Good morning, little brother Jianghe," Baya greeted him warmly. Upon spotting Su Xiaoxiao standing demurely beside Lu Jianghe, her eyes widened as if she'd discovered a new world. "What an adorable little girl. Is she your sister?" Looking at the older sister before her, alarm bells rang in Su Xiaoxiao's mind. She emphasized, "Not my sister. She's my comrade in arms." As if declaring her territory, she clung tightly to Lu Jianghe's arm. Su Xiaoxiao's gaze drifted involuntarily toward Baya's upper body. When she saw those towering, surging waves, a wave of intense frustration washed over her. Though she considered herself quite well endowed among girls her age, compared to this mature older sister, it was like comparing a watermelon to a pear. Damn it! Total defeat. Su Xiaoxiao looked as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant, her ears instantly drooping as she slumped into a listless posture. Lu Jianghe, oblivious to Su Xiaoxiao's inner turmoil, smiled as he introduced them. "Sis Baya, Xiaoxiao was my dungeon running partner yesterday. She's still in her senior year of high school." After briefly introducing the two girls, it was time to head out into the wilderness to slay monsters and level up. The trio soon reached the city gates. Ever since the game manifested in reality and portals to other worlds appeared everywhere, the wilderness had become overrun with all kinds of monsters and randomly spawning teleportation gates. Major cities were surrounded by high walls, offering relative safety, while the wilderness served as the primary hunting ground for most solo adventurers and guilds seeking to level up and gather materials. "Be cautious out there, monsters are everywhere," the gate guard warned before opening the city gates. A bone-chilling cold wind swept in through the gate. Before them lay dense jungles, crumbling roads, and the metallic wreckage of various vehicles. While the city interior radiated tranquility, the outside world felt bleak and oppressive, permeated by a faint aura of grim foreboding. "Ready?" Let's start hunting monsters, Baya said as she drew her weapon. It was a healing tome with silver-edged wings. When not in use, it would mysteriously float beside Baya. Oh, and Jungha, these potions I brewed last night should come in handy during the fight. Baya handed over the freshly brewed potions. Instant recovery potion improved beginner version, sweet sour strawberry flavor, a strawberry flavored health potion that instantly restores 800 HP upon consumption. Repeated use within 60 seconds has the effect. Pretty thoughtful, even adding strawberry to improve the taste. The potions sold in stores were bitter enough to rival traditional Chinese medicine, forcing Lu Jianghe to put on a mask of agony every time he drank them. After sharing half the potion with Su Xiaoxiao, the trio headed toward the nearby jungle. Soon, the first wild monster appeared before them, a robust beastman. Savage Beastman LV-15. HP, 800. Attack, 80. Defense, 20. Skills, Charge, Summon Allies. A level 15 monster posed no challenge whatsoever to Lu Jianghe. He struck first, drawing his long sword and slashing viciously at the neck of the Savage Beastman. Instantly, a massive 600 damage number flew onto the screen. The dying savage orc let out a piercing wail. But in the next second, the surrounding grasses violently shook. 6 savage orcs burst out, claws and fangs bared. Divine Touch of Light's Blessing. Before Lu Jianghe could attack, Baya behind him raised her spellbook. In the next instant, countless translucent white tentacles erupted from the ground. The savage orcs had no time to react, instantly tangled by the tentacles around their ankles and thrown to the ground. Jianghe. Now. Baya, seemingly lacking combat experience. Her face flushed crimson with excitement, her shouts unusually loud. Xiao, you handle one. Leave the rest to me. Su Xiao was only level 8, making it difficult to handle a level 15 monster. Lu Jianghe assigned her one for practice, then closed in, his blade spinning rapidly. Swish. 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 The bound barbarian orc couldn't resist at all. Lu Jianghe dispatched them all with effortless ease. Killed Savage Orc LV-15, gained 150 EXP. Killed Savage Orc LV-15, gained 150 EXP. Invested 900 EXP, triggered 30x critical hit return, gained 27,000 EXP. Ding. Level up. Current level, 21. After Baya became my investment target, the return multiplier increased from 20x to 30x. The experience return also increased to 30x. As expected, the more non-human duties I invest in, the more experience points I'll gain. Moreover, the quantity and quality of other returned items will improve. Moving forward, Baya would gather herbs while casting various buff spells on Lu Jianghe and Su Xiaoxiao. The two of them served as Baya's bodyguards. Any monsters that approached were swiftly eliminated. During this process, Su Xiaoxiao's combat bloodline fully awakened. Wielding a beginner's greatsword, she slashed at the monsters with growing skill. Lu Jianghe, meanwhile, rapidly accumulated experience points through the return system. Before long, it was noon. Killed Greenskin Porcupine LV-20, gained 200 EXP, returned 6,000 EXP. Killed Strongman Goblin LV-18, gained 180 EXP, returned 5,400 EXP. As the last monster fell, the system notified Lu Jianghe that he had reached level 24. Lu Jianghe let out a long sigh of relief. If things went smoothly, he should reach level 30 this afternoon, granting him eligibility for the Chieftain Championship tournament. Reaching level 30 required a class change, and no further experience points could be gained before completing it. Lu Jianghe was determined to claim that high-grade job change crystal as the tournament prize. Everyone, you've worked hard. I brought lunchboxes for everyone. Without anyone noticing, Baya had already spread a clean picnic blanket on a patch of empty grass. Delicate snacks were neatly arranged on it, and she flashed a gentle smile like a kind older sister next door. Wolf, look! There's a stunning beauty! Suddenly, a discordant voice rang out. Chapter 12, Is Teacher Baya an impure one? Not far away, a group of players was approaching. The leader was broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, his bare upper body covered in tattoos of dragons and tigers, radiating pure thuggery. Beside him trailed several henchmen with pointed ears and monkey-like faces. When they looked at Baya, their eyes and brows were filled with lecherous intent. The gang leader, nicknamed Wolf Brother, carried a wooden mallet weapon slung over his shoulder. He bellowed arrogantly, "Women stay, men get lost. I'm in a good mood today, don't push me to lose it." After spitting out his threat, Wolf Brother approached Baya with a lecherous grin. He raised his filthy hands, making a move to grab Baya. "Hey, beauty, let Big Brother show you some affection." "Pervert. Get lost." Baya gasped, snatching the magic book and flinging it toward Wolf Brother's face. But Wolf Brother made a sudden, powerful grab and caught the book with pinpoint accuracy. "Such a wild little firecracker, Big Brother absolutely loves it," he slurred, his lecherous words immediately sparking a roar of laughter from the surrounding thugs. Baya's face darkened. She rarely went out, and even when grinding monsters for experience, she only chose the school dungeon. She never expected to encounter thugs in the wild. Just as Baya stood frozen in confusion, a cold voice rang out from the side. If you don't want to die, get your filthy hands off her. Wolf Brother's movements froze, his lecherous expression instantly turning blank. He turned to Lu Jianghe, sneering, "You're a student, aren't you? Still wet behind the ears and already trying to play the hero? You think I won't kill you and toss your body in the woods for the beasts?" The moment the words fell, his henchmen immediately closed in, surrounding Lu Jianghe. Beside Lu Jianghe, Su Xiaoxiao gripped her novice sword, combat ready. Her face flushed with an unnatural blush. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao's blood was boiling, her entire being entering an inexplicably heightened state of excitement. Lu Jianghe surveyed the surrounding thugs. They were a group of lone players who had spent years roaming the wilderness. Their average level exceeded 30, and they possessed extensive combat experience. Frankly, at Lu Jianghe's current level, taking them on wouldn't be easy. His level was too low, his gear incomplete, and his combat skills lacking. On top of that, he had to protect the two girls, Su Xiaoxiao and Baya. Should conflict erupt, Lu Jianghe's side would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. But that didn't mean he'd let the thugs bully his companions. If he couldn't win a direct fight, perhaps capturing the leader would do the trick. With this thought, Lu Jianghe slowly drew the sword at his waist. His eyes, cold and utterly composed, fixed intently on the gang leader without glancing at anyone else. Should any of his underlings dare to lay a hand on him, he would fight to the death, trading wounds for a fatal strike against this thug leader. Wolf Brother snorted coldly and reached his filthy hands toward Baya once more. He intended to brutally violate this woman right in front of this weakling college student. "You're asking for death." Lu Jianghe erupted with an aura far surpassing his rank. Breaking through the encirclement, he charged at Wolf Brother like a raging tiger. But Wolf Brother was a seasoned level 35 warrior player. Far from panicking at Lu Jianghe's attack, he wore a cold smirk. Spinning strike. Brother Wolf swung his wooden mallet while spinning his body, instantly generating a whirlwind around him. Lu Jianghe's expression shifted slightly as he halted his charge, positioning himself in front of Baya. His long sword shielded his chest. Clang! 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 The blade and mallet clashed repeatedly, producing sharp, metallic strikes. Soon, blood began to trickle from Lu Jianghe's forehead. 136. 117. 249. Die, fearless guillotine. Wolf Brother abruptly halted his spin, then raised the wooden mallet and brought it crashing down on Lu Jianghe's head. A crimson sheen glowed along the mallet's edge. This would be a terrifyingly powerful blow. It was too fast. Su Xiaoxiao didn't even have time to cast her blessing skill. At that critical moment, something no one could have anticipated happened. A purple shockwave erupted violently from behind Lu Jianghe. The shockwave's ferocity instantly sent Wolf Brother flying. Ding! You are affected by Charm Revival, restoring 100 HP per second for 10 seconds. Lu Jianghe's health rapidly climbed at a visible rate. But he had no time to pay attention to this. Instead, he turned to look behind him with a stunned expression. It wasn't just Lu Jianghe, everyone present froze in disbelief, unable to trust their eyes. Standing less than half a meter behind Lu Jianghe was an incredibly beautiful humanoid creature. Her pale purple skin was adorned with mystical magical patterns. Her modest attire nonetheless radiated an irresistible allure that made it impossible to look away. A dreamlike, perfect pear-shaped figure, devil horns, bat wings, and a whip-like, slender tail. The creature's face was exquisitely beautiful yet seductive, with fiery red lips and alluring deep purple pupils. Lu Jianghe now stood less than half a meter away from this extraordinary being. The moment their gazes met, Lu Jianghe felt his heart lurch violently. It felt as though his very soul was being sucked in. Was this the allure of a succubus? A demon? Damn it, it's a succubus. I heard men who sleep with succubi get sucked dry alive. Those demonic patterns on her body are terrifying. Unlike Lu Jianghe, who was mesmerized, the street thugs didn't look entranced when they saw Baya's succubus form. Instead, they wore expressions of utter disgust. Especially Wolf Brother, he recoiled in disgust, stumbling backward. Damn it, no wonder she's so hot, turns out she's a succubus. What bad luck. Let's get out of here, guys. Didn't check the almanac before heading out today, stepped in some stinking dog. Hearing the blatant contempt in their voices, Baya's eyes reddened and she trembled with rage. As a woman who had awakened succubus bloodlines, she had felt inferior about her appearance since childhood. Devilish horns and wings, unnatural purple skin, and eerie patterns. From a very young age, those around her treated her like a monster. Whether classmates, teachers, relatives, or even her own parents, none of them looked upon her with kindness. Because of this, after graduating from university, Baya came alone to work in Jiangzhou City. She had never been in a relationship and dared not make friends. She feared exposing her succubus identity and being ridiculed. But today's unexpected incident, if she didn't reveal her true nature and use her abilities, Lu Jianghe would surely be injured. The situation was critical. She had no choice but to intervene. I'm sorry, Jianghe, Baya murmured, head bowed, her voice heavy with self-reproach. My appearance must have frightened you. I shouldn't have invited you out into the wilderness. As she spoke, Baya felt as though she couldn't breathe. Her entire being seemed to lose its spirit. Yesterday, she had unexpectedly run into Lu Jianghe at the school clinic. This handsome and generous young man had once made her feel a strong attraction toward him. Perhaps he would become her first friend in Jiangzhou City. But unexpectedly, after just one day, the dark side she dreaded being exposed was laid bare. This demonic face of hers would surely scare him away immediately. Just like everyone else she'd encountered before. "Sis Baya, help me restrain this creep." Lu Jianghe's voice abruptly interrupted Baya's train of thought. Lu Jianghe gripped his long sword tightly, assuming a ready stance for attack. "Let's teach this loudmouth a lesson." "Ha? Little brother Jianghe, you?" Baya froze in shock. Lu Jianghe was actually stepping up for her? Disbelief flashed in Baya's eyes. After learning of her succubus identity, his first reaction wasn't to reject her. He didn't even show any resistance. How could this be possible? Chapter 13, What Impure Being? He's clearly an all-powerful healer dad. She was a succubus. A universally acknowledged evil and bizarre dark creature. Shouldn't he fear me like everyone else and distance himself? Baya's pupils trembled. Yet a wave of warmth surged through her heart. He wants to protect me? Kill. Lu Jianghe truly didn't dwell on Baya's identity. The immediate priority was to drive back the thugs before him. Lu Jianghe swung his long sword and charged toward Wolf Brother. At the same time, Wolf Brother coldly raised his wooden mallet and swung it down at him. With his superior level and skills, Wolf Brother didn't believe this fragile college student could defeat him. Yet at that very moment, chanting echoed from behind Lu Jianghe. Curse spell, entangling touch. Agony lash. As Wolf Brother charged forward, countless purple phantom tentacles swiftly coiled around his feet. Simultaneously, the tentacles behind him transformed into a whip, lashing furiously against Wolf Brother's back. Damn it! That hurts. Damned succubus. The whips were not physical, incapable of inflicting bodily harm. But the mental agony shattered his focus. After casting two curses, Baya aimed at Lu Jianghe's back and unleashed another spell. Charm Enhancement, Fear Concealment. Carnal Delight. Ding. You become fearless, with mental and physical pain resistance increased by 20%. Attack power increased by 10%. Flames of desire surge within you. Attack speed increased by 30%, movement speed increased by 30%. The moment the two buffs stacked, Lu Jianghe felt power surging wildly within him. He charged toward Wolf Brother at an even faster pace. At that moment, Wolf Brother was still being tortured by agonizing lashes. By the time he regained his senses, the blade had already descended ruthlessly from above. Thud. 998. Moon Shadow. 462. 648. 566. Four terrifying damage numbers floated above Wolf Brother's head. Immediately following were dense clusters of minor bleeding effects. His health bar instantly took a massive chunk. Brother Wolf was startled, his earlier arrogance and tyranny gone. He stumbled backward in disarray while calling out to his minions. He chugged health potions like they were free. He couldn't believe that this college student, over 10 levels below him, had nearly one-shot him. He was wearing full defensive gear, after all. How could this guy's attack power be so terrifying? A chill ran down his spine as Wolf Brother's face darkened to an extreme. Lu Jianghe's high attack power wasn't just due to Baya's buff spell, the main reason was his consumption of massive quantities of strength fruits. The combat advantage granted by the system's return was already beginning to show results. Lu Jianghe unleashed his final technique, blasting Brother Wolf straight into the air. Flying backward, Wolf Brother slammed hard into the trunk of a massive tree. His eyes rolled back as he passed out, foaming at the mouth. "Boss! Are you okay?" The gang members rushed toward Wolf Brother in stunned disbelief. They never imagined a low-level player could knock out their strongest leader. What the hell kind of justice is this? How freaking absurd. As Lu Jianghe approached with a cold, fierce expression, the once arrogant thugs instantly lost their nerve. "Let's get out of here. This kid's a lunatic. Brother Wolf, wake up. How are we supposed to survive without you? It's not that we're scared of this kid, this is a strategic retreat." Brother Wolf was carried away by his henchmen, slinking off into the distance. Baya and Su Xiaoxiao both breathed sighs of relief. But Lu Jianghe stared thoughtfully at the retreating figures of the thugs. A faint flame flickered in his eyes. "Jianghe, little brother, are you okay?" Baya approached from behind. Her gaze toward Lu Jianghe was complex. It held traces of regret, embarrassment, and tension. "I'm sorry I hid my true identity. The truth is, I'm a succubus. Do you still want to level up with me?" Before Lu Jianghe could answer, Baya feigned nonchalance. "It's fine if we don't level up. I wasn't really keen on staying out in the wild anyway. Well, I'll head back now. Maybe we can hang out together another time." Baya turned to leave. But the next second, her delicate, slender hand was seized by Lu Jianghe. Feeling the intense heat radiating from his palm, Baya's slender frame trembled slightly as she instinctively tried to pull away. Lu Jianghe held her tightly, and she couldn't break free. Sister Baya, I need you, Lu Jianghe said earnestly. Please don't leave. Let's grow stronger together. As Lu Jianghe's scorching palm pressed against hers, a look of desolation spread across Baya's face. You saw it yourself, I'm a succubus. Perhaps that's why I attracted those thugs. I'm cursed. Being with me won't end well for you. Without warning, Baya's cheeks flushed a shade redder. Damn it, why did I have to say that last part? It felt like rejecting a confession. I don't think Sister Baya is cursed, Lu Jianghe said earnestly. On the contrary, meeting Sister Baya is my good fortune. Lu Jianghe looked at Su Xiaoxiao beside him, and so is meeting you, Su Xiaoxiao. Hearing Lu Jianghe speak with such sincerity, Su Xiaoxiao's eyes instantly welled up. Baya paused in surprise. Right, Xiaoxiao is also a subhuman race like me. Baya suddenly realized Lu Jianghe genuinely didn't reject her. After all, he had a beast-eared girl by his side. In today's society, whether it's animal ears, lizard tails, or horns, all face various forms of discrimination. Everyone shuns the subhuman races. Only Lu Jianghe seemed like an outlier. Not only did he not look down on them, but he seemed to actually admire them. So, what should we do now? Baya whispered. Lu Jianghe grinned. Level up, of course. Strive to grow stronger and astonish everyone. To better hunt monsters and level up, Lu Jianghe and his two companions ventured deeper into the wilderness jungle. The monsters here were also higher level. A level 25 orc guard emerged from behind a tree, raising its massive iron sword as it charged toward Lu Jianghe. With Baya's enchanting spell complementing his attack, Lu Jianghe easily dispatched the guard. Jianghe, watch out. Another monster's coming from the left. At Baya's gentle warning, Lu Jianghe's spirits lifted as he immediately charged toward the direction of the approaching monsters. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and Lu Jianghe's level reached 28. Opening his attribute panel. Name, Lu Jianghe. Level, 28. Health, 1500. Stamina, 190. Attack, 245. Defense, 33. Skill, Blood Demon's Fury. Equipment, Moon Conceal Blade +4, Shadow Step Boots. Apart from its attack power, the rest of its stats are nothing special. Relying solely on current stats is insufficient to claim the championship in the Chieftain Tournament. The optimal solution lies in crafting a unique combo system. As he pondered, a jarring alert suddenly rang in Lu Jianghe's ears. Warning! You have killed too many orc soldiers, enraging their commander. Orc hero Rexer is about to arrive on the battlefield. Chapter 14, Provocations one after another. A portal ripped open on the nearby flat ground. Immediately after, a massive figure mounted on a black giant wolf appeared within sight. Orc Commander Rexer LV 30. Health, 100,000. Attack, 860. Defense, 400. Skills, Lightning Orb, Feral Charge, Rending Claws. Wild bosses are far more powerful than those found in beginner dungeons. Lu Jianghe alone would never stand a chance against it. Fortunately, his party included a powerful support member. Sis Baya. Lu Jianghe called over his shoulder, heal me. Baya met Lu Jianghe's intense gaze and nodded shyly. Don't worry. I'll do it. The next moment, several buff spells landed on Lu Jianghe. Attack Speed Boost. Movement Speed Boost. Sustained HP Regeneration. Attack Power Boost. Succubus support is awesome. Watching his stats skyrocket, Lu Jianghe couldn't help but exclaim he'd struck gold. He grabbed his longsword and charged straight at the boss. The orc commander, seeing Lu Jianghe charging toward him, immediately swung his warhammer. A bright lightning orb hurtled toward Lu Jianghe. Lu Jianghe was already prepared. The instant the lightning ball struck him, he downed a potion. ZZZZT. 936. Plus 800 potion. Plus 116 charm recovery. Plus 79 charm recovery. His health bar instantly filled to the brim as Lu Jianghe surged forward, leaping into the air. The legendary blade Moon High traced a deep blue slash, striking diagonally across the boss's body. 396. Moon Shadow. Triple Strike. 296. 237. 225. 32 bleeding. 47 bleeding. A string of substantial damage numbers appeared. The orc commander instantly lost over 1,000 HP. Growling. The orc commander let out a shrill roar. Immediately, the giant wolf raised its forepaws and began wildly lashing out at Lu Jianghe. Lu Jianghe couldn't dodge in time and had to raise his long sword to block. The clanging of metal echoed incessantly. Hundreds of damage numbers kept flashing around his body. Just as the orc commander unleashed another lightning orb, Baya unleashed her powerful control skill, Evil Charm. Suddenly, the giant wolf beneath the orc commander began pacing wildly, as if in heat. The lightning orb missed its target, exploding in an open area not far from Lu Jianghe. Lu Jianghe seized the moment, closing the distance in an instant. He thrust his long sword deep into the giant wolf's rear. Ooh woof. The wolf let out a piercing, eerily strange howl. Just as the enchantment finally ended, the Beastman commander roared with fury, preparing to charge at the enemy behind him. Countless transparent purple tentacles erupted from the ground once more. The tentacles wrapped around the Orc commander, drastically slowing his movement. His wild charge skill seemed to be played in slow motion. Lu Jianghe rolled twice in quick succession, easily evading them. Backstab. Another flurry of slashing blows dealt damage. Under Lu Jianghe's rhythmic kiting control, the boss was unable to inflict any critical damage. Meanwhile, the boss's health bar steadily decreased at a consistent rate. 20 minutes later, Lu Jianghe was drenched in sweat. The boss's health had been whittled down to below 10%. Just 5 more minutes, and they could easily take down this boss. But just then, the distant grasses rustled. Immediately, a group of familiar faces emerged. Wolf, look! That kid's right over there. That damn brat knocked himself out. We'll make him pay for this. The newcomers were none other than Wolf and his gang of thugs from the earlier confrontation. After Wolf Brother regained consciousness, he grew increasingly furious and resolved to return for revenge. Seeing Lu Jianghe and the others battling the boss, Wolf's smirk stretched wider than an AK-47's barrel. Ha ha ha, a boss delivered right to our doorstep? We'd be fools to pass it up. Quick! Who the hell's got a ranged attack? Take out that greenhorn. Kill the rest too. If the enforcement squad investigates, just say these 3 useless fools got taken out by the boss. The moment the words fell, Baya and Su Xiaoxiao's faces instantly drained of color. These thugs intended to kill and rob. What should they do? Stop spacing out. Kill the boss first. Lu Jianghe's voice rang out. The boss's hatred was focused on him. Unless they killed the boss, they'd have no chance against this gang. With that thought, Lu Jianghe unleashed the Moon Shadow skill once more. Massive damage numbers floated above the boss's head. Just as the boss's health bar neared depletion and death seemed imminent, several arrows and ranged spells suddenly flew in from the distance. They struck Lu Jianghe directly. Worse still, one of them was a freezing spell, instantly immobilizing him in place. Simultaneously, the boss roared furiously and charged toward Lu Jianghe's position. Jianghe! Baya cried out in alarm. Blessing of the wolf god. At the critical moment, a giant wolf projection appeared above Lu Jianghe's head. His health plummeted to its lowest point, then locked solid at a single drop. 1 second of invincibility activated. Blood Demon's Wrath. Boom! A tsunami-like surge of blood-tainted aura erupted from Lu Jianghe's body. Blood Demon's Wrath advanced, upon activation, gains attack power equal to current lost health points and receives a shield equal to 3 times the current lost health points for 1 second. After 5 seconds, 50% of the remaining shield will continuously convert into health points. This skill lasts 10 seconds with a 12-hour cooldown. White shield points surged like a runaway stallion, rapidly climbing his health bar. The once sparse gauge instantly became densely packed. Health decreased by 1499, shield increased to 4497. Additional attack power increased by 1499. The 1 second invulnerability ended, and the giant wolf beneath the Orc commander unleashed its claw rip skill once more. Yet bolstered by the extra shield value, the claw's damage felt like a mere tickle. Die! Lu Jianghe lunged forward, his blade piercing precisely into the Orc commander's heart. The next second, a terrifying damage number floated above his head. 10,001 critical hit. Boom! The boss collapsed, exploding into 3 glowing orbs. Immediately, 3 points of light shot from the corpse, each sinking into the bodies of Baya, Su Xiaoxiao, and Lu Jianghe. Chapter 15, The All-Rounder. Damn it, what's going on? How the hell does this kid deal so much damage? The thugs were stunned by the sudden burst of damage, eyeing Lu Jianghe suspiciously. Meanwhile, Lu Jianghe swiftly gathered the boss loot. Xiao, come here. Absorb the EXP orb. Ding. You invested 10,000 EXP into the Ice Wolf Clan Maiden. Triggered 30x critical hit refund, gaining 300,000 EXP. Level up. Current level 29. Level up, current level 30. Ding. Current stage level cap reached. Cannot gain further experience. Leveling will resume after job change. Lu Jianghe quickly checked the boss's loot. 3 items were dropped. 1 piece of equipment, 1 random skill book, and 1 red fruit. Orcish battle armor silver. Defense plus 100. HP plus 1000. Fine protection passive skill, armor defense rating plus 1. Silver armor with plus 1 armor rating moderately enhances silver weapon parry effectiveness and slightly enhances gold weapon parry effectiveness. Equipment requirement, level 30. This level 30 warrior gear was unsuitable for Baya to wear, and Su Xiaoxiao hadn't reached the required level either. Lu Jianghe decisively equipped it, significantly boosting both his defense and health. Next came the random skill book. Basic random skill book, upon use, randomly learns a basic skill. Note, using a random skill book before class transfer grants any skill from all classes. Use with caution. Xiao, hand over the skill book. Lu Jianghe demanded in a tone brooking no argument. The thugs were closing in. Time's running out. Ding. You invested 1 basic random skill book in the Ice Wolf Tribe Girl. Triggered 30x critical hit refund. Obtain 30 basic random skill books. Learn skills. Ding. You have learned the basic priest skills, Healing Touch, Purify, and Holy Shield. Ding. You have learned the basic rogue skills Backstab, Knockout Blow, and Stealth. Ding. You have learned the basic warrior skills, Uppercut, Cross Slash, and Thrust Combo. Ding. You have learned the basic mage skills, Fireball and Ice Arrow. A barrage of dense system notifications echoed incessantly in Lu Junha's ears. Basic skills kept appearing one after another in the skill bar. A total of 30 cross-class skills. All of them were now mastered by him. Some say skill lies in refinement, not quantity. That's just kid stuff. The reality is, the more skills, the better. More skills mean greater tactical flexibility. Use spells to keep enemies at bay from afar, then close in for uppercuts and combos. If you can't win, go invisible and escape ambush from behind and land a surprise blow. When injured, heal yourself. When slowed, instantly cast Purify. The only constraint? Not having enough stamina to sustain all these skills. But with the energy refund system at his disposal, Lu Junha paid it no mind. Just as he was about to inspect the third item, Wolf Brother appeared before Lu Junha with his henchman. Kid, hand over the boss loot. Do as I say, and I'll spare your lives. Wolf Brother's face darkened, his gaze toward Lu Junha brimming with malice. He'd been careless during their previous encounter, nearly getting taken out instantly by this guy. But now, with his crew backing him up, he wouldn't be caught off guard again. Wolf Brother's henchman pointed at the 2 girls beside Lu Junha, shouting threats. If you don't play nice, we'll toss them into the forest. Haha, I know where a goblin lair is. Those goblins don't mind dirty subhumans. Never seen goblins and subhumans getting it on. Sounds thrilling just imagining it. The filthy words made Su Xiaoxiao gnash her teeth in fury, letting out low growls of woe. Baya's face darkened as she clutched her grimoire tightly. Seeing the thugs refuse to let it go, Lu Junha silently positioned himself beside the 2 women, his gaze icy as he stared at the thugs. If you don't want to die, get the hell out of here. Brother Wolf seemed to have heard a hilarious joke. With his crew standing guard, he grew exceptionally bold. Wolf Brother walked up to Lu Junha with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of supreme confidence. He eyed Lu Junha up and down with a sneer, his mouth twisted in a smirk. You're just a kid whose hair hasn't even grown in yet. I'm standing right here, waiting for you to cut me down. You really think you can take me down? You know what my nickname is? Wolf Brother of Kunshan. You stinking put. Before Wolf Brother could finish his sentence, a sharp blade pierced his abdomen. 1231. The blinding damage number floated above Wolf Brother's head. It instantly stunned every thug present. Why didn't this kid let the guy finish speaking before attacking? The last guy with your nickname was barely out of elementary school, Lu Junha said with a smirk. Under Wolf Brother's stunned gaze, Lu Junha raised his blade without hesitation and delivered several swift strikes. Wolf Brother didn't even have time to drink a health potion before his health bar instantly hit 0. Wolf Brother died and headed off to the prison yard for a rematch. His henchmen froze in place, their pupils nearly shattered from the shock. How the hell could this kid be so ruthless? Their boss just got taken out like that? This is way too sudden. Wolf Brother, you can't die. Damn it, you little bastard. Brothers, take him down. Avenge Wolf Brother. The thugs panicked, immediately raising their weapons and charging toward Lu Junha. Lu Junha's expression remained as calm as still water. He discreetly glanced at the phone Su Xiaoxiao had hidden in her pocket. The girl was sharp. She had been recording the entire confrontation on her phone from start to finish. I'm acting in self-defense. Hit you? I'll kill you outright. Stealth. Knockout blow. But in the next instant, Lu Junha unleashed 2 consecutive rogue skills. Vanishing from his original position, he suddenly materialized behind a mage thug. The clubbing strike knocked him out cold. Just a squishy assassin. Guys, take him down. Arrows flew in from multiple directions. Holy shield. A golden shield enveloped Lu Junha. Clang. 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 Most arrows were deflected. A few struck his body. Healing touch. The lost health began to slowly recover. Damn it, isn't that a healer's skill? The thugs were stunned. Before they could react, the next second, Lu Junha unleashed a warrior skill thrusting combo. He swiftly swung his blade, darting back and forth through the mob like a shuttle in a loom. Swarms of damage numbers floated into view, accompanied by wave after wave of agonized screams. Baya and Su Xiaoxiao, watching from the sidelines, were instantly stunned. Baya tried to cast a skill to assist Lu Junha, only to find there was no opening to intervene. Su Xiaoxiao, meanwhile, wore the adoring expression of a devoted fangirl. Brother Junha is so amazing. He can take on so many bad guys all by himself. Baya's eyes sparkled with admiration. Watching Lu Junha's dashing, heroic figure fighting valiantly, she trembled with excitement. For the first time, she experienced the feeling of being protected. Why did she feel like bursting into tears? Chapter 16. Yes, he's being kept. This newly acquainted younger brother was incredibly strong. In the end, under Lu Jianghe's relentless assault, the thugs' morale collapsed. Wailing and crying for their parents, they fled in panic toward the distance. Lu Jianghe didn't pursue them not because he didn't want to, but he'd used up all his skills, draining his energy completely. His entire being was now in a precarious state of emptiness. Jianghe, are you okay? Baiya rushed over, her face filled with concern. A pair of soft, white rabbit-like hands pressed tightly against Lu Jianghe's arm. Su Xiaoxiao, her eyes reddened, embraced Lu Jianghe's arm from the other side. Her youthful, rabbit-like figure gently nuzzled him twice. It's all my fault for being too weak. I couldn't help much. Feeling the soft, contrasting sensations of one large and one small hand against his arms, Lu Jianghe suddenly felt his mouth go dry. Left hand, a seductive succubus like older sister. Right hand, a beast-eared lowly. This wave of perks was definitely maxed out. It's them. The law enforcement officers need to stand up for our boss, no, our big brother. Just then, a wailing cry echoed from the distance. It was the thugs Lu Jianghe had driven off, now returning. They now surrounded two middle-aged men in enforcement SWAT uniforms. They shouted loudly while pointing at Lu Jianghe. He killed our big brother. We were here taking down the boss, but this punk tried to steal the kill. And he killed our leader. Murder demands retribution. Law enforcement officers, you must bring this villain to justice. Hearing the thugs twist the truth, Baiya and Su Xiaoxiao puffed out their cheeks, their faces twisted in fury. The two middle-aged law enforcement officers wore stern expressions. One of them glanced at Wolf Brother's body on the ground before turning to Lu Jianghe. Did you kill him? Yes, Lu Jianghe nodded. What was your reason? He tried to kill me and my companions, Lu Jianghe replied. I was just. A small-time thug cut him off. Bull. You were just jealous of the gear my big brother looted from the boss. Officer. It's getting harder and harder to survive in the wild lately. It's all because of people like him. Law enforcement officers, you have to stand up for us underdogs. Exactly. We work hard to farm gear and sell it to support our families. We're the underdogs. Wah. The thug's acting wasn't half bad, tears streaming down his face, it genuinely sounded heartbreaking. But Lu Jianghe remained completely unfazed. He pulled out Su Zhao's phone recording. I have proof they started it. The thugs sobbing abruptly stopped. When they heard their boss's arrogant voice blaring from the phone, their expressions turned as grim as could be. Several thugs at the back, sensing trouble, tried to bolt. But the enforcers' voices were icy cold. Did we give you permission to leave? As a state-sanctioned enforcement unit, their average combat level exceeded at least 60. The thugs who were scolded didn't dare to resist in the slightest. They eventually surrendered, utterly defeated. You're still a student, right? Why were you out here in the wild instead of leveling up in the school dungeon? One of the enforcement officers asked. Lu Jianghe shrugged. The dungeon's closed today, so I had to come out here. The enforcement officer sighed. The wild isn't a place for kids like you. It's a mixed bag of people, and we don't have enough manpower. Oh, and while it was self-defense, you can't keep the gear or materials from the guy you took down. Hope you understand. Lu Jianghe nodded. This rule helped prevent the emergence of revenge-driven loot chains. Also, since you're a student at Jiangda, we contacted your homeroom teacher. He's already on his way here. Old Lu is coming? Lu Jianghe, who had been calm and composed, showed a slight change in his expression. As expected, the moment Lu Qingshan saw Lu Jianghe, he unleashed a torrent of curses. He berated him for going out to level up in the wilderness without informing him. He also demanded to know why Lu had gotten into a fight with a gang of thugs. Lu Jianghe stood awkwardly by, listening to the tirade that even extended to Baiya and Su Xiaoxiao. Baiya rubbed her small hands, her face flushing red all the way to her ears. Su Xiaoxiao hung her head, ears drooping, not daring to utter a word. By the time Lu Qingshan finished ranting, half an hour had passed. Lu Jianghe wiped the spittle from his face and chuckled. Old Lu, guess what rank I am now? Don't give me that smug grin. I've told you countless times use my official title when we're working. Lu Qingshan declared with righteous indignation. Lu Jianghe gave an awkward chuckle. Director Lu, calm down. Guess what rank I am now? Lu Qingshan snapped. What rank? 30. 30? Damn it. You're messing with me, aren't you? Lu Qingshan rolled up his sleeves, ready for a fight. It's really level 30. Lu Jianghe said with a wry smile. Don't believe me? Just scan me with your detection spell. Lu Qingshan promptly hurled a detection spell at him. His anger dissipated visibly. Shock took its place. What the hell is going on with you? Level 30? You leveled back up to 30 in just 2 days? You're not being kept, are you? Lu Qingshan instinctively glanced at Baiya beside him. Fair skin, stunning looks, and long legs, the classic rich and beautiful type. Yeah, she must be his sugar mama. Gotcha. In Lu Qingshan's view, the only way to explain Lu Jianghe's rocket-like leveling speed was that he was being sponsored. Lu Jianghe pondered it for a moment and decided the excuse wasn't half bad. He pulled Baya close and declared, "Yep, Sister Baya is keeping me." No way. Who's sponsoring you?" Baya flushed bright red instantly. She flustered and scrambled to explain. Fortunately, Lu Qingshan didn't press the issue further, instead changing the subject. "You'd better give it your all in the chief battle the day after tomorrow. You're already level 30 now. You must be itching for that advanced job change crystal. Sure, there's a chance it could turn you into a trash job, or even a sewer job with a decent probability. But I believe your luck shouldn't be that bad, right?" Lu Jianghe's mouth twitched slightly. "Thanks for the good wishes." After a moment of silence, Lu Qingshan's tone turned serious. "Regarding your wrongful accusation, I'll get to the bottom of it. Your top priority now is to win the Chief Championship tournament and prove your potential to the school. That will make my subsequent investigation much smoother." Lu Jianghe's eyes instantly welled up. "Old Lu, I knew you believed in my character. How could I possibly do something like that? You're the only one in this whole school who trusts me." Lu Jianghe tapped his chest. "Right here. It's warm." "Ahem, it's not that I don't trust your character," Lu Qingshan chuckled awkwardly. "It's mainly because you've teamed up with Lu Ruyan several times. If you wanted to cheat, you'd have done it by now. But you chose to do it right before the Chief Championship tournament. I figured you weren't stupid enough to ruin your own future like that." Su Zhao's animal ears twitched. "I think I heard glass shatter." "It's my fragile heart," Lu Jianghe said expressionlessly, "shattered." Chapter 17, How could someone be this cruel? Anyway, Lu Qingshan said sternly, "Whether it's Lu Ruyan or Xinxing, once the truth comes out, those who deserve punishment will be punished. As for you, just focus on preparing for the tournament. Go for it." After offering his encouragement, Lu Qingshan vanished from the scene like the wind. Baya, standing beside him, tilted her head, eyeing Lu Jianghe with curiosity. "Little brother Jianghe, looks like you're a boy with a story to tell. Care to share it with your big sister?" As she spoke, Baya folded her hands behind her back, her slender waist arching slightly as she leaned in closer. Her stunning face was mere inches from Lu Jianghe's. Her expression, usually gentle beyond compare, now held an inexplicable hint of allure. A mature feminine aura washed over him. "Ahem, this." Lu Jianghe cleared his throat awkwardly. "Please don't get so close to me, beautiful lady. Though I'm not the type to be casual. But when I let loose, I'm no saint." Ever since dealing with those thugs, Baya seemed to have developed a closer bond with him. "Sister Baya, let me tell you what happened." Su Xiaoxiao volunteered, raising her hand. "The person who bullied brother Jianghe is so mean." After hearing the whole story, her delicate frame trembled with rage, her ample bosom rising and falling. Lu Jianghe genuinely feared they might pop out on their own. How despicable. Why would a young girl resort to such vicious tactics against you? She's even more despicable than the villainous female characters in romance novels. Arg. This rage is killing me, my chest feels like it's about to explode. Ugh, what kind of lewd talk is this? Lu Jianghe wiped the imaginary sweat from his forehead. After finally calming Baya down, she looked at him with unwavering seriousness. "I absolutely have to be there tomorrow for the championship match to cheer you on. Jianghe, I believe you can defeat them." Lu Jianghe nodded with a wry smile, suddenly remembering there was one last boss drop he hadn't checked. He immediately pulled it out of his backpack. Attribute Fruit Spirit, consuming this grants a permanent +5 to stamina. Lu Jianghe's eyes lit up. What a great item. Stamina was equivalent to mana points. The more stamina you had, the more skills you could unleash. Lu Jianghe had just acquired a bunch of basic skills and was running low on mana. He handed the fruit to Baya. "That boss we took down dropped 3 items. I took the Orcish battle armor, and Xiao Xiao used the basic skill book. Sister Baya, this attribute fruit is perfect for a support class like yours." Baya's face instantly lit up with gratitude. As a support class, every single point of stamina was incredibly important. A 5-point boost to stamina wasn't insignificant. Brother Jianghe sure knows how to win a girl's favor. If I were a few years younger, I'd definitely be head over heels for you in those jeans. Hee, Sister Baya isn't old at all, Lu Jianghe chuckled playfully. Ding! You invested 1 basic vitality fruit in the succubus Baya. Triggered 30x critical return, obtained 30 basic energy fruits. Seeing the 30 extra energy boost fruits in his backpack, Lu Jianghe felt incredibly pleased. 30 energy fruits meant a permanent 150-point boost to his energy attribute. Using them all would boost his stamina to 350 points, allowing him to cast more skills at once. Time flew by, and it was already 4 p.m. With the Chief Championship tournament tomorrow, Lu Jianghe planned to head to Jiangda's indoor training ground that evening to hone his PK skills. But Su Xiaoxiao gently tugged at Lu Jianghe's sleeve. Her eyes darted nervously as she said, Brother Jianghe, I should head back to school. My classmates are calling me back. After 2 days of battling monsters, Su Xiaoxiao's transformation was plain to see. The once bullied beast-eared high school girl now radiated growing confidence. But that confidence vanished abruptly at that moment. Lu Jianghe keenly sensed the special meaning behind the word classmates. He asked softly, "What's wrong, Xiao Xiao? Did something happen?" Baya, standing nearby, also sensed the uneasy atmosphere and looked over with a gentle expression. A thin mist quickly spread across Su Xiaoxiao's eyes. "It's the girls in my class. They told me to meet them in the alley behind the school. They said they want to settle things once and for all. Jianghe, I'm so scared. I'm afraid they'll. Su Xiaoxiao's body trembled slightly, her eyes flickering with worry and fear. Lu Jianghe immediately pulled her into his arms, whispering softly, "Don't be afraid. With me here, no one dares to bully you." Su Xiaoxiao felt a little better after being reassured. "Then I won't go, brother Jianghe. I don't want to see them." "How could you not go?" Lu Jianghe flashed a warm smile. "Not only will you go, but I'll go with you. I love having deep conversations with bullies." Baya giggled softly, covering her mouth. "I'll come with you too." Seeing Lu Jianghe and Baya acting like caring older siblings, Su Xiaoxiao felt warmth spreading through her heart. She gave each of them a big hug. Chapter 18, The Spell That Makes One Pregnant. Jiangzhou Experimental Middle School was only 3 blocks away from Jiangzhou University town. At that moment, in a shadowy alleyway in front of the middle school, a group of students with youthful faces but menacing expressions were smoking here. "Heard Su Xiao hasn't shown up for class in 2 days. Ha! Guess she didn't go kill herself after all. That filthy half-breed better off dead. Damn it, just seeing her face pisses me off. How can she be so filthy?" Su Xiaoxiao replied to me. "She'll be here soon. Oh, and make sure you've got everything ready." The speaker was a heavily made-up female student named Sun Qian, the female leader of the group. "All set." A yellow-haired thug grinned, holding up his camera. "We'll film the whole show later." Sun Qian flashed a vicious expression unbecoming of her age. "Last time we failed because we didn't have enough help. Today, with this many people, I refuse to believe Su Xiaoxiao won't give in. Then we'll just send the video to the parent group and class group. Let's see if Su Xiao has the nerve to keep going to school." Just then, a timid figure appeared at the alley entrance. Su Xiaoxiao had arrived. The moment Sun Qian spotted Su Xiao, a sickly smile spread across her face. She immediately signaled her sisters to surround her. Meanwhile, more yellow-haired thugs lurked deeper in the alley, their lecherous expressions plain to see. This time, she was thoroughly prepared nothing would stand in her way. Su Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of fear, but the thought of brother Jianghe and sister Baya watching her from across the street. She found the courage to follow the female students into the alley. Across the street at that moment, Baya looked at Lu Jianghe with concern. "Is it really okay to let that child handle this alone? Xiao Xiao is already a level 10 player. In terms of strength, she could easily take on 3 boys her age." Lu Jianghe crossed his arms, leaning casually against a nearby streetlight. "I trust she can handle the trouble. If she can't, I'll step in." Baya's beautiful almond-shaped eyes scanned Lu Jianghe from head to toe before giving him a thumbs up. "That's a very reassuring statement, perfect for a sweet little boyfriend." Lu Jianghe? Su Xiaoxiao certainly didn't disappoint them. When Sun Qian and the others attempted to attack again, Su Xiaoxiao not only showed no fear but delivered a powerful counterattack. Clatter! Sun Qian was shoved by Su Xiaoxiao, knocking over a nearby trash can. In that instant, Sun Qian was stunned. The female students who had been aiding her in the bullying were equally stunned. How could Su Xiaoxiao, who never fought back or retaliated, be so fierce today? She actually shoved Sun Qian. Sun Qian instantly lost her composure. "How dare you push me? You damn half-breed. Who do you think you are, pushing me?" Furious, Sun Qian lunged at Su Xiao like a madwoman. But Su Xiaoxiao didn't panic. Instead, she dodged effortlessly. Clenching her fist, she delivered a vicious punch to Sun Qian's midsection. Sun Qian's face instantly turned beet red as she doubled over and collapsed to the ground. Su Xiaoxiao stared at her own palm in surprise. She never imagined that the female bully who tormented her daily proved so easily defeated. Brother Jianghe was absolutely right, she was no longer the helpless little girl she used to be. "What are you all standing around for? Get moving!" Sun Qian yelled into the depths of the alley. "Tear her clothes off. Rape her. My dad's got money, I'll take the fall if anything happens." As the words fell, the alley thugs emerged from the shadows, their faces twisted with lecherous expressions. Sun Qian glared fiercely at Su Xiaoxiao. Even though Su Xiaoxiao had resisted her, they outnumbered her. As long as they subdued Su Xiaoxiao, then she could decide exactly how to torture her. Then they would torture her mercilessly, humiliate her, make her understand the consequences of crossing them. Just as Sun Qian was scheming up vicious ways to torment her, she suddenly noticed an unfamiliar figure appear before her. Sun Qian instinctively lifted her head, only to find Lu Jianghe staring at her with an icy expression. "It's you again. You damn." Smack! The next second, her face was struck by Lu Jianghe's open palm. The sharp crack echoed so loudly it could be heard by passers-by outside the alley. Sun Qian froze completely, standing rooted to the spot like a wooden puppet. "Little missy, bullying others will get you punished badly, you know," Baya approached Sun Qian. She bent down with a gentle expression, as tender as an older sister who could soothe the deepest wounds. Sun Qian thought she too would be soothed. But the next second, it was as if she had witnessed something utterly terrifying. Her pupils contracted to pinpricks as her entire body began to shake violently, unable to control herself. "Devil! Devil!" Baya partially lifted her concealment spell. Evil horns, deep purple, eerie pupils. Paired with that Yarbid-esque expression of madness. Baya raised her hand lightly, and a purple halo slipped into Sun Qian's abdomen like a swimming fish. "Little sister, this is my little gift to you. If you keep doing bad things, lots of little demon babies will crawl out of your belly, you know." Feeling intense, eerie wriggling inside her belly, Sun Qian was utterly terrified. Not figuratively scared out of her wits, but literally scared out of her pants. "Damn it! What did you do to our boss?" The thugs swarmed around, trying to rescue Sun Qian. But Lu Jianghe stood calmly in front of the gang of punks. "Who the hell do you think you are? Get the hell out of here. Or we'll break your legs." Lu Jianghe tilted his head, flashing an amused expression. "Go ahead and try." In an instant, the alley echoed with blood-curdling screams, accompanied by the rhythmic pleas for mercy. These yellow-haired punks, who'd been loafing around since high school, weren't even ranked. Beyond bullying the weak, they possessed no combat ability whatsoever. 10 minutes later, the battle ended. The scene was left in utter disarray, with only the despairing Sun Qian, a sobbing female student, and the dazed thugs remaining. Lu Jianghe took Su Xiaoxiao's hand and left the scene with Baya. "Sis Baya, do you really know that spell to make someone pregnant?" Lu Jianghe couldn't help asking. Baya covered her mouth and chuckled. "Just a little trick to stimulate bowel movements. I think after the scare, she won't dare bully anyone again. Besides, pregnancy doesn't require any magic," Baya appraised Lu Jianghe. "Couldn't you manage it too, little brother Jianghe?" Lu Jianghe's face darkened. Where did this nonsense come from? He always felt like whenever he was with Baya, the conversation would inexplicably veer into some racy territory. "Brother Jianghe, sister Baya, thank you both." Su Xiaoxiao suddenly turned around from walking ahead. She gave Lu Jianghe and Baya each a big hug. Of course, she held onto Lu Jianghe significantly longer, rubbing against him a couple extra times. She murmured, "Jianghe's arms are so warm. I could hug him forever." Chapter 19, The Chieftain's Contest. "What are you muttering about?" Lu Jianghe asked, ruffling Su Xiaoxiao's hair. Su Xiaoxiao's face flushed red as she shook her head vigorously like a rattle. "Nothing." With her heartache resolved, Su Xiaoxiao perked up considerably, practically skipping along as she walked. After dropping her off at school, it was time to prepare for tomorrow's chief competition. "Sis Baya, are you heading back? Or wanna hang out in the training room with me?" Lu Jianghe asked casually. "Sure, I'll hang out with you. I'd just be alone back there anyway, and it's boring," Baya stretched lazily. The stretch was so wide that her ample bosom nearly spilled out of her top. Her mature, voluptuous figure and dazzlingly white skin were displayed without restraint. Even the upright gentleman Lu Jianghe couldn't help but glance a few extra times. The training hall was unusually crowded today. Lu Jianghe spent credits to rent a private room for 2 hours and began his pre-match training. The room's setup was simple, a level 100 sandbag and an array that rapidly restored stamina and skill cooldowns. The elegantly poised Baya sat on a chair nearby. Her long legs crossed, she watched Lu Jianghe practice in quiet focus. Before commencing his training, Lu Jianghe consumed 30 stamina fruits. As the notification sound rang out, his maximum stamina reached 350 points. Higher tier skills aren't necessarily better. Higher tier skills meant greater mana consumption and longer cooldowns. While basic skills may have limited damage, they can be used repeatedly. Next, Lu Jianghe rolled up his sleeves and began practicing his techniques. The night passed without incident. Today marked an extremely important day for Jiangzhou University. The annual Chief Championship tournament was set to commence at 10 o'clock in the morning. The university grounds were packed with people from the president and faculty down to students, security guards, and cafeteria staff. Everyone had gathered to witness this grand event unique to Jiangzhou University. At the judges' table, several stern-faced middle-aged men take their seats one after another. Younger faculty members occasionally refilled their tea and water. They were none other than the university's leadership, President Wang Ziyuan, Vice President Ning Bo, and department heads like Lu Qingshan. "Welcome, faculty and students, to this year's Chief Championship. I'm your old friend, Senior Peach." A beaming junior girl on the stage hosted the event with enthusiasm. The rules for this competition remain unchanged from previous years. Students from each grade will select chief candidates, and the university leadership will determine the chief title based on the candidate's character and abilities. Of course, the academy encourages competitive challenges to push boundaries. Students nominated as chief candidates may challenge the incumbent chief. A successful challenge significantly boosts their odds of becoming next year's chief and grants them all chief resources for both the current and following academic year. Let's anticipate which dark horse students will break through this year. The moment the words fell, the audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Students from every grade cheered on their favorite contenders. The competition for the freshman chief candidate commenced first. 5 students competed, and after an intense battle, a student named Wei Chang emerged victorious as the top candidate. When he advances to sophomore year next year, he will most likely become the top sophomore. Next came the battle for the top spot among the sophomores. This year's sophomore class was different. The original top sophomore, Lu Jianghe, had his position revoked due to conduct issues. Because of this, many students were eager to vie for the top spot in this year's sophomore competition. After all, with only half the year gone, the champion would enjoy 6 more months of top-tier resources and, with luck, could even ascend to the top position in the 3rd year. This year's sophomore leadership contest was exceptionally fierce. Next up is Lu Jianghe from Class 3, sophomore year, facing off against Xinxing from Class 5, sophomore year. As Senior Peach announced the names of the 2 students about to take the stage, the previously boisterous audience suddenly fell silent, as if ice cubes had dropped into their pants. Whispers immediately filled the air. Did I hear that right? Lu Jianghe? He actually entered the championship? Didn't everyone say he slept with a female teammate? How dare he show his face here? It's not like it's confirmed. The school announcement said he was punished for beating up the plaintiff during the verdict. The plaintiff was Xinxing and his girlfriend Lu Ruyan, huh? TSK. Talk about running into your enemy. Xinxing's gonna give him a good thrashing, right? Who's going to beat who remains to be seen. In the preparation area, Xinxing, clad in gleaming armor, stood with a cold, fierce expression, ready to take the stage. Beside him, Lu Ruyan looked worried. Xing, you have to be careful during the fight. Lu Jianghe is formidable. He might pull some tricks. Xinxing cut her off impatiently. Do you really think so little of me? Do you think I'm trash too, just like everyone else? After returning from his meeting with Lu Qing yesterday, Xinxing had gotten into a huge argument with Lu Ruyan. He hated being looked down upon more than anything in the world, and now even his own woman was beginning to underestimate him. In what way was he inferior to Lu Jianghe? Why should he be the top student's lackey? Why? Why the hell should I? As these thoughts consumed him, Xinxing's eyes filled with bloodshot fury, the brink of explosion palpable. Lu Ruyan, know your place. Without me, Xinxing, do you think you'd be where you are today? Without me, what are you? With a cold snort, Xinxing strode toward the stage. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan stared wide-eyed, her expression frozen in disbelief. She never imagined her boyfriend, who used to call her darling constantly, would say such things. Before framing Lu Jianghe, Xinxing hadn't been like this at all. After the frame-up, Xinxing seemed to transform overnight. Not only did he make a slew of superficial friends, but he also grew distant and indifferent toward her. Yesterday, he had even nearly struck her. The realization that she had chosen such a man as her boyfriend left Lu Ruyan's face ashen. A wave of intense regret washed over her. Go, Jianghe. You're the best, Jianghe. Go, little brother. You'll win for sure. As Lu Jianghe stepped onto the stage, 2 voices, one cute, one commanding, echoed from a corner of the audience. But there stood Baya and Su Xiaoxiao, red cloth strips bearing the words Jianghe must win tied around their heads. They waved banners proclaiming Brother Jianghe is the best. Brother Jianghe, give me a little monkey. The 2 cheerleaders, one tall and one petite, beamed with excitement. Oblivious to the curious stares around them, they bellowed at the top of their lungs. Their soft, sweet voices didn't grate on the ears at all. Instead, they flowed like a refreshing stream through the heart. In stark contrast, the audience remained largely silent. Especially the men, whose eyes burned with jealousy so palpable it seemed tangible. How the hell did Lu Jianghe manage to get 2 beauties to cheer him on? Chapter 20, The Ultimate in Pure Desire. At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao's animal ears were hidden beneath her headscarf. Her adorable, innocent appearance radiated vitality, complemented by a pair of overly plump, perky little rabbit ears. She was the epitome of a youthful, irresistible beauty, a girl with a childlike face and voluptuous curves. As for Baya, her tall, graceful figure radiated the aura of a gentle, considerate older sister. Her long, shapely legs were perfectly proportioned to her frame. Her gaze was gentle and captivating, yet tinged with a hint of alluring vulnerability that stirred pity. She's what they call the pinnacle of pure yet alluring beauty. Few in the crowd were cheering for Lu Jianghe. All eyes had shifted to these 2 stunning cheerleaders. But admiration was one thing. If the 2 women revealed their true identities, one a succubus, the other a beast-eared girl, the crowd would likely lose all interest instantly, perhaps even adding a few taunts for good measure. This world was filled with hostility toward demi-humans. But while others treated demi-humans poorly, Lu Jianghe would not. In fact, because of the return system, he had to treat them exceptionally well. Whenever he got something good, he'd give it all to his adorable demi-human beauties, then trigger a massive return wave. Sis Baya, look. That wicked woman's slandering Brother Jianghe. Lu Ruyan walked past beneath the spectator stands, her expression desolate. Su Xiaoxiao instantly recognized her and pointed, she looks upset. Did someone bully her? Humph, she deserves it if she is. Tisk. Baya also noticed Lu Ruyan's hurried expression. But unlike Su Xiaoxiao's straightforwardness, she thought more deeply. This girl seemed to be having a falling out with her boyfriend. This was a golden opportunity, maybe she could help brother Junha clear his name. With that thought, Baya stretched her long legs and hurried after her. Inside the women's restroom, Lu Ruyan secretly wiped away her tears. The next moment, Baya transformed into a caring older sister and approached Lu Ruyan. Boys are like that, they never appreciate what comes too easily. Men are all such jerks. Lu Ruyan was instantly captivated by Baya's gentle voice. Little did she know that the mirror across from her reflected the image of a succubus. On the other side of the arena, Lu Junha and Xin Xing's battle commenced. Xin Xing stood clad in heavy knight's armor. Gripping a two-handed greatsword as tall as a man, he fixed Lu Junha with an intensely domineering stare. Lu Junha, are you ready to be pierced by my blade? I hope you don't disappoint me. Lu Junha rolled his eyes. You don't seriously think you're that strong, do you? Just because you took my gear and skills, you think you're some kind of master? You're nothing but a petty thief stealing others' gear. The contemptuous tone paired with his nonchalant demeanor instantly made Xin Xing's face flush crimson. His entire being resembled a raging beast, poised to erupt at any moment. Lu Junha drew his long sword, narrowing his eyes slightly. A sharp glint of murderous intent flashed in Lu Junha's eyes. Falsely accused out of nowhere, the honor he had fought so hard to earn was swept away in an instant. Had it not been for the sudden awakening of the system, it was unimaginable how dark the latter half of his life would have become. Therefore, Xin Xing deserved to die. At that moment, every student in the viewing stands watched this battle of grudges unfold. Yet most did not hold high hopes for Lu Junha. Not only because of his so-called dark past, but also due to the gap in equipment and skills between the two. Senior Peach introduced with a warm, approachable tone. Xin Xing is wearing the knight's armor previously worn by the former sophomore class leader. This is a silver grade set providing additional attributes, with exceptionally impressive stat bonuses across the board. Especially that knight's greatsword boasts the noble attribute of armor penetration. In contrast, Lu Junha, well, it seems he hasn't managed to assemble a full set of gear. After all, his level was just reset to 0. The fact he's even participating shows commendable courage. Let's give Lu Junha a round of applause to show our support. The applause was sparse and half-hearted, the students showing little enthusiasm. Meanwhile, at the referee's platform, Lu Qingshan watched Lu Junha, clad in thin armor, facing off against the fully equipped Xin Xing on the stage. A look of concern flashed across his face. Lu Junha was an orphan, living in dire straits. He couldn't afford expensive high-level gear. In a single-round attribute match, Lu Junha was clearly at a disadvantage. Roar! Xin Xing could no longer contain the rage boiling within him. His eyes blazing crimson, he charged toward Lu Junha. The rage potion he'd consumed yesterday was now fully activated by the surge of fury. His attack and defense power surged dramatically. His entire being radiated a terrifying, beast-like aura. Lu Junha, I'll kill you. Not even Jesus can save you now, mark my words. The words barely left his mouth when Xin Xing leapt high into the air, bringing his massive blade crashing down toward Lu Junha. You idiot! I'm Chinese, I don't believe in some damn Jesus. Lu Junha rolled his eyes, yet his reflexes were lightning fast. He swiftly sidestepped Xin Xing's strike, his form rapidly fading into transparency. He's using stealth. Lu Junha has switched to the thief class, someone in the audience gasped. The next instant, an ice crystal materialized out of thin air. The ice crystal shot forward, freezing Xin Xing the instant it struck beneath his feet. Ha! A mage's ice spike spell? Xin Xing stumbled, nearly falling to the ground as he froze solid. Just as he tried to pull his frozen foot free from the ground, Lu Junha moved like a ghostly apparition, circling behind him. Gripping his legendary blade, Moonhide, in reverse, he slammed the pommel into Xin Xing's skull. Rogue skill, knockout. Then, a backstab. Xin Xing's health bar visibly plummeted. Die. Xin Xing roared in fury, unleashing the area of effect skill War Stomp. The trample effect stunned enemies within range for several seconds. But the stun effect on Lu Junha didn't even last half a second before vanishing completely. A sharp-eyed student immediately shouted, it's purification. Lu Junha used purification. Damn it, isn't purification a priest skill? Amidst the stunned gazes of the audience, Lu Junha's palm, radiating a holy aura, rested upon his chest. Damn it, he even knows healing touch. Was that on purpose or an accident? Monster. Absolute monster. Learning so many skills. How much stamina does he have? Isn't he afraid of burning out? The gasps from the stands rolled like waves of wheat, one after another. Even the school administrators on the referee platform couldn't help but start murmuring among themselves. Lu Junha has a profound grasp of various combat skills. Combining them like that allows him to unleash combat power far beyond his level. He must have used stamina-boosting items, otherwise, his energy would have been depleted long ago. A young man this sharp shouldn't be capable of molesting a female teammate. There might be something fishy about this. Lu Qingshan pricked up his ears upon hearing Principal Wang Ziyuan's assessment. He hurried over to the principal's side. Principal Wang, Lu Jianghe was framed. Based on my knowledge of him, he absolutely would never do something so outrageous. Especially on the eve of such a crucial competition as the Chief Championship Tournament. Wang Ziyuan, a man in his 60s, nodded. This matter certainly requires thorough investigation. But before Wang Ziyuan could continue, another wave of gasps erupted from the spectator stands. All eyes turned toward the championship ring. There, Xinxing lay sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. Standing before him was Lu Jianghe, his expression calm and composed. Chapter 21, Clearing the Slander. Xinxing had been defeated utterly and completely. Throughout the entire battle, he hadn't even managed to touch the hem of Lu Jianghe's robe. Like a mouse toyed with by a cat, he was utterly no match for Lu Jianghe. Xinxing lay on the ground, covered in dust and dirt, his face twisted with the bitter resentment of defeat. In stark contrast to Xinxing's snarling face, Lu Jianghe remained utterly composed, his expression calm and unruffled. The aura of a true master radiated across the entire playground, sending ripples through everyone's hearts. Congratulations to Lu Jianghe for an outstanding match. Senior Peach announced in a melodious voice. The victor of this match is Lu Jianghe. Please take a moment to rest before awaiting challenges from other students of your grade. The subsequent matches held no suspense. With his masterful combat skills, Lu Jianghe effortlessly defeated all other contestants in his grade. When no one else stepped forward to fight, Lu Jianghe became the undisputed top student of the second year, once again securing his position as the chief candidate. I refuse to accept this. Such a morally corrupt individual shouldn't be chief candidate. From the audience, Xinxing, having regained his composure, screamed like a madman. Lu Jianghe made improper advances toward my girlfriend. He nearly assaulted her. This predator should be expelled immediately. He has no right to run for top student. The moment the words fell, many students suddenly recalled Lu Jianghe's dark past. Yeah, almost forgot Lu Jianghe is a forcible eviction criminal. It'd be ridiculous for someone like him to become chief. Psychopath, get out of Jiangzhou University. No one should be allowed to become chief except Lu Jianghe. Nonsense. Brother Jianghe is a good person. Su Xiaoxiao's face flushed crimson with urgency. He was framed. Framed. Yet even as Su Xiaoxiao shouted at the top of her lungs, her voice was instantly drowned out by a louder roar. Many students chanted for Lu Jianghe to get off the stage. Xinxing surveyed the charged atmosphere around him, his smirk as hard to suppress as an AK-47. A sick sense of accomplishment spread through her heart. You fool, Lu Jianghe. What good does beating me do now? Your reputation is already ruined. Ha! Let's see how you'll ever recover. The crowd's fury only intensified. Even Senior Peach couldn't quell it. But just then, two figures approached the stage where Senior Peach stood. Everyone, please quiet down. May I have a moment? A gentle, sweet voice, like cool, sweet mountain spring water, instantly extinguished the crowd's false fervor. Turning to look, they saw an older sister in a white dress standing on the stage. Beside her stood a figure at the center of the storm. Second-year campus beauty Lu Ruyan, the rumored victim of Lu Jianghe's violence. Baya handed the microphone to Lu Ruyan with a gentle expression, offering her an encouraging glance. At that moment, Lu Ruyan's eyes were slightly reddened. She briefly recalled Xinxing's recent string of jerk behaviors toward her. Biting her lip, she dropped a bombshell. Lu Jianghe, I'm sorry. It was me who framed you under Xinxing's instigation. Xinxing was jealous of your excellence, so he schemed to strip you of your level gear. He wanted to replace you as the new sophomore leader, and he's a violent man. He even tried to hit me yesterday. At this point, Lu Ruyan couldn't hold back and burst into tears. The room instantly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, utterly stunned. Holy? What the hell is going on? Did she just blow the whistle? How could this happen? Senior Xinxing is actually this kind of person. So we've been wrong about Lu Jianghe all along. I told you Lu wasn't that kind of person. Whispers rippled through the spectator stands. Below the stage, Xinxing looked as if he'd swallowed a dozen pounds of flies, his expression twisted into an ugly grimace. He stared in disbelief at Lu Ruyan, who was accusing him, his expression one of utter shock. His entire body shook violently, trembling like a sieve, whether from anger or fear, no one could tell. Ruyan, I've never treated you badly. Why would you stab me in the back? You vile woman. How dare you say such things? Xinxing couldn't hold back any longer and shouted accusations at Lu Ruyan. Yet the more he accused her, the more convincing the story of colluding with Lu Ruyan to frame Lu Jianghe became. Under the pressure, Lu Ruyan revealed more details of the frame-up. She even produced a recorded conversation proving the falsity of the accusation. With both witness testimony and physical evidence in hand, Lu Qingshan stepped forward and confronted Xin Xing. Xin Xing, are Lu Ruyan's statements true? I advise you to come clean now. Tell the truth, and at worst, you'll be expelled. If you persist in your lies, I won't hesitate to hand you over to the Law Enforcement Bureau. The authoritative voice instantly froze Xin Xing in terror. Feeling the piercing stares around him, Xin Xing was on the verge of a mental breakdown. He was terrified, truly terrified from the depths of his soul. I'm sorry, Lu Jianhe. I'm a piece of trash. I'm worse than a dog or a pig. Please spare me. I only wanted to become as strong as you. What did I do wrong? Xin Xing repeatedly slammed his head against the ground, desperate for Lu Jianhe's forgiveness. Yet after banging his head against the floor several times in quick succession, he looked up to find Lu Jianhe's face utterly expressionless. Faced with Lu Jianhe's utter calm, Xin Xing's fear intensified. I never wanted to go after you. He made me do it. It was the guy from senior year A. Just as Xin Xing was about to reveal the name of the mastermind behind it all. But suddenly, he let out a piercing scream of agony. Immediately, bright red blood began pouring from Xin Xing's mouth, nose, and eyes, transforming him into a terrifying, demonic figure. Lu Qingshan's brow furrowed slightly as he immediately summoned medical personnel from the healing department. Yet despite the application of multiple healing beams, Xin Xing not only failed to recover but collapsed unconscious onto the ground. Medical personnel immediately began examining Xin Xing. This student ingested an unapproved rage-inducing potion containing some form of dark substance. He will likely remain comatose for the next several months. Even if he wakes up, he will be a cripple. This sudden turn of events caught everyone completely off guard. No one could have imagined things would escalate to this point. But the good news was that Lu Jianhe had cleared his name and would no longer carry the burden of his tarnished past. Principal Wang Ziyuan took the microphone and immediately issued a ruling regarding Lu Jianhe's defamation. Xin Xing was expelled from the academy and stripped of all equipment and levels upon regaining consciousness. Lu Ruyan was placed on academic probation and similarly stripped of all equipment and levels. As for Lu Jianhe, the victim, the school intends to convert his losses into cash and distribute them alongside the top-tier scholarship funds. Here, let us warmly congratulate Lu Jianhe on winning first place in the sophomore division of the chief competition. A wave of applause erupted from the audience below the stage. This time, no one dared to raise any objections. All the students now regarded Lu Jianhe with a newfound sense of awe. This falsely accused sophomore chief had earned everyone's respect through his own strength. Even those who had once teamed up with him approached him of their own accord. Their faces were filled with guilt and regret. They hoped to team up again, for he was still their captain. Yet Lu Jianhe, now cleared of all charges, refused without hesitation. After being slandered, he had seen too many faces twisted with contempt and schadenfreude. His mindset had quietly shifted. There was no going back. Nothing could ever be the same again. His young heart had been deeply wounded. Only by stroking the little beast girl's head each night and admiring the succubus big sister's ample bosom could he sleep soundly. Lu Jianhe thought solemnly. As the top student in the senior class, Lu Jianhe, do you have any words of encouragement to share with everyone? Senior Tao handed the microphone to Lu Jianhe. Lu Jianhe took the microphone, first scanning the spectator seats and giving a slight nod of thanks to Su Xiaoxiao and Baya. Then, his gaze shifted calmly toward the spectator section where the third-year students sat. When his gaze locked with a venomous stare from within the spectator section, a sharp glint flashed in Lu Jianhe's eyes. Xin Xing had falsely accused him of being instigated by others. The moment he uttered the words third-year students, Lu Jianhe instantly understood who the instigator was. Among the entire third-year cohort, he had a grudge against only one person. That person was none other than the current top student of the third year, Lu Qing. So when Lu Jianhe took the microphone, he spoke slowly. Thank you all, but my challenge is not yet over. Next, I wish to issue a top student challenge to senior Lu Qing of the third year. The moment his words fell, the venue did not erupt in noise. Instead, a deathly silence descended upon the surroundings, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Chapter 22, Take this smooth combo. Even Senior Peach thought she must have misheard and hurriedly asked. Lu Jianhe, what did you just say? I said. I'm challenging Chu Qing, the top student of the third year. Boom! The entire venue erupted instantly. The roar from the stands was dozens of times louder than when Lu Jianhe defeated Xin Xing. Lu Jianhe must be out of his mind. He's challenging senior Lu Qing? Lu Qing is the top student in his year. Lu Jianhe is only a sophomore, no matter how strong he is. I heard senior Lu Qing is a level 59 dual-wielding berserker. Lu Jianhe is only level 30, hasn't even class changed yet, he doesn't stand a chance. It wasn't just the stands that were buzzing. Even the school officials on the referee platform wore expressions of astonishment. Vice Principal Ning Bo furrowed his brow. I recall Lu Jianhe challenged Lu Qing last year too, but lost by a hair's breadth? Lu Qingshan immediately replied, correct. At that time, Lu Qing was still the top sophomore. Lu Jianhe was just one move short, but he fought honorably despite the loss. Principal Wang Ziyuan wore an intrigued expression. I wonder if he'll succeed this time. The moment Lu Qing stepped out from the crowd, he instantly became the focal point of everyone present. Jiangzhou University had 4 grade levels. Excluding the seniors who had already left for internships, the top student of the junior class was essentially the university's most elite talent. That Lu Jianghe would choose to challenge Lu Qing was truly hard to believe. After all, with Lu Qing's strength, he could easily defeat Ten Xing's. Lu Jianghe watched calmly as Lu Qing slowly ascended the stage, a sneer suddenly curling the corners of his mouth. During last year's Chief Championship tournament, most believed he had lost to Lu Qing. But the truth was that Lu Qing had used banned substances, forcing a victory over him in the most critical battle. This latest setup was likely orchestrated by Lu Qing himself, aiming to avoid a direct confrontation. After all, as the esteemed top student of his 3rd year, the thought of being defeated by a sophomore, that sense of humiliation would be worse than death itself. As Lu Qing strode onto the stage with a dark expression, Lu Jianghe chuckled. Sorry to disappoint you, Chief Lu. Your lackeys couldn't stop me. Are you ready to fight? Lu Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? With those rudimentary skills of yours? Perhaps it's time you witnessed the gap between us. The moment Lu Qing finished speaking, blinding golden light erupted from every inch of his body. After a special effect flash reminiscent of a warrior transforming into armor, a dazzling set of battle armor covered every inch of Lu Qing's body. From head to toe, armed to the teeth. It's golden gear. Holy crap! A full set of golden gear. Holy crap, I've never seen golden gear before. They say only bosses above level 50 drop gold gear and Chief Lu has a full set. Lu Jianghe is doomed to lose. If he doesn't, I'll do a handstand naked run during my livestream. The crowd buzzed with speculation, unanimously predicting Lu Jianghe's crushing defeat. Even Lu Qingshan, Baya, and Su Xiaoxiao frowned deeply. They stared intently at the arena, tension etched on their faces. Su Xiaoxiao worried, Sister Baya, can brother Jianghe win this match? Baya ruffled Su Xiaoxiao's hair. I believe in him. He absolutely can. Frost Shield. Holy Shield. As the 2 skills activated, 2 layers of defensive magic swirled around Lu Jianghe. Lu Qing couldn't help but sneer at Lu Jianghe's defensive maneuvers. He immediately cast a defensive spell. This guy must be afraid of me. Come to think of it, though he had nearly lost to Lu Jianghe a year ago, the gap between them back then hadn't been that significant. Now, however, he boasted a full set of golden gear and a level advantage of 29 over Lu Jianghe. Lu Jianghe might have reached level 30 again, but his gear wasn't fully developed and he hadn't even class changed yet. With such a gap, how could he possibly fight me? Perhaps it was time to wash away the shame of a year ago. I'll take on 10 of them single-handedly. But the very next second, something utterly bewildering happened. Lu Jianghe, who had been facing Lu Qing, suddenly crossed his arms, turning his back with a look of utter disdain, exposing his back to Lu Qing's view. What the hell? Not only was Lu Qing baffled, but the entire audience was dumbfounded. Senior Peach, microphone in hand, froze like she'd gone blank, unable to come up with commentary for a full minute. What was Lu Jianghe doing? Playing hard to get? Why did he turn his back? Why the hell are you turning your back on me? Face my wrath, you bastard. Lu Qing was losing his composure. He felt Lu Jianghe was looking down on him, yet feared the other might be plotting something. His constant back and forth shuffling was downright comical. Some spectators were already growing impatient, shouting at Lu Qing. Chief Lu, get on with it. What are you waiting for? Maybe they know they can't beat you and are just bluffing. Finally, spurred on by the crowd's urging, Lu Qing moved. He opened with his signature skill, Dual Blade Berserk, swinging his blades like a tornado as he charged toward Lu Jianghe. The moment the blades touched Lu Jianghe's body, a substantial damage number floated above his head. A surge of joy filled Lu Qing's heart. He was finally certain this guy was bluffing. With his damage output, it would only take 5 or 6 strikes to finish him off. With that thought, Lu Qing continued his frenzied slashing. Lu Jianghe's health plummeted wildly, dropping below 20% in an instant. Die, you bastard. Lu Qing unleashed his most powerful strike, his momentum surging like a rainbow. He was confident this strike would finish him off completely. Yet at that very moment, Lu Jianghe's voice reached his ears, light and casual. Kill me? Do you even deserve it? Blood Demon's Wrath. Boom! A towering surge of blood energy erupted violently from Lu Jianghe's body. The blinding crimson light made it impossible to open one's eyes. In the next instant, Lu Jianghe's nearly depleted health bar began filling at a visible pace with white shield points. With the attributes of his silver-grade Beastman battle armor, Lu Jianghe's total health reached 2,600 points. Lu Qing had slashed away over 2,000 points of his health, converting it into 6,000 shield points and an additional 2,000 points of attack power. This state would last for 10 seconds, but 10 seconds was more than enough time for Lu Jianghe to accomplish many things. Ice Spike. As Lu Jianghe spun, his left hand coalesced an ice spike and hurled it toward Lu Qing. But the ice spikes didn't target his chest, they aimed for his ankles. The ice spike exploded, instantly slowing Lu Qing. Just as Lu Qing regained his senses, he suddenly realized his right foot was frozen solid. He frantically tried to step back, unaware that Lu Jianghe had already closed in behind him. Blunt blow. Stunned for 1 second. Backstab. 2106. Critical hit. Uppercut followed by a triple slash. Lu Qing was sent flying into the air, utterly defenseless. 769. 843. 836. 971. Shocking damage numbers floated above Lu Qing's head. His health bar plummeted wildly, barely holding on until he hit the ground. Just as Lu Qing prepared to unleash a skill in retaliation, Lu Jianghe unleashed his night class charge skill, colliding with Lu Qing and stunning him instantly where he stood. Chapter 23. Gifting the job change stone, the beast-eared girl was overwhelmed with gratitude. Another burst of skills was unleashed. This time, Lu Qing's health bar was completely wiped out. The arena's protection mechanism kicked in, locking him at 1 HP. He collapsed to the ground like a beaten dog. Faintly, one could still hear his mutterings. I lost. I actually lost? Ha! I didn't lose. How could I lose? Lu Jianghe calmly sheathed his long sword, his expression showing no ripple of emotion at the match's conclusion. His unruffled demeanor radiated the aura of a true master. In contrast, the audience from school administrators and teachers down to students of all grades were all frozen in stunned silence. Eyes bulged wide, jaws dropped so low they couldn't be picked up. Lu Jianghe won? Senior Peach completely lost control of her facial expressions, her mouth opening and closing but unable to utter a single word of the script. Jianghe is so handsome. Su Xiaoxiao was the first to recover. Her face flushed crimson as she shouted like a social butterfly. Her clear, soft voice echoed throughout the venue, jolting the stunned crowd back to reality. Lu Jianghe won. He defeated Lu Qing. The guy who said he'd strip naked earlier. Go ahead and start your performance. Congratulations to Lu Jianghe for defeating senior year's top student, Lu Qing. Senior Peach finally snapped out of it, shrieking the match result. The moment the announcement was made, a tidal wave of cheers echoed relentlessly across the stadium. It wouldn't subside for a long time. On the referee platform, Lu Qingshan basked in the glow of his colleagues' flattery. He looked every bit as smug as Wang Yusheng, the gatekeeper from the TV series Sword of Honor. In the stands, Baya and Su Xiao were so thrilled they were dancing with joy. They were happier than if they had won the championship themselves. Lu Qing, in a state of mental disarray, was carried off the stage by medical personnel for post-battle psychological treatment. Meanwhile, after receiving his commendation, Lu Jianghe also obtained his reward. First came the resource subsidies for the next semester as the top student in his sophomore and junior years, a total of 2 million blue star coins. Next was the advanced class change crystal Lu Jianghe had been longing for. The moment the crystal touched his hands, even the stoic Lu Jianghe couldn't hide a flicker of excitement. An advanced job change crystal was already a rare treasure. He wondered what else he might gain after triggering the investment return. He couldn't wait to meet up with Su Xiaoxiao and Baya, using the excuse of treating them to a meal as he led them out of campus. Along the academy road, every student who spotted Lu Jianghe wore an expression of awe. The slandered sophomore top student, having cleared his name, rose powerfully to defeat the senior top student. Such a turbulent and unpredictable fate was truly intimidating. Even many female students began to perceive Lu Jianghe as a man. They frequently fluttered their eyelashes at him. But sorry. Lu Jianghe's obsession was firmly fixed on exotic beauties. The aloof campus queen? The stunning senior? Not interested in any of them. Ha! Nothing compares to the fun of little girls with beast ears and seductive succubi. At this thought, Lu Jianghe's lips curved into a faint smile. His hands couldn't stay still, giving the little beast-eared girl's head a couple of strokes. The texture felt amazing. Stop touching me. You'll make me go bald. Su Xiaoxiao shielded her head with both hands, pouting with a look of grievance. But the next second, Lu Jianghe flipped his palm like a magician. A crystal-clear class change crystal appeared in his hand. Xiao, you'll be advancing soon too. This is for you. Su Xiaoxiao froze for a moment, but she didn't take the crystal. Instead, she threw herself into Lu Jianghe's arms. Soft sniffles echoed from within his embrace, and Lu Jianghe instantly felt a large wet patch on his chest. Su Xiaoxiao had been moved to tears. Jianghe, why are you so kind to me? Su Xiaoxiao bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. No one has ever been this kind to Xiaoxiao before. They only bullied me, calling me a bastard who eats garbage. Xiaoxiao is an orphan. No one has ever cared for me since I was little. Lu Jianghe, an orphan himself, felt an immediate kinship upon hearing Su Xiaoxiao's words. He gently stroked Su Xiaoxiao's head. From now on, you're my little sister, and I'm your big brother. No one will ever bully you again. Su Xiaoxiao nodded, then suddenly gathered the courage to wrap her arms around Lu Jianghe's neck. She gently pressed a kiss to his cheek. She murmured softly, I'm not content to just be your little sister. Her sadness instantly melted away, replaced by a blush of shyness. Su Xiaoxiao, her face flushed, burrowed deeper into Lu Jianghe's embrace and refused to emerge. Brother Jianghe is so kind to Su, Baiya murmured, pursing her red lips. He gave away the job change crystal without batting an eye. Hearing Baiya's slightly jealous remark, Lu Jianghe gave an awkward smile. The main issue was that he was strapped for cash right now and didn't have anything suitable to give Baiya. Lu Jianghe's return system only triggered when he gave the recipient something they needed. Baiya's main class was priest, with alchemist as her subclass. There was nothing suitable to gift her at the moment. Ding! Invested in one Ice Wolf Tried Maiden Advanced Job Change Crystal, triggering a 30x critical return. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a Special God Tier Job Change Crystal. Special God Tier Job Change Crystal, upon use, grants a job of no lower than S rank quality, with 100% compatibility to the user's physical stats. Each player's physical stats increase differently upon leveling up. Those with significant attack and stamina gain suit melee classes, while high vitality attributes favor mage transitions. Successful class transitions not only grant access to class-exclusive skills but also provide attribute boosts more focused on specific professions during leveling. Lu Jianghe had previously transferred to a warrior class. He examined the divine grade job change stone in his backpack, feeling a surge of excitement. The minimum class conversion is S rank. Few in the entire Jiangzhou region possess S rank or higher classes. This move was going to skyrocket his power. Lu Jianghe, you've been too busy chasing girls, haven't you? A voice suddenly rang out from behind him. I still have something to tell you. Why are you running so fast? Lu Qingshan appeared, panting heavily as he caught up. But when he spotted the job change crystal Su Xiaoxiao clutched like a precious treasure in her hand. His eyes widened in shock as he glared at Lu Jianghe. Where's your high-grade job change crystal? I gave mine to my sister. What? Lu Qingshan's voice shot up by at least 10 decibels. Students lining the road couldn't help but glance over. Lu Qingshan nearly choked on his words at Lu Jianghe's response. He quickly lowered his voice. You gave it away? Then what the hell are you using for your job change? Lu Jianghe mimicked Lu Qingshan's tone, lowering his voice as well. I've got another one that works even better. Old Lu, don't worry about me. But Lu Qingshan glanced at Baiya and suddenly understood. Living off someone else is your talent, but you still gotta level up. Don't get too carried away, got it? Baiya stared back with wide, innocent eyes. Why did Director Lu give me that weird look when he said that? Huh? Is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Chapter 24, 3S Job Change? This class is pretty weird. Next, Lu Qingshan explained why he'd come to see Lu Jianghe. According to intelligence from the Jiangzhou Anomalous Energy Monitoring Bureau, a demonic lair portal would manifest in downtown Jiangzhou next Tuesday. The dungeon requires players between levels 35 and 60, and Lu Qingshan intended for Lu Jianghe to enter for training. This demon realm opening is restricted to current students of Jiangzhou City, with representatives from 9 institutions entering for exploration. You'll be competing against the elite from these 9 institutions. Securing a high ranking will earn you substantial rewards. Lu Jianghe immediately inquired about the nature of these ranking rewards. Lu Qingshan replied that the details were not yet finalized. Still, since it was jointly established by 9 institutions, the rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. With 1 week left before the demon's lair opens, he'd focus on leveling up first. Then get yourself some powerful gear. After bidding farewell to Lu Qingshan, Lu Jianghe took Su Xiaoxiao and Baiya out for a lavish meal. Since he hadn't used the coveted job change crystal yet, Lu Jianghe first had Baiya take Su Xiaoxiao to the school's low-level dungeon to grind monsters and level up. He himself returned to the dormitory to begin his level 30 class change. Focusing his mind, Lu Jianghe directed his attention to the System Attributes panel. Ding! Detected job change crystal in host's inventory. Proceed with job change? Yes. Class change in progress. Please wait. The anticipated celestial phenomena failed to materialize. The world remained eerily calm. Congratulations, host. Job change successful. Current class, freelancer, no rank. Class traits, can learn all combat class skills and use all combat class weapons equipment, but receives no class mastery bonuses. Talent 1 red. Talent 2 red. Talent 3 red. When Lu Jianghe saw that his class change had resulted in a blank slate class, his head spun, nearly sending him tumbling off the bed. What happened to the promised S rank or higher skills? Why did he awaken as a rankless free agent? But then he recalled a certain professional player he'd seen in his past life, where free-roaming players dominated the battlefield in epic, stylish moments. Being a free agent wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Lu Jianghe soon noticed his class possessed 3 talents and each one was red. You see? Only professions of B-grade quality or higher could obtain talents. Things like extra critical hits, additional health points, or percentage-based attack bonuses all count as talents. But talents also varied in strength, with the strongest talents being red. Moreover, only S-grade or higher professions could unlock a second talent. As for a third talent, it was likely only granted to the legendary SSS grade professions. Realizing this, Lu Jianghe instantly sucked in a sharp breath. Didn't that mean his free agent class had already reached SSS tier potential? On the surface, an ordinary free agent, but in reality, a terrifying monster with 3S rank talents. Lu Jianghe immediately examined the specifics of the 3 red talents. Chains of the Strong Red requires 10 times more experience to level up than players of the same rank, but gains 15 times the attribute bonuses per level up. Cupid's Training Contract Red, female companions who interact with you will unconsciously form a contract with you. You may adjust certain parameters during interactions according to your will, but these adjustments cannot force actions against the companion's wishes. Ex-partner's Spiritual Bond Red, establish a mental connection with contracted opposite sex partners. This provides extraordinary experiences for both parties, though the true benefits extend far beyond the ordinary. After reading the 3 red talents, Lu Jianghe was utterly baffled. The first talent was straightforward and absurdly powerful. Simply put, Lu Jianghe would need to spend 10 times more experience than ordinary players to level up, but each level up would grant 15 times the attribute bonuses. Previously, each level up granted him HP plus 50, Stamina plus 5, Attack plus 5, Defense plus 1. After acquiring the Strongman's Shackles talent, his per level stat gains became HP plus 750, Stamina plus 75, Attack plus 75, Defense plus 15. This scale of improvement rivals that of a minor boss's stat panel. Although the cost is a tenfold increase in leveling difficulty compared to ordinary players, don't forget that Lu Jianghe also has the investment return system. Currently, the system can return 30 times the experience gained. Even after accounting for the tenfold increase in leveling difficulty, his progression remains 2 to 3 times faster than other players. Moreover, as the number of alien beauties invested in continues to grow, the rate of experience gain will accelerate further. Undoubtedly, the first-class talent is exceptionally powerful. By the late game, Lu Jianghe will possess base stats far surpassing those of ordinary players. Taking on several, or even a dozen, players of the same level solo is not beyond the realm of possibility. As for the second and third talents, though both were red, Lu Jianghe couldn't quite grasp their purpose. A contracted partner of the opposite sex, yet unable to defy their will. What did that even mean? And what exactly was this so-called spiritual bond with an ex-partner? Most crucially, the names of these 2 talents sounded, well, a bit unscrupulous. After half a day of puzzling over it, Lu Jianghe finally decided that practice makes perfect. He contacted Su Xiaoxiao and Baiya, who were grinding monsters in a beginner dungeon to level up. The 2 were currently leveling up in a dungeon called the Twisted Jungle. Lu Jianghe entered the instance via the teleportation point and soon spotted Su Xiaoxiao and Baiya grinding monsters on a grassy area. Su Xiaoxiao was still wielding the beginner's sword Lu Jianghe had given her. She was fighting a level 15 tree demon with considerable effort, drenched in sweat and completely absorbed in the battle. Beside her, Baiya continuously cast buffs and damage reduction skills to protect Su Xiaoxiao. Lu Jianghe walked toward the 2 girls. However, when he was less than 10 meters away from them, 2 contract beams, visible only to Lu Jianghe, shot straight toward Su Xiaoxiao and Baiya. Immediately afterward, 2 new points of light appeared within Lu Jianghe's consciousness space. Lu Jianghe instantly realized these 2 points represented Su Xiaoxiao and Baiya. He could now adjust certain parameters on their bodies through these points. The most basic adjustment currently available was experience point allocation. When the trio formed a party, Lu Jianghe could freely alter the proportion of experience points they earned. The most extreme adjustment allowed Lu Jianghe to absorb all experience points, leaving his party members unable to gain any. At that moment, an idea struck Lu Jianghe. Could he set it up so he temporarily absorbed all the experience points, then acted as a conduit to redistribute them to Su Xiaoxiao and Baiya? Wouldn't that essentially be like investing experience points into the 2 girls? The experience points would circle back and be reacquired by the 2 girls. Meanwhile, Lu Jianghe himself would receive a 30-fold return on his investment from the system. Holy crap, a win-win! Chapter 25, Skills Too Powerful, Beauties Can't Handle It. The advantage of gaining experience this way was that Lu Jianghe didn't have to manually gift experience points each time. It eliminated the hassle, effectively creating a modular, fully automated experience conversion furnace centered around Lu Jianghe and powered by the alien girls. To test whether this idea held water, Lu Jianghe immediately led the 2 girls on a fierce monster slaying spree. Sure enough, the 2 girls received all the experience points gained from slaying the monsters. Meanwhile, Lu Jianghe received 30 times the experience through the investment system. Brother Jianghe, how's your job change going? The 2 girls, freshly leveled up, approached Lu Jianghe. Both beauties were glistening with sweat, fanning their cheeks with their delicate hands. My job change is complete, but I need your help testing the new skills. Is it a buff skill? Baiya asked curiously. Probably, Lu Jianghe replied uncertainly. We'll only know after testing it. Let's do it then, Su Xiaoxiao declared, hands on her hips, a smug look on her face. After testing, we'll keep leveling up. I'm already a little pro at level 15. Lu Jianghe nodded and activated the spiritual bond skill. Within Lu Jianghe's consciousness space, two faint blue threads of psychic energy coalesced into delicate strands, connecting to the glowing points representing Su Xiaoxiao and Baya. The next moment, both girls connected by the mental link murmured simultaneously. Their cheeks visibly flushed crimson. Lu Jianghe? Why did they make that strange sound? Lu Jianghe realized this mental link resembled the channeling skill used by sorcerer-type players. However, a warlock's channeling skill typically only transfers mana to sustain the target player. Lu Jianghe's channeling skill, however, could both input and output. Not only could it channel psychic energy to allies, but it could also absorb psychic energy from allies for his own use. Moreover, it wasn't limited to mental energy alone, it could also transfer or absorb health, attack power, spell power, and more. Of course, this state of input and output is not permanent. Once the connection is severed, the effects vanish. Lu Jianghe instinctively channeled his own health toward the two girls. As a large amount of health flowed through them, the two girls squirmed and fidgeted, suddenly growing even more bashful. This skill is a bit unscrupulous. Su Xiaoxiao clutched her beginner's sword tightly, looking as if she wanted to speak but held back. Baya pressed her palms together, clutching them tightly before her chest. Jianghe, what did you do to us? Baya's voice was urgent. Brother Jianghe. Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head, her ears flushing crimson. Lu Jianghe stared in shock at the girl's reactions. Holy crap, did I just awaken the legendary tentacle monster ability? Was this really a legitimate profession for a free agent like him? Hang in there, I need to run a few more tests. Lu Jianghe tried to reassure them. Over the next period, Lu Jianghe sequentially attempted to transfer vitality to the two women, absorb vitality from them. He tested transferring mental energy, absorbing mental energy, and more. The attribute boosts gained from absorption were enormous, and the benefits to the girls when transferring attributes were also remarkably pronounced. Undoubtedly, this was an incredibly powerful group support divine skill, offensive and defensive capabilities combined with limitless potential. The only downside was that the connection process was a bit too intense, and the girls found it hard to endure. After several minutes, Baya was the first to collapse, her legs giving way as she fell onto the grass. Panting heavily, she begged in a squatting position, Jianghe, stop for a moment. I really can't hold on any longer. Her soft, sweet voice was exceptionally melodious. At this moment, Lu Jianghe confirmed beyond doubt that his innate skill was anything but a proper ability. While it could restore vitality and heal wounds for teammates, it seemed to work wonders for flirting with girls too. After the test ended, the two girls returned to normal. Yet the gaze they cast upon Lu Jianghe was thick with lingering desire. In the days that followed, the two girls, being too shy to broach the subject, never discussed the new skill with Lu Jianghe again. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Linhai City, Jiangzhou, housed two large public dungeon instances within its borders. One was located at Jiangzhou University, while the other sat in the eastern suburbs. The eastern suburb dungeon was renowned for its dense monster distribution and abundant rewards. Additionally, it offers unique dungeon drops, the Fallen Hero series armor set. This is the highest tier silver set available in Jiangzhou's dungeons. It was also the gear Lu Jianghe intended to complete before the Demon's Lair trial commenced. After stocking up on ample supplies, Lu Jianghe arrived here with Su Xiaoxiao and Baya in tow. A massive black vortex clung to the wall of an unfinished building. A banner hung on the wall, reading, "Welcome to the East Suburb Underground City." The black vortex emitted an unsettling aura of darkness. Those with weaker nerves dared not look at it for more than a moment. A crowd gathered before the instant's entrance, players forming groups to prepare for entry. Yet upon seeing Lu Jianghe and his two companions approach, the players shot them contemptuous glances. Another rich kid bringing girls to boost his rank. This time he's bringing two? TSK, you don't want a group with these types. They're useless and nothing but trouble. That couple I carried last week? They acted like they were on their honeymoon in the dungeon, didn't even fight the monsters. It pissed me off. Some even shouted directly at Lu Jianghe, "You're still wet behind the ears, kid. Why don't you go back to the newbie dungeon and suckle on your mom's milk? East Suburb Dungeon is dangerous. Don't end up losing your life here trying to carry your girl." Lu Jianghe curled his lips in disdain and walked straight past the crowd into the dungeon. Outside the instance, many wore expressions anticipating a spectacle. Wild dungeons were far more challenging than the so-called beginner dungeons in the academy, and there was no resurrection mechanism whatsoever. Every year, quite a few people perished in these wild dungeons. And a party like Lu Jianghe's one guy leading two girls just looked unreliable no matter how you looked at it. By now, Lu Jianghe and his two companions had entered the East Suburb Dungeon. The moment they landed, a putrid, bloody stench filled their nostrils. The East Suburb Dungeon had no surface area upon entry. They were immediately immersed in the gloomy underground structure of stone brick walls. Torches burned steadily at regular intervals along the walls. The flickering flames danced erratically, instantly amplifying the oppressive atmosphere. Before the trio could fully assess their surroundings, a hideous, rotting undead creature charged out of the darkness nearby. Dungeon Ghoul LV 30. HP, 3000. Attack, 300. Defense, 50. Skills, vomit, poison, mist, undecaying. Undead are relatively simple monsters in the dungeon, though their appearance is hideous and terrifying. However, they move slowly and are easy to handle. Once Baya had buffed herself, Lu Jianghe wasted no time in launching his attack. With a few swift swings of his blade, the undead creature's health bar vanished instantly. He then picked up a stone and hurled it deep into the tunnel. The echoing clangs of the stone awakened more zombies, drawing them toward this location. Chapter 26, Leveling Up with a Girl. Here we go. Lu Jianghe warned, instantly activating his warrior's charge skill as he charged madly at the undead. The number of undead in the tunnel rapidly dwindled. The entire process felt as satisfying as slicing through butter. Killed level 30 dungeon undead, EXP plus 9030x return. Watching his unusually long experience bar rise by a small chunk, Lu Jianghe felt energized. He continued grinding levels along the dungeon's passageway. Monsters of all kinds poured in from both sides of the passageway. Lu Jianghe transformed into a harvesting machine, relentlessly reaping the monsters' lives. Killed level 25 big-eyed monster, experience plus 7500. Obtained eyeball x1. Killed level 27 goblin priest, experience plus 8100. Obtained bandage cloth x2. As the leveling continued, Lu Jianghe's experience bar steadily climbed. Su Xiao's level, however, shot up like a rocket, quickly breaking through the 20-level barrier. As for Baya, having already reached level 45, her leveling pace was comparatively slow. In the blink of an eye, the trio traversed layer upon layer of passages, reaching the deeper levels of the dungeon. From this point onward, the spawning monsters began to standardize. Corrupted Warrior LV30. HP, 3500-3500. Attack, 400. Defense, 40. Skills, Warrior Charge, Corrupted Strike. Before them lay a massive subterranean altar. Upon it, a group of humanoid figures, entirely encased in purple slime, drifted restlessly. Lu Jianghe pulled several illumination stones from his backpack and tossed them around the altar. Level 30 monsters. There are nearly 100 of them here, Baya said, her expression grave. How are we supposed to fight this? Normally, we'd need a tank to hold them in the passageway while ranged players pick them off one by one. Clearing all 100 would take nearly an entire afternoon. But we have a more efficient leveling method, Lu Jianghe said, downing a bottle of blue potion. Guaranteed to clear them all within an hour. Su Xiaoxiao asked with a dazed expression, what method? Ahem, Lu Jianghe adopted his most serious expression, it's that mental link skill I used on you before. Hand over your stats, and I'll take you on a rapid leveling run. At the mention of using that skill again, both girls' cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Su Xiao's animal ears fluttered nervously, while Baya fidgeted shyly like a timid neighbor girl. Neither of them uttered a word. Lu Jianghe adhered to the principle that silence meant consent. Thus, spiritual bond, activate. Two soft murmurs echoed. Lu Jianghe's stats began to skyrocket. His health surged from 2600 to 4000. His attack power increased from 255 to 300. The most significant boost was to his stamina attribute. As a level 45 all-around healer, Baya possessed an astonishing 700 stamina points. Lu Jianghe directly converted 500 points of her stamina into his own. His own stamina attribute skyrocketed from 350 to 850. Feeling the surging power within him, Lu Jianghe ruffled Su Xiaoxiao and Baya's hair. Then he turned and charged toward the monsters in the arena. Su Xiaoxiao clung tightly to Baya, her eyes glazed over as she asked, Sister Baya, why does Brother Jianghe have such a strange skill? I feel my body becoming so strange. Having absorbed more attributes than Su Xiaoxiao, Baya's sensations were more intense. At that moment, Baya felt a wave of shame wash over her, yet deep within, an indescribable, strange excitement surged. She tensed her body, trying desperately not to let any strange sounds escape her. Every powerful skill comes with some negative side effects. Brother Jianghe protected us, so it's only right that we bear the negative effects of unleashing his skill. Su Xiaoxiao's face flushed even redder. That's true, Sister Baya, but could you please not hug me so tightly? I can't breathe. Oh, sorry. With his stamina significantly boosted, Lu Jianghe unleashed his skills without restraint. Combined with his high damage output and Baya's frequent buff spells, Lu Jianghe moved as if no one stood in his way, relentlessly reaping the lives of the corrupted warriors. Holy, look! It's that rich kid who carries girls to win. Holy crap, how is he so strong? A leveling party happened to pass by. They were startled to see Lu Jianghe slicing through the corrupted warriors like cutting through butter. They never dreamed this young man, who'd been dissed left and right just moments ago, could be so brutally effective. Corrupted warriors were notorious pack monsters in the eastern suburb dungeon. The number of players who had fallen to them was approaching double digits. Typically, only experienced high-level players would attempt to farm these monsters. Without thorough preparation, a full wipe was all too likely. Yet here was this young man soloing them. Look over there in the corner, his teammates are there too, but they look so relaxed. Following the young player's pointing finger, there sat Su Xiaoxiao and Baiya, sitting quietly on a stone. Besides keeping an eye out for nearby monsters that might spawn, they occasionally exchanged a few words. There was also a female player in the group. Seeing the two girls sitting there idly daydreaming, a strong sense of imbalance surged within him. Pouting, he started pressuring his teammates. Look how they're leveling up with girls, they don't even need their sisters to lift a finger. I'm stuck fighting monsters myself just because I'm in a party with you two. My brand new chest armor is all dirty now. This is so annoying. The other players in the party habitually ignored the woman's incessant nagging, quietly watching Lu Jianghe farm monsters. In the blink of an eye, all the corrupted warriors near the altar were wiped out. Lu Jianghe shook his slightly numb hands and instinctively glanced at the new gear in his backpack. Lucky break, he'd scored a set piece on his very first leveling run. Corrupted warrior shoulder guard silver. Defense plus 50. HP plus 500. Attack speed plus 3%. Equipment requirement, level 20. Set effect 357, not activated. Lu Jianghe's lips curved into a faint smile, his mood quite cheerful. Hey, buddy, you guys look like you know what you're doing. Want to team up and farm some monsters? The spectator team approached Lu Jianghe. Lu Jianghe had noticed this group earlier, but since they'd been far away, he hadn't paid them much mind. A female player in the group eagerly stepped forward, batting her eyelashes at Lu Jianghe. Handsome, can you take this little sister along to level up? I'm a healer, I can heal you like crazy. Ma'am, please turn on your beauty filter before speaking. Lu Jianghe stared at the 40-year-old woman calling herself little sister, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 27, Selling Blood for Power. Su Xiaoxiao rushed over to Lu Jianghe and glared at the group of players. I remember them. They were among the ones making snide remarks outside the dungeon earlier. Everyone instantly looked awkward. Earlier outside the dungeon, they had genuinely looked down on Lu Jianghe and couldn't resist making a few snide remarks. Now they realized Lu Jianghe was the real deal. Bro, Sorry, I'm already in a party, Lu Jianghe declined. Baiya stepped forward, gently offering him a bottle of honey yuzu water. She then pulled out a pristine handkerchief and carefully wiped the sweat from Lu Jianghe's forehead. The sweet honey water went down smoothly, and Lu Jianghe instantly felt much more relaxed. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao wrapped her arms around Lu Jianghe's arm. Two adorable little white rabbits kept squishing and deforming. This scene instantly made the male players envious. Ignoring the envious glances from the other players nearby, Lu Jianghe led the two girls toward the next leveling room. Damn it, I wish I could level up with a little sister too. Long after the trio had left, a young player in the group let out a wail. I wish my little sisters would call me good big brother all the time. The others shot him a withering look. With your pathetic combat skills, you think you can level up a little sister? You can't even handle that female Tyrannosaurus next to you. Who the hell are you calling a female Tyrannosaurus? I was the belle of Jiangzhou back in my day, you know. After the little incident, the leveling continued. Over the next few days, Lu Jianghe relentlessly leveled up and farmed gear with Baiya and Su Xiaoxiao in the eastern suburb dungeon. With the bonus from ex-companion's spiritual bond, Lu Jianghe's monster killing speed skyrocketed. But it was also incredibly monotonous. Fortunately, he had the company of Baiya and Su Xiaoxiao. Baiya prepared honey water and hearty meals for Lu Jianghe every morning, noon, and night. During breaks, Su Xiaoxiao would massage Lu Jianghe's shoulders with her plump, fair little hands. Occasionally offering little perks added a unique charm to the routine. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the final day before the Demon's Lair instance opened arrived. Perseverance paid off. After days of relentless grinding, the final piece of the Corrupted Warrior set finally dropped. The Corrupted Warrior set, comprising 7 components: Warrior Boots, Warrior Helm, Warrior Chestplate, Warrior Shoulder Guards, Warrior Greaves, Warrior Cloak, and Warrior Necklace. Each set effect activates when 3 components are equipped. Effect 1 restores 1 stamina per second, uninterruptible by attacks. Effect 2 restores 1% health per second after 30 seconds out of combat, until health is fully restored or interrupted by an attack. Effect 3, attack power increases by 1% for every 1% of health lost. Each of these 3 set effects stands out as exceptionally powerful on its own. Effect 3, in particular, is hailed as the Berserker class's Divine Destiny skill. Xiao, take this set. Lu Jianghe handed the hero's 7-piece set to Su Xiaoxiao. From today onward, you are no longer the little girl under my protection, but a comrade in arms fighting alongside me. Su Xiaoxiao nodded earnestly. Brother Jianghe, I won't let you down. Ding. Investing in the Ice Wolf Clan Maiden's Corrupted Brave 7-piece set triggers a 30x critical hit return. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the refined grade golden set, Ghost Crier LV35. The 7-piece set's combined attributes are as follows. Attribute 1, Defense plus 600. Attribute 2, HP plus 10,000. Attribute 3, Attack Power plus 300. Attribute 4, Magic Resistance plus 30%. Refined grade golden equipment boasts superior attributes compared to standard gear. A full set of refined gear provides even more substantial stat boosts. Equipping this set would at least triple Lu Jianghe's overall stats. A massive boost. Next, Lu Jianghe examined the set effect of the Ghost Crier armor. Effect 1, attack power increases by 5% for every 1% of health lost. Effect 2, restores 10 stamina per second, immune to interruptions from attacks. Effect 3, attacks ignore 10% of target's armor. Whoa! What a powerful set effect. Lu Jiang has sucked in a sharp breath, his entire body surging with excitement. Effects 1 and 2 were unquestionably enhancements over the Corrupted Warrior set. For every 1% of health lost, attack power increases by 5%. Calculating under extreme conditions, Lu Jianghe could achieve nearly 500% explosive damage output at his lowest health. Combined with the 10-second Real Man effect from Blood Demon's Wrath, his attack power would reach terrifying heights. One swing of his blade would make even a boss kneel and call him master. Restoring 10 stamina per second is an excellent passive sustained skill. With Lu Jianghe's current base stamina of 350 points, it takes only 35 seconds to fully replenish stamina. It can even lead to absurd situations where you fight for ages yet your mana remains full. Effect 3's 10% armor penetration further boosts damage output significantly. The set bonuses returned by the investment system are exceptionally potent. For Lu Jianghe, the boost is substantial. Just as Lu Jianghe was admiring the set bonuses, Su Xiao gently tugged at his sleeve. Jianghe, you worked so hard to get this gear. What will you use if I wear it? Of course I have better gear, Lu Jianghe replied with a smirk, making no attempt to hide it. The next instant, a set of fierce, handsome, dark-style battle armor enveloped his entire body. Mysterious and profound in texture, like a king of the night. A jet-black cloak billowed without wind, radiating an overwhelming sense of destiny. Su Xiao and Baiya were instantly mesmerized. So handsome. Prince Charming, no, Prince of the Night. Gulp. Lu Jianghe watched the girl's astonished expressions and flashed a crooked smile. Ha ha ha, the 3-year term has ended. The crooked-mouthed Dragon King returns to his throne. After donning his gear, Lu Jianghe opened his attribute panel. Name, Lu Jianghe. Level, 35. Class, Lone Wanderer. Health, 15350-15350. Stamina, 725-725. Attack, 930. Defense, 710. Skills, Blood Demon's Wrath, several basic skills class talents not displayed in this section. Equipment, Moon Conceal +4, Whaler Set Refined Gold Grade. At level 35, boasting 15,000 HP and 700 defense, these are terrifying stats only achievable by a super tank. But it's not just tankiness, nearly 1,000 attack and over 700 stamina. This means Lu Jianghe isn't just thick-skinned, his damage output is absurdly high too. At this level, no one understands stationary DPS better than me. Emerging from the east suburb dungeon, Lu Jianghe received a call from Lu Qingshan. He was told to assemble at the school gate at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Students participating in the Demon's Lair assault would travel together by bus to the teleportation portal. Lu Qingshan also emphasized meaningfully that Lu Qing would be participating in this assault. Chapter 28, The Dragon Girl in the Crowd. Within the Lu family compound. Are you sure this stuff actually works? Lu Qing fiddled with a pale pink vial of potion. Before him stood a stooped, lecherous-looking little old man. Young Master Lu, rest assured. This stuff packs a serious punch. Even a tiny drop on someone's skin would be enough to take down a dragon. You're after that brat Lu Jianghe, right? Just get this potion on him. Then, he'll be tortured to death in agony worse than death itself. Hearing the sleazy old man's words, a wicked smile curled at the corner of Lu Qing's mouth. Lu Jianghe had humiliated him, he would repay him 100-fold. And it would happen tomorrow, the moment they entered the demon's lair. The night passed without incident. The next morning. Hey, Jianghe, you're here so early. Hey, Jianghe, wanna team up? Our class beauty mentioned you yesterday. Chief Lu, your fight last week was truly impressive. Numerous students approached Lu Jianghe with friendly smiles, offering greetings. Lu Jianghe gave a flat nod, unwilling to utter another word. His expression somber, Lu Jianghe stood apart from the crowd, arms wrapped around himself as he leaned against a nearby pillar. His primary concern now was what the ranking rewards for this dungeon raid would be. This Demon's Lair raid mission is jointly organized by all 9 institutions within Jiangzhou University City. Each participant will be required to wear a tracking device before entering the dungeon. Points will be awarded based on the number and level of monsters you defeat. The higher your point ranking, the richer the rewards, Lu Qingshan continued, taking the megaphone handed to him by Principal Wang. The first place reward is a life tree fruit. Second place receives a gold grade weapon. Third place gets a skill book of any profession. Fruit of the Tree of Life? Lu Jianghe's eyes lit up slightly. This was a valuable item. In short, safety comes first, monster farming second. After covering all necessary points, Wang Ziyuan waved his hand, signaling everyone to board the buses. 20 minutes later, the Zhengda students arrived at the dungeon entrance aboard the bus. The entrance was bustling with activity. Students from all the universities in Jiangzhou University town were lined up, waiting for the instance to open. Lu Jianghe felt a bit bored, casually scanning the students from the surrounding colleges. However, when his gaze fell upon a certain figure from the Spirit Taming Academy, he couldn't help but pause in surprise. The girl was tall and slender, radiating a healthy beauty. Like a supermodel on TV, not an ounce of excess fat could be seen anywhere on her body. Her features were exquisite, as if meticulously carved by the most skilled artisan. But none of that mattered. The focus was on her but larger, perkier, and a dragon's tail growing from her backside. Is this a dragon maiden? Lu Jianghe was momentarily stunned. His luck was just too good. He never expected to encounter such a rare dragon-human hybrid here. Without hesitation, Lu Jianghe activated his true sight skill. The dragon maiden's information appeared in Lu Jianghe's vision. Name, Xiaoyan 23. Race, Blue Star Human Race Dragon Clan, Awakened. Ascension method, conquest and subjugation. Current need, seems to harbor an unspeakable secret, intensely craving the fruit of the tree of life. System evaluation, investment worthy. Not bad, another viable investment target. Lu Jianghe gave a slight nod. This demon lair campaign was getting more and more interesting. If he could successfully invest in this dragon maiden, his return rate would increase once more. Perhaps it was because Lu Jianghe's gaze was too intense. The dragon maiden suddenly turned her head to look at Lu Jianghe. The moment their eyes met, however, the dragon maiden was the first to frown. She noticed Lu Jianghe's gaze repeatedly drifting toward her hips. Her fists clenched unconsciously, emitting a faint creak-creak sound. She hated it when people stared at her tail. That gaze, as if she were some kind of monster, always filled her with inexplicable rage. Next, please enter the demon's lair in order of academy and class. This generated dungeon consists of 6 levels. The first 2 are low-risk zones, the middle 2 are medium-risk zones, and the bottom 2 are high-risk zones. Please proceed according to your capabilities. As the enforcement team announced the start of the expedition, students from the 9 major academies surged into the demon's lair. Before entering the lair, Lu Jianghe deliberately held back, attempting to teleport alongside that stunning dragon girl named Xiaoyan. Luckily, they landed in the same area. He invested heavily and immediately took off. Chapter 29, Don't mess with me, my brain's not working right. The scenery before Lu Jianghe's eyes vanished and melted away. Amidst the flickering halos, he officially arrived at the first level of the demon's lair. Before Lu Jianghe could regain his bearings, excited shouts erupted around him. Charge, brothers! Kill monsters and grab points! Immediately, dozens of students brandished their weapons and charged toward the distant monsters. Lu Jianghe had little interest in the monsters of the first floor. To grind for points, heading to the 3rd, 4th, or even 5th floors was the right move. Just as he pondered how to reach the next level, sudden shrieks erupted around him. Holy! The violent girl's here. She just beat our school's heartthrob into the ICU last week. So what if she's mentally unstable? It's no big deal. The thing is, he was so handsome, and now he's beaten up like a pig's head. Following the crowd's gaze, not far away, amidst a cluster of monsters, the dragon girl Xiaoyan stood alone, grinding monsters to level up. Wielding an absurdly oversized red greatsword, each swing instantly reduced monsters to pools of blood and flesh. Her tall frame paired with dragon-like brute strength. The visual impact was overwhelming. Xiaoyan was exceptionally beautiful. Beneath her sharp, sword-like eyebrows lay a pair of eyes that carried a hint of sharpness. Her sleek black bob and leopard-like physique were perfectly proportioned. She was a tall, commanding woman radiating heroic spirit. And she possessed the ultimate combination: fair skin, striking beauty, and long legs. Yet despite being such an exceptional beauty, was someone students at her school went out of their way to avoid? Especially among the girls, their gazes towards Xiaoyan were either filled with fear or brim with disdain. Xiaoyan seemed oblivious to the whispers around her. At that moment, she swung her crimson greatsword relentlessly, hacking violently at the swarm of monsters. Skills glowed crimson, flashing repeatedly before erupting in dazzling explosions. Lu Jianghe withdrew his gaze, deciding to head to the 3rd floor of the demon's lair first. The investment could wait, he needed to focus on leveling up first. With that thought, Lu Jianghe followed the lower passageway into the deeper layers of the demon's lair. The monsters on the 2nd floor were more ferocious than those on the 1st. No sooner had he descended than several level 30 shadow wolves charged toward him. Lu Jianghe swung his long sword, slaying them in an instant. These wolves' teeth can be used to brew demonic potions. I'll take them back for Sister Baya to try. Continuing forward, Lu Jianghe discovered several glowing mushrooms in a dark corner. These are glow mushrooms, the primary ingredient for crafting exploration lamps. Let's collect them. The treasures on the 2nd floor of the demon lair were significantly more abundant than those on the 1st. Most were common materials, though. Lu Jianghe gathered only a few before continuing his exploration to the 3rd floor. An hour later, he reached the 3rd floor. The monsters here were far more dangerous, which is why almost no players ventured this far. Just as Lu Jianghe prepared to roll up his sleeves and start grinding monsters for experience, a furious roar erupted from a nearby cave. It was accompanied by the clang of metal clashing and shrieks of pain. Lu Jianghe instinctively glanced over, his eyebrows arching slightly. How convenient he'd run into that dragon maiden again. Xia Yan was currently locked in a fierce battle with a level 45 elite goblin warrior. The goblin warrior held a shield, boasting formidable defense. Even Xia Yan's absurdly long heavy sword struggled to inflict fatal damage. Ha! The goblin warrior was forced back step by step, its cowardly bloodline kicking in. It immediately turned and fled deeper into the cave. As luck would have it, its escape route led directly toward Lu Jianghe. Roar! The goblin warrior let out a furious howl. Instinctively raising his blade, he aimed to cleave the intruder in two. Yet it failed to grasp the sheer terror of the man before it. Lu Jianghe casually dodged the heavy blow. Then he drew his long sword and thrust the blade violently into the goblin warrior's body. The elite goblin warrior crashed to the ground. A white orb of light drifted up from the corpse. Dark heart rare, an expensive alchemical ingredient. Sell it to an alchemist for a generous reward. Lucky Break dropped a rare material. Lu Jianghe instinctively took the dark heart into his hand. Xia Yan, who had rushed over, saw the elite monster she'd been battling for ages now lying dead. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widened in shock. Had someone stolen the monster she'd worked so hard to defeat? This guy was so rude. Hello, my name is Lu Jianghe. I'm a sophomore at Jiangzhou University. Lu Jianghe offered what he considered a gentlemanly smile. Just as he was about to approach, Xia Yan swiftly thrust the towering greatsword across Lu Jianghe's throat. Like a guillotine. Lu Jianghe's smile froze instantly. What the hell is going on? This chance encounter was starting to feel a bit off. Beautiful lady, that sword must be pretty heavy to hold up like that. Why don't you put it down first? Lu Jianghe attempted to engage. I spotted that elite goblin first, Xia Yan frowned slightly, and I fought it for ages, nearly whittling it down to its last breath. Lu Jianghe understood what she meant. He immediately handed her the dark heart. Here, take this, Lu Jianghe said with a wry smile. I never intended to fight you over the monster. Xia Yan eyed Lu Jianghe suspiciously before silently tucking the dark heart away. Ding! You invested one dark heart in the dragon warrior. Bond formed. Investor count +1, investment multiplier +10. Current multiplier, 40x. You have received an investment subsidy, 40 dark hearts. Hearing the system notification echo in his mind, Lu Jianghe's mood lifted considerably. The return multiplier had reached 40x effortless. Seeing Xia Yan prepare to venture deeper into the demon lair, Lu Jianghe asked, You're going down alone? The monsters in this lair are pretty high level. Want to team up? Xia Yan shook her head. No, I prefer leveling up alone. With that, Xia Yan left Lu Jianghe behind and walked alone toward the depths of the demon lair. Chapter 30, Teaming Up with a Beauty. Lu Jianghe. Before entering the dungeon, he had indeed spent a long time staring at her backside. But that was because the system had alerted him. It absolutely wasn't because hers was so perfectly rounded and full, like a supermodel's flawless peach. Lu Jianghe cleared his throat and said, So, dare you take a bet with me? A bet on who can reach the 4th floor of the demon's lair fastest. Why would I bet with you? Xia Yan frowned slightly. Gambling is illegal. If you dare to bet, I'll report you to the enforcement squad. Xia Yan's expression was dead serious as she said this. Lu Jianghe even suspected she might actually report him over a joke. This girl's thought process, something's off, right? As if sensing the peculiarity in Lu Jianghe's gaze, Xia Yan's expression turned cold as she reiterated, I told you already my brain doesn't work right. I won't team up with you. Goodbye. With that, Xia Yan walked off toward the depths of the cave on her own. Lu Jianghe couldn't quite figure this girl out, so he decided not to push the team up any further. The demon's lair had 6 levels in total. Due to the excessively high monster levels and overwhelming difficulty on the 5th and 6th floors, Lu Jianghe had no intention of venturing there. The 4th floor offered the highest rewards at present. For the next stretch, Lu Jianghe charged forward, slaying monsters and leveling up as he advanced toward the 4th floor of the demon's lair. Without the experience boost from the subhuman girls, leveling up is painfully slow. Fortunately, slaying monsters earned points, and occasionally dropped various materials and gear. This kept Lu Jianghe's enthusiasm for monster hunting consistently high. Obtained rare herb, blue silver flower 1. Obtained a pair of bronze war boots. Acquired 3 pieces of mithril ore. After slaying monsters for a solid hour, Lu Jianghe's backpack was packed with materials. He leaned against a safe clearing to rest. He casually opened the ranking list. After such prolonged monster slaying, his current ranking had stabilized within the top 5. But with hidden talents lurking among the 9 academies, claiming the top spot wouldn't be easy. Should I try my luck on the 5th floor of the demon's lair? Lu Jianghe hesitated. The monsters on the 5th floor were over level 60. while challenging higher-level foes offered richer loot drops. Going alone carried certain risks. If only he had teammates. With that thought, Lu Jianghe's gaze drifted toward a frenzied female warrior still panting and puffing as she fought monsters in the distant horizon. Xia Yan's points currently placed her 9th in the rankings. At her current monster killing pace, reaching the top spot was out of the question. Even cracking the top 3 would be tough. Lu Jianghe hadn't forgotten the needs displayed by the system for this mature woman. Seems to have some unspoken hardship, desperately craving the life tree fruit. If she craved the tree of life fruit so intensely, perhaps there was still room for cooperation. He approached Xia Yan once more. This time, Lu Jianghe learned his lesson and skipped the fancy opening lines. He stated plainly, "I want to compete for first place in points. I need a teammate to go to the 5th floor of the demon's lair with me. You in?" Xia Yan thrust her heavy sword into the ground, her ample chest rising and falling slightly. Soloing monsters for experience had left her exhausted, and her progress wasn't as swift as she'd hoped. "You're a warrior just like me. Are you sure you want to team up?" "Who said I'm only a warrior?" The next moment, Lu Jianghe raised his hand, and a white aura enveloped Xia Yan. Her fatigue vanished instantly. That's a healer's natural recovery skill. "Are you a priest?" For the first time, curiosity flickered across Xia Yan's face. "Never would VE guessed you're actually a male healer?" Lu Jianghe ignored her, snapping impatiently, "Just give me a straight answer. Are you in or out? If we can't take first, top 3 will do. I refuse to walk away empty-handed from this raid." "Then let's team up," Xia Yan said, extending her palm. "Hi, I'm Xia Yan, a sophomore at Spirit Taming Academy." "Oh, what did you say your name was again?" 10 minutes later, at the entrance to the 5th layer of the demon's lair. A pack of dark ghouls hunched over, chewing voraciously on the carcasses of beasts. These monsters, whose skin had rotted away, possessed teeth that were surprisingly sharp. The sound of crunching echoed incessantly. Xia Yan rubbed her flat stomach. "They're eating so deliciously. I'm getting hungry." Lu Jianghe rolled his eyes and drew his long sword. "Save the eating shows for home. Right now, it's monster slaying time." Before Xia Yan could react, Lu Jianghe charged at the nearest ghoul. As the skill connected, a spiral-shaped stun effect appeared above the ghoul's head. Immediately following, an upward slash and combo strike were executed in one fluid motion, instantly obliterating the ghoul. Acquired Ghoul Claws X4. Meanwhile, Xia Yan also commenced her battle. Compared to Lu Jianghe's technical style, however, her combat was far simpler and more brutal. Summed up in one word, smash. If one hit didn't kill it, she'd smash it twice. If twice didn't kill it, she'd smash it 3 times. Lu Jianghe watched as the ghouls were hammered into the ground like nails, tilting their heads in existential confusion. Was this the legendary kill and bury funeral service package? This woman truly was terrifying. Passing through the cavern, Lu Jianghe and his companion reached the 5th level of the demonic lair. The monsters here were all at least level 60. Fortunately, Lu Jianghe was a powerhouse, though only level 35, his stats far surpassed those of level 60 monsters. As for Xia Yan, she was already a level 55 berserker warrior. Working together, they advanced steadily, one step at a time. Their points skyrocketed, propelling them to 1st and 2nd place in the rankings. Meanwhile, Lu Jianghe amassed a large haul of monster materials and gear. Occasionally, he'd find an excuse to gift Xia Yan a few materials. And then get a return drop. It was pure bliss. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the principals of the 9 major academies stood before monitors observing their students' performance. Zhengde University's principal, Wang Ziyuan, beamed with pride, looking as cocky as a rooster that had just crowed. For the top spot on the points leaderboard was occupied by none other than Lu Jianghe from their very own Zhengzhou University. "Way to go, old Wang. Your students are truly talented. To venture into the 5th layer of the demon's den to farm monsters, that takes guts. Man, our school's bunch of losers? All they can do is hide on the 1st and 2nd floors farming goblins. Zhengzhou University is going to take the top spot in this raid battle." Wang Ziyuan's face was practically split into raisins from all the smiling. His hands waved like a fan. "Oh, come off it. Just got lucky. How about this? Once the campaign wraps up, I'll treat everyone to a few drinks. What do you say?" He he he. Just as the principals were chatting idly and exchanging pleasantries, Lu Qingshan suddenly pointed at the monitor and shouted. How did that kid Lu Jianghe suddenly teleport to the 6th floor of the demon's den? No, wait, he was knocked down to the 6th floor. The panicked words instantly plunged the room into dead silence. Not only were the principals of the 9 major academies all stunned, even Zhao Guoxiong, the enforcement squad captain in charge of this demon's lair campaign, furrowed his brow. He strode quickly to the monitor and reviewed the live feed replay. His expression grew grim. 5 minutes ago, Lu Jianghe and his teammates were ambushed by a bat monster. They fell directly from the 5th floor to the 6th. Moreover, the monsters on the 6th floor have exhibited abnormal agitation. These 2 students are likely in grave danger. Chapter 31, Danger. Plunging off the cliff. 5 minutes earlier. Lu Jianghe and Xia Yan were grinding monsters for experience on the 5th floor of the demon's lair. As they fought their way through, they came upon a stone bridge. Having cleared most of the monsters on this side, they stepped onto the bridge, intending to continue grinding on the other side. But just then, disaster struck. A red-eyed bat monster suddenly flew out of the darkness. The creature seemed to recognize Lu Jianghe, charging toward him with reckless abandon. "Watch out!" Xia Yan instinctively stepped in front of Lu Jianghe. Her tall, slender figure wielding a heavy sword made for a striking sight. She raised her heavy sword, aiming to cleave the attacking bat monster in two. The moment the blade touched the bat monster, it rapidly inflated like a balloon. Its blood burst. By the time Lu Jianghe realized something was wrong, it was already too late. The bat exploded. The shockwave propelled both Xia Yan and Lu Jianghe toward the abyss beneath the bridge. Their bodies plummeted at breakneck speed toward the bottomless black abyss below. In the darkness not far from the stone bridge, a pair of venomous eyes watched the scene unfold. A sickeningly maniacal grin stretched across Lu Qing's face, his mouth twisted into a wide, ear-to-ear grin. "Lu Jianghe, you should pray you die instantly from the fall. If you somehow survive, that'll be a life worse than death." The instant he plunged off the cliff, Lu Jianghe immediately sought a way to survive. Cling as close to the cliff face as possible. Drive weapons into crevices to slow the descent. If he didn't get smashed into mincemeat, he might just survive. But life is unpredictable, and plans often fail to keep pace with change. "Lu Jianghe, I'm so hot. Can you take off my clothes for me?" Xia Yan suddenly leaned in and whispered. Lu Jianghe instantly wore a look of utter bewilderment. "Hey, sis, we're falling off a cliff here." "Falling off a cliff? Why the hell would you want me to strip you?" Lu Jianghe quickly noticed something was wrong with Xia Yan. Her face and neck were smeared with blood from the exploding bats. The blood wasn't bright red or dark crimson, it was a pale pink, as if diluted with water. "Something's wrong with that exploding bat's blood. Damn it, someone's trying to kill me." Xia Yan was already slipping into unconsciousness. Seeing he couldn't communicate with her, Lu Jianghe simply scooped her into his arms. Despite Xia Yan lugging around a huge sword all day, grunting and hacking away, her waist was surprisingly supple. As supple and slender as a water snake. After securing Xia Yan, Lu Jianghe plunged his right hand blade deep into the nearby rock face. The instant the blade seized the crevice, Lu Jianghe felt immense pressure surge through half his body. It felt like being trapped inside a hydraulic press, as if his entire body was about to be torn apart. "Damn it, I can't die. I'm still young. I have to survive." His will to survive erupted in an instant. Lu Jianghe summoned his last ounce of strength, forcing his right leg into the crevice. Snap! His leg bone snapped instantly, the searing pain nearly piercing his brain. But an even stronger will erupted from the depths of his soul. Hell, no one's gonna kill me. Outside. Lu Qingshan was pacing like a caged animal. When Wang Ziyuan returned from the enforcement squad, Lu Qingshan rushed over to ask. "Principal, what did they say? When will the portal open to rescue them?" Wang Ziyuan sighed. "The portal in this demonic lair only opens once every 12 hours. The next opening is still 10 hours away." 10 hours? Lu Qingshan's face drained of color. "We're screwed. 10 hours? Lu Jianghe will be a pile of ashes by then." "Old Lu, try not to get too worked up," Wang Ziyuan reassured him. Lu Jianghe's wristband has a human monitoring system. So far, all his vital signs are still within the safe range. "What about the drone? Can it pick up his image?" Wang Ziyuan shook his head. "The drone can't reach that deep. What's the deal with the 6-layer monster uprising Captain Zhao mentioned?" "Sigh, we don't know yet. All we can do now is pray that the kid is safe and sound." Lu Jianghe hadn't died, he'd survived the fall into the 6th layer of the demon's lair. But the bad news was that a pack of level 70 enhanced monsters was charging toward his location. Their frantic rush resembled starving students dashing toward the cafeteria after class. Lu Jianghe activated his true sight eye to check Xia Yan's status first. Name, Xia Yan 23. Race, Blue Star Human Dragon Kin, awakened. Current status, mentally disoriented. Emits a scent that triggers male monsters berserk mode. Keep her away from monsters at all costs, or a defeat animation will play 100% of the time. Her body exhibits extreme drug resistance, significantly reducing toxin duration. The description was phrased delicately, but Lu Jianghe understood. His expression darkened instantly. If not for Xia Yan shielding him, he would be the one unconscious from poisoning, about to trigger the defeat animation. There was no doubt about it, the person who ambushed him was a psychologically twisted pervert and a madman. And there was only one such psychopath who bore him such a grudge. "Lu Qing! You little bastard, you'd better run while you still can. Because I'll kill you sooner or later. But revenge can wait. Right now, survival is paramount." Lu Jianghe had already secured Xia Yan to his back with the climbing rope from his backpack. "This girl took a hit for me, there's no way I'm leaving her behind." Next, before the rampaging monsters arrived, Lu Jianghe limped swiftly toward a mountain fissure. The crevice was deep, its depths unknown. If the interior space was narrow enough, it could hold off a large wave of monsters. Lu Jianghe hurried into the fissure, simultaneously downing potions of instant recovery. The potions barely stemmed the flow of blood from his severe injuries. However, his fractured right leg severely hampered his movement speed for the time being. Clatter, clatter. Shortly after entering the fissure, the dense footsteps of monsters echoed from outside the cave. There was no time to venture deeper, he had to prepare for battle immediately. As Lu Jianghe set Xia Yan aside and prepared to rise, he noticed she had already opened her eyes. What happened to me? I can't move my limbs. Lu Jianghe sighed helplessly. You're poisoned. We're being hunted by high-level monsters. Noticing the unease in Xia Yan's expression, Lu Jianghe forced a light-hearted tone to reassure her. Don't worry, I'll handle the monsters. Once you regain your strength, we'll leave together. Xia Yan looked puzzled. Why don't you just leave me behind? This must be the 6th layer of the demon's lair. If we fight head-on, you might die. Lu Jianghe propped himself up with his long sword, forcing a dismissive smile. No one can take me down, and you're my teammate. I'd never abandon my comrades to escape alone. Lu Jianghe's smile seemed almost maniacally overconfident, even twisted. Yet at that very moment, it stirred an unfamiliar sensation within Xia Yan. Strange, why does his words make my heart feel warm? Chapter 32, The Hopeful Bull. She stared blankly at Lu Jianghe, who was limping away from her toward the cave entrance. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, lost in thought. Roar! Outside the fissure, the demonic creatures charged forward like mad. Monsters surged like a tide, jostling and scrambling just like you rushing toward love. Dark Goblin LV-60 Enhanced Elite Monster. Berserk Minotaur LV-60 Enhanced Elite Monster. Bloodthirsty Cat Demon LV-60 Enhanced Elite Monster. Monster information kept refreshing, but Lu Jianghe had no time to pay attention. Both the 5th and 6th layers of the demon lair were filled with level 60 monsters. But the monsters on the 6th floor were almost entirely enhanced types, boasting attributes far surpassing those of ordinary level 60 monsters. Dark Goblin arrived first. Its hideous face opened into a gaping maw. Spotting Xia Yan behind Lu Jianghe, it immediately let out a sinister cackle. Scream your guts out. Boom! Lu Jianghe delivered a powerful kick, sending the Dark Goblin flying backward. He immediately activated his charge skill, slamming into the enraged Minotaur. The narrow fissure space forced many monsters to constantly crowd together. The moment Lu Jianghe stunned the Minotaur, the maneuverable space for other monsters was further compressed. Moon Shadow. Swish. 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 3 crescent-shaped sword energies pierced through the Minotaur, spreading into the crowded horde of monsters. In an instant, waves of damage numbers erupted above the monsters' heads. Endless, like mowing grass, so satisfying. Lu Jianghe thought for a moment, then immediately pulled a bronze shield from his backpack. This shield had dropped while hunting monsters on the 5th floor, granting its wielder a 50-point defense boost. He raised the shield, braced himself, and absorbed the Minotaur's attack. Tall and sturdy, the Minotaur acted like a flesh and blood wall, blocking the monsters behind it. And because they were thick on the outside but weak on the inside, they wouldn't die anytime soon. As long as he could withstand the Minotaur's attacks until the Moon Shadow skill's cooldown ended, he could deal infinite area damage to the monsters behind it. Realizing the viability of this tactic, Lu Jianghe grew even more reluctant to let the Minotaur die. Seeing its health bar dip, he immediately cast Healing Touch to restore its vitality. The Berserk Minotaur froze in confusion, its bell-like eyes filled with question marks. Aren't we buddies? Are you just wasting your healing or blind as a bat? We're enemies, why are you healing me? But in Lu Jianghe's eyes, the bull before him was an adorable bull. A bull full of hope. A Nyo-Nyo worthy of a massive health boost. As the skill cooldown ended, Lu Jianghe swiftly unleashed 3 sword chi strikes in rapid succession. Another wave of damage numbers in the thousands floated into view. The monsters behind the Minotaur, unable to retaliate despite being attacked, howled in frustration. Lu Jianghe's heart surged with wild excitement. At this rate, just 3 or 4 more rounds. Lu Jianghe could wipe out these demons. But only if his beloved bull didn't get taken down. So during the cooldown gaps between skills, Lu Jianghe kept healing the Minotaur. Behind the Minotaur, the monsters taking relentless damage wept bitterly. No way, Minotaur bro. Are you a traitor, or did the enemy hire you as an actor? You can't fight, and you're blocking the path completely. You're making us look like total noobs. Behind Lu Jianghe, Xia Yan stared wide-eyed at the scene unfolding before her. This was the first time she'd ever seen someone farm monsters like this. He was actually healing the monsters? Though unconventional, it seemed surprisingly effective. Hey, lady! Got any shields left in your backpack? Huh? Where's the beauty? Xia Yan asked, her expression dead serious. Meaning you, sis. Lu Jianghe rolled his eyes. Xia Yan, do you have any shields? Mine's about to shatter. Oh, I have one in my inventory, but it's only black iron quality. Huh? Lu Jianghe was stunned. You have a shield in your inventory? Aren't you a heavy sword user? Could this be the legendary "let me show you some high-level gameplay"? A shield warrior switching to a heavy sword? Are you Hua Mulan? Wait, Hua Mulan doesn't even have a shield. Lu Jianhe braced the Minotaur's raging charge, tossing his battered shield to Xia Yan. This bronze shield in my hand is yours. But how did you? Take it, hurry up. The moment Xia Yan caught the shield, a notification echoed in Lu Jianhe's mind. Ding! You invested a bronze shield in the Dragon Warrior, triggering a 40x return. Congratulations, host, on obtaining Refined Gold Grade Knight Shield LV35. Attribute 1, Defense plus 300. Attribute 2, Damage Reduction plus 5%. Attribute 3, increases shield durability by an additional 30%. Attribute 4, increases shield defense area by 10%. After the return rate was boosted to 40x, even a tattered bronze shield yielded refined gear. During the brief moment of shield replacement, Lu Jianhe was violently struck by the Minotaur. His health dropped below 70%. But he didn't immediately drink a health potion. Thanks to the Ghostblade set's passive, a 70% HP drop meant his attack power surged by 350%. His base 930 attack power instantly surged to nearly 4,000. With high base stats and top-tier gear, Lu Jianhe was now a veritable powerhouse. With the Golden Great Shield's protection, Lu Jianhe had no worries about his back. He relentlessly swung his blades at the monster before him. 3 slashes pierced the Minotaur, instantly reducing it to a sliver of health. The other monsters behind it, those with low health, were instantly wiped out. Equipment materials dropped in abundance, like in a private server of an online game. Outside the instance, Lu Qingshan, who had been intently staring at the points ranking, suddenly widened his eyes. When he saw Lu Jianghe's points suddenly skyrocket, he shouted excitedly while clapping his hands, "It's rising! It's rising! It's up!" School leaders and campus administrators were momentarily stunned. A teacher who had just arrived after taking leave midway instinctively bowed his hands. "Congratulations, Director Lu. Is it a daughter or a son? Damn it! I'm talking about Lu Jianghe's points. They're rising." I'm already reminiscing about his voice and smiled. That kid's a real force to be reckoned with. Everyone's gaze shifted to the scoreboard, and they couldn't help but stare in surprise. The board calculated points based on monster level and rarity. Killing a level 60 monster earned 60 points, with an additional 10 points for enhanced monsters. At that moment, Lu Jianghe's cumulative points were rapidly climbing at nearly 100 per second. In the blink of an eye, I've actually surpassed the student below me by nearly 1,000 points. What's going on here? Could it be that Lu Jianhe is grinding monsters on the 6th floor of the Demon's Lair? But the 6th floor of the Demon's Den is filled with level 60 enhanced monsters. Lu Jianhe is only level 35, right? How did he manage this? Shocked murmurs and whispers spread among the principals and teachers of the 9 great academies. Even Zhao Guoxiong, the enforcement team captain overseeing this event, was startled. He rushed over specifically to investigate the situation. Chapter 33, Secrets of the World. After reviewing Lu Jianhe's data, a look of astonishment flashed across his face. This kid is only level 35, yet his stats are this high? Even those prodigies in the imperial capital couldn't match this at level 35. But doubts aside, Zhao Guoxiong quickly regained his composure. As a second-tier coastal city, Jiangzhou boasted a population exceeding 10 million. It's only natural for a few exceptionally gifted geniuses to emerge here. Yet mere exceptional talent doesn't guarantee true strength. The war between humans and alien races had raged for nearly a century. Countless mighty warriors had fallen, while many who called themselves geniuses had been utterly cowed by the invaders. How far this youngster will go remains to be seen. Or perhaps he will prove to be nothing more than a flash in the pan. 6th layer of the Demon's Lair. The fissure lay in utter disarray, the ground littered with demonic remains, testifying to the brutal battle that had raged here. Thankfully, the fighting was over. Now came the pleasant task of looting the spoils. Acquired rare herb, Flower of Tranquility. Acquired rare material, Minotaur Horn. Acquired a set of bronze armor. Materials dropped by enhanced monsters were generally of high value. Lu Jianhe gathered over a dozen items, every single one being a rare material. These materials spanned alchemy, blacksmithing, enchanting, cooking ingredients, and more. Even if he simply sold them outright, they would fetch a substantial sum. When he came across a piece of jewelry equipment, Lu Jianhe's eyes lit up. Paralysis Ring Bronze, 1% chance to paralyze enemies during melee attacks. Its unassuming stats made it a favorite among skill-focused players like Lu Jianhe. Lu Jianhe approached Xia Yan with the ring in hand. "Hey, Xia, this ring's for you. It adds a paralysis effect to your basic attacks." By now, Xia Yan had recovered from her poisoned state. Though still somewhat weak, she could walk without difficulty. "I can't accept it," Xia Yan shook her head. "This is gear you earned yourself." Lu Jianghe's mind raced, searching for an excuse to give her the ring. After all, only by doing so could he return for a better one. But Xia Yan suddenly approached Lu Jianghe. She gently squeezed his right arm. Does this hurt? I remember when we fell off the cliff, you used this arm to support both of us. A wave of emotion washed over Lu Jianghe. This girl was rough around the edges yet thoughtful, even caring about him. The next second, he realized he'd overthought it. I heard guys like to practice their dragon arms when they're free. Looks like you really put in the work. UING. Lu Jianghe felt an urge to grab a cleaver and chop someone up. Was this girl's thought process always this refreshingly unconventional? Keep this recovery ring safe. Lu Jianghe snapped impatiently. This place isn't secure. We need to head deeper into the fissure. Once you're fully recovered, we'll figure out how to get out. Ding! You invested in the bronze-grade paralysis ring of the Dragon Warrior, triggering a 40x return. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the refined gold-grade Trinity Ring LV35. Trinity Ring, basic attacks have a 5% chance to paralyze enemies, a 5% chance to slow them, and a 5% chance to inflict critical wounds increase damage. Lu Jianghe nodded with satisfaction. Not bad basic attacks with additional crowd control effects. Especially useful against boss-type enemies. After organizing his gear, Lu Jianghe and Xia Yan ventured deeper into the fissure. The cavernous fissure was dim and gloomy. Lu Jianghe had secretly hoped for some whimsical encounter, perhaps an old man from a wishing bottle. Turns out he was overthinking it. Nothing awaited them at the fissure's end. They lit a campfire and sat by it to rest. The gentle glow of the flames drove away the surrounding chill. Lu Jianghe exhaled a long breath, feeling his weary nerves finally begin to relax. Prolonged combat takes its toll. This fatigue didn't show up in character stats, but it was a very real attribute. Just as Lu Jianghe drifted into an unconscious daze, a warm, fleshy thing suddenly wrapped itself around his arm. Lu Jianghe instinctively grabbed it. Not far away, Xia Yan let out a soft gasp, her entire body trembling violently. Lu Jianghe looked down at his hand and snapped back to full awareness. Holy crap! He'd grabbed a dragon's tail? And the owner of that tail was none other than Xia Yan. I'm sorry, Xia Yan apologized first, I'm too weak to control it. If you find it bothersome, you can sit across from the fire. Xia Yan's explanation was akin to saying, the cat and its tail are two separate entities. Why did that feel inexplicably cute? It's fine, I don't mind, Lu Jianghe gently pinched the usually inconspicuous dark red dragon tail. Because Xia Yan was a female half-dragon. Her tail wasn't covered in scales, instead, it felt plump and soft to the touch, carrying a faint warmth. Playing with it in his hand felt like holding a water-filled toy with a plastic outer shell. So addictive was the sensation that Lu Jianghe momentarily forgot to let go. Xia Yan's face flushed crimson. Controlling the tail's movements is exhausting. I only let it go when I'm completely relaxed. Lu Jianghe was puzzled. Isn't the tail supposed to help with balance? How can it function if you don't move it? The only purpose of this tail is to make me look more like a monster, Xia Yan murmured, her eyelids lowered. When I was little, I even tried cutting it off. But it hurt too much. I bled a lot, and in the end, I failed. Lu Jianghe frowned slightly, suddenly realizing this girl shared the same negative mindset as Bayasu Xiaoxiao. That was an extreme anxiety even discussed towards her subhuman identity. Xia Yan considered herself a freak because she had a dragon's tail. Throughout her upbringing, she had constantly reinforced this distorted view of herself. Xia Yan's current rebellious personality was likely a product of this warped mindset. It was time to set things right. Lost foreign girls, let me, Lu Jianghe, heal you. Lu Jianghe's heart burned with passion. Then you'll work your asses off for me. Wait, no, you'll earn rewards like crazy. But it was Lu Jianghe who lifted his butt and sat down beside Xia Yan. He wrapped his arms around the warm, thick tail, cradling it between his legs. Gently kneading it, he praised, but I think this tail is beautiful. It's warm and soft, perfect for cuddling. Xia Yan's expression turned slightly peculiar as she placed her palm on Lu Jianghe's forehead to check. You don't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense? How could this be nonsense? Lu Jianghe looked utterly serious. I genuinely feel this way. I have a little sister who's a beast-eared girl, and I love touching her ears too. Do you really think my tail is pretty? Xia Yan propped her chin with both hands. But I don't think it's pretty at all. The flickering firelight cast dancing shadows across her face, concealing her emotions. By the way, why do you keep insisting you're mentally unstable? Lu Jianghe changed the subject. Because I used to get into fights all the time when I was little. Everyone said I was mentally ill. Later, even my mom started thinking I was mentally unstable. Chapter 34, You're here to pull my leg, right? She pulled strings to get me locked up in a mental hospital for years. I took all these drugs that made me feel woozy, and then I was cured. Lu Jianghe's eyes widened. Then why did you pick fights with people? Some kids pulled my tail, and others called me a monster. I got so angry I hit them. Lu Jianghe opened his mouth to speak. But Xia Yan continued, at that moment I felt incredibly angry. It was like something inside me was about to explode, so I hit them. After that, everyone said I had violent tendencies, that I was mentally unstable. Didn't you tell your family that they insulted you first, and that's why you hit them? I did tell them, but everyone said it takes two to tango. If I wasn't the problem, why would others suddenly pick a fight with me? This ing Lu Junha laughed bitterly. Just how absurd was Xia Yan's childhood experience? So that's why she had toxin resistance, why she spoke like a simpleton. It was all caused by the medication she took. But this absurdity, at its core, was no different from her having a dragon's tail. It was because most people couldn't accept physical differences that discrimination arose. Lu Junha felt a tightness in his chest, wanting to force a bitter smile, yet also feeling profound pity for the girl before him. The fortunate spend their lives being healed by childhood, while the unfortunate spend their lives healing childhood. Girls like Xia Yan, barring any surprises, would have their entire lives shaped by their childhood. Alone, without companions. One day, she might even meet a hasty end in some dungeon. A long silence settled over the atmosphere. Xia Yan noticed Lu Junha's subtle expression. She blinked, puzzled. Why are you angry? This has nothing to do with you. I'm not ing angry. Lu Junha glared at her. Do I look like I'm ing angry? Xia Yan studied Lu Junha's furrowed brow. Though his face still showed no overt emotion. The tip of his tail, which had been drooping lifelessly, unconsciously curled upward. It swayed gently, as if reawakened with new life. I'm rested up now. Shall we continue leveling? Let's go. But there's one condition if you level up with me. What? Swing your dragon tail like a whip. Unleash your full combat power, don't hold me back. Oh, Xia Yan nodded flatly. Only 5 hours remained to clear the demon's lair. With ample time remaining, Lu Junha planned to stay on the 6th underground level to farm monsters and gather materials. The method was straightforward. Xia Yan would switch to tank mode and hold the narrow entrance of the fissure. Lu Junha would then lure the monsters from outside the fissure into the narrow passage, wiping them all out at once. Take this shield, Lu Junha said, thrusting the gold quality knight's great shield into Xia Yan's hands. Since it was equipment returned by the system, it wouldn't trigger the return mechanic again. However, having Xia Yan wield this shield yielded far greater benefits than if Lu Junha used it. After all, Lu Junha needed to focus on being the main damage dealer. Xia Beauty, I'm going in. Lu Junha gave a quick warning before charging alone into the fissure. Xia Yan watched Lu Junha vanish into the darkness. An unusual expression flickered in her otherwise calm eyes. She glanced at the dragon tail behind her, attempting to flick it twice. Suddenly murmuring softly, is it really that beautiful? Why can't I see it? A pale blue translucent rune pierced the darkness, sinking into Xia Yan's body. Lu Junha, who was pulling aggro, sensed something and let out a knowing smile. The Cupid's training contract had activated. He and Xia Yan were now bound by a contract. Simply being in a party would grant 40x experience points. As Lu Junha continued to move through the darkness, more and more monsters were stirred, charging toward him. Lu Junha activated the archer's agility skill, instantly increasing his movement speed by 1 point. He then executed serpentine maneuvers, relentlessly using the terrain to block the pursuing monsters. The horde of monsters pursuing Lu Junha swelled, including giants towering 4 or 5 meters tall. Their footsteps thundered deafeningly, making the entire earth tremble. The relentless roars and howls of all manner of beasts followed close behind, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure as if 1,000 beasts were bellowing in unison. Meanwhile, in the leveling zones of other layers within the demon lair, players felt the ground tremble and heard the furious roars of the monsters. They looked at each other, momentarily unsure of what was happening. What's going on? The sound seems to be coming from underground. Holy crap, could a monster wave be hitting the dungeon too? Run for your lives. If the monsters from below break through, we're all dead meat. Holy crap. Run for your lives. Safety first. The first to scramble upward were the group from the 5th underground level. With only a few of them, they struggled to handle 3 or 4 monsters and dared not linger on the 5th floor. Students on the 4th floor and above, seeing the 5th floor group retreat, followed suit and scrambled upward. Soon, everyone had reached the 1st floor of the demon lair. They stared at each other wide-eyed, all looking utterly bewildered. It seemed no monsters had followed them up. But one student pointed angrily at another. You just bolted upstairs without a word. I thought something major had happened. The accused looked utterly innocent. I only ran because I saw this guy next to me running. Everyone's gaze shifted to the third person. None other than the top-ranked player in the Spirit Taming Academy, known as the Little Teddy Bear of the Waves, the #1 berserker in the city server. You're the highest-ranked player in our school, how could you be the first to run? Little Teddy, feeling everyone's eyes on him, flared up instantly. Fine, I'm going to the bathroom on the next floor, okay? Look at the leaderboard. The points for first and second place are still rising. A student suddenly shouted. Instantly, the others reflexively opened their score panels. At the top of the leaderboard were Lu Junha in first place and Xia Yan in second. Not only were the points rising, but the rate of increase was terrifying. Every few seconds, they gained over 100 points. But the lower levels are clearly empty. Where are they farming monsters? Could the commotion on the 6th underground floor be caused by them? A student exclaimed, his pupils dilating in shock. How are two people managing to farm such high-level monsters? Students from the Spirit Taming Academy were equally perplexed. Especially the girls, whispering among themselves. Xiaoyan, isn't she the freak who's mentally unstable and only knows how to wildly hack away? There's no way she's strong enough to pull this off. No need to guess, it's obviously the top player carrying her. I heard the number 1 player, Lu Jianghe, is the top student at Zhengde University. Damn it! Why would such a top-tier player agree to team up with that violent girl? Sisters, I'm about to faint from anger. Equally furious were the principals and teachers from the 9 major academies observing the dungeon battle. Through their drones, they witnessed the scene of their students fleeing in disarray. One word sums it up: embarrassing. Embarrassing enough to make your great-grandmother blush. Chapter 35, Confronting Doubt. It was just a couple of ground tremors, yet these little brats all ran up to the next floor. This is the worst class I've ever taught. Once we get back, I'll give them a proper lesson in courage. How can such cowards ever become pillars of society? Come on, how many of these kids will ever see combat anyway? The principals looked utterly disappointed. Only Wang Ziyuan and Lu Qingshan from Zhengde University were in high spirits. Watching Lu Jianghe's points skyrocket, they silently gave him a mental thumbs up. This is in the bag. Zhengzhou University is going to take the top spot this time. 6th floor of the Demon's Lair. The fierce battle was drawing to a close. Protected by the golden shield, Xiaoyan flawlessly withstood the monster's attacks as they squeezed through the cracks. Meanwhile, Lu Jianghe stood behind her, unleashing relentless damage as he slaughtered the enhanced monsters with devastating blows. Xiaoyan's class was intriguing: a heavy sword and shield warrior. Her equipment slots included an additional 2-handed weapon slot and a 1-handed weapon with shield slot. The attributes from both slots activated simultaneously. When she switched to shield warrior mode, the greatsword was strapped to her back, granting an additional 30% defense. Switching to the greatsword form granted an additional 30% attack power. As the battle continued, Lu Jianghe's level began to steadily rise. Ding! Level up, current level 36. Ding! Level up, current level 37. Ding! Level up, current level 38. By the time he reached level 38, 4 hours had already passed. All monsters within the fissure had been completely cleared. Various materials and items littered the ground. Lu Jianghe collected all the materials and then distributed most of them to Xiaoyan. With the system's return feature, Lu Jianghe milked the system for all it was worth. Ding! Your inventory is full. Please clear it promptly. Excess materials have been sent to your mailbox. Don't forget to collect them. His inventory was actually stuffed to capacity, and Lu Jianghe scratched his head. Player inventory space was actually quite substantial. Beyond the base 100 slots, an additional 10 slots unlocked every 10 levels. Lu Jianghe currently had 130 slots, yet he hadn't expected to hit capacity so quickly. The dungeon time is almost up. Let's head back to the first floor, Lu Jianghe said, patting Xiaoyan's shoulder. Huh? Already? Xiaoyan pursed her lips, still wanting more. I thought we could keep going a bit longer. Lu Jianghe teased. What, addicted to grinding monsters with me? Yeah, I am. Especially when you're dealing damage behind me. Lu Jianghe gave an awkward chuckle. What kind of suggestive talk was that? After restoring their health, the two followed the 6th floor passageway and soon returned to the first floor. The first floor was now crowded with people. As soon as Lu Jianghe arrived, he noticed most people were looking at him with complicated expressions. He must be the top student at Zhengde. He's so handsome. Eep eep eep, I really want to join his team. Damn it! If that jerk hadn't cheated by making noise, I wouldn't have lost to him. If you're so awesome, why didn't I see you grinding monsters on the 6th floor of the Demon's Den? If you suck, just shut up. That guy next to Chief Lu has a lizard tail? Looks so weird. Lu Jianghe noticed Xiaoyan's dragon tail, which had been relaxed, tense up and stiffen once more. Though her expression remained unreadable, the walls within her heart were likely rising once more. Lu Jianghe reached out and pulled Xiaoyan to a corner. Don't worry about what others think, Lu Jianghe said calmly. You're my teammate. Anyone who dares to speak ill of you, I'll beat them up. Besides, you came in second in this campaign. To you, they're all amateurs. Xiaoyan glanced at her hand, still clasped in Lu Jianghe's. For a moment, she actually relaxed. She leaned closer to Lu Jianghe, almost pressing herself against him. The supple sensation instantly made Lu Jianghe's expression turn slightly awkward. This girl had an amazing figure, so soft and springy. Compared to teacher Baya, who was soft all over, she was a completely different type. In the blink of an eye, the dungeon time ended. The students transformed into halos and returned to the real world. The dungeon raid has concluded successfully. Now announcing the rankings, declared Zhao Guoxiong from the podium, his voice resonant as he summarized the campaign. Zhao Guoxiong delivered the campaign summary with full vigor. First place, Lu Jianghe, sophomore at Jiangzhou University, with a total of 176 monsters slain and 43 assisted kills. Second place, Xia Yan, sophomore at Spirit Taming Academy, with 78 monsters slain and 113 assisted kills. Third place. Next, please come forward to receive your awards according to your rankings. Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of his peers, Lu Jianghe received his campaign reward. A Tree of Life fruit that enhances healing effects. He stepped down from the stage, followed by Xia Yan. But just as Xia Yan was about to receive her reward, a sharp voice suddenly rang out from the audience. Xia Yan's performance at our school is mediocre. How dare she get second place? Another voice chimed in, exactly. This is unfair. Lu Jianghe must have deliberately let monsters slip through for her to kill. Maybe they made some shady deal behind the scenes. I heard half-dragons are notorious for messing around, and Xia Yan was even locked up in a mental hospital before. As the chatter grew louder among several girls in the crowd, the audience below began whispering, their expressions growing increasingly strange as they watched Xia Yan. Committed to a mental hospital was not a favorable label. It could even trigger an instinctive thought, she's dangerous. Stay away. Xia Yan, who had been looking relaxed moments before, froze instantly upon hearing the whispers about her. She hesitated to accept the award the teacher offered her. Her reaction undoubtedly delighted certain envious individuals. Yet the girl who had first questioned Xia Yan now wore a slightly twisted expression on her face. She still wanted to keep exposing Xia Yan's various misdeeds, like the violent assault on the school heartthrob or how no one wanted to team up with her. But just then, something unexpected happened. Enough! Lu Jianghe shot forward like lightning, standing before the exposer. His gaze was icy cold as he fixed her with a stare. Say one more word? You're threatening me? Go ahead and kill me if you dare. Without hesitation, Lu Jianghe raised his hand and struck her across the face. Smack! The entire room fell silent. You dare hit me? The exposed woman clutched her left cheek, already visibly swollen, her face frozen in shock. Then, with a look of grievance, she cried out. Teachers, you all saw it. It takes two to tango, they must have something to hide. Smack! Let me show you if one slap makes a sound. The second slap knocked the exposed woman completely off balance. Not only was she stunned, but the surrounding students were completely dumbfounded. The atmosphere on the scene suddenly grew tense. The students dared not utter another word, not even daring to breathe. Chapter 36, Healed. Xia Yan is my teammate. Without her, I wouldn't have earned these points, Lu Jianghe addressed the principals on stage. And as everyone witnessed, it was this woman who slandered my teammate first. I slapped her twice. That's perfectly reasonable, right? Whether it was reasonable or not, no one knew. But the students around him were looking at Lu Jianghe differently now. A ruthless individual, fiercely protective of his own, and absurdly powerful to boot. This kind of person, you don't mess with him, and you definitely don't mess with his people. The principal of Spirit Taming Academy was now in a quandary. You could say Lu Jianghe was bullying someone, but the key point was that he was defending a Spirit Tamer Academy student. But if you say he wasn't bullying anyone, he was still beating up Spirit Taming Academy students. This puts me in a very difficult position. The principals present could all see it clearly. That girl who badmouthed Xia Yan was purely motivated by jealousy over her high ranking, resorting to all sorts of mockery. Deep down, neither the principal nor the teachers really care for students like that, they even find them quite repulsive. While Lu Jianghe's decision to teach her a lesson was a bit impulsive, it felt incredibly satisfying. Enough! This farce ends here. Zhao Guoxiong's voice rang out sternly. Every student's leveling log from this campaign has been documented. If anyone believes another student's leveling process is questionable, they may personally review and verify it. Of course, if anyone falsely accuses another of wrongdoing without evidence, we will notify the principals of all schools. At these words, the students instantly fell silent. Even the girl who had publicly questioned Xia Yan lowered her head guiltily under Zhao Guoxiong's stern gaze. Lu Jianghe approached Xia Yan. The second place reward is rightfully yours. Take it. With me here, no one dares to bully you. In Xia Yan's eyes at that moment, Lu Jianghe resembled an angel radiating golden light. She stared at Lu Jianghe in a daze, his gentle smile etched like a brand deep within her heart. Her lips parted as if to speak. But the words stuck in her throat, and she couldn't find the courage to speak. Having accepted the gold-grade weapon, Xia Yan walked down from the stage alongside Lu Jianghe. Halfway down, Lu Jianghe suddenly halted. He noticed that everyone below the stage was watching him and Xia Yan. Lu Jianghe then took out the precious life tree fruit and held it out to Xia Yan. I guess you need this. This life tree fruit is yours. After all, we're teammates. Xia Yan's body froze, halting completely in place. A look of utter disbelief flashed in her eyes. The surrounding students were equally stunned. The principals on stage exchanged bewildered glances. Lu Qingshan, in particular, stared wide-eyed, his expression screaming, "What the hell are you doing?" The Tree of Life fruit not only healed the consumer's external injuries but also granted them a passive skill that enhanced their healing abilities. Its preciousness was beyond question. After all, this single life tree fruit had been secured through the collective funding of all 9 major academies for this Demon's Lair campaign. Such treasures were extremely rare, and even money couldn't guarantee their acquisition. Yet at this very moment, Lu Junha actually gave it away. Without a moment's hesitation. The students' gazes fixed on Lu Junha, their emotions running deep. This top student at Jiangda University, the unrivaled leader of the conquest rankings. Who would have thought he'd be so generous to his own comrades? He just gave away the precious life tree fruit without a second thought. That's incredibly generous. On the award stage, the principals exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhao Guoxiong, however, furrowed his brow slightly. A hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes as he looked at Lu Junha. Being utterly devoted to one's comrades is certainly a commendable quality. But that requires being strong enough yourself. As far as he knew, Lu Junha was also a professional warrior. For someone whose profession required close combat with monsters, a fruit that enhances healing effects is incredibly important. It could save lives in many situations. Lu Junha actually gave it away like that. Such overly kind behavior makes it hard to grow into a true powerhouse. Is Lu Junha a doormat? Of course not. His true identity is a powerhouse who farms materials through an investment return system. Invest 1 life tree fruit in Xiayan and get 40 returned instantly. What does 40 life tree fruits mean? Enough to make you forget all your troubles. Xiayan stared blankly at the fruit forced into her hand. Her vision suddenly began to blur. Her eyes reddened, moisture gathering at the corners. Her body trembled slightly. From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever been like Lu Junha. Not only did he compliment her beauty, but he also took her along to level up and gave her gifts. When others spoke ill of her, he stood up for her without hesitation. This feeling of being protected and cared for was something she had never experienced before. In this moment, Xiayan's once gray and white life began to fill with color because of Lu Junha's presence. I have something for you too. Xiayan handed Lu Junha the golden tier weapon she'd just obtained, still warm in her hands. Fearing he might refuse, she added, "You have to take it. It's a return gift." Lu Junha smiled faintly and decisively accepted the golden weapon. Gold-grade tempered steel longsword LV50. Attribute 1, attack plus 200. Attribute 2, attack speed plus 20%. Attribute 3, 5% chance to land an armor-piercing strike, ignoring enemy defense. Attribute 4, damage dealt by charged attacks increases by an additional 50%. The attribute is pretty decent, boosting attack power significantly. Seeing Lu Junha accept her gift, Xiayan happily wagged her tail, and the two then walked side by side off the stage. The award ceremony on stage continued. But most people had lost interest. Especially the girls in the group, whose gazes kept drifting toward Lu Junha involuntarily. Their gazes were as gentle as could be, as ladylike as could be. They could only dream that Lu Junha might suddenly notice them. Then pull them into the team and treat them exceptionally well. Handsome, powerful, and not stingy in the slightest. At that moment, Lu Junha had undeniably become the Prince Charming in the eyes of every woman present. Yet Lu Junha chose to ignore all these admiring glances. Ding! You invested 1 Dragon Warrior's life tree fruit, triggering a 40x return. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 40 life tree fruits. Seeing the 40 extra fruits in his inventory, Lu Junha couldn't hide his delight. He decisively consumed 1. Ding! Consuming 1 life tree fruit has fully healed all injuries on your body. Acquired passive skill, Revival. Revival LV1, when receiving healing, gain an additional 10% healing effect. Consuming more life tree fruits will increase the skill level. Excellent, keep eating. Lu Junha focused his attention on the inventory, repeatedly clicking the consume option. Ding! You consumed another life tree fruit. Revival skill upgrade progress 1-3. Lu Junha consumed 2 more fruits consecutively. Chapter 37, The Kidnapped Companion. Ding! Revival LV1 upgraded to Revival LV2, increasing healing effect by 20%. Repeat consumption. Continue eating. Resurrection LV2 upgraded to Resurrection LV3, increasing healing effect by 30%. Revival LV3 upgraded to Revival LV4, increasing healing effect by 40%. Resurgence LV4 upgraded to Resurgence LV5, increasing healing effect by 50% and restoring an additional 5 HP per second. After consuming all life tree fruits in hand, the revival skill reached level 5. Additionally, it gained a secondary effect that restored health per second. This meant Lu Junha would now regain an extra 50% health during combat. Not bad, another major boost. Lu Junha flashed a satisfied smile. This expedition to conquer the Demon's Lair had yielded remarkably rich rewards. He had leveled up to 38 and gathered a large haul of rare materials. He had a refined gold tier Trinity ring and the golden greatsword Xiayan had gifted him. Of course, the most crucial advancement was the passive skill, Revival. As Lu Jianghe grew stronger, his health pool would only become thicker. And a passive skill that boosts healing effects would undoubtedly prove immensely valuable. Despite the bountiful rewards, Lu Jianghe hadn't forgotten the fact that he'd nearly died. And the culprit responsible for nearly ending his life. Lu Jianghe scanned the crowd with his gaze, yet he couldn't spot Lu Qing anywhere. The scoundrel had already slipped away after his scheme failed. Lu Qing was a petty man who held grudges. Lu Jianghe had a premonition that this guy wouldn't let it go. Jianghe, Captain Zhao wants to see you. Lu Qingshan approached Lu Jianghe, his voice slightly hushed. It's about your accidental fall. Lu Jianghe nodded and immediately approached Zhao Guoxiong. Zhao Guoxiong was a middle-aged man with a stern face, his furrowed brow resembling someone who just finished a large plate of cold bitter melon salad. He scrutinized Lu Jianghe from head to toe. Recount in detail the incident where you and your team fell off the cliff. Pay attention, don't omit a single detail. Lu Jianghe nodded and proceeded to recount the entire incident exactly as it had happened. After listening to Lu Jianghe's account, Zhao Guoxiong's frown deepened. Based on what you've said, someone wanted to eliminate you. But the current chain of evidence is far from complete, and the drone that entered the lair didn't capture any crucial footage. Lu Jianghe had anticipated this outcome. Lu Qing operated with extreme caution, otherwise, he wouldn't have framed Xin Xing as a scapegoat earlier. It was no easy task to pin something on a man like him. We'll continue investigating this matter. Here's my personal contact information, Zhao Guoxiong said, handing over his business card. Then he added meaningfully, if you encounter further trouble, make sure to preserve all evidence. In cases of self-defense, as long as the evidence is sufficiently compelling, even inflicting fatal injuries on the other party can result in complete exoneration. I trust you're a smart student and understand what I mean. Lu Jianghe nodded slightly and accepted Zhao Guoxiong's card. With the raid on the den concluded, Lu Jianghe had intended to return directly to school. But Xia Yan took the initiative to invite him to lunch. Invited to lunch by a stunning beauty radiating mature charm, Lu Jianghe naturally had no intention of refusing. In the end, they chose to be brave jet warriors. At Waldberg's Burger, they settled into a two-person table near the floor-to-ceiling windows. The restaurant played an energetic DJ track. Be brave, my friend. Even if tomorrow brings no rainbow. This burger joint's got it going on, pretty lively. By the way, how's the scar on your tail? Lu Jianghe asked. Xia Yan lowered her head slightly. It's starting to heal slowly. It should disappear in a few more days. Lu Jianghe, thank you. As a child, Xia Yan had self-harmed her dragon tail, leaving behind a long scar. That scar had marked her childhood, becoming one of her lingering shadows from those years. Since the physical scar is healing, I hope the sadness in your heart fades away too. Lu Jianghe raised his drink, flashing a sunny smile. Here, let's toast to you being happy every day from now on. Xia Yan's eyes welled up once more. She nodded firmly, raised her glass, and clinked it against Lu Jianghe's. In that moment, a wave of warmth flowed through Xia Yan's heart. The wounds of her childhood were quietly mending. Lu Jianghe, I don't like Spirit Taming Academy. Can I transfer to your school? That should be possible. I'll ask my homeroom teacher about it later. Outside the window, a light drizzle had begun falling without warning. One moment the sun was shining brightly, the next the sky had grown dark and gloomy. Lu Jianghe and Xia Yan finished their meal and prepared to leave. But just then, Lu Jianghe's phone suddenly buzzed with a text notification. He glanced at it instinctively, his pupils contracting slightly. Your woman is in my hands. If you don't want her dead, come to the address I sent. Don't call the police, or you'll only find a corpse. The number displayed on the phone belonged to Baya, and a photo was attached below the message. In the photo, Baya was bound to a chair, her eyes filled with terror. Lu Jianghe's face drained of color as he tried to call back. The number you dialed is turned off. Sorry. Baya had been kidnapped? Lu Jianghe's expression darkened instantly, his knuckles cracking as he gripped the phone. Lu Jianghe, what's going on? Xia Yan noticed the change in his expression and asked. Lu Jianghe took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. After forcing himself to calm down, he said, a friend of mine has been kidnapped. They gave me an address and warned me not to call the police. Xia Yan clearly had no experience with such matters. She immediately offered, I'll go with you. Lu Jianghe shook his head. This has nothing to do with you. I'll handle it. No. I'm coming with you. Xia Yan grabbed Lu Jianghe's hand. What if there are multiple kidnappers? I don't want you to get hurt. Truthfully, Lu Jianghe felt no more confident himself. The sudden kidnapping made him realize this was a massive conspiracy targeting him. Going alone might mean certain death. But if he didn't go, Baya would die. Let's fight this together, okay? Xia Yan drew near and suddenly wrapped her arms around Lu Jianghe. You're the only one who ever told me I was beautiful. I don't want anything to happen to you. Let me go with you. For the first time, Lu Jianghe detected intense emotion in Xia Yan's voice. A flicker of emotion touched Lu Jianghe's heart. Immediately, a new plan formed in his mind. Alright, we'll rescue our comrades together. But you have to follow my lead, understand? Xia Yan nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Chapter 38, Blood Red Lament. The rain fell harder and harder, blurring the entire city into indistinct shapes. The hazy city couldn't help but evoke a sense of oppression. At that moment, inside an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Jiangzhou City, Lu Qing stood in the shadows on the upper floor, his face dark and foreboding. In the center of the factory floor, Baiya, now restored to her succubus form, sat bound to a chair, her face deathly pale. Her eyes were bloodshot, filled with terror. Surrounding Baiya, her large iron cages emitted bone-chilling growls. Occasionally, the sound of bones crunching could be heard. Damn it, it's just a disgusting succubus. Thought I might get some fun before the show started, Lu Cheng muttered from his vantage point, shaking his head in disappointment. But then, a sickly flush spread across his face. Damn, Lu Jianghe made me the laughingstock of the entire school. I'd love to tear you limb from limb. Hey, come on, Lu Jianghe. I've prepared the most spectacular show for you, you're going to love it. The rain grew heavier, threatening to pour down in torrents. Finally, just as Lu Qing was losing patience, Lu Jianghe walked through the iron gate. Sister Baiya. Lu Jianghe's brows furrowed tightly upon seeing Baiya bound in the center of the hall. She was conscious, though her mouth was gagged, preventing her from speaking. But her eyes kept signaling Lu Jianghe to look to both sides. In the shadows surrounding the factory, an iron cage held some unknown creature. Welcome, Chief Lu Jianghe of Jiang University. I prepared the perfect show for you, a hero rescuing his damsel in distress. Stop acting crazy, Lu Qing. Speak properly to your father. Lu Jianghe's gaze fixed on the shadowy figure on the second floor like a hawk's. Lu Qing choked on his words. He immediately lowered his voice. I'm not Lu Qing. You've got the wrong guy. Lu Qing, you think you're invincible now? Lu Jianghe snorted coldly. If you're a real man, come down and face me one-on-one. Don't drag innocent people into this. You idiot Lu Jianghe, I'm not Lu Cheng. Prove it, unless you shout that Lu Jianghe is Lu Qing's real father. Lu Jianghe, you're still shooting your mouth off when death's knocking at your door? Lu Qing no longer dwelled on his identity. His voice turned icy cold. Since you showed up on time, I'll give you a chance. I'll give you 10 seconds to save the woman in the center of the hall. After 10 seconds, I guarantee this woman will be torn to pieces. 10. Without hesitation, Lu Jianghe accelerated instantly, dashing toward Baiya. Baiya frantically gestured for Lu Jianghe not to come closer. But Lu Jianghe remained unmoved. You idiot Lu Jianghe, you really think I can count? You fell for it. Amidst Lu Qing's smug, triumphant sneer. From the shadowy corners surrounding the hall, the sound of metal cages unlocking echoed one after another. Immediately after, massive, unidentified creatures slowly rose to their feet and emerged from their cages. The moment the tape was ripped from her mouth, Baiya cried out in panic, "Brother, run! That demon keeps monsters as pets, you're no match for them." Sis Baiya, you weren't bullied, were you? Lu Jianghe examined her anxiously from head to toe. I'm fine, Baiya murmured, lowering her head slightly. I'm an evil succubus. No man would ever be interested in me except for you, you fool. You shouldn't have come to save me. What's evil about you? You're the kindest big sister I've ever met. Lu Jianghe gently patted Baiya's fragrant shoulder, knowing it would help dispel her fear. Sis Baiya, can you move now? Baiya shook her head. I'm under a severe weakness curse. I can't move. Lu Jianghe set Baiya down on the ground. Sis Baiya, don't worry. I won't let anyone hurt you. The simple promise gave Baiya, still trembling with fear, a powerful sense of security. Her tear-filled eyes widened as she stared at Lu Jianghe, her gaze almost stretching into threads. 4 monsters emerged from the shadows. As they revealed their true forms, their data appeared before Lu Jianghe's eyes. Bloodthirsty 3-headed hound LV50. HP 30,000. Attack 500. Defense 100. Current status, bloodlust, starving, drug-induced rage, drug-induced pain immunity, drug-induced carnal delight. Lu Qing really is a freak. He actually keeps monsters as pets. And to kill Lu Jianghe, he even feeds the monster all kinds of rage-inducing potions. This meant the monster's combat power and ferocity far exceeded those of monsters of the same level. Lu Jianghe was terrifyingly calm at this moment. The enemy was formidable but not invincible. He swiftly raised his hand, slowly drawing a blood-red blade from the backpack slot connected to the void. It was not the legendary sword Moonhide. Instead, it was Lu Jianghe's latest signature weapon. Platinum-grade blood-red lament LV38 longsword. Attribute 1, attack plus 200. Attribute 2, attack speed plus 30%. Attribute 3, ignores 5% armor. Attribute 4, successful blocks unleash a counter-strike bloodblade and accumulate 1 layer of blood chi. Attribute 5, area of effect skill, endless slash. Endless slash active skill, base damage equals 150% of attack power. Each layer of blood chi further increases endless slash's power by 10%. The moment the platinum-grade longsword appeared, Lu Qing's smug grin froze instantly. His eyes widened in utter disbelief, his expression one of utter shock. A platinum weapon? Where did this kid get a platinum weapon? Even as the sole heir of the Liu family, Jiangzhou's premier aristocratic clan was only equipped with gold tier gear. Platinum gear? That only drops from dungeon bosses after level 80. It's an extremely rare find. How did Liu Jianghe get his hands on it? Lu Qing trembled with cold fury, his eyes blazing with jealousy. Blood-colored lament was the treasure that Liu Jianghe dropped after returning the golden-grade steel longsword to Xia Yin. It was also the very reason he stood here now. Come on, you little punk. Liu Jianghe shouted at Lu Qing. Bring your face closer, I'll beat you so badly your own mother won't recognize you. Get him. Kill him. Lu Qing roared in fury. Four bloodthirsty three-headed hounds opened their gaping maws and charged toward Liu Jianghe. The vicious beasts were as large as calves. Their saliva-dripping jaws signaled their extreme hunger. Thrusting slash. But in the next instant, Liu Jianghe became a blur, slashing forward in rapid succession. The sword blades traced crescent-shaped arcs of blood, wildly piercing through the hounds' bodies. In the blink of an eye, a crimson wave of damage values erupted. The three-headed dogs let out a furious, unified growl. They immediately turned and charged at Liu Jianghe. But he had no intention of engaging them head-on. Instead, he activated the Knight's Charge skill, slamming into one of the distant hounds with brutal force. The immense impact instantly stunned it. Strike while the iron is hot. Liu Jianghe circled behind the three-headed hound and plunged his blade deep into its flesh. Backstab. 1899. Chapter 39, Horrifying Damage Figures. You fools! Attack that woman. Lu Qing's curses echoed from the second floor. The three-headed dogs immediately halted their pursuit of Liu Jianghe. They lunged toward Baya, gaping their blood-stained maws. Baya's face turned as pale as paper. She tried to flee, but her body refused to obey her will. In utter despair, she closed her eyes. Monsters! Die! But at that moment, Liu Jianghe's roar echoed through the air. In the next instant, he appeared like a divine warrior, blocking the path before Baya. As the first three-headed hound lunged forward, Liu Jianghe thrust his crimson blade horizontally before him. Block! Clang! One of the dog heads was knocked back. Immediately after, a blood-red aura erupted from the long sword in Liu Jianghe's hand. Counter-strike blood blade. Splatter! The crimson blade sliced through the three-headed dog's chest. 1119. Hiding on the second floor, Lu Qing drew an enchanted crossbow bolt. He aimed at Liu Jianghe, attempting a last-minute move. But Liu Jianghe was already prepared. Before Lu Qing could raise his hand, Liu Jianghe's fireball spell had already flown toward him. Boom! 113. It struck Lu Qing squarely in the groin. The damage was minimal, but the humiliation was immense. Startled, Lu Qing frantically slapped at his burning groin. He nearly became a roasted chicken. Damn you, Liu Jianghe! Lu Qing screamed in rage. In retaliation, he unleashed a barrage of enchanted crossbow bolts. The arrows dealt little damage but inflicted a freezing slow effect. Liu Jianghe's skill was interrupted, and immediately afterward, the three-headed dog opened its maw and bit into his shoulder. 998. 114 bleeding. 125 bleeding. The three-headed dog's damage was substantial, and it also inflicted bleeding damage. Liu Jianghe's health bar visibly dropped by a segment. He had no time to drink a healing potion before three more vicious hounds closed in. One of the vicious dogs swiped its claws, tearing at his forearm. Another unleashed a burst of flame, scorching Liu Jianghe's body. Under the assault of all four three-headed dogs, Liu Jianghe desperately fended off their attacks. His health bar plummeted rapidly, dropping below 50%. The most infuriating part was that scoundrel Lu Qing. He kept firing arrows to slow Liu Jianghe down. This made it extremely difficult for Liu Jianghe to execute his skills. Amidst the relentless assaults of the vicious hounds, Liu Jianghe could only repeatedly activate his block skill to mitigate damage. Finally, with his health at a mere 30%, the blood slaughter aura's accumulation reached its maximum of 10 layers. Unending Slash's damage increased by 100%. Furthermore, the loss of health granted Liu Jianghe an additional 350% boost to his base attack power. The moment for counterattack had arrived. Endless Slash. Liu Jianghe leapt violently into the air, his longsword erupting with a blinding crimson glow. In the next instant, countless streams of blood gushed forth from the razor-sharp blade. Layers of crimson aura spread outward in waves. Liu Jianghe slammed his blade down onto the head of a three-headed dog. Boom! 29,999. Critical hit. The terrifying damage instantly wiped out the three-headed dog's health bar. Endless Slash dealt area of effect damage. The other vicious dogs also took massive damage from this strike. 7,694. 8,990. 9,986. Three massive damage numbers floated above the heads of the other three vicious dogs. Their health bars plummeted instantly. The remaining three vicious dogs were left reeling from the blows. Lu Jianghe zeroed in on the one with the lowest health, wildly swinging his sword, swiftly chipping away at its health bar. When its health finally dropped to just 10%, Lu Jianghe finally took down the second bloodthirsty Cerberus. Only two three-headed hounds remained on the battlefield. Their combined health had dropped below 15,000. Lu Jianghe retreated to create distance while furiously downing health potions. But just then, Lu Qing pulled some trick. Instead of continuing their assault on Lu Jianghe, one suddenly lunged at the other, tearing into its flesh. Lu Jianghe froze in shock before his brows furrowed tightly. When the battle had whittled down to just one bloodthirsty three-headed dog remaining, it suddenly reared its head. It let out a deafening roar. Immediately, the three corpses on the ground transformed into dark energy that surged into the bloodthirsty three-headed dog's body. The bloodthirsty Cerberus grew larger and larger, transforming from the size of a calf into that of a small car. Not only was its health fully restored, but its attributes underwent a complete transformation. Hellhound LV60 Rage. Health points, 50,000. Attack, 1,300. Defense, 500. Current status, forcibly devoured its own kind, resulting in a significant temporary boost to attributes. Overwhelming bloodlust, a craving for flesh surpassing all else. Skills, Hell's Claw, near-death hibernation. Damn it! You actually forced my precious pet to reveal its trump card, Lu Jianghe. You're pretty impressive. From the second floor of the hall, Lu Qing's shrill voice rang out once more. But it all ends here. How the hell do you think you can take on the Hellhound? Lu Qing was overcome with triumph, his entire body trembling violently. Roar! The Hellhound let out a shrill howl before charging straight at Lu Jianghe. Lu Jianghe held his sword in one hand while continuously casting defensive and healing spells on himself with the other. Finally, the monstrous beast raised its massive forepaw and brought it down with brutal force toward Lu Jianghe. Instead of dodging, Lu Jianghe raised his crimson blade. Block! Boom! The immense force instantly sent dust flying in all directions. Amidst the dust, Lu Jianghe stood unshaken. Yet massive damage numbers kept appearing above his head. 1,196. 1,467. 2,711. Faced with such staggering damage figures, even a main tank player would be instantly killed. Yet Lu Jianghe, bolstered by the defense and health provided by his top-tier gear, managed to withstand this onslaught. His health now hovered below 500 points. The slightest additional damage could end him instantly. But Lu Jianghe remained unflustered, for he too held a trump card. Blood Demon's Fury. Boom! A familiar, awe-inspiring crimson shockwave erupted violently from all around Lu Jianghe. His barely visible health bar rapidly filled with shield points. Losing 15,000 HP, shield value surged by 45,000. Simultaneously, his attack power surged by 15,000 points. Then came the health drain bonus. Over 10,000 attack power, a terrifying figure only achievable by pure DPS classes at the first transformation stage. Now it appeared on Lu Jianghe's stats panel. Die, Beast. Endless Slash. Boom! Lu Jianghe leapt high into the air, bringing his crimson longsword crashing down upon the head of the Hellhound. The immense force sent shockwaves rippling across the ground. Following the spine-chilling RO, terrifying numbers floated above the Hellhound's head. 50,000 critical hit. Chapter 40, Lu Qing must die, Jesus can't stop it. The Hellhound was smashed into the wall like a cannonball. Its three heads emitted a wailing sound akin to a husky's howl. Its massive body crashed to the ground. Youth has its perks, it could sleep like a log. But the hound wasn't truly dead yet. It had triggered its near-death hibernation skill, compounded by the negative effects of forcibly devouring its own kind. Its entire body had wasted away to skin and bones, looking utterly hollowed out. The Hellhound was utterly crippled, and Lu Jianghe had no time to spare for it. Though Blood Demon's Fury was incredibly powerful, its true effect lasted only 10 seconds. When the 10 seconds ended, Lu Jianghe slipped back into a near-death state. Just as he prepared to pop pills to restore his health, a bone-chilling killing intent descended from above. Die, Lu Jianghe. Lu Qing, clad in golden armor, plunged down with brutal force. His hands raised, channeling a massive blade 3 meters long, formed from a golden aura. Holy Light Judgment. Boom! The colossal blade descended from above, slashing toward Lu Jianghe. The biting wind pressure made it impossible to keep one's eyes open. This was Lu Qing's most powerful skill. Beyond its base damage of 250%, its most devastating effect was that it dealt an additional 20% damage for every 10% of health the enemy lost. Lu Jianghe's health was now nearly depleted. Lu Qing was utterly confident this strike would instantly kill Lu Jianghe. Watch out! Just as the Judgment Greatsword was about to strike Lu Jianghe's head, Baya suddenly appeared, using every ounce of strength to shove Lu Jianghe aside. The next second, the Divine Light Sword pierced straight through Baya's body. Sister Baya! Lu Jianghe never expected Baya to push him away. His eyes instantly turned blood red. A torrent of rage surged from the depths of his soul. Lu Qing, I'll kill you! With a roar, Lu Jianghe swung his sword at Lu Qing. Filled with murderous intent, the strike was too dangerous for Lu Qing to block head-on. He scrambled backward, desperately creating distance. Fortunately, Baya had been at full health when struck by the divine judgment. Combined with her high base health and the bonuses from her succubus constitution, she managed to endure the attack, retaining a sliver of health. "Jianghe, you must leave." Baya's body swayed precariously. Lu Jianghe carefully cradled her in his arms and fed her a health potion. If not for him, the madman Lu Qing would never have targeted Baya. Gazing at the woman in his arms who had shielded him from a fatal blow, Lu Jianghe felt not only heartache but also a tinge of deep emotion. Then he turned his gaze back to Lu Qing, his eyes filled with icy murderous intent. Lu Qing wouldn't survive the night, not even Jesus could stop it. Unnerved by Lu Jianghe's icy stare, Lu Qing forced a calm, cold laugh. "Lu Jianghe, you've already played your strongest trump card. I refuse to believe you can defeat me now. Come on, fight me one-on-one like a man." "A man? Are you even worthy of that title?" Lu Jianghe snorted coldly. Seeing Lu Qing dare to challenge him personally after unleashing his ultimate move, Blood Demon's Wrath. Only then did he dare step forward to challenge him personally. Though Lu Qing was a madman, his mind was remarkably cunning. But who said Lu Jianghe's trump card was Blood Demon's Wrath? His true trump card was the demi-human. "Sister Baya, I need your help." Lu Jianghe suddenly lowered his head, his expression earnest as he looked at Baya. Baya paused slightly before grasping the implication in Lu Jianghe's words. A lovely pale pink blush spread across her cheeks. Baya murmured softly. At the same moment, in a hidden corner nearby, Xia Yan also realized Lu Jianghe was about to play his trump card. Long before entering the abandoned factory, Lu Jianghe had made an agreement with her. Hidden in the shadows, she recorded the entire incident on her phone. The evidence in her hands would play a crucial role, even more important than fighting alongside Lu Jianghe. Lu Jianghe spoke with utmost gravity, and Xia Yan committed his words to memory, adhering to them strictly. And now, Lu Jianghe was finally about to play the ultimate trump card he had mentioned. Rumor had it the process would cause her some discomfort. But Xia Yan didn't care. As long as it defeated the enemy, no matter what. "Ah!" A low moan suddenly escaped Xia Yan's lips uncontrollably. Immediately afterward, a strange sensation spread throughout her entire body. What was happening? Her pupils dilated in shock. "What's happening to my body?" It felt incredibly intense. In the center of the hall, Lu Jianghe thrust his blood-red sword into the ground. As his consciousness connected with Baya and Xia Yan, his innate skill activated instantly. His health, stamina, and attack power rapidly increased throughout the process. Under Lu Qing's stunned gaze, Lu Jianghe's vitality recovered by more than half at a visible pace. Moreover, an oppressive aura once again radiated from his entire being. Lu Qing was dumbfounded, utterly speechless. How could Lu Jianghe, who had been visibly weakened moments ago, suddenly be fully restored? He hadn't seen Lu Jianghe use any items at all. What the hell was going on? Before Lu Qing could process it, Lu Jianghe had already struck first. "Go, Jianghe!" Baya's encouraging voice rang out from behind him. Lu Jianghe's gaze sharpened as he accelerated toward Lu Qing. Snapping back to his senses, Lu Qing snorted coldly, gripping both golden long swords in his hands. At this moment, he didn't believe he would lose to Lu Jianghe. After all, he was a level 60 dual-wielding berserker, decked out in a full set of golden gear and bolstered by various advanced skills. Lu Jianghe, on the other hand, hadn't even reached level 40. There was no way he could be his match. Given his previous unexpected setback, Lu Qing, still uneasy, kept downing various potions. Rage potion, swiftness potion, defense potion, strength potion. With every buff stacked to the max, Lu Qing felt terrifyingly powerful. "Die, Lu Jianghe!" His body glowing crimson, Lu Qing charged at Lu Jianghe, dual blades swinging. Lu Jianghe charged toward Lu Qing at the same blinding speed. Soul-devouring slash. Like a rabid dog, Lu Qing swung his blades with frenzied ferocity. The fierce blade-light relentlessly slashed toward Lu Jianghe. Lu Jianghe remained unflustered, parrying relentlessly with his crimson-hued sword of lament. As Lu Qing unleashed the final strike of his combo, a flash of sharp determination erupted from Lu Jianghe's eyes. The blade was held horizontally across his chest, blocking. Clang! A crisp metallic clang echoed. Block successful. Yet in the next instant, a crimson hue began to swirl around Lu Jianghe's long sword. Counterstrike, blood blade. The crimson blade Lu Jianghe swung traced a blood-red semicircle across his chest. The immense force shook Lu Qing's hands so violently that his entire body lost its balance. Strike while the iron is hot. Endless slash. Boom! Lu Jianghe leapt half a body length upward without hesitation. His right hand's sword struck like a steel whip toward Lu Qing's head. A terrifying crimson glow erupted from the blade, accompanied by a piercing hum. A terrifying crimson sword aura radiated outward from the blade center. The overwhelming aura felt as though it could shatter one's very soul. Lu Qing's pupils trembled violently. He attempted to raise his twin blades to block. But the terrifying pressure emanating from Lu Zhenghe's sword instantly robbed him of the courage to resist. Chapter 41, One Strike? Instant kill. He must retreat. Lu Qing attempted to create distance between himself and Lu Zhenghe. But Lu Zhenghe had anticipated this move. The descending half of his endless slash skill was abruptly cancelled. He activated his night skill, Charge. Lu Zhenghe accelerated like a speeding train, slamming into Lu Qing's chest. 346. The impact sent Lu Qing reeling, the world spinning wildly. Before Lu Qing could recover, Lu Zhenghe executed an upward sweep, sending him flying. Immediately following, a flurry of thrusts and slashes tore relentlessly through his body. 978. 997. 1011. Three massive damage numbers floated above Lu Qing's head. Lu Qing panicked, instantly assuming a defensive stance as he landed. But when he looked around, Lu Zhenghe was nowhere to be seen. Damn it, where did he go? A chill ran down Lu Qing's spine as he instinctively tried to leap away. But Lu Zhenghe had already appeared behind him. He raised the sword hilt and struck Lu Qing hard on the back of the head. A blunt blow. Dizziness washed over him once more. Immediately after, Lu Zhenghe thrust his long sword violently into Lu Qing's back. 2196. The staggering damage sent a cold sweat running down Lu Qing's back. Lu Zhenghe's combat skills far surpassed his own. If this continued, he'd be completely overwhelmed. Fierce Tiger Overlord Stance. A golden shockwave erupted violently from Lu Qing's body. Simultaneously breaking free from the control, it hurled Lu Zhenghe flying backward. But Lu Zhenghe deftly flipped midair, landing steadily on the ground. The instant he touched down, a fireball spell slammed into Lu Qing's face. The damage was minimal, but the insult was profound. Lu Qing's eyes turned bloodshot as he immediately activated his shadow clone technique. Two slightly translucent clones materialized on either side of him. Each clone inherited 30% of Lu Qing's base attributes. In an instant, 3 Lu Qings charged forward. Lu Zhenghe dared not take any chances, immediately unleashing the endless slash. The unending slash, unleashed without charging, lacked the desired impact. But it compensated with its area of effect damage. The crimson blade slammed into the ground, sending bursts of red light scattering outward. The health bars of the two shadow clones instantly dropped by more than half. But fearless of life or death, they charged relentlessly toward Lu Zhenghe. Frost glistened on the twin blades as they slashed at Lu Zhenghe, slowing him down. 467. Frost damage. 372. Frost damage. 444. Frost damage. The damage wasn't high, but it drastically reduced Lu Zhenghe's movement speed. Behind the two shadow clones, Lu Qing's body was surrounded by surging air currents as he performed a charging draw. He was clearly building up to unleash a major attack. Lu Zhenghe's gaze instantly sharpened. He ceased the stalemate and executed a reverse charge skill. The force dash skill instantly created distance between Lu Zhenghe and his opponents. He sheathed his long sword, leaned a fireball in his left hand and an ice spike in his right. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two projectiles struck the left shadow clone in succession. The shadow clone instantly turned blue, entering a frozen, slowed state. Meanwhile, the fireball spell chipped away at a small portion of its health bar. Lu Zhenghe could only cast basic spells at this stage, lacking significant power. But the advantage of basic spells was their short cooldowns, allowing for continuous, uninterrupted damage output. Lu Zhenghe had no intention of closing in. He cast Ice Spike with his left hand and Fireball with his right. One spell slows with ice, the other deals fire damage, instantly transforming into a human-shaped walking turret. He managed to blast them to smithereens before the shadow clones could close in again. Wow, that's incredible. Baya, already in a state of shock, was completely mesmerized. Dual-wielding spells is a technique unique to mage-type classes. Controlling one spell with the left hand and another with the right. Then you have to aim at the enemy and control your own positioning. Mastering this triple focus takes 3 to 4 years of dedicated practice for spellcasters. But Lu Zhenghe pulled it off and he was clearly a warrior. Lu Qing's face darkened to the extreme when he witnessed Lu Zhenghe execute the dual-wield spellcasting technique with such fluidity. He realized he could never defeat Lu Zhenghe purely through technical skill. Lu Zhenghe was far too powerful. Therefore, he must die. Result, Lu Qing immediately retrieved a black vial from his backpack. Dark Berserk Potion. Upon consumption, all attributes increase by 300% for 1 minute, restoring full health. After the boost ends, enters a 24-hour weakness period with all attributes permanently reduced by 10%. This was a forbidden potion that killed 1,000 enemies but cost 800 of its own. But Lu Qing couldn't care less about that now. Today, he must kill Lu Zhenghe at any cost. The instant he tilted his head back and down the potion, a sinister black mist erupted from every pore of his body. Feeling the colossal power surging within him, Lu Qing felt like an invincible god of war. Die! Lu Zhenghe! Lu Qing charged once more. This time, both his speed and strength had surged dramatically. With the ominous black aura now swirling around him, he seemed to be warding off malevolent spirits. Watch out! Baya and Xiaoyan, witnessing Lu Qing consume the forbidden potion, instantly felt a chill run down their spines for Lu Jianghe. Lu Jianghe, however, narrowed his eyes slightly. The blood-crimson lament was once more in his grasp. The moment Lu Qing swung his blade down. Clang! Lu Jianghe's blade blocked Lu Qing's twin swords with pinpoint precision. Simultaneously, the first layer of blood slaughter aura began to swirl around Lu Jianghe. Lu Qing drew his blades and swung again. Clang! 1716. 1497. Clang! Lu Qing's attack speed was so fast that only afterimages could be seen. Lu Jianghe desperately attempted to block, yet he couldn't fend off every single strike. Lu Jianghe's health bar plummeted wildly. The 10,000 health points transferred from Xiaoyan visibly diminished. In the blink of an eye, it dipped below 1,000. Seeing Lu Jianghe clinging to a sliver of health, Lu Qing grew even more frenzied. He resembled a compulsive bargain hunter on Pinduoduo. One strike. Just one more strike. One more strike and it would all be over. Just let me strike you once. Just one more cut. In a near frenzy, Lu Qing leapt high into the air. The sharp blade descended like the guillotine's blade. It came crashing down on Lu Jianghe. Clang! The crisp clang of clashing metal echoed throughout the abandoned factory. Yet once again, Lu Jianghe parried Lu Qing's blade with pinpoint precision. Simultaneously, the blood-soaked aura swirling around him reached its 10th layer. A colossal crimson energy surged forth from the blood-stained lament. A torrential crimson light carved heart-stopping waves of sword energy through the air. Lu Jianghe's gaze grew icy as all his accumulated power erupted in that instant. With triple defense at full health, you think you can take me down instantly? Lu Qing sneered disdainfully. The next second, his expression abruptly changed. Unending slash. Boom! A colossal crimson pillar of light shot skyward, engulfing Lu Qing entirely within its grasp. Under the relentless onslaught of blood slaughter energy, Lu Qing witnessed his health bar vanish before his eyes. His health bar instantly plummeted from full to critically low, the crimson hue abruptly turning black. A sharp crack echoed, like jade shattering. Like a rag doll, Lu Qing was sent flying backward. The immense force slammed into the factory's support pillar, causing the entire structure to tremble. Chapter 42, I really didn't kill that person. The scene instantly fell deathly silent. Xiaoyan's mouth fell slightly open, her normally spirited face frozen in utter shock. The sheer power of that strike was terrifying. It had instantly killed Lu Qing in his berserk state. Baya, meanwhile, stared blankly at Lu Jianghe's retreating figure. This little brother, no, this man was so strong. He's so manly. Lu Jianghe glanced at the shattered jade pendant on the ground, then turned his interested gaze toward Lu Qing's direction. Truly the sole heir of the Lu family. Lu Qing actually possessed a life-saving artifact that forcibly locked his health. The jade pendant absorbed the fatal blow for him. At this moment, Lu Qing had only a single drop of blood left. Moreover, as the effects of the dark frenzy potion wore off, his body was being consumed by its side effects. I haven't lost to Lu Jianghe yet. Lu Qing struggled to his feet, his eyes blazing with fury. I am the sole heir of the Lu family of Jiangzhou. Do you dare kill me? If you kill me, my father won't let you off. He'll slaughter you and your woman alike to avenge me. Convinced Lu Jianghe wouldn't dare strike, Lu Qing let out a sinister, cackling laugh reminiscent of a Soul Hall elder. Sure enough, when Lu Qing invoked his family's name, Lu Jianghe, who had been brimming with murderous intent, suddenly sheathed his weapon. Fine, I won't kill you, Lu Jianghe said in a softer tone. Killing is wrong. I'm a good person, after all. But you won't bother me again, right? Lu Cheng nodded. Our debts are settled. Though he said that, Lu Qing was thinking that once he recovered, he'd have 1,000 ways to finish off Lu Jianghe. For now, he needed to get out of here first. Whoa! Behind Lu Qing, a series of rapid gasps echoed. Startled, Lu Qing instinctively turned his head. Before him stood the emaciated hellhound, swaying unsteadily. Its 3 heads fixed their gaze on Lu Qing. Its hollow eyes held not a shred of affection. Drool dripped from its mouth, making the sight rather unsettling. Lu Qing opened his mouth, about to speak. The next instant, the middle head of the 3-headed hound lunged forward and bit down on his neck. Immediately after, the heads on either side sank their jaws into his kidneys and groin respectively. A piercing, agonized howl instantly echoed throughout the entire factory. Damn beast! No! No! The hellhound, driven by extreme hunger, paid no heed to Lu Qing's commands. Within mere seconds, they tore him apart and swallowed him whole. At the same time, the hellhound suffered the backlash punishment of its host. It crashed to the ground, its life completely extinguished. Such a dramatic scene left Baya and Xiaoyan both speechless. Lu Jianghe, however, remained as steady as an old dog, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The spot where Lu Qing had been knocked flying was not far from the hellhound. Was it intentional or accidental? If anyone asked, Lu Jianghe would surely look utterly innocent and claim he knew nothing. The hellhound isn't mine to keep. How was I supposed to know it would bite its own master? He had clearly stated he was letting Lu Qing go, and even recorded it on his phone. Lu Qing's death had absolutely nothing to do with him. Not only that, but Lu Qing should be held accountable for his crimes of kidnapping and premeditated murder. Lu Jianghe, I recorded the entire process. Xia Yan stepped out of the shadows, handing him the phone containing the evidence. Only now, her cheeks were flushed with a faint peach-pink hue. Less heroic, more alluring. This is my friend, here to assist me, Lu Jianghe introduced Baiya briefly. By now, Baiya had risen to her feet with Lu Jianghe's support. But her body was too weak, leaving her limp and leaning heavily against Lu Jianghe's embrace. Her fragrant body pressed against his chest, a uniquely feminine sweetness and softness wafting into his nostrils. Lu Jianghe felt utterly blessed. Especially the exquisite sensation in his hands as soft as cotton candy. Brother, let's get out of here quickly, Baiya said, gripping Lu Jianghe's shoulders with a look of concern. Lu Jianghe patted her shoulder reassuringly. After this harrowing kidnapping ordeal, Baiya's affection for Lu Jianghe skyrocketed. Her large, watery eyes gazed at Lu Jianghe dreamily as she nestled into his embrace, refusing to leave. After calming Baiya, Lu Jianghe dialed Zhao Guoxiong's number. At that moment, Zhao Guoxiong had just put his 3-year-old daughter to sleep. Just as he was about to start a game of golden shovel to unwind, his phone suddenly rang. The first words he heard upon answering were, "Captain Zhao, it's Lu Jianghe. I'm being hunted down, but it's not me who's dying." The second sentence he heard was, "Lu Qing tried to kill me, but he was bitten to death by his own dog." Zhao Guoxiong? Hold on, let me process this. This call came from Lu Jianghe, who said he nearly got killed. Then Lu Qing died? But why would Lu Qing get killed by a dog? Zhao Guoxiong's brain nearly short-circuited. This was too complicated. He felt like he was growing a new brain. But he quickly regained his composure. "Send me the address." "Hey, are you okay, kid?" 10 minutes later, inside an abandoned factory building in the suburbs. Zhao Guoxiong and his colleagues listened intently, brows furrowed, as Lu Jianghe recounted the events. The surroundings were a mess, battle scars littering the entire hall. Some were from Lu Jianghe's fight with the 3-headed dog, others from his duel with Lu Qing. Nearby, beside the wrecked reception desk, the massive corpse of a hellhound lay sprawled. Lu Qing's body fragments were scattered everywhere as if they were worthless, prompting Uncle Ba to exclaim that it was such a waste. The young woman from the enforcement squad taking Lu Jianghe's statement frowned deeply. She occasionally bit her lip. "You claim Lu Qing unleashed the hellhound to attack you, only to end up killed by it himself? That's simply too hard to believe. Do you have any crucial evidence to back up your claims?" Ta-da! Video evidence. Lu Jianghe held his phone up for everyone to see. After the enforcement team members watched the footage, they essentially understood the sequence of events. "You're smart to record evidence," the female enforcement officer nodded approvingly. Lu Jianghe chuckled softly. He'd been taught in his past life that if you see someone get hit, you help them up. Recording evidence had become second nature to him. "Lu Jianghe, you should know that Lu Qing is the only son of the Lu family," Zhao Guoxiong pulled Lu Jianghe aside. "Even though we have ample evidence proving he committed premeditated murder and met his just deserts, the Lu family will undoubtedly direct their anger toward you." "I'm well aware," Lu Jianghe replied, maintaining his smile. "But Lu Qing brought his death upon himself. At least publicly, the Lius won't dare touch me. As for behind the scenes..." Lu Jianghe's tone was calm and earnest. "I'm not afraid of them either." Watching Lu Jianghe's resolute gaze, Zhao Guoxiong nodded with a hint of admiration. This young man possessed remarkable character. Though he did have that minor flaw of gifting beautiful women. But that flaw didn't overshadow his brilliance. Zhao Guoxiong saw in Lu Jianghe the qualities needed to grow into a formidable powerhouse. Remember, Lu Qing's father, Lu Canghai, is a demon swordsman who has completed his first transformation, the strongest combatant in the Lu family. If you wish to avoid trouble, you must strengthen yourself swiftly. Chapter 43, The Heart of a Stronger Shadow Clone. Upon reaching level 100, players must undertake a class advancement quest. Upon completing the quest, they undergo their first class advancement. Continuing to defeat monsters and level up allows them to break through the 100 level cap, gaining access to more powerful skills and attribute enhancements. The intelligence provided by Zhao Guoxiong was crucial. It essentially pointed Lu Jianghe toward his next goal. To avoid fearing the Lu family's retaliation, he must reach level 100 and complete his first class advancement. "Qinger, my dear son. Who could be so heartless as to kill my precious child?" Suddenly, heart-wrenching cries erupted outside the factory building. Immediately afterward, a large crowd poured into the factory building. Leading the way was a middle-aged couple. The woman was the one crying out. Her face was contorted with grief, tears streaming down her cheeks. A young woman from the enforcement team, unable to bear the sight, was about to step forward to offer comfort. But the woman suddenly pointed at her nose and shouted, "What the hell are you law enforcement officers doing? My son was perfectly fine, how did he die? Get on it and find out, you hear me? I'll make the murderer bury my son with him, slaughter his entire family." The law enforcement officer was visibly shaken, her mouth opening and closing as she struggled to find words. Lu Jianghe stepped in to smooth things over, gently reminding her, "Ma'am, your precious son was eaten by a dog. He was torn to pieces." It was a terrible sight. The Lu couple froze for a moment before turning their gaze toward Lu Jianghe. Lu Sanghai was a stern-faced middle-aged man with a hint of shadow in his expression. He recognized Lu Jianghe almost instantly and asked in a deep voice, "You're Lu Jianghe? The top-ranked student who defeated my son?" After seeing Lu Jianghe nod in acknowledgement, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Did you kill Qinger? I want you dead." The next instant, an overwhelming pressure erupted from his entire being. The sheer intensity of his aura caused swirling vortexes filled with murderous intent to appear around him. Lu Sanghai was aware of Lu Qing's assassination attempt on Lu Jianghe. In his eyes, Lu Jianghe was merely a powerless nobody. His son had killed him, and that was that. As long as it was done discreetly, there would be no problem. But Lu Sanghai never dreamed that not only did Lu Qing fail to eliminate his target, but had been killed by him instead. At this moment, Lu Sanghai was filled with such regret that he could have turned green with envy. And so, his overwhelming hatred naturally fell upon Lu Jianghe. Clang! A long sword blazing with icy blue flames was drawn from its sheath by Lu Sanghai. Without hesitation, he swung it toward Lu Jianghe. The terrifying momentum felt like a mountain flood or a tsunami. Lu Jianghe was like a tiny boat adrift in this tsunami. At any moment, it could be shattered. At that critical moment, another figure appeared, blocking Lu Sanghai's murderous strike. "Lu Sanghai, you dare to attempt a second murder of the victim right before our enforcement team's eyes. How dare you?" The one who intervened was Zhao Guoxiong. He wielded a Tang-style broadsword, radiating an aura of power that matched Lu Sanghai's own. The two forces collided with extreme intensity, like water and fire that refused to mix. Debris scattered wildly around them, swept up by the fierce gusts. Lu Jianghe stood behind Zhao Guoxiong, his eyes fixed on the clash of power between the two masters. In that moment, Lu Jianghe felt his own weakness acutely. Before true masters, he was but an ant. Killing demands retribution, this brat must die. Lu Sanghai's voice was hoarse, yet he showed no sign of relenting. Zhao Guoxiong snorted coldly, "We have ample evidence proving your son killed first. His death has absolutely nothing to do with Lu Jianghe. And now I'm arresting you for assaulting an officer." The moment the words fell, a powerful aura erupted around Zhao Guoxiong once more. The terrifying pressure instantly overwhelmed Lu Sanghai. Amidst the shrieks of the Lu family matriarch, Lu Sanghai was surrounded by a group of law enforcement officers. Lu Sanghai was forcibly subdued and taken back to the law enforcement bureau. But Lu Jianghe knew that with the Lu family's connections, imprisonment was out of the question. In the days that followed, Lu Jianghe, Baiya, and Xia Yan went to give their statements. As they left the enforcement bureau, Zhao Guoxiong approached Lu Jianghe again. The Lu family wields significant influence in Jiangzhou City, Zhao Guoxiong remarked as he lit a cigarette. Lu Sanghai is already contacting lawyers. He'll be locked up for 2 weeks at most. You should know what he'll do the moment he's released. Lu Jianghe fell silent, then nodded. "I've heard some rumors about you. Use these 2 weeks to level up. To forge iron, you must be strong yourself," Zhao Guoxiong said, smoke swirling around him. "When you're powerful enough, you'll have far fewer troubles." Lu Jianghe listened humbly to Zhao Guoxiong's advice. Lu Jianghe left the enforcement bureau with the two women. By the time they finished, it was already 2 in the morning. The streets were deserted and chilly. "The dorms are closed at this hour," Baiya said, hugging her arms and shivering. "Why don't you come to my place for the night? My home is in the Zhengde staff housing complex, not far from here." The moment his body relaxed, Lu Jianghe was hit by a wave of intense fatigue. Rubbing his temples, he forced a wry smile. "Then I'll have to trouble you, Sister Baiya." But the moment the words left his mouth, Baiya grabbed Lu Jianghe's arm. She squeezed him quite forcefully. A pair of ample breasts instantly molded themselves to Lu Jianghe's form. "Sis Baiya, you." "I'm freezing," Baiya sniffed. "Little brother Jianghe, you wouldn't want your sister to catch a cold tomorrow, would you?" Before Lu Jianghe could respond, her other hand was simultaneously enveloped by 2 soft mounds. Xia Yan mimicked Baiya's actions, wrapping her arms around Lu Jianghe's other arm. "Xia Yan, what the hell are you doing here too?" Lu Jianghe's eyes widened. "I'm worried you'll be cold." "This way, you won't be cold." Xia Yan's face was filled with earnestness. She genuinely feared he might be cold. Feeling as though Lu Jianghe might be repulsed by her, she pulled a white glowing orb from her pocket and said with a look of wisdom, "Here, this is for you. I found it on the factory floor. Since no one seemed to want it, I brought it back." Lu Jianghe took it to examine, instantly gasping in surprise. Shadow Clone B rank, can split into 2 shadow clones to assist in combat. Clones inherit 30% of the user's attributes. Holy crap, this is the skill Lu Qing dropped after his death. Technically, it should be turned in. Who'd have thought that big dummy Xia Yan actually picked it up? Xia Yan earned this with her own strength, why should she give it back? Baiya suddenly chirped. Consider it compensation for our emotional distress. Lu Junha never intended to return it anyway, so he promptly corrected himself. What do you mean found? It dropped from the boss we defeated. Oh, and Xia Beauty, you keep the skill for yourself. My current status is sensitive, so it's inconvenient for me to use it. Giving it to me again? Xia Yan looked perfectly calm, though her dragon tail was unconsciously whipping around faster. Thanks, Lu Jianghe. You're such a good person. This girl just loves handing out good person cards to everyone. Lu Jianghe shook his head and checked his return rewards. Chapter 44, New Skill Summon Shadow Legion. Ding! You invested in the Dragon Warrior's Shadow Clone skill B rank, triggering a 40x return. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the skill, Summon Shadow Legion LV1. Skill description, summons shadow soldiers to fight for you. These soldiers possess the ability to freely traverse shadows and inherit 50% of the host's base equipment attributes. Current recruitable soldiers, 03. Friendly reminder, shadow soldiers are manifestations created by the host consuming mental energy. They possess no life form attributes but can fight flexibly according to the host's thought patterns. Upgrading skill levels enhances soldier combat power and increases recruitment capacity. Lu Junhe sucked in a sharp breath. System-generated items are always top-notch. This return reward was seriously impressive. According to the skill description, the summoned shadow soldiers should be akin to the Shadow Core assassins from Jackie Chan's adventures. They lurk in the shadows, striking when the moment is right. Moreover, this skill could be upgraded. As the skill level increases, Lu Jianghe will be able to summon more and more shadow soldiers. Ultimately, they'll form an army-like force. Another crucial point. Each shadow soldier inherits 50% of Lu Jianghe's base equipment stats. Thanks to his class talent bonuses, Lu Jianghe's base stats already surpass those of ordinary players. Therefore, the shadow soldiers he summons possess even greater combat prowess. Undoubtedly, this is a skill with immense growth potential. Baiya's rented apartment was located in the university's faculty housing complex. It wasn't large, just one bedroom, one living room, and one bathroom, but Baiya had arranged it to feel incredibly cozy. Lu Jianghe was utterly exhausted at this point. After showering, he collapsed onto the sofa and fell asleep. From entering the dungeon to rescuing the person, over 48 hours had passed. Lu Jianghe was now sleeping like a log, not even an atomic bomb could wake him. Little brother, are you asleep? Baiya peeked out from the bathroom wrapped in a towel. Her slightly curled hair hung damply over her fair shoulders, her cheeks flushed with a faint blush. Water droplets slid down her hair, tracing the curve of her elegant swan-like neck. The towel was tied loosely, barely containing her ample bosom, yet perfectly accentuating her slender waist and long, shapely legs. Seeing Lu Jianghe sprawled out on the sofa, snot bubbles still forming in his nostrils, Baiya puffed out her slightly flushed cheeks. Damn it, all the time I spent getting ready was wasted. Couldn't you have waited to sleep until later? Sis Baiya, where should I sleep tonight? Xia Yan drifted over in a pale pink nightgown. Baiya composed herself and replied gently, Xia Yan, you can sleep in the master bedroom with me tonight. You go ahead and rest. I'll stay in the living room for a while. Watching Xia Yan head toward the bedroom, Baiya glided over with her long legs and sat down on the sofa beside Lu Jianghe. As she sat down, her perfect figure once again traced astonishing curves. With no one watching, Baiya felt even more unrestrained. She crossed her legs, resting her delicate hand beneath her chin. Her beautiful, deep eyes stared unblinkingly at Lu Jianghe, as if examining a priceless treasure. Baiya, what are you doing? Xia Yan's voice startled Baiya. Her body trembled, and the towel nearly slipped off. Fortunately, Baiya reacted swiftly, frantically wrapping the bathrobe back around herself. What are you doing? Baiya scolded playfully. Go to bed already. Xia Yan's expression remained unreadable, her thoughts hidden. She slowly sat down beside Baiya and asked, Sis Baiya, what are you looking at? I want to see too. Baiya pursed her lips, then returned to resting her chin on her hand. Don't you think brother Jianhe is quite handsome? I don't know. All I know is he's a good person, Xia Yan replied earnestly. By the way, how did you two meet? Baiya asked curiously. Well, it all started when he peeked at my butt. Baiya, oh. From their first dungeon run fighting over mobs, to falling off a cliff together fending off a raging monster, to the awards ceremony where he put that sharp-tongued fairy in her place. Wow, you two went through so much in just one day. Baiya's eyes sparkled. Wasn't it touching when he stood up for you? Xia Yan looked confused. I don't know, but he did call me pretty. He's the first person to ever call me pretty, Xia Yan murmured, lowering her head as she gently cradled her dragon tail. He doesn't mind my tail either. He even strokes it gently. That feeling was truly wonderful. Listening to Xia Yan's story, Baiya's eyes sparkled with envy. If I were your age, I'd be head over heels by now. I'd chase after him without hesitation. Xia Yan lifted her head and suddenly blurted out. Baiya, I feel like your body temperature is skyrocketing. Are you thinking about making out with him right now? Ha? What did you just say? Baiya's brain froze completely, her lips trembling slightly. Xia Yan remained as consistent as ever, never failing to shock with her words. A girl should be reserved. How could I possibly think about such things? Baya emphasized, her face flushing crimson. I certainly wouldn't make the first move. Xia Yan studied Baya with her intelligent eyes, suddenly understanding. Then are you trying to seduce him so he'll make the first move? Make it a done deal so he has to take responsibility, and then you can be together forever. Hearing Xia Yan's outrageous suggestion, Baya blushed so fiercely that steam seemed to rise from her head. She wished the ground would swallow her whole. This sister looked so quiet and gentle, yet why did her words sound so outrageous? Though she did harbor a tiny bit of hope herself. But please don't just blurt it out like that. It's incredibly awkward, you know. Baya glanced guiltily at Lu Jianghe. Seeing no sign of him waking, she breathed a sigh of relief. She turned to Xia Yan with a slightly reproachful tone. Come on, let's go to bed. Xia Yan looked puzzled. Aren't we going to keep watching? No, let's go. Baya pushed Xia Yan into the bedroom. The moment the door closed, Lu Jianghe, who had been sound asleep, quietly opened his eyes. He wiped imaginary sweat from his forehead, his expression oddly twisted. Girls these days sure are open-minded. The night passed without incident. Lu Jianghe, his energy restored, awoke early from his slumber. At that moment, Baya and Xia Yan were still snoring away in the bedroom. Baya clutched Xia Yan's tail, a trail of crystal-clear drool trailing from the corner of her mouth. Xia Yan, meanwhile, clutched Baya's unmentionable part, occasionally giving it a squeeze with a look of pure satisfaction. It wasn't that Lu Jianghe deliberately went to see such a sensual scene. It was simply that these two girls treated Lu Jianghe as if he were family, leaving the bedroom door slightly ajar. Through the crack, the X-rated scene was all too easy to see. After splashing water on his face in the bathroom, Lu Jianghe began testing the new skill he'd acquired last night. Chapter 45, The Goblin King's Lair. As the skill activated, Lu Jianghe's stamina rapidly dropped by 300 points. Immediately, 3 warriors shrouded in black mist emerged from the shadows beside him. They wore conical hats and carried long swords at their waists. They bore a striking resemblance to the night-roaming assassins from Dragon Kingdom martial arts films. A thick aura of dark energy swirled around the shadow warriors. Their tattered cloaks fluttered without wind, an eerie and mysterious sight. When they reached Lu Jianghe, they knelt before him in perfect unison. Shadow Soldier LV1. Inherits 50% of host's base equipment stats upon summoning. Abilities, Concealment in Shadows, Shared Vision, Assassin. Special Talent, plus 50% physical resistance. When injured, can conceal within shadows to self-heal. The Shadow Soldier inherits half of Lu Jianghe's attribute values, possessing formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. Lu Jianghe had a sudden flash of insight, an idea surging through his mind. If the Shadow Soldier inherits 50% of his base stats without equipment, could it mean that if he boosted his own stats first before summoning, wouldn't the Shadow Soldier's stats become even stronger? And the method for boosting attribute values? Naturally, it was his Spirit Bond skill. Without hesitation, Lu Jianghe activated his ex-companion Spiritual Bond skill. Before the attribute boost could begin, 2 delicate, tingling moans echoed from the bedroom first. The sounds were hauntingly alluring, sparking endless imagination, causing Lu Jianghe to shiver involuntarily. The test results were remarkably smooth. First, he used the mental bond to extract the girl's attribute values, then summoned the Shadow Soldiers. The Shadow Soldier's attributes would then skyrocket. However, once Lu Jianghe deactivated the bond skill, the Shadow Soldier's combat power would revert to their initial levels. After several repeated attempts, he grasped the general principle. Just as Lu Jianghe dismissed the Shadow Soldiers and was about to take action, Baya's voice suddenly rang out. Lu Jianghe, could you please not use that skill first thing in the morning? Baya leaned against the bedroom doorframe, her face flushed and radiant. Panting heavily, she looked utterly spent. Meanwhile, Xia Yan, sprawled on the bed, buried her head deep within the blankets. Her plump dragon tail flapped wildly back and forth. Lu Jianghe gave an awkward chuckle. He'd forgotten about the side effects of the bond skill. During breakfast, Lu Jianghe called Su Xiaoxiao to invite her over for leveling. With the super boss Lu Sanhai lurking menacingly, Lu Jianghe's desire to level up was almost off the charts. He had no idea how Lu Sanhai would deal with him after being released from custody. But boosting his level and strength was definitely the right move. Jianghe, I skipped class to come today, Su Xiaoxiao said awkwardly as she approached him. School had classes today. They wouldn't have let me out otherwise. Su Xiaoxiao was still just a high school student. Compared to college students with flexible schedules, her course load was extremely heavy. Lu Jianghe had already considered this situation. He ruffled Su Xiaoxiao's hair. Xiaoxiao, do you want to continue high school or become a professional gamer? Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. I want to be with my brother. Leveling up along the way isn't bad either. Lu Jianghe nodded. Su Xiaoxiao was 18 this year, already an adult. Ending high school early and going straight to college was also a viable option. Want to go to the same university as your brother Jianghe? Lu Jianhe asked with a smile. Su Xiaoxiao nodded like a chick pecking at grain, then added uncertainly, but Jiangzhou University has really high admission standards. I don't know if I can get in. Lu Jianhe gave a mysterious smile. Come on, let's go ask an expert about this. Xia Yan suddenly chimed in from the side. Lu Jianhe, while you're at it, could you handle my transfer paperwork too? I want to study at the same school as you. Lu Jianhe made a face like he was seeing a black question mark. Miss Xia, you're doing just fine at Yuling Academy. Why come to Jianda? I heard Spirit Taming Academy is full of beauties. I was hoping you could introduce me to a couple. That's what she said, but Lu Jianhe's real thought was that the more beautiful girls there were, the higher the chance of encountering demi-human beauties. Befriend them, then invest, thereby increasing the return rate. Xia Yan stared intently at Lu Jianhe. Last semester, several students with illnesses enrolled at our school, and their identities weren't disclosed. Are you sure you want to get involved with them? Oh, come on. Baiya wrapped her arm around Lu Jianhe's with a mischievous grin. Her slightly plump little hand twisted the muscles under his ribs, making him wince in pain. Oomph. With 3 beauties like us by your side, you still aren't satisfied. Dare to fool around outside, and I'll rip your kidneys out. Amidst the playful banter, the group made their way to the administration building at Zhengde University. Lu Jianhe found Lu Qingshan hard at work in his office. Old Lu, busy? Lu Jianhe forced a flattering expression onto his face. Lu Qingshan glanced at the 3 girls trailing behind Lu Jianhe. His brow furrowed. How many times have I told you? Call them plants when you're working. Lu Jianhe quickly corrected himself. Director Lu, I have something I'd like to consult with you about. Lu Qingshan sipped his tea. What is it? Go ahead. I'd like to enroll my sister and a friend at Zhengde University. Lu Jianhe stepped aside. These two Su Xiaoxiao and Xia Yan. Lu Qingshan had met both girls. Absolutely not. Lu Qingshan's expression turned stern. Are you trying to build a harem at Zhengde? How appropriate is that? Absolutely not. Lu Jianhe knew Lu Qingshan's temperament well. His expression turned earnest immediately. Director, you know me, how could I possibly have such a sleazy idea? These 2 students show great potential. Having them join our school is a positive thing. You know Xia Yan, she placed second in the Demon's Lair campaign, proving her formidable strength. And Su Xiaoxiao is a rising star with astonishing combat talent. After a 20-minute tug of war, Lu Qingshan finally relented. Alright, you've convinced me. Lu Qingshan cut off Lu Jianhe's speech. Go explain the situation to Principal Wang Ziyuan. As long as he agrees, it should be fine with proper paperwork. As he stepped out of Lu Qingshan's office, Lu Jianhe flashed a victory sign to the group. The 3 girls were also quite pleased, especially Su Xiaoxiao, who transformed into a little mushroom-like fairy. She skipped and hopped forward. Principal Wang Ziyuan, having heard Lu Jianhe's request, did not immediately agree. Instead, after taking a sip from the same teacup as Lu Qingshan, he handed over a bronze token. This is the entry token for the advanced dungeon, Goblin King's Lair. If your team can retrieve the Beast King's heart and deliver it to me, you'll pass the test. I'll immediately process the applications for these 2 students. But I must warn you, this advanced dungeon is extremely challenging. Clearing it won't be easy. Chapter 46, Special Equipment Spirit Horse Whistle. The Goblin King's Lair is a high-level team dungeon for levels 5100, requiring at least 3 players to enter. As for the Beast King's heart, it serves as the core material for crafting a special piece of equipment. The equipment, named the Spirit Horse Whistle, allows the user to summon a spirit horse for riding. In large-scale alternate world dungeons, lengthy travel times are a significant headache for players. The Spirit Horse Whistle effectively saves this time. Lu Jianhe didn't hesitate, decisively accepting the quest and leading the 3 women to the Goblin King's Lair dungeon. Along the way, Lu Jianhe casually handed the medicinal herbs he had obtained during the Demon's Lair campaign to Baiya. Jianhe, you're so kind to me. Baiya was overjoyed as she accepted the herbs. The giant rabbits trembled violently before his eyes, and Lu Jianhe genuinely feared they might suddenly leap out of their burrow. Lu Jianhe scratched his nose, silently thanking his lucky stars for the 40x material haul. Outside the Goblin King's Lair instance, the area buzzed like a bustling market. Groups of adventurers either entered the dungeon to level up or shouted recruitment calls on the spot. At the very top of the instance portal hung a massive electronic screen. The screen displays the fastest clear time for the Goblin King's Lair dungeon, 2 hours, 26 minutes, and 18 seconds. The record was set by a 5-person party 10 years ago. The party consisted of a shield warrior, a healer, and 3 mages. When Lu Jianhe saw the name of one of the mages, he couldn't help but glance sideways. Zhao Ji? The name sounded familiar. He's the pride of Jiangzhou City, the once unbeatable war god. Baiya provided the answer. After being wounded and discharged from the military, he's now the mayor of Jiangzhou City. Lu Jianhe recalled Zhao Ji as a top-tier player who had risen from Jiangzhou City, once among the strongest in the Dragon Nation. Later, he sustained severe injuries during battles against invaders from another realm and was forced to withdraw from the front lines. Lu Jianghe stared at the name on the record, his gaze flickering. No wonder this record had stood unbroken for a decade. It was set by a true heavyweight. Newbies, get out of the way. If you delay us entering the dungeon, you'll regret it. But just then, behind the group, a group radiating fierce aggression suddenly approached from behind. They charged straight ahead, showing no intention of slowing down. Lu Jianghe frowned slightly, immediately grabbing Baya and Su Xiaoxiao to pull them aside. Xia Yan reacted swiftly, dodging out of the way alongside Lu Jianghe. The burly leader at the front shot Lu Jianghe a dismissive glance before sweeping his gaze over Baya and the others. A look of utter contempt flashed across his face. A bunch of noobs with an average level not even reaching 40, and you dare challenge the Goblin King? If I were you, I'd crawl back home and suckle on your mother's teat. His voice was loud and grating. The squad members trailing the burly man burst into loud, booming laughter. A bunch of weaklings like you think you belong in this book? Total waste of time. This is clearly a girl-chasing squad, and the leader's a total piece of trash. Why's that girl got a tail? Damn, that's just bad luck. Clang. Xia Yan suddenly sprang into action, drawing the large machete strapped to her back and swinging it fiercely toward the burly man and his crew. The burly man was startled. This woman was way too fierce. Attacking without a word? The burly man's crew instantly descended into chaos, with people scrambling in all directions. Their earlier arrogant and domineering aura vanished in an instant. Enforcement officers rushed over, shouting, "What's going on here? Don't you know fighting is prohibited outside the instance?" Xia Yan planted her heavy sword into the ground and replied in a calm, utterly serious tone. He said he wants to go home to drink milk. The way home isn't this way. This is the entrance to the dungeon. Put. Lu Jianghe couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Lu Jianghe suddenly found Xia Yan, this expressionless, mature-looking older sister type, surprisingly cute in her clueless way. The onlookers nearby, drawn by the commotion, were also amused by the stark contrast between Xia Yan's serious tone and her unexpected cuteness. Some even teased, "Son Hu, hurry home and drink your mom's milk. Haha, don't forget to bring your little buddies along. This girl's got a sharp tongue, she can insult people without even using swear words." The burly man and his squad members listened to the surrounding laughter, feeling so embarrassed they could practically dig their toes into the ground. He let out a forced snort to save face, then slunk off to the side. The enforcement team checked Lu Jianghe and the others' credentials, confirming most were students. They couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure you want to enter this dungeon to level up? It's a high-level dungeon, very dangerous." Lu Jianghe nodded. "Don't worry, we're fine." Behind Lu Jianghe, several girls rubbed their hands together, looking confident and eager. The enforcement officer nodded and immediately stepped aside, clearing the path for Lu Jianghe and his group to proceed toward the instance portal. Enveloped in a white halo, the four were transported into the instance. After Lu Jianghe and his group departed, the onlookers erupted into a small wave of gasps. Holy crap, they actually went in! Averaging under level 40 and tackling a high-level dungeon? That's gutsy. Heh, bet they'll be running out with their tails between their legs in no time. Players who witnessed Lu Jianghe and his group enter the instance couldn't believe they'd stand a chance of clearing it. And with one guy leading 3 girls into a dungeon run? That setup looked like a prison convoy no matter how you looked at it. Note, teams where players get stuck in dungeons due to low skill or poor coordination are jokingly called prison convoys, as the experience feels like being incarcerated. Lu Jianghe and his group teleported into a gloomy jungle. Without hesitation, Lin Mo activated his ultimate ability. Spiritual Bond, activate. Yeehaw! Eat. As the skill activated, the 3 women flushed crimson, as if they'd just been favored. They nestled close to Lu Jianghe, casting reproachful glances his way. Lu Jianghe snapped his fingers with a flourish. Suddenly, the shadows of nearby bushes began to writhe. Immediately, 3 Jianghu assassins shrouded in black mist emerged from the shadows. The 3 women jumped in fright, their bodies instantly tensing. Lu Jianghe smiled reassuringly. "Don't panic. This is my new skill. They'll be incredibly useful for the upcoming leveling grind." Amidst a chorus of snarling growls, dozens of elite goblin wolf cavalry burst from the grass, charging straight toward Lu Jianghe and his companions. Goblin elite wolf cavalry LV 50. HP, 4000. Attack, 300. Defense, 100. Skills, Wolf Charge, Bite, Intimidating Strike. Chapter 47, Dungeon Run in Progress. Thud, thud, thud. 3 shadow soldiers charged toward the goblin wolf cavalry. Hissa! Hissa! The wolf cavalry let out shrill screeches, charging forward with overwhelming momentum. The scene shifted, and in an instant, every wolf rider was felled by the shadow soldiers, 1 strike per head. What followed was a relentless slaughter as the shadow soldiers tore through the goblin wolf cavalry. Each goblin wolf rider could withstand no more than 3 strikes before being ruthlessly felled. No skill required, just stack the numbers. Kill 50 elite goblin wolf cavalry, return plus 200k EXP. Obtain Wolf Fong X3. Kill 50 level goblin elite wolf rider, plus 200k EXP. Equipment obtained, silver-grade mutant elf cloak. Wow, what an amazing ally. The three women gasped in awe as the shadow soldier slaughtered enemies left and right. Lu Jianhe calmly picked up the dropped item from the wolf rider, a mutated elf cloak. This was a component of a light armor set, boasting quite decent stats perfect for Su Xiaoxiao to use. After reaching level 30, Su Xiaoxiao had transferred to the Ice Wolf Clan special class, Blizzard Light Cavalry. She could summon ancient wolf spirits, relying on the wolf rider's mobility to engage enemies at a distance. Commonly known as kite fighting. As for weapons, Su Xiaoxiao could choose between a bow or a longsword. This allows her to engage in ranged attrition while also closing in for melee combat. This greatly compensates for the party's critical lack of ranged firepower. Notably, thanks to the Ice Wolf Clan's racial trait, Su Xiaoxiao's basic attacks inflict frost-based slow effects. This further enhanced her pulling power. Lu Jianhe stowed away the mutant spirit cloak, planning to invest heavily in Su Xiaoxiao once he completed the full set. As the group pressed deeper into the dungeon, more and more elite goblins surged out from the grass. The shadow soldiers suddenly found themselves overwhelmed, struggling to keep up. The women's faces also grew tense as they entered combat mode. Flesh Frenzy. Soul Inspire. Shadow Sanctuary. As Baya's playful voice rang out, a faint purple aura enveloped everyone, enhancing their attack, defense, and speed attributes. Endless Slash. The moment his block stacks reached maximum, Lu Jianhe let out a low shout. He unleashed an AoE skill into the fan-shaped area directly in front of Xia Yan. Crimson energy erupted, instantly obliterating all goblins within an 8-meter radius. As a massive wave of experience points flooded in, Lu Jianhe's level reached 39. What terrifying destructive power! Su Xiaoxiao stared at the goblins reduced to pulp before her, sticking out her tongue. If that hit me, I'd be in pieces, Xia Yan mused. Baiya wore a dreamy expression. So big. I love it. After clearing this wave of monsters, Lu Jianhe stuffed all the materials into his backpack. The group pressed onward in their exploration. With the Shadow Warrior's assistance, monster clearing was extremely efficient. Soon, they emerged from the jungle into a valley littered with skeletal remains. The monsters here were a group of level 60 goblin paladins. Aside from occasionally casting holy light to heal themselves, they posed little challenge. Lu Jianhe's team remained solid. Xia Yan tanked the damage, Baiya healed the party, and Su Xiaoxiao tanked and controlled the mobs. Lu Jianhe, channeling his Shadow Warrior, became a relentless reaper, mowing down the surging waves of goblin paladins. The slaughter was incredibly cathartic. Ding! Shadow Legion summon skill upgraded to LV2. Summoned Shadow Soldiers increased by 2. Soldier attributes now reach 55% of host's base gear stats. Lu Jianhe perked up. The Shadow Legion skill had leveled up so quickly. Not only did it increase the number of summons, but the attribute bonuses had also improved. Lu Jianhe immediately summoned 2 more Shadow Soldiers to join the fray. 5 Shadow Soldiers attacked the Goblin Paladin like ghostly apparitions. Baiya raised her arm at the perfect moment, casting several buff spells. The Shadow Soldiers transformed into merciless killing machines, as if injected with adrenaline. In no time, they had slaughtered every last paladin. After clearing the goblins from the valley, they gained a huge amount of experience points along with a pile of materials. Lu Jianhe casually distributed all the materials among the 3 girls, while earning their heartfelt gratitude. He ruthlessly fleeced the system for a hefty reward. 4 pieces of the silver-grade mutant elf set had spawned, leaving only a pair of boots and a set of bracers needed to complete the full set. Brother Jianghe, look! There's a fort ahead. Su Zhao's voice rang out. Following the direction of her finger, he saw a wooden wall constructed from logs appearing between 2 mountain ranges. A watchtower stood on either side of the wall, each manned by a level 60 throwing goblin. Deep, resonant horn blasts echoed from within the fort. Immediately, the gates swung open, and waves of goblin cavalry emerged, followed by ranks of goblin paladins marching in perfect formation. Following the goblin paladins were goblin throwers, goblin shamans, and other monsters. Lu Jianhe scanned the surroundings and soon spotted a gaping, open cave near the rock wall in the distance. The cave was only about 5 or 6 meters deep, with a relatively narrow entrance. Lu Jianhe made a split-second decision and immediately commanded his men, "Will defend inside that cave." He swiftly stripped off his golden armor and handed it to Xia Yan. "Put this set on. Don't hold back on healing potions when taking damage, I've got plenty more." Chapter 48, Dragon Sanctuary. With the golden armor set's enhancement, Xia Yan's health surged to 30,000. Baiya would subsequently prioritize casting various defensive and health-boosting buffs on her. With this human-shaped blood tank present, monsters would find it extremely difficult to breach her defenses. Lu Jianhe and Su Xiaoxiao took cover behind Xia Yan to unleash their attacks. Soon, Lu Jianhe arrived at the cave with the girls and formed their battle formation. In the blink of an eye, the goblin troops charged toward them. Leading the charge were the goblin wolf cavalry. They pulled back their reins and charged forward with reckless abandon. "Watch out!" Lu Jianhe growled a warning. Baya stood with her legs crossed, elegantly extending a finger toward the group. Desire boils. A purple aura instantly enveloped the area. Lu Junha felt a surge of heat wash over his lower abdomen, instantly energizing his entire body. The others flushed crimson, looking as though they'd been injected with adrenaline. Skill effect, increases the entire party's attack power by 20% and reduces pain perception by 40%. Then she specifically applied various defensive buffs to Xia Yan. Shadow Sanctuary. Soul Inspire. Charm Blessing. The instant the Goblin Wolf Cavalry collided with Xia Yan's shield, their heads shattered like watermelons dropped from the 20th floor. Red and white matter splattered across the ground. Even at full speed, they couldn't budge the massive shield before them. Attack! Lu Junha issued the counterattack order. The shadow soldiers charged forward, hacking and slashing at the stunned wolf cavalry. Su Xiaoxiao stood atop a rock in the cave. She continuously drew her bow and fired arrows, inflicting damage upon the enemy. In the blink of an eye, the wolf cavalry were slaughtered to the last man, only for the goblin paladins to make their entrance. Behind the paladins, goblin shamans raised their withered staffs, casting the zeal skill upon the goblin throwers. Empowered by the frenzy, the throwing goblins began hurling rocks with frenzied abandon. The rocks pelted into the cave like hailstones. A string of double-digit damage numbers appeared above the heads of everyone, including Lu Junha. "Everyone, gather around me!" Xia Yan shouted backward. She thrust her golden shield into the ground and commanded, "Dragon's protection." A dragon's roar echoed, followed by a golden shield swirling around Lu Junha and the others. The shields deflected the stones, and a series of zero damage values drifted from the group. Dragon's protection racial skill grants an additional shield to allies within a 5-meter radius. The shield possesses 10,000 durability and prevents damage to the caster until shattered. Whoa, what a powerful group defense skill. Xia Yan, this dragon girl, always managed to surprise them. The monster hunt continued. With Xia Yan tanking damage up front, the group could unleash their full firepower without worry. An hour later, with the final sling-wielding goblin slain, the battle finally concluded. The moment it ended, Su Xiaoxiao plopped down on the ground without a care for her appearance, panting heavily with her tongue hanging out like a Samoyed. Baya and Xia Yan were equally drenched in sweat, looking utterly exhausted. Xia Yan seemed relatively normal, merely leaning against the large shield to recover her stamina. But then Baya approached Su Xiaoxiao, who was sitting cross-legged, and wrapped her arms around Su Xiaoxiao from behind. A pair of large white rabbits rested unabashedly on Su Xiaoxiao's head. Feeling the soft, slime-like sensation on her head, Su Xiaoxiao's pupils dilated in shock. "Sis Baya, you. So tired. Su, hold me up. I need to rest for a bit," Baya said with an utterly exhausted expression. Su, your body is so soft. It must feel amazing to sleep in your arms." Su Xiaoxiao's face flushed crimson instantly. Lu Junha collected each piece of loot outside the cave. Obtained Goblin Fong 1. Obtained Broken Armor Fragment 1. Obtained Mutated Elf Boots. One by one, he gathered the monster drops into his inventory. This time, luck was a bit unkind despite slaying so many foes, only one piece of the spirit set had dropped. 20 minutes later, Lu Junha and the others finished their rest. Opening the fortress gates, they proceeded along the main road toward the inner depths of the settlement. No monsters appeared along the way, and the oppressive silence hung heavy around them. When they reached the main building of the fortress, a badly damaged carriage came into view. The wagon bore the banner of a merchant caravan. Scattered cargo boxes held arrows, charged magic stones, healing potions, and other supplies. "Well, looks like they stocked up before the big battle, huh?" Lu Junha wasted no time, gathering the items and distributing them among the girls. After another brief rest, the group entered the main building of the fortress. Crash! The heavy metal doors slammed shut with a thunderous clang. A grim, murderous aura instantly filled the hall. The exit route was sealed off, and before them, atop the throne at the very front of the main hall, a massive goblin, broad-shouldered and crowned with a skull, slowly rose to his feet. Its body was covered in bulging muscles, radiating an overwhelming aura of power. At its side lay a massive club fashioned from a white bone frame. At the head of the hammer sat the skull of a dragon. Dragon Hunter Goblin King LV80. HP 1,000,000. Attack 2,000. Defense 1,000. Skills Pseudo Dragon Breath, War Stomp, Death Roll, Fear Scream. A boss with 100,000 HP, and its attack and defense stats are equally terrifying. Taking this thing down won't be easy. Xia Yan, you'll take the brunt of the damage head-on. Lu Junha swiftly assigned roles. Xiao, you'll draw it out and snipe from the periphery. Don't worry about dealing damage, just keep slowing the boss down. Sister Baya, focus solely on healing Xia Yan. Shadow Soldier and I don't need healing, just buff our attack power. The women's expressions turned serious as they began executing Lu Junha's orders. Lu Junha himself drew his crimson-hued longsword. 5 shadow soldiers split from his form. Chapter 49, Golden Gear Drop. Attack! Lu Junha barked the order. Yet it was the shadow soldiers who launched the first fierce assault on the Goblin King. They raised their long swords, forming a pincer movement as they charged the enemy. The Goblin King roared with a deep, thunderous growl, raising his dragon-headed club to smash it into the ground. The earth shook violently. The massive shockwave instantly obliterated the shadow soldiers. Whoa, what terrifying attack power! I'm going in! Heal me, Sister Baya! Xia Yan raised her Golden Knight's great shield with both hands, charging toward the boss with a solemn expression. As she charged, various purple-hued buff spells began to appear around her body. Baya activated her succubus form, manipulating the floating grimoire at her side to unleash a barrage of supportive spells. Boosted by these buffs, Xia Yan's defense and health surged to their peak. With a low growl, she slammed her golden shield into the Goblin King's body. The immense force sent him staggering backward. Roar! The Goblin King roared in fury, swinging his massive dragon-headed club towards Xia Yan. A deafening crash echoed through the air. A massive damage number of nearly 3,000 appeared above Xia Yan's head. She immediately activated her Shadow Clone skill to distribute the boss's damage. Meanwhile, Lu Jianghe summoned his 5 shadow soldiers once more. They flanked around the main battlefield and launched an attack on the Goblin King's side. Lu Jianghe charged headfirst, activating his charge skill to deliver a swift impact against the Goblin King. Immediately after, his crimson longsword slashed relentlessly at the creature's ribs, unleashing a barrage of triple-digit damage. Soon after, the shadow soldiers arrived on the battlefield. They leapt high into the air, landing on the Goblin King's back. Gripping their long blades with both hands, they thrust them viciously into its back. Far away, Su Xiaoxiao rode the giant wolf spirit, continuously drawing her bow and shooting arrows that struck the Goblin King's body. Though each strike dealt only a pitiful single-digit damage. The accumulating frost slow effect steadily reduced the Goblin King's movement and attack speed. The Goblin King roared furiously, swatting the shadow soldiers off its back with its massive palms. Then it raised its dragon-headed club. The next instant, a torrent of flames erupted from the club's tip, inflicting a series of scorching burns on Lu Jianghe and Xia Yan. Lu Jianghe, having lent his golden armor set to Xia Yan, his health and defense were significantly reduced. He immediately leapt backward to disengage, chugging health potions while dodging the flames area of effect burns. Xia Yan's tanking proved exceptional, even scorched beyond recognition. She refused to retreat a single step. She even rammed her shield into the Goblin King, forcibly interrupting its spellcasting. This dragon maiden was a thoroughly competent main tank. Even Lu Jianghe, who prided himself on his top-tier skills, couldn't find fault with her performance. With the pseudo-dragon breath skill interrupted, Lu Jianghe led the shadow soldiers in a swift counterattack. Sharp blades slashed relentlessly at the Goblin King. The Goblin King's health began to drop at a visible rate. But just then, the Goblin King let out a furious roar. He then slammed his club violently into the ground. Shockwaves surged upward from the ground. No! It's the area of effect skill, War Stomp. Lu Jianghe tried to retreat to a safer distance, but it was already too late. Just as Lu Jianghe thought he'd have to take the full brunt of this area of effect damage skill, Xia Yan charged forward, shield raised, blocking the attack. Dragon's Protection. A golden shield instantly appeared, spinning around Lu Jianghe and the shadow soldier. The damage from War Stomp was instantly nullified by the shield upon impact. The entire party emerged unscathed. Well done! Lu Jianghe praised, immediately unleashing the endless slash toward the Goblin King. Simultaneously, the shadow soldiers launched frenzied attacks on the Goblin King from all directions. Under the boost from the spiritual bond talent, Lu Jianghe's attack power reached a terrifying 2,000 points. The remaining shadow soldiers also possessed over 1,000 attack power each. This high damage output dealt significant harm to the boss. After another round of relentless damage, the Goblin King's health was reduced by nearly 50%. Just a little more effort, and this boss would be taken down soon. Realizing the gravity of his situation, the Goblin King launched a frenzied assault on Xia Yan. A barrage of skills relentlessly pelted her. Xia Yan's health fluctuated wildly, soaring and plummeting like a bungee jump. It seemed Xia Yan couldn't withstand the damage much longer. Lu Jianghe had no choice but to signal her to retreat from the fray, leaving him and the shadow soldiers to absorb the damage. The process was naturally heart-stopping. Lu Jianghe's health bar began its own roller coaster ride. So much so that Su Xiaoxiao, watching nearby with a tense expression, stood ready to cast the Wolf God's blessing skill on Lu Jianghe at any moment. Fortunately, it ended without incident. When Xia Yan recovered and returned to the front lines, Lu Jianghe's damage-taking burden eased dramatically, allowing him to launch a fierce assault on the Goblin King. With the Goblin King's health at just 10%, it unleashed a wide-area fear skill. Baya acted swiftly, dispelling the fear effect for the entire party. Finally, amidst the Goblin King's piercing, agonized howl, its massive form crashed to the ground. The instant it fell, a crisp system notification sounded in Lu Jianghe's ears. Ding! Summon Shadow Legion skill upgraded to current level 3. Shadow Soldier summon count +3. Soldier attributes increased to 60% of host space gear stats. Excellent, the Shadow Legion skill has upgraded again. Now I can summon 8 Shadow Soldiers at once. Lu Jianghe let out a satisfied smile. Yay, level 35. Su Zhao's excited voice echoed from afar. Baya collapsed ungracefully where she stood, so tired, finally over. Xia Yan leaned on her shield, her hands trembling slightly. As a shield warrior barely past level 60, surviving an 80-level boss was nothing short of remarkable. Of course, this was largely thanks to the golden set and the powerful effects of soul bond provided by Lu Jianghe. Next came the eagerly anticipated loot scavenging phase. 3 items dropped after the boss was defeated. Goblin King's Ring Gold grants an additional 1000 shield points every 30 seconds at the start of combat. Healing Necklace Gold reduces healing skill cooldown by 10%, increases healing effect by 30%. Beast King's Heart Rare, when stolen by goblins, it enables the goblin race to produce a king-tier powerhouse. A rare alchemy ingredient, it can also be fed to pets to enhance them. Lucky Break the quest materials dropped, plus 2 gold accessories as a bonus. Lu Jianghe first took out the 2 gold accessories to inspect them. Accessories belong to the category of additional enhancement equipment and do not provide multiple attributes like conventional gear. The ring that dropped this time is perfect for a shield warrior. The healing necklace, however, was perfect for a healer. Lu Jianghe glanced at the dungeon and countdown notification popping up in the upper right corner of his vision. He still had to stay for another 5 minutes before being teleported out. Ladies, time to divide the loot. Chapter 50. The Beast-Eared Girl Doesn't Eat Raw Food. At Lu Jianghe's call, Baya, Xia Yan, and Su Xiaoxiao gathered around. What good stuff did you get? Let me see, Baya asked curiously. Good job, brother Jianghe. Su Xiaoxiao ran behind Lu Jianghe, kneading his shoulders with her small hands. Xia Yan remained silent, but her face betrayed her excitement. First piece of gear, Goblin King's Ring. Lu Jianghe handed the ring to Xia Yan. A defensive ring perfect for our damage-absorbing tank sister. Wow, it's golden gear, the girls exclaimed. But Baya nudged Xia Yan with her elbow, wearing an expression of envy and jealousy. So jealous. A boy actually gave you gold jewelry? When I was your age, I never even got a black iron ring. A rare blush spread across Xia Yan's face. Even the dragon tail began swaying faster. It kept tapping against Lu Jianghe's calf. Was it on purpose or an accident? Behave yourself, Lu Jianghe casually grabbed Xia Yan's tail and tucked it under his arm. Xia Yan hadn't expected Lu Jianghe to act this way. Her slender body trembled, and she shyly lowered her head. All traces of her earlier defiance against the boss's attacks vanished. Lu Jianghe pulled out the second golden equipment piece. The second one is for Sister Baya, reduces healing cooldowns and boosts healing effectiveness. Lu Jianghe displayed the item's attributes. Baya, who had been smiling cheerfully, froze slightly. She seemed flattered yet hesitant. This gear is too valuable. I can't accept it. I'm just here for the ride. You could have cleared the dungeon by recruiting other healers. Take it when I tell you to, Lu Jianghe insisted, shoving the necklace into Baya's arms without further discussion. His forceful grip caused her ample bosom to jiggle twice. Sis Baya, whether it's you, Xia Yan, or Xiao Xiao, each of you is irreplaceable in this team. Lu Jianghe smiled. You all mean a lot to me. Hearing Lu Jianghe's words, the 3 women were deeply moved. Baya's eyes reddened slightly as she opened her arms wide and gave Lu Jianghe a big hug. Lu Jianghe's entire head was engulfed by a surging wave. The suffocating sensation, tinged with a faint milky fragrance, nearly made him bleed from the nose. What a pair of exquisite, milky white snow-white breasts. Ding! You invested in Dragon Maiden Xia Yan's gold-grade Goblin King ring, triggering a 40x return. Congratulations, host, on obtaining refined platinum-grade equipment, Beast King Ring. Beast King's Ring refined platinum grade, when damage taken within 3 seconds exceeds 40% of total HP, immediately gain a 20,000 shield lasting 5 minutes. Activates once every 10 minutes. Ding! You invested in the Succubus Baya's gold tier healing necklace, triggering a 40x return. Congratulations, host, on obtaining refined platinum grade equipment, Flower Spirit Necklace. Flower Spirit Necklace refined platinum grade, briefly floats in mid-air upon jumping, granting an additional 30% attack power while airborne. The attributes of the 2 returned accessories are quite impressive. One serves as a lifesaver, while the other offers greater maneuverability. Lu Jianghe promptly equipped them. Lu Jianghe focused his attention on the third dropped item. Beast King's Heart. This was the quest material he needed to deliver to Wang Ziyuan. However, the description concluded with the note, can be fed to pets to enhance them. Lu Jianghe suddenly recalled that the introduction panels of the demi-human girls he had formed bonds with all contain an entry labeled, Promotion Method. Baya's advancement method was, Blessing of the Goddess of Love. Xia Yan's promotion method was, Conquest and Submission. As for Su Xiaoxiao, her advancement method was, Devour Flesh and Blood. Could he let Su Xiaoxiao devour the Beast King's heart, returning it while strengthening herself? With this thought, Lu Jianghe handed over the blood-soaked Beast King's heart. After fighting so long, you must be starving, Xiao Xiao. Here, eat while it's still warm. Su Xiaoxiao, oh. Baya and Xia Yan were both stunned when Lu Jianghe suddenly handed Su Xiaoxiao a heart. Lu Jianghe, what are you doing? Baya tilted her head in confusion. Feeding Su raw meat? Have you lost your mind? I'm calling the Animal Protection Association, Xia Yin frowned. Someone's abusing a beast-eared girl. Seeing the girl's speechless expressions, Lu Jianghe gave an awkward smile. Xiao Xiao, don't you think this heart tastes amazing? It's the heart of the Beast King. Who would think something like this tastes good? Su Xiaoxiao pounded the air with her fists. I just happen to have animal ears, I'm not a real cat or dog. Even if Brother Jianghe really wants to feed someone, it should at least be dog food or cat food. Lu Jianghe broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. If it's not eaten directly, how exactly does this devouring work? But Su Xiaoxiao spoke again. After I reached level 30, I gained a wolf spirit devouring skill. I think you throw high-quality monster meat into it and it converts it into energy. Ah, Lu Jianghe understood. Next, he handed the Beast King's heart to Su Xiaoxiao for her to devour. Ding! You invested rare material, Beast King's heart 1 in Su Xiaoxiao, the beast-eared girl, triggering a 40x return. Congratulations, host, on obtaining rare material, Beast King heart 40. Seeing the 40 extra hearts in his inventory, Lu Jianghe exhaled a satisfied breath. He looked back at Su Xiaoxiao, only to see that she had already devoured the original Beast King's heart. Lu Jianghe ruffled her hair and said, come on, let uncle check your development. Oh wait, I mean see what new abilities you've gained. Su Xiaoxiao blinked her big, innocent eyes and immediately demonstrated her new ability. Blessing of the Wolf God Beast Roar, upon release, increases damage dealt by allies within 30 meters by 20% for 3 minutes. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Besides learning a group damage boosting skill, another benefit of devouring flesh and blood was the direct enhancement of Su Xiaoxiao's base attributes. HP plus 1000, attack plus 200, defense plus 100, stamina plus 50. With each devouring, Su Xiaoxiao gained an all-attribute boost by absorbing the energy within the flesh. The higher the quality of the devoured flesh, the greater the attribute bonus is gained. The only drawback is that each type of flesh can only be consumed once. After consuming the Beast King's heart, Su Xiaoxiao could not devour a second one. Dungeon players, please note, teleportation countdown, 10, 9, 8. The group fell silent, waiting quietly for the teleportation out of the instance. Meanwhile, outside the Goblin King's lair dungeon, a large crowd had gathered. They pointed toward the instance entrance, their eyes filled with disbelief. Just moments ago, the decade-old dungeon record had been shattered. Chapter 51, Heavy Dependency. The name displayed atop the instance no longer belonged to the veteran raid team led by Zhao Ji. Instead, it now belonged to a new team. Xia Yin, Baya, Lu Jianghe, Su Xiaoxiao team ranking based on member levels. Never heard of this team before. Only 4 members? They didn't even have the basic tank healer DPS setup, yet they broke the record. The previous record holder was our Jiangzhou pride, Zhao the War God. Could Jiangzhou be birthing another legendary squad? But this team doesn't look elite at all. How did they break the record? The enforcement officer who had briefly interacted with Lu Jianghe and the others earlier now wore an extremely peculiar expression. His job involved registering squad information. He knew exactly how complex this team's composition was. Team leader Lu Jianghe was only around level 40, and the healer was similarly low level. Su Xiaoxiao was clearly just a kid, at best serving as the team's mascot. The only one who seemed somewhat reliable was Xia Yin. But her level was clearly under 60. This team, which looked weak no matter how you looked at it, had actually broken a dungeon record that had stood unchanged for 10 years. The absurdity of it was on par with Lauda winning the revival match. What's going on? Why is it so chaotic here? Just then, a stern voice rang out behind the group. The enforcement team members turned their heads, nerves instantly taut. It was Wang Tao, the captain of the enforcement squad. The enforcement officer who had recorded Lu Jianghe's team information hurried forward to report to Wang Tao. Captain, the record for the Goblin King's lair has been broken by a new team. Wang Tao, who had been remarkably composed moments before, froze in surprise. Thinking he had misheard, he asked again, what did you say? I said someone broke the Goblin King's lair record. Wang Tao's expression abruptly changed, his stern look replaced by utter astonishment. The Goblin King's lair clear record? Wasn't that set by Zhao the god of war in his youth? How could anyone possibly break that record? It was no wonder Wang Tao was so shocked. The Goblin King instance was a highly challenging 5-player raid for players below level 100. 10 years ago, Jiangzhou's legendary warrior Zhao Ji led his team to set the clearing record at near impossible speed. Afterwards, young prodigies from all over the country who considered themselves geniuses came to challenge it. Yet ultimately, no one surpassed Zhao Ji's team's record. This dungeon record stood as a mark, etching a page of the Jiangzhou War God's glorious achievements. But now, that very record has been shattered. It was too sudden, we were completely unprepared. Where is the record-breaking team now? Wang Tao asked. The enforcement officer scratched his head. They should still be inside. No, they're out. A flash of white light erupted as a 4-member squad, 1 man and 3 women teleported out of the instance. The moment they appeared, a tsunami of murmurs erupted from the surrounding crowd. A 4-person team, it's definitely them. Holy, isn't that the noob squad from before? Did they actually break the record? They must be cheaters. Their setup doesn't look like it could possibly break the dungeon record. That record was set by Zhao, the god of war. Countless elite teams have failed to challenge it. Lu Jianhe emerged from the dungeon to find himself completely surrounded by the crowd. He was just as baffled as everyone else. What the hell was going on? Why were so many people gathered here? The key thing was that everyone was staring at them with intense, almost feverish expressions. The atmosphere felt strangely eerie. Just then, a middle-aged man wearing glasses pushed his way through the crowd. He approached Xia Yan with a respectful expression, bypassing Lu Jianhe. "Hello, young lady. You must be the leader of this team, correct? I'm the head of the White Tiger Guild. Congratulations on breaking the dungeon's decade-old clear record. Our White Tiger Guild places great emphasis on nurturing new talent. You might consider joining us. Annual salary of 1 million, with other benefits negotiable." Holy crap, the White Tiger Guild is moving fast. Already starting to poach talent? The onlookers exchanged stunned glances, their faces frozen in disbelief. 1 million yuan annual salary? That's no small sum in Jiangzhou City. Many players couldn't even earn 1 million blue star coins by grinding dungeons their entire lives. Offering such a high salary right off the bat? It's downright envy-inducing. Su Dahai adjusted his glasses, a confident smirk spreading across his face. He was certain this new female player wouldn't turn down the chance to strike it rich overnight. The White Tiger Guild was one of the most powerful guilds in the Jiangzhou region. Few would turn down their invitation. Lu Jianhe. Xia Yan shot Lu Jianhe a pleading look. "You're the team leader, why is he asking me?" Su Dahai's smiling face instantly froze. Instead, he wore a look of utter bewilderment. What the hell? This pretty boy is the captain of this team? But his level isn't that high either. Ahem, young man. Su Dahai seamlessly transitioned back to business, plastering a smile on his face as he looked at Lu Jianhe. $1 million annual salary, care to consider it? Not interested, Lu Jianhe declined without hesitation. I have no intention of joining a guild. As for my squad members, you can ask them for their opinions. Before Su Dahai could open his mouth, the 3 girls immediately chimed in. I'm brother Jianghe's loyal dog. Wherever he goes, I go. Su Xiaoxiao declared loudly. Without my brother, I wouldn't even get a chance to run dungeons, Baya said with an elegant smile. Lu Jianhe is a good person, Xia Yan stated earnestly. All 3 girls were subhumans. They had all faced exclusion and discrimination due to their status. Only Lu Jianhe didn't discriminate against them, taking them out to level up. He even gifted them all sorts of treasures and rare gear. Su Dahai's so-called $1 million salary held no appeal whatsoever for them. Only when they were with Lu Jianhe could they feel the relaxation and joy of being treated as equals. Su Dahai stared in stunned silence at the 3 beauties gathered around Lu Jianhe. Setting aside racial stereotypes, each of the 3 beauties possessed her own distinct charm. An adorable lowly, a gentle older sister type, and a clumsy yet charming older woman. What kind of love potion did this guy slip them? Why did it feel like these 3 beauties had an excessive dependence on Lu Jianhe? Could they all be this kid's star fury? Su Dahai's pupils dilated in shock. Young people these days sure know how to play hard. Chapter 52, Record-Breaking Reward. Lu Jianhe? It really is you guys. Just then, a surprised voice rang out from beyond the crowd. The crowd parted, revealing Zhao Guoxiong in his black uniform striding forward. But within the circle formed by Zhao Guoxiong and the other law enforcement officers, a middle-aged man in an administrative jacket followed closely behind. His expression was stern, radiating an aura of authority. The moment he appeared, the previously noisy scene fell instantly silent. Su Dahai's expression shifted slightly as he instinctively stepped back from the center of attention, blending into the crowd. Soon, whispers began to ripple through the crowd. Holy crap! Why is the mayor here? Who would have thought it would stir up the mayor? After all, it's a record set by Mayor Zhao himself. He knows its value. 10 minutes earlier, in the mayor's office in Jiangzhou City, Zhao Ji was sipping tea while reviewing documents. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed outside the door. Secretary Xiao Wang, clutching a stack of documents, pushed open the door with a look of extreme urgency. Mayor! It's an emergency. Zhao Ji had just lifted his teacup when he frowned slightly. Xiao Wang, didn't I tell you to be more composed in your demeanor? What's so urgent? Secretary Xiao Wang swallowed hard. Mayor Zhao, someone has broken your record from 10 years ago. The one from the Goblin King dungeon. Zhao Ji's hand holding the cup trembled slightly as he looked up at Secretary Wang. Are you sure? Secretary Xiao Wang nodded repeatedly. Didn't you say just the other day that you hoped someone would break the record? You said the team that breaks this record has the potential to become the War God Squad. Prepare the car immediately. We're heading to the scene. Time shifts back to the present. Zhao Jie spotted the record-breaking squad through the crowd. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. The squad before him consisted of only 4 members, and they appeared frail and weak. That they could break the record he himself had set was truly unbelievable. The Goblin King's Lair record was one he had set with his companions back in his prime. This instance only allowed players below the first transformation level 100 to enter. There was simply no way high-level players would enter just to chase records. Yet among these 4 players, aside from that young man who radiated an extraordinary sharpness beyond his years, the other 3 were all girls. How on earth did they break the record? Zhao Ji shot Zhao Guoxiong a meaningful glance. Zhao Guoxiong immediately walked up to Lu Jianghe, his expression serious as he turned to the enforcement officer beside him. Confirm it, these youngsters broke the record, right? The enforcement officer nodded. Yes, Captain Zhao, it was them. Zhao Guoxiong nodded, then turned his gaze to Lu Jianghe. Congratulations on breaking the dungeon record. Per regulations, you'll receive the reward for breaking the record. Hearing about the reward, the girls immediately looked curious. Lu Jianghe glanced at the team behind him. Captain Zhao, you didn't come here just to tell me about the reward, did you? You're a crafty little devil. Zhao Guoxiong silently muttered under his breath before saying, follow me first. Mayor Zhao wants to see you. The crowd of onlookers was too large for a private conversation. So, under Zhao Guoxiong's lead, Lu Jianghe and the others headed to an office in a nearby office building. Hello, young man. Captain Zhao should have introduced me. Zhao Ji extended his hand proactively. Lu Jianghe extended his hand in return, maintaining a composed demeanor. Hello, Mayor Zhao. I'm Lu Jianghe, a sophomore at Jiangda University. I hear you're also the top student at Jiangda? Zhao Ji smiled warmly. Very good, very good. You have the makings of a leader. Beside Zhao Ji, his secretary, Xiao Wang, watched her boss with surprise. This was the first time he'd ever heard Mayor Zhao offer praise to someone. Wasn't he usually so stern and serious? Why was he so gentle with this young man? You should know the previous record for this dungeon was set by me and my comrades. I'm delighted to see you've broken it again. Zhao Ji offered his praise before shifting gears. If it's convenient, I'd like to understand how you managed to clear the dungeon in such a short time. Within Lu Jianghe's team, the women remained silent, all turning their gaze toward Lu Jianghe. From this single detail alone, Zhao Ji realized Lu Jianghe was the core of this squad. And his standing among them was remarkably high. Well, Mayor Zhao, Lu Jianghe said, patting Xiaoyan's shoulder, she's our team's tank. She takes all the damage from the monsters. This is our healer, and this young lady handles pulling and slowing enemies. Lin Mo briefly outlined each woman's role within the group. Tank, healer, and kiting specialist. Yet the most crucial role, damage dealer, remained unmentioned. So this Jianghe kid is the DPS in the team? Zhao Ji's eyes flickered as he cut straight to the point. So, young man, your role in the team is damage dealing, right? Did you single-handedly take down every monster in the dungeon? Including that Goblin King? Well. Lu Jianghe looked vaguely uneasy, waving his hands dismissively. Sorry, Mayor Zhao, that's my personal business. I'd rather not discuss it. Sure enough, this kid has secrets. Zhao Ji's eyes narrowed as he formed a rough guess in his mind. The kid remained neither servile nor arrogant in his presence. His half-answers to questions were essentially giving him a way out. Yet on the most crucial point, he'd subtly conveyed his unwillingness to disclose further. Such mental maturity was quite remarkable. Based on this alone, Zhao Ji confirmed that this squad had broken the record. And the pivotal figure behind that record-breaking feat was none other than Lu Jianghe. Young man, I have no intention of prying into your secrets. Truthfully, I'm genuinely delighted that Jiangzhou City has produced such an outstanding team as yours, Zhao Ji chuckled. Now then, let's discuss what rewards you deserve for breaking this record. With those words, the previously tense atmosphere instantly relaxed. Secretary Xiao Wang stepped forward and explained. Per Dragon Nation regulations, individuals or teams breaking records in dungeons below Tier 1 will receive an official reward of 10,000 blue star coins multiplied by the dungeon's entry-level cap. For you, that amounts to 1 million blue star coins. However, considering the previous record has stood unbroken for a decade, we're offering you an optional special reward, unlimited access to the Goblin King's Lair instance. Of course, you can only choose one, either the money or the access. Lu Jianghe sucked in a sharp breath upon hearing the special reward. Unlimited access to the Goblin King's dungeon? This special reward was outrageously generous. Not only was this instance a high-experience dungeon for players below the first job advancement, but it also dropped a wealth of valuable materials. By repeatedly farming this single instance alone, the team could easily raise their average level above 60. It could even provide each of the 3 girls with a full set of high-quality silver gear. Lu Jianghe felt that even a second of hesitation would be disrespectful to this special reward. He responded decisively, "We'll take the special reward. Thank you, sir, for traveling all this way to distribute it." Chapter 53, 3 sets of gold gear. Leaving the office building, Lu Jianghe felt quite pleased. Now that he had obtained the permission to infinitely farm the Goblin King's Lair, he could finally enjoy a satisfying run of looting equipment materials. Lu Jianghe, wait a moment. Zhao Guoxiong hurried over just then. Captain Zhao, Lu Jianghe greeted the women. Zhao Guoxiong's tone was somber. The Lu family has already hired a lawyer for Lu Sanhai. He may regain his freedom sooner than I anticipated. You should prepare yourself mentally. Focus on strengthening yourself as much as possible. Lu Jianghe nodded slightly. With Lu Sanhai, a first-tier powerhouse, weighing heavily on his mind. This not only instilled a profound sense of crisis in Lu Jianghe but also intensified his burning desire to level up and grow stronger. Thanks for the heads up, Captain Zhao. We'll go level up now. Zhao Guoxiong gave a slight nod. On the way to the Goblin King instance, Lu Jianghe received a call from Lu Qingshan. The school had just received notification of Lu Qing's sudden death. As Lu Jianghe's homeroom teacher and the head of his grade level, naturally unleashed a torrent of scolding. After venting his frustration, he reminded Lu Jianghe to focus on leveling up. Once his level rose and he gained the ability to protect himself, he would have more room to maneuver when dealing with the Lu family. So next up, take down the Goblin King. When Lu Jianghe and the others returned to the dungeon entrance, a crowd of onlookers had gathered. Seeing Lu Jianghe arrive with 3 girls in tow, they watched them with envious eyes while instinctively parting to make a path to the dungeon. Whispered murmurs could be heard from time to time. Those are the players who broke the dungeon record. They look so young. There's even a demi-human in their party. Who knew they could be so strong? I'd love to join their team. I heard their leader cleared the dungeon with them. Su Xiaoxiao and the others followed behind Lu Jianghe. At first, they felt uncomfortable under the spotlight of everyone's attention, like needles pricking their backs. But soon, a sense of superiority welled up deep within them. It was the first time they'd felt respected since awakening their demi-human bloodlines. The 3 girls silently watched Lu Jianghe's retreating figure ahead. Like a towering mountain, he shielded them from the world. Knowing Lu Jianghe truly felt like a blessing. A wave of tenderness washed over the 3 women. As a flash of white light enveloped them, Lu Jianghe's squad re-entered the Goblin King instance. Outside the instance, the crowd instantly erupted into a bustling marketplace as they entered. They're back in. Why do I have this feeling they're about to set a new record? Practice makes perfect. Maybe their performance really will keep improving. This is insane. Could Zhangzhou be about to produce a legendary squad? Don't panic, just post it on WeChat moments first. Ha, you think records are just there to be broken? I don't believe they can break it again. They entered the Goblin King dungeon once more. Facing the charging Goblin Wolf cavalry, the women handled the situation with practiced ease. The previous successful run had significantly boosted the group's overall strength. They now handled these monsters with greater ease. Lu Jiang has summoned 8 shadow soldiers to join the fray. The summoned Shadow Legion skill had now reached level 3, granting a 60% base equipment stat boost plus 8 summon slots. The soldiers had begun to form a respectable force in both numbers and combat effectiveness. Summoned Shadow Legion was a proficiency skill. Each time they were summoned into battle, they gained experience points that increased the skill level. Undoubtedly, as battles in the dungeon continue, the Shadow Legion's level will only continue to rise, and the number of shadow soldiers will grow ever larger. Lu Jianghe eagerly anticipated the moment when the shadow soldiers would inherit 100% of his bare equipment attributes. The squad pressed deeper into the dungeon. Xia Yan tanked the damage, while Baya provided healing and buffs. Su Xiaoxiao handled kiting, occasionally slipping close to the shadow soldiers to unleash a beast roar skill. The entire party's attack power increased by 20%. Lu Jianghe and the 8 shadow soldiers unleashed full firepower, relentlessly slaughtering various goblin monsters. Whether cavalry or paladins, none could withstand the shadow soldiers' brutal assault for more than a few hits. Half an hour later, they emerged from the jungle into the mountain range. Xiao, draw the monsters along the path toward us. We'll take them all out in one wave, Lu Jianghe ordered. Su Xiaoxiao nodded and charged into the mountains atop her wolf spirit. 10 minutes later, the mountains echoed with the goblins' frantic, angry shrieks. Following closely behind Su Xiaoxiao were nearly 100 high-level goblins. Prepare for battle. Lu Jianghe gripped his crimson longsword. As the goblin horde charged forward, immediately activating the endless slash skill, a torrent of crimson light crashed down upon the goblins. Within a 5-meter radius, the goblins were pierced by crimson damage. Dense clusters of damage numbers rose from their heads, instantly depleting 1/3 of their health bars. Next came the stationary damage phase. Wave after wave of goblins fell under the combined assault of the group. Unable to breach Xiayan's shield, they could only endure the relentless assault, utterly helpless. Soon, every last monster was slain. Boosted by massive experience points, everyone's levels rapidly climbed. Especially Su Xiaoxiao, she was on the verge of hitting level 40, about to catch up with Lu Jiang. Ding! Shadow Legion summoning skill upgraded. Current level, 4. Summoned shadow soldiers increased by 2. Soldier attributes now reach 65% of host's base equipment stats. The summoning skill upgraded again. This time, Lu Jianghe could summon 10 shadow soldiers at once, with their base attribute bonuses increased by 5%. It was like getting more soldiers while also getting stronger ones. Yet these were merely the appetizer rewards from monster grinding. Lu Jianghe picked up a silver quality helmet from the ground, a faint smile curling his lips. Mutated Elf War Helmet Silver, Defense plus 100, Health plus 800, additional 10% health regeneration speed. The Mutant Elf War Helmet's stats weren't particularly outstanding. Yet it was the final piece Lu Jianghe needed to complete his Mutant Elf set. With all pieces now equipped, the set bonus activated. Anomaly Spirit Set. Set Effect 1, Energy Regeneration Speed increased by 20%. Set Effect 2, increases skill cast speed by 10%. Set Effect 3, movement speed increased by 10%. The Mutant Spirit set's overall stat bonuses surpassed those of the Corrupted Warrior set Lu Jianghe had previously obtained. So he immediately gave the new set to Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao happily accepted it, then planted a smacking kiss on Lu Jianghe's cheek. Thanks, brother Jianghe. You're so kind. Ding. Investing in Su Xiaoxiao's silver set triggers a 40x investment return. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the refined gold grade Giant Shield Guardian set. Chapter 54, Giant Shield Guardian. Giant Shield Guardian set. 7-piece set combined attributes. Attribute 1, Defense plus 2000. Attribute 2, Health plus 15,000. Attribute 3, Magic Resistance plus 30%. Attribute 4, Additional plus 10% defense while standing still. Seeing the base stats of the set bonus, Lu Jianghe couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. What a powerful frontline tanking set. While lacking the Ghostblade set's attack bonuses. Yet they substantially boost defense and health. It even boasts an additional defensive bonus. Lu Jianghe quickly checked the Giant Shield Guardian set's attributes. Giant Shield Guardian set. Set Effect 1, reduces damage taken by 5% for every 10% of health lost. Set Effect 2, reflects 10% of physical damage taken back to the attacker. Only effective against melee units. Set Effect 3, gains the active skill shield counter. Enters a 1-second shield block state, during which all damage taken is reflected back to the attacker at 150% potency. After reviewing the set effects, Lu Jianghe already had a prime candidate in mind for this equipment. It's decided you're the one, little fire dragon. Lu Jianghe stowed the gear away but didn't hand it to Xia Yan immediately. Because Lu Jianghe had devised a way to exploit the system. Over the next period, Lu Jianghe would repeatedly farm the Goblin King dungeon. During this process, he was certain to obtain another set or even 2 sets of the mutated spirit gear. He planned to craft 1 set each for Baya and Xia Yan, then return 2 sets of refined golden gear. The investment return system only allowed the return of items needed by the investor. If Lu Jianghe gave the set to Xia Yan now, he would be unable to gift them the lower tier silver sets. That would essentially mean missing out on 1 free gold set. Therefore, Lu Jianghe planned to first craft 2 sets of mutated spirit gear for Baya and Xia Yan to equip. Then use the system return sets to upgrade their gear. The battle continued. Upon reaching the entrance of the Goblin stronghold, formations of Goblin paladins emerged. Without Lu Jianghe needing to issue orders, the women were already prepared for battle at their respective positions. Coordinating with the shadow soldiers, the group began to slaughter these high-level goblins. Xia Yan absorbed the frontal damage while the shadow soldiers unleashed their full offensive power. Like the sharp teeth on both sides of a saw blade, wave after wave of monsters fell. Experience points skyrocketed as the ground piled high with goblin corpses. A crisp notification chime sounded. Lu Jianghe leveled up. From level 42 to level 43. Lu Jianghe's attributes had now reached an astonishing level. Base HP, 11,350. Stamina, 1,325. Attack, 1230. Defense, 230. These figures represented his base stats without any equipment. With over 10,000 HP and 1,000 attack power, he could easily rival some level 70 or even level 80 warrior players. But this was still far from sufficient. The gap between players below level 100 and those who have undergone class advancement after reaching level 100 is enormous. Lu Jianghe didn't believe his current strength could defeat Lu Sanhai. He must level up faster and frantically boost his combat power. After defeating the Goblin King boss once more. This time, his luck was bad, no useful materials dropped. The disheartened group teleported out of the dungeon. The moment they stepped out, a large crowd had already gathered around them. Another record broken? Holy crap, am I seeing things? Yep, the record got broken, but it looks like it's the same team again. Breaking one record is impressive enough, but they did it twice in a row. Is there any law left? Any justice? This is insane. Lu Jianghe and the others emerged from the dungeon only to find the onlookers staring at them like they were monsters. The crowd tried to figure out how they could break the record so effortlessly. Hey, big shot, can you take us through the dungeon too? I'll pay you. Please take us, boss. I'll introduce my sister to you. Eek, bro, is your team missing a healer? I'm super moisturized, you know. A cacophony of voices erupted from all around. Particularly numerous women, their eyes narrowed seductively as they stared at Lu Jianghe. Their coquettish demeanor set off alarm bells in Baya and the others' minds. Hey, buddy, your team is seriously overpowered, the enforcement officer who dealt with Lu Jianghe earlier approached with a strange look. You just broke the record, and now you've broken it again? You're a monster among monsters. Lu Jianghe flashed a bright smile. Officer, do we get a reward for breaking the record again? The officer slapped his forehead. My brain must be foggy. Hold on a sec, young man. I'll make a call to check. Lu Jianghe nodded. Then he led the girls off to rest. Although the dungeon could be repeatedly cleared, everyone would inevitably tire during the process. This break came at just the right time. Just as Lu Jianghe and the others settled into a spot, several middle-aged men in sharp suits emerged from the crowd, jostling each other as they made their way toward Lu Jianghe. Among them was a familiar figure. Su Dahai adjusted his glasses, his face softening into a warm smile. Congratulations on breaking the record once again. We sincerely hope you will join our team. We are prepared to offer you an annual salary of 2 million. If breaking the dungeon record for the first time was an impressive achievement, then breaking it twice in a row signaled that this player's squad had limitless potential. Precisely for this reason, major organizations from Jiangzhou City had come sniffing around. I'm the general manager of Qiangxing Group. We're offering 3 million yuan annually for you to join us. Another middle-aged woman interrupted, clutching a stack of documents. The Four Saints Association offers 5 million plus a luxury villa for you, young man. The backyard even has a massive swimming pool perfect for summer soaks with the ladies. Hearing the Four Saints Association representative's offer, the other leaders frowned deeply. Damn it, 5 million a year plus a free house? Are you out of your mind? What's the difference between you and those rich guys who throw around thousands of designer bags and cosmetics to chase after women? Aren't you just driving up prices and disrupting the market order? Yet even as the Four Saints Association suddenly jacked up the price, members of other organizations could only grit their teeth and keep bidding higher. There was no choice. The significance of breaking the Goblin King's Lair dungeon record was simply too immense. These union organizations were willing to pay any price to recruit Lu Jianghe and others into their ranks. As the leaders of each organization kept raising their offers, the scene quickly spiraled out of control, devolving into heated arguments and physical shoving between the rival factions. Lu Jianghe and his companions watched in stunned silence as members of several organizations argued fiercely, faces flushed red, to win their allegiance. Dude, when did we become so hot property? Meanwhile, the onlookers watched as major corporations and social groups threw caution to the wind, bidding fiercely for talent. Were left utterly dumbfounded. They pressed lemon slices to their eyes. Heh, not jealous at all. Chapter 55, The War God Squad? But also a harem. In the end, under everyone's puzzled gaze, Lu Jianghe declined all invitations from organizations. Joining an organization comes with too many restrictions. Being a free agent is way more comfortable. Young man, we've checked with the leadership. Your reward will be processed as per regulations, an enforcement team member approached from a distance. He emphasized with considerable seriousness, your squad will receive 1 million blue star coins as a reward. And if you continue breaking dungeon records in the future, the reward will remain the same. Thus, Lu Jianghe and his team received their first major payout since forming the group. Lu Jianghe divided the reward among the girls, giving each a substantial 250,000 coins. The women were all thrilled to receive this money. As players, earning income was a crucial aspect of the game. If they could only grind monsters and level up without generating income, they would face constant limitations when purchasing various materials and equipment later on. After collecting their rewards, the girls' fighting spirit soared. Lu Jianghe waved his hand decisively and led the girls back into the dungeon. Before entering, Lu Jianghe specifically asked the enforcement officer if breaking the record again would earn another reward. The enforcement officer first confirmed that rewards were given for every record broken, then looked utterly stunned and asked, "You wouldn't be planning to break the record again, would you?" Lu Jianghe gave a knowing look that said, "You tell me," before teleporting the group into the dungeon. Meanwhile, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. Are they planning to break the dungeon record again? How many times do they plan to break it? They're more monstrous than the monsters themselves. Dungeons we struggle to clear feel like drinking plain water to them. Sigh, comparing yourself to them is just going to make you miserable. On their third run through the Goblin King dungeon, the group's monster clearing speed was even faster. Without even needing Lu Jianghe's command, Su Xiaoxiao had already begun dashing through the forest, pulling mobs from every corner. A massive wave of monsters surged toward them, only to be halted once more by Xia Yan standing before them. Lu Jianghe led the shadow soldiers in a satisfying hack and slash against the monsters. Both Baya and Su Xiaoxiao possessed skills that boosted their teammates' attack power. With layer upon layer of buffs, Lu Jianghe and the shadow soldiers' combat power became absurdly high. These goblins couldn't even withstand a single blow before being cut down. The battle progressed with the ease of slicing through cucumbers and cutting vegetables. After clearing the jungle monsters, the next target was the creatures in the canyon. Then came the army outside the fortress and the Goblin King within. As the Goblin King fell once more, dying in a pool of blood, a series of notification sounds rang in Lu Junha's ears. Ding! Level up, current level 45. Ding! Shadow Legion summoning skill upgraded, current level 5. Summon Shadow Soldiers plus 3 total summons, 13. Soldier attributes increased to 70% of host space gear stats. Immediately followed by the boss drop. Acquired, Beast King's Heart. Acquired Rare Mithril or X3. Obtained Mutant Elf Chestplate. Obtained Mutant Spirit Boots. Obtained Mutant Elf Helmet. Damn, no golden gear again. My luck sucks. Su Xiaoxiao's ears drooped. Lu Jianghe pinched Su Xiaoxiao's animal ears to comfort her. Golden gear doesn't just drop easily. The first time was just pure luck. Besides, this loot isn't bad either. 3 pieces of the Mutant Spirit series set dropped. This perfectly completed Lu Jianghe's second Mutant Spirit set. He promptly headed toward Baiya. At that moment, Baiya was still meditating to restore her energy. Seeing Lu Jianghe approach, she immediately flashed a gentle smile tinged with allure. Little brother Jianghe, you've worked hard today. Tonight, I'll treat you to something delicious. Whether this treat was proper or not, I certainly wouldn't eat anything improper. Sis Baiya, wear this gear for now. Lu Jianghe handed her the complete Mutant Spirit set. Though Baiya was a few years older than the others in the squad. But because she'd been busy preparing for her teaching certification exams, her level was low and her gear was subpar. As she took the set, she suddenly pointed to the side. Look! A flying saucer. Flying saucer? What the hell? Lu Jianghe froze, instinctively turning his head. Peck! A soft sensation brushed against his cheek, accompanied by a faint fragrance. Lu Jianghe turned back in shock, only to see Baiya pouting as she nonchalantly stepped aside. Thanks for the gift, little brother. Baiya batted her eyelashes at Lu Jianghe with alluring charm. Feels like I'm about to be kept by you. He'd actually been kissed by Baiya. Lu Jianghe touched his slightly damp cheek. This sensation was truly unpleasant. Sister Xia Yan, what does kept mean? Not far away, Su Xiaoxiao asked Xia Yan with an innocent expression. Xia Yan thought seriously for a moment, then leaned close to Su Xiaoxiao's ear and whispered something unsuitable for minors. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in shock as she covered her flushed cheeks. To that extent? How embarrassing. But if it were with brother Jianghe, it wouldn't be so bad. Ding! Invested in the silver set of the Succubus Baiya, triggering a 40x investment return. Congratulations, host, on obtaining refined gold grade Swift Wolf King set. Attribute 1, Defense plus 1000. Attribute 2, Health plus 10,000. Attribute 3, Attack Speed plus 10%. Attribute 4, Movement Speed plus 15%. Swift Wolf King set effect. Set effect 1, Vision increased by 10% while mounted. Set effect 2, Ranged attacks deal 10% splash damage. This effect stacks with the special basic attack effect. Set effect 3, each basic attack stacks attack speed, increasing it by 2% per stack up to a maximum of 100 stacks. Undoubtedly, this investment return equipment set is well suited for Su Xiaoxiao. Especially the splash damage effect within the set bonus. Combined with Su Xiaoxiao's passive that freezes and slows enemies with her basic attacks, it effectively creates an area of effect slow. This is an absolute game changer for dealing with groups of monsters. Moreover, as Su Xiaoxiao levels up, she's starting to make a real impact in team fights. Her current damage output ranks second in the team. Exiting the dungeon. The moment they teleported back to the outside world, cheers and praise filled the air. Without a doubt, Lu Jianghe's team had broken the record once again. This marked the third time Lu Jianghe had led his team to break the dungeon record. I faintly heard that delightful notification chime from afar. Alipay received 1 million yuan. Hello, I'm Niao Niao, a reporter from the city station. How did you manage to break the dungeon record 3 times in a row? A stunning young woman in a professional suit glided over to Lu Jianghe. Just as Lu Jianghe and his team were speed-running the dungeon, news of his feat had already spread throughout Jiangzhou City, even catching the attention of the media. Many were curious about the mysterious figure who shattered the record. Rumors swirled that the record breaker might become Jiangzhou City's legendary War God Squad. The city television station took this situation very seriously, immediately dispatching their star reporter, Niao Niao, to the scene. As the station's star anchor, Niao Niao had always been supremely confident in her looks. However, when she saw Xia Yan and the others in the team being interviewed, her confident smile vanished instantly. A huge question mark formed in her mind. Is this really a team with god-tier potential? Why are there so many beauties? It looks more like someone's harem squad. Chapter 56, Gifting One by One. What techniques did you use to clear the Goblin King's lair? Niao Niao asked Lu Jianghe. What technique? Just stack the stats. Lu Jianghe recalled the scene in the dungeon where he sliced through goblins one by one. Summoning the Shadow Legion and the mental bond significantly boosted his stats. The higher the girls' levels, the greater the boost they provided to Lu Jianghe himself. And when this boost applied to his shadow soldiers, it became the ultimate tool for speedrunning dungeons. Lu Jianghe answered with feigned modesty, I have an excellent team. Everyone works incredibly hard. What was the greatest challenge you faced during combat? No matter what obstacles we face, we never abandon or give up. We persist in upholding. Alright, so positive and uplifting, huh? After posing a few more questions, Niao Niao concluded the interview. Meanwhile, news of Lu Jianghe's squad repeatedly breaking dungeon records kept topping the trending charts across Jiangzhou. It became the talk of the town among onlookers. Many even speculated that this team might grow into Jiangzhou City's legendary God of War squad. Over the next few days, Lu Jianghe led the girls through speedruns of the Goblin King's Lair dungeon again and again. Their levels shot up like rockets. 3 days later, Lu Jianghe reached level 60. Su Xiaoxiao hit level 58, Baiya reached level 60, and Xia Yan climbed to level 65. The Summon Shadow Legion skill had been upgraded to level 7. It could now summon 20 shadow soldiers at once, inheriting 80% of Lu Jianghe's base equipment stats. Besides materials flooding their inventory to bursting point, 2 more sets of mutant spirit gear had been assembled. Even at the silver tier, set equipment commands a remarkably high market price. Lu Jianghe summoned Xia Yan, retrieved his Ghost Crier set, and gifted the mutant spirit set to her. Ding! Invested in Xia Yan's silver grade set, triggering 40x investment return. Congratulations, host, on obtaining refined gold grade sage set. Attribute 1, health plus 15,000. Attribute 2, defense plus 600. Attribute 3, stamina plus 400. Attribute 4, attack plus 300. Sage set effect. Set effect 1, healing effectiveness plus 15%. Set effect 2, support skill level plus 2. Set effect 3, active skill healing wave can be instantly cast to continuously heal 3-5 friendly units. Clearly, this is a set designed for healers. As Lu Jianghe repeatedly utilized the investment return cheat code, he discovered the system's golden finger was remarkably intelligent. The returned items not only scaled to Lu Jianghe's current level but even considered his teammates' needs. After stowing the sage set back in his inventory, Lu Jianghe turned his gaze toward 3 girls playing and laughing nearby. Let's call it a day for the dungeon run, Lu Jianghe said with a smile. Come on, let's head home for dinner. Brother Jianghe, what about tomorrow? Su Xiao asked with an innocent expression. Are we still running dungeons tomorrow? We're taking tomorrow off. I need to visit the player auction house, Lu Jianghe said, ruffling Su Xiaoxiao's hair. I've accumulated too many materials. I need to clear some of them out. Besides selling off useless gear and materials, Lu Jianghe also hoped to get lucky and find a skill book. Though skill books were extremely rare and hard to come by. But what if luck struck and he found the perfect one? Everyone, come over to my place for dinner tonight, Baiya suddenly invited. I'm going to cook lots and lots of delicious food. Yes. Su Xiaoxiao nodded like a chick pecking at grain. I love Sister Baiya's cooking the most. Can we go to the trading post together tomorrow? Xia Yan looked at Lu Jianghe. We've saved up a lot of materials to sell. Of course, Lu Jianghe nodded. Then let's just relax tonight, Baiya beamed, wrapping her left arm around Su Xiaoxiao and linking her right arm through Lu Jianghe's. Tonight I'm drinking beer, we're not leaving until we're tipsy. On the way back, Lu Jianghe began contemplating how to best gift the 3 sets of golden armor he possessed to the girls. Although these sets were system returned and couldn't trigger critical hit returns again, equipping the new gear would give the girls a significant boost in combat power. This would further boost their efficiency in defeating monsters and leveling up. Even tackling higher difficulty dungeons would become much easier. However, simply handing over all 3 sets at once would be a bit too shocking. After much deliberation, Lu Jianghe decided to distribute the gear separately. Led by Baiya, the group first headed to the vegetable market. Once Baiya and Xia Yan had walked far enough away, Lu Jianghe mysteriously pulled Su Xiao into a nearby alley. Xiao, I need to talk to you, Lu Jianghe said solemnly. This is between us, don't let anyone else find out, okay? Su Xiao now stood less than a hand's width away from Lu Jianghe. His intense masculine aura washed over her, making Su Xiao feel dizzy and lightheaded. In the deserted alley, the male and female leads slowly drew closer. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes widened as an undeniably suggestive atmosphere thickened around them. Could Brother Jianghe be planning to do something naughty to me? The mere thought of what might unfold some unspeakable, adult-rated act. Su Xiaoxiao felt her entire body go limp, as if she were melting. So shameful, yet so thrilling. A young girl's budding romance just as Su Xiaoxiao closed her eyes, preparing to embrace the immense happiness about to come. Lu Jianghe pinched her rosy cheeks, jolting her awake. This gear is for you, Lu Jianghe said, shoving the swift Wolf King set into Su Xiaoxiao's arms. Wear it for dungeon runs from now on, but don't tell anyone I gave it to you. Su Xiaoxiao opened her eyes, still dazed. Her large, watery eyes brimmed with disappointment. What the heck? She thought Brother Jianghe was going to do something intimate with her. But when Su Xiaoxiao clearly saw the gear Lu Jianghe was handing her disappointed expression instantly gave way to shock. Golden set. This is a gold set. Lu Jianghe nodded calmly. That's right. I prepared it especially for you. How about it, Xiao? Aren't you touched? Touched? Su Xiaoxiao lifted her head. More than touched, I love you, brother Jianghe. Excited, Su Xiaoxiao lunged forward and threw herself straight into Lu Jianghe's arms. Then, like an octopus, she clung tightly to him. She savored the pure, innocent scent of the young beauty in his arms. Especially her little rabbit rubbing against him unabashedly in his arms. That soft touch was utterly intoxicating. Lu Jianghe hadn't expected Su Xiaoxiao's reaction to be this intense. He smiled bitterly as he supported her hips, afraid the little girl might accidentally fall to the ground. Whoa, brother Jianghe, I like you so much. You're so good to me. Su Xiaoxiao burrowed into Lu Jianghe's embrace like a puppy. She radiated pure dependence. Chapter 57, The Life Player Farmer. Whoa! What are you two doing out in broad daylight? Just as Lu Jianghe was at a loss, Baiya pulled Xiaoyan over. Baiya looked utterly shocked, while Xiaoyan frowned. Lu Jianghe gave a wry smile and urged Su Xiaoxiao to get down. No, I want to cuddle with brother Jianghe. Su Xiaoxiao's little face lifted from Lu Jianghe's embrace. Her voice was soft and sweet, like a little fanboy. Her tiny arms clung tightly to Lu Jianghe's waist, refusing to let go. Seeing Su Xiaoxiao like this, Baiya couldn't help but scold playfully. What kind of love potion did you slip this little girl? Why did she suddenly turn into this? Xiaoyan also frowned slightly. Lu Jianghe is that creepy uncle who charms young girls. Lu Jianghe gave an awkward chuckle. He hadn't expected that giving away a set of golden gear would elicit such an intense reaction from Su Xiaoxiao. After much coaxing, he finally got her to climb down from his shoulders. The rest of the evening was spent bustling about, shopping for groceries, cooking, and enjoying a lively dinner together. Of course, during this process, Lu Jianghe handed the other two sets of golden gear to Baiya and Xiaoyan. The two girls were naturally deeply moved. Especially Baiya, the way she looked at Lu Jianghe was practically dripping with admiration. Lu Jianghe even felt that if Xiaoyan and Su Xiaoxiao hadn't been present, this gentle succubus sister would have offered herself to him on the spot. While Lu Jianghe was happily celebrating over here. Meanwhile, inside the Jiangzhou Enforcement Bureau, someone had already cursed Lu Jianghe tens of thousands of times. Snap! Lu Sanhai crushed his phone, which had been playing reports about Lu Jianghe, into pieces, his eyes filled with malice. His lawyer, sitting directly across from him, glanced at the shattered phone with a look of pity. Then, cautiously, he said, Mr. Lu, after extensive coordination by myself and my colleagues, you'll be released from the detention center the day after tomorrow. Why wait until the day after tomorrow? I want to kill that bastard right now to avenge my son. Lu Sanhai's voice was cold and sharp. Cold sweat beaded on the lawyer's brow. This is the fastest we could manage. You must stay calm. Impulsiveness is the devil. Get me out as soon as possible, Lu Sanhai said, his hands clasped behind his back, half his face hidden in shadow. Once I'm out, I'll make him understand what true despair feels like. I'll make him wish he were dead. He'll pay for my poor son. The lawyer met Lu Sanhai's gaze and couldn't help but shiver. He inwardly gasped that kid Lu Jianghe was probably in for a world of trouble. Meanwhile, in a rented apartment within the Jiangzhou University faculty housing complex, Lu Jianghe received a call from Zhao Guoxiong. The moment he heard that Lu Sanhai would be released from detention in 2 days, his good mood vanished instantly. He still remembered the night he had slain Lu Qing. The terrifying pressure emanating from Lu Sanhai as he furiously swung his blade at him. Although he had grown significantly stronger since then, it didn't mean he could definitely defeat Lu Sanhai. In fact, there was a real possibility that Lu Sanhai could kill him outright. This thought made Lu Jianghe feel restless. Tomorrow, he must visit the trading house to sell the materials he had accumulated over this period, converting them into his own combat strength. The night passed without incident. Lu Jianghe arrived at the player trading house early. The trading post buzzed with activity. Players clad in diverse gear weaved through stalls of all sizes. Faces flushed red, they haggled fiercely with stall owners. After paying a 30,000 fee to rent a larger stall with the highest foot traffic, he promptly laid out all the equipment and materials he had dropped or recovered during this period. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao, Baiya, and Xiaoyan transformed into charming booth attendants. They began selling off the massive haul of materials and gear. To convert their materials into currency as quickly as possible, Lu Jianghe slashed their selling prices to about 10% below market value. This quickly drew crowds of players stopping to buy. Seeing the stall running smoothly and selling off goods, Lu Jianghe stepped back to let others handle it. He was in a hurry now, desperately needing to find materials that could boost his combat strength. After giving the three women a quick nod, he left the stall and began scouring other players' stalls for usable resources. Ding! Successfully sold one Beast King Heart, earning 63,210 blue star coins. Ding! Successfully sold one Silver Grade Mutant Spirit set. Earned 110,000 blue star coins. Ding! Successfully sold 40 mithril ore, obtained 71,231 blue star coins. The constant chime of funds arriving echoed from his phone. Including the bonuses from clearing dungeon records and the compensation package from Jiangda University's chief. Lu Jianghe now possessed roughly 2 million blue star coins. And since the materials were still selling like hotcakes, this sum would keep growing. First, he checked the street stalls for any useful treasures. Lu Jianghe moved swiftly, covering nearly half the player stalls within 5 minutes. Yet these stalls offered only materials or basic gear, nothing suitable for Lu Jianghe. Just as he was about to return to his stall and come back later, a complaint suddenly echoed from an inconspicuous corner. You're selling a basic strength fruit for 100,000 gold? You're practically robbing people. Lu Jianghe followed the sound and saw a player arguing heatedly. Before him stood a player dressed as a farmer. Ha! A life skill player? Lu Jianghe's eyes lit up and he immediately walked over. The farmer player looked young, perhaps 23 or 24. He explained with a helpless expression, "Bro, these are fruits that permanently boost your base stats. It took me a tremendous effort to grow just 20 of these fruits. 10,000 per fruit isn't expensive at all. For 100,000 yuan, I could buy a whole set of top-tier gear. That's not cheap." The buyer snorted coldly. 30,000 yuan each, take it or leave it. If not, I'm walking away. 30,000 is way too low. The farmer's face twisted into a sour expression. I spent over 80,000 just on various planting materials. 100,000 is the absolute bottom line. Poof. Even the major guilds only sell attribute fruits for around 40,000 a week. You want 100,000? I'll bet no fool would buy it. The buyer stood up, his expression dripping with scorn. Yet before 3 seconds had passed, a calm voice spoke up. Are you selling all these attribute fruits? Lu Jianghe approached the stall, his gaze sweeping over the crimson fruits displayed. 3 basic stamina fruits, 5 basic strength fruits, 10 basic vitality fruits, 2 basic constitution fruits. Had he stumbled upon a hidden stash of fruits? To see so many attribute fruits at once. Hey, don't buy these, buddy. They're not worth it. The previous player glared at the farmer with disdain. The White Tiger Guild sells only 5 attribute fruits each week, and they go for around 30 to 40,000 credits. But this dirt poor farmer is asking for an outrageous price, 10,000 bucks for a single fruit? That's practically robbery. Chapter 58, no skill, just numbers. 100,000 for a single basic attribute fruit, that was indeed a bit steep. But Lu Jianghe understood why it was so expensive. The life player before him was clearly a lone wolf, unaffiliated with any guild. Typically, only large guilds could afford to maintain a team of lifestyle players to produce various goods. Take the White Tiger Guild in Jiangzhou City, for instance. To attract players to join them, they would typically sell attribute fruits or other products at lower prices. But they usually sold very small quantities, mainly as a marketing gimmick. For the average person, snagging even one after half a year of scrambling would be considered a decent haul. These attribute fruits, though pricey, have the advantage of being available in ample supply. Bro, I'll take all these fruits. Cash or card? The sudden voice startled Li Qingxuan momentarily before excitement flashed across his face. You're really willing to take all these attribute fruits? I'm so thrilled. Lu Jianghe waved his hand, signaling to wrap up the transaction quickly. The buyer from earlier was completely dumbfounded. He'd stumbled upon a wealthy young man, 20 attribute fruits at 100,000 each. That was a 2 million yuan expenditure. This shabby little street stall had just pulled off a 2 million yuan sale in an instant. No one would believe it if he told them. But no matter how shocked or baffled he was, Lu Jianghe still bought every single fruit. For others, each fruit cost 100,000 yuan. But for Lu Jianghe, the cheat code, one fruit was worth 40 fruits. Converted, that meant each fruit cost only 2,500 yuan. After settling the entire payment, Lu Jianghe learned the farmer player before him was named Li Qingxuan. It seemed he had offended some guild factions and was forced to develop as a lone wolf. As a lifestyle player, he possessed little combat capability. Therefore, acquiring planting materials proved exceptionally difficult. By the way, can you grow more attribute fruits later? Lu Jianghe asked. I'll buy whatever quantity you can produce. Li Qingxuan's entire body trembled with excitement at Lu Jianghe's words. This was definitely a wealthy buyer. He immediately replied, no problem, bro. Once my cultivation level improves, I can try growing intermediate or even advanced attribute plants. Would you still come to buy them then? Lu Jianghe nodded. After exchanging contact information with Li Qingxuan, Lu Jianghe returned to his stall. Although he'd spent 2 million blue star coins on Li Qingxuan, after a period of selling off his stock, Lu Jianghe's savings had climbed back up to 1 million. Thanks for your hard work, everyone. Have some drinks and take a break. Lu Jianghe smiled as he handed out beverages to the 3 girls. The girls beamed with delight, happily sitting beside Lu Jianghe to enjoy their drinks. Lu Jianghe then distributed the newly acquired fruits. The basic vitality fruit and basic constitution fruit went to Xia Yan. The basic vitality fruit went to Baya, while the basic strength fruit was fed to the adorable little beast-eared girl. Ding! Invested 5 basic strength fruits in beast-eared girl Su Xiao Xiao, triggering a 40x investment return. Congratulations, host! You have obtained basic strength fruit 200. Permanently increases attack power by +5 upon consumption. Ding! Invested in Dragon Girl Xiaoyan, 10x basic vitality fruit, 2x basic constitution fruit. Triggered 40x investment return. Congratulations! Host has obtained basic vitality fruit 400, basic constitution fruit 80. Permanently increases HP by +50 upon consumption. Permanently increases defense by +2 upon consumption. Ding! Invested in Succubus by his basic vitality fruit 3, triggering 40x investment return. Congratulations, host! You have obtained basic strength fruit 120. Permanently increases stamina by +5 points upon consumption. Lu Jianghe found a secluded spot and began devouring attribute fruits voraciously. Ding! You consumed 200 strength fruits. Permanent attack +1000. Ding! You consumed 400 vitality fruits. Permanent +20,000 to health. Ding! You consumed 80 constitution fruits. Permanent defense +160. Ding! You consumed 120 stamina fruits. Permanent stamina +600. When Lu Jianghe stuffed all the fruits into his mouth, he belched repeatedly from the bloated feeling. But that wasn't the main point. The real point was that his base stats had received an ultimate boost. Lu Jianghe's current base HP without gear reached a staggering 30,000 plus. His bare equipment attack power exceeded 2,000 plus, while his stamina and defense stats also saw substantial increases. Combined with the bonuses from the Ghost Crier set, Lu Jianghe's actual combat power is approaching that of a first-tier player. Crucially, these attributes can be inherited by his Shadow Soldiers. This means the Shadow Soldiers he summons also receive massive stat boosts. What skills do you need in a fight? Just stack all your stats and go all out. With this boost, Lu Jianghe felt much more confident. Guys, the Heaven and Earth Merchants Guild shop is open. I heard they're selling skill books this time, go check it out. So what if there are skill books? We can't afford them anyway. What if we find a bargain? We'd strike it rich. The sudden chatter caught Lu Jianghe's attention. He looked toward the speakers and saw a group of people striding quickly toward a particular shop. The player marketplace was divided into 2 sections, player stalls and large shops. Generally, items sold in shops were more expensive. But they offered higher value, and occasionally rare items could be found. Lu Jianghe glanced at his wallet. His blue star currency had accumulated to 1,500,000. He wondered if this sum could secure some of the skill books he needed. With this thought, Lu Jianghe followed along. Soon, he arrived outside the shop. The area was packed with people, many players itching to be the first inside to snag treasures. Lu Jianghe's gaze fixed on the display screen beside the shop. The display continuously rotated through the items available for sale this session. Lu Jianghe scanned casually, his gaze suddenly sharpening. Instant recovery, C-grade healing skill. Restores a significant amount of health to either the caster or a single ally. This is an instant cast spell with a 30-second cooldown. Instant recovery was an essential skill for high-level support players. Its ability to instantly restore massive health made it highly effective across various battlefields. Lu Jianghe felt a surge of excitement upon seeing this skill. He currently had high health, but what he lacked were precisely recovery-type skills. Once the shop fully opened, Lu Jianghe followed the crowd inside. Besides Lu Jianghe, quite a few others had their eyes on this instant recovery skill. However, when they saw the price tag beneath the skill book, their fervent eyes instantly turned clear. 1.3 million for a single skill book? Might as well go rob a bank. If I had that kind of money, I'd rather save up for a full set of golden gear. Let's get out of here. Instant recovery is perfect for healers. It's incredibly rare on the market, no wonder it's so expensive. Players who had coveted the book shook their heads in disappointment, abandoning their plans to purchase it. But then, a figure strode directly toward the skill book display. Boss, I'll take this book. Chapter 59, Holy Light Shines. Everyone turned to see who had spoken, a young man. A chorus of murmurs and even snickers erupted from the crowd. Whoa, look at this rich guy spending over $1 million on healing scrolls. He doesn't look like a healer, so is he giving it away? TSK. Giving away $1 million item? Is this what the rich do? Ignoring the surrounding chatter, Lin Mo promptly paid. As the instant recovery skill book entered his backpack, Lu Jianghe's lips curved into a faint smile. He wondered what valuable item this investment return would yield. Without lingering, Lu Jianghe returned to his stall. At his stall, Yasu, Xiao Xiao, and the others were stretching lazily, chatting and laughing. After a morning of selling off inventory, nearly all the materials displayed at the stall had been purchased. The most valuable item was undoubtedly the Beast King's heart. Lu Jianghe had kept 10 for himself and sold off the rest. Brother Jianghe, you're back. Su Xiaoxiao promptly handed Lu Jianghe a bottle of mineral water. Lu Jianghe took a couple of sips before handing the instant recovery skill book to Baya. Sis Baya, I just got this skill book. It's for you. Baya, who had been calmly smiling moments before, suddenly felt overwhelmed with gratitude. Oh my! Did you buy this skill book just for me? This is the instant recovery skill? Baya exclaimed. This skill book is incredibly hard to come by. How much did you spend? Just over $1 million, I guess. Lu Jianghe scratched his head. With the refund system now boosting his earnings, making money wasn't exactly difficult. That $1 million plus blue star coins had been earned in just a single morning. Yet what was mere pocket change to Lu Jianghe deeply moved Baya. Jianghe, come with me. I need to talk to you. Baya suddenly grabbed Lu Jianghe's hand. Ignoring his reaction, she pulled him into a nearby alleyway. Holding Baya's slender yet slightly fleshy hand sent a ripple of warmth through Lu Jianghe's heart. Her hands were fair and soft, with a touch reminiscent of a young girl. Lu Jianghe found himself momentarily lost in the sensation of this beauty. When he snapped back to reality, he realized he had been led into a deserted alley. Brother, thank you for being so kind to me. Before Lu Jianghe could react, Baya flushed crimson and leaned in. She offered him her passionate kiss. From gifting him upon their first meeting to guiding her through monster battles and leveling up together, Baya's affection for Lu Jianghe had skyrocketed. Later, when she revealed her succubus identity, Lu Jianghe not only didn't reject her but even killed someone for her. And when she was kidnapped, it was Lu Jianghe who rescued her. He took her through dungeons to level up, gifting her expensive gold jewelry and a full gold set. Now, he'd even spent 1 million credits to buy a skill for her. Baya grew up in an environment where she faced constant criticism. Throughout her life, most people she encountered, including her own parents, would consider it a blessing if they didn't call her a monster. Never before had anyone treated her as well as Lu Jianghe did. He protected her, leveled her up, and showered her with gifts like a boyfriend would. Boyfriend. The moment that word crossed her mind, Baya's heart began racing uncontrollably. A pale pink blush spread from her cheeks to the roots of her ears. But did she truly deserve to be with Lu Jianghe? She was a repulsive succubus. Being with him would never end well. Xia Yan or Su Su would be far more suitable than her. At least they were younger and didn't carry the same sinister aura as she did. She ended the kiss. Baya gently tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. This casual gesture carried an unexpected tenderness and allure. How did it feel? This was my first time. I'm not very skilled. It was incredible, Lu Jianghe murmured, licking his lips as if waking from a dream. His gaze burned hotly on Baya, like a wolf fixated on a little rabbit. Baya blushed and lowered her head, slipping the instant recovery skill book into Lu Jianghe's arms. You need this skill book more than I do, Baya said sincerely. You offended the Lu family to save me. With this skill in your hands, you'll have another ace up your sleeve. It'd be such a waste to give it to me. Ha! How could it be a waste? You're our team's all-around healer. Lu Jianghe had no intention of taking the skill book back. He whispered softly into Baya's ear, Don't worry, Sister Baya. I've got something even better. Oh, alright then, Baya nodded, then stood on tiptoe and planted a light kiss on Lu Jianghe's cheek. Good boy. Sis is growing fonder of you by the day. Ding. Investing in Succubus Baya's C-rank professional skill instant recovery triggers a 40x investment return. Congratulations, host, on acquiring S-rank professional skill Divine Light Shower. Holy Light Illumination skill description. Upon activation, all players including allies and caster instantly restore 90% of their maximum HP. For the next minute, whenever HP drops below 50%, the caster immediately gains 30% HP restoration. Cooldown, 24 hours. Passive effect, players who learn this skill gain an additional 10,000 HP bonus and restore 1% of their maximum HP per second, immune to interruptions from attacks. Class skills are ranked from lowest to highest as F rank to A rank. Skills above S rank are termed God tier skills. Of course, there are also functional and special skills common to all classes, which generally lack tier classifications. For instance, Lu Jianghe's Summon Shadow Legion and Blood Demon's Wrath. Lu Jianghe examined his newly acquired skill. Undoubtedly, this was another skill powerful enough to instantly turn the tide of battle. Its active effect instantly restored Lu Jianghe's health, with a sustained healing effect lasting up to 1 minute. This proved exceptionally effective against bosses dealing sustained area damage. Most remarkably, it was a group healing skill. Upon casting, not only did Lu Jianghe regain health, but every member of his party received healing as well. As for the passive effect of Divine Light shines upon all, it's equally formidable. It grants an additional 10,000 HP. With Lu Jianghe's current health pool properly geared up, his HP can soar to nearly 60,000. He's a true tank player. But the passive effect of restoring 1% of maximum health per second is downright game-breaking. This is an uninterruptible skill. This means Lu Jianghe automatically regenerates health every single second. With his current health pool nearing 60,000, this equates to a steady 600 HP regeneration per second. No matter how severe the damage, it only takes a minute and a half to essentially fully recover. With this skill in hand, Lu Jianghe's survivability has undoubtedly received another massive boost. Now, besides his ultimate trump card, Blood Demon's Wrath, he possessed another ace up his sleeve that guaranteed his survival. Chapter 60, The Overbearing Lu Family. In the days that followed, Lu Jianghe and the girls sold off every last bit of their remaining materials. They then visited a specialized equipment crafting shop. Using the Beast King's heart as raw material, they crafted a special piece of equipment called the Spirit Horse Whistle to aid their journey. Ding! Investing in the Succubus by Ye's special equipment, Spirit Horse Whistle, triggers a 40x investment return. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 40 Spirit Horse Whistles. Ding! Ding! Lu Jianghe crafted the whistle using the Beast King's heart dropped from the dungeon. After gifting it to the girls, he instantly received over 100 in return. Since he wasn't short on funds for now, Lu Jianghe didn't pull the whistles out to sell them directly. Instead, he stowed them in his backpack, thinking he might gift them to other deserving souls someday. Jianghe. Something's wrong over at Jiangda. Just as Lu Jianghe was happily counting his latest haul, Baya suddenly rushed over with a grave expression. Lu Jianghe's brow furrowed slightly as he instantly sensed something amiss. What's going on, Sister Baya? Lu Jianghe asked. Baya handed her phone to Lu Jianghe. The president of Jiangda University has been reported for disciplinary violations. And your homeroom teacher, apparently a video of him soliciting prostitutes has been leaked. That's ridiculous. Old Lu is notorious on campus for being henpecked. There's no way he'd go see a prostitute. Lu Jianghe took the phone and scrolled through it. But he discovered the school forum wasn't just filled with news about the principal and his homeroom teacher. Several posts directly implicated Lu Jianghe. Jiangda University student Lu Jianghe murders the eldest son of the Lu family over personal grievances. Surveillance footage captures suspected illicit activities involving Lu Jianghe and a university professor. Lu Jianghe harassed a divorced restaurant owner raising 2 children. Multiple witnesses confirm, evidence is irrefutable. What the hell does divorced with 2 kids even mean? Lu Jianghe frowned as he scanned through the various reports. Overall, these reports targeting him contained no substantive evidence whatsoever. They were pure fabrications, and utterly absurd at that. Clearly, this was the work of Lu Songhai from the Lu family. What was most unforgivable was that he had targeted the people closest to Lu Jianghe first. Frowning deeply, Lu Jianghe quickly dialed Lu Qingshan's number. After a few rings, the call was answered. Old Lu, everything okay on your end? Lu Jianghe asked, his frown deepening. Managing, Lu Qingshan replied hoarsely, his voice clearly strained from constant damage control. His tone was filled with helplessness. The Lu family must have pulled some strings. A lot of investors have withdrawn their funding from Jiangda. My problems are minor compared to what's happening with President Wang Ziyuan. He might face impeachment. After a pause, Lu Qingshan continued, President Wang has a very favorable impression of you. No matter what happens, he'll defend you to the death. But if he loses his position and is replaced by a new president backed by the Lu family, our good days will truly be over. Hanging up the phone, Lu Jianghe rushed back to Jiangzhou University without delay. The moment he stepped on the campus, Lu Jianghe sensed the unusual atmosphere permeating the grounds. Numerous students turned to look at him, their expressions complex as they whispered among themselves. Lu Jianghe is back. Are those forum exposés true? Who knows if they're true, but Lu Qing's death is real, definitely taken care of by Lu Jianghe. I heard the university leadership is about to undergo a major purge. This scandal has blown way out of proportion. The murmurs reached Lu Jianghe's ears, deepening the frown on his brow. The urgent priority was to find old Lu and Principal Wang to get to the bottom of this. If Lu Jianghe, you dare show your face here. A furious shout erupted from the crowd. At the school entrance, a large group of students had gathered. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice. They saw a businessman dressed in a suit and leather shoes. He strode swiftly toward Lu Jianghe and spoke in a condescending tone. Lu Jianghe, we won't let your murder of our Lu family's young master go unpunished. You're dead, do you understand? Lu Jianghe stared impassively at the man. If your Lu family wants revenge, take it out on me. Why drag others into this? The man in the suit gave a sinister smile. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. Our Lu family will make you face utter destruction and despair. Ha! Not only Principal Jiang and your beloved homeroom teacher, but every woman behind you, our Lu family won't spare a single one. We'll make you understand the consequences of provoking the Lu family. Lu Jianghe's face darkened, his eyes flashing with boundless murderous intent. He was truly enraged. He had assumed the Lu family's retaliation would be limited to sending assassins after him. But he never imagined the Lu family would first target those closest to him. This was unforgivable. What's everyone doing gathered here? Just then, a familiar voice rang out from beyond the crowd. Wang Ziyuan, Lu Qingshan, and several other school teachers were seen walking briskly toward them. Their expressions were grave, with a barely perceptible hint of fatigue at the corners of their eyes. The students, who had been murmuring among themselves, immediately fell silent at the sight of the school leaders. Wang Ziyuan wore an unusually stern expression. He first glanced at Lu Jianghe, then turned his gaze to the man in the suit, his brow furrowing. Who are you? What are you doing on Jiangda campus? Security, please escort this gentleman off campus. The man in the suit didn't seem angered by this demand. Instead, he sneered, Principal Wang, you won't be staying at Jiangda for much longer. Why bother putting on airs? Wang Ziyuan remained expressionless. At least for now, I am still the president of Jiangda University. His tone grew stern. Regarding Lu Jianghe and Lu Qing's incident, the Enforcement Bureau has already issued a statement. Lu Qing initiated the killing, and Lu Jianghe acted in self-defense. What? Does your Lu family dare question the Enforcement Bureau's ruling? Wang Ziyuan's words weren't just directed at the man in the suit, they also served as a public declaration of the feud between Lu Jianghe and Lu Qing. Upon hearing the president's words, many rumors among the surrounding students dissolved without further argument. The man in the suit's face darkened as he realized Wang Ziyuan was not as easy to provoke as he had imagined. He turned his gaze back to Lu Jianghe. He promptly pulled a contract from his briefcase and addressed Lu Jianghe directly. Lu Jianghe, all this enmity stems from you. Our family head, Mr. Lu Songhai, says he'll give you one chance. If you sign this challenge contract and agree to a one-on-one duel with Mr. Lu Songhai, all grievances between us will be wiped clean. If you refuse to sign, well. The moment these words left his mouth, the students who witnessed everything immediately began murmuring among themselves. Lu Qingshan's eyes instantly turned red. This is outrageous. You're blatantly bullying someone. Do you really think you're Lu family? I accept, came Lu Jianghe's calm voice. The moment he finished, the school administrators, including Wang Ziyuan, looked utterly bewildered. The surrounding students erupted into an uproar. Chapter 61, An Impossible Match. Holy crap, Lu Jianghe's lost his mind. How dare he accept the challenge? He's at least a first-tier expert. Lu Jianghe has no chance of winning. Sigh, the guy's got guts. He's clearly sacrificing himself to protect the others. Lu Qingshan stomped his feet in fury upon hearing Lu Jianghe's response. But Lu Jianghe moved swiftly. In the blink of an eye, he signed his name on the contract. The man in the suit, holding the contract, wore a cryptic expression. Not bad, kid. You've got guts. Too bad you crossed the Lu family. The man in the suit said no more. After setting the time and place for the showdown, he left the school. The crowd watched Lu Jianghe with mixed expressions. The students respected Lu Jianghe as a true man, their eyes filled with awe. School leaders like Wang Ziyuan wore complicated expressions, their eyes flickering with regret. Lu Qingshan's eyes turned red with rage, unable to utter a word. The girls beside Lu Jianghe huddled together, their faces filled with concern. Don't worry, everyone, Lu Jianghe suddenly offered a faint smile. Who wins or loses tomorrow's duel is still up in the air. News of Lu Jianghe accepting Lu Songhai's one-on-one duel spread like wildfire across the entire campus. It instantly became the biggest news sensation on campus. Inside the Zhengzhou City Law Enforcement Bureau, Zhao Guoxiong leapt from his chair in utter shock. What? Lu Jianghe is challenging Lu Songhai to a duel? And it's set for tomorrow? He's lost his mind. The law enforcement officer beside him gave a wry smile and nodded. Lu Jianghe is being too impulsive. Lu Songhai is a master of the same caliber as you, Captain. Lu Jianghe stands no chance against him. Zhao Guoxiong quickly regained his composure, though his expression darkened further. It must be because the Lu family pressured Jiangda. Lu Jianghe didn't want those close to him dragged into this, so he agreed to the duel. The law enforcement officer looked worried. Given Lu Songhai's hatred for him, he'll definitely be aiming to kill. That's precisely my concern, Zhao Guoxiong said, tapping his index finger rapidly on the tabletop. Got it. We need to inform Mayor Zhao Ji about this. Given how much he values Lu Jianghe, he won't just let this slide. Time flew by, and the next day arrived in the blink of an eye. After a day of fermenting, news of Lu Jianghe, the top sophomore, challenging Lu Songhai, the head of the Lu family, spread throughout Zhengzhou University. Upon hearing the news, most students found it utterly unbelievable. After all, the gap in their abilities was simply too vast. No matter how strong Lu Jianghe was, he absolutely could not win the duel. Yet despite this, a large crowd of students had gathered on the sports field to watch. Not only students, but most of the faculty had also arrived at the scene. Wang Ziyuan, Lu Qingshan, and others stood silently at the front of the spectator stands. Their expressions were complex, their brows furrowed with solemn concern. This confrontation was less about Lu Jianghe showing off his strength. Rather, it was a self-sacrifice to prevent others from being implicated. Given Lu Jianghe's current strength, facing off against a master of the first transformation like Lu Songhai was an unwinnable battle. But to maximize Lu Jianghe's chances, Wang Ziyuan had insisted the match be held on the Zhengzhou University sports field. Look, Lu Jianghe is here. Amidst a collective gasp, the eyes of the entire campus turned toward Lu Jianghe as he approached from beyond the field. Dressed in black athletic gear, Lu Jianhe walked calmly toward the preparation area. Despite the surrounding buzz of intense chatter, his expression remained utterly unchanged. Go for it, brother Jianhe. At the front of the spectator stands, Su Xiaoxiao and two other girls had been waiting there for some time. Like a fan club, they waved the banners they'd prepared the night before. Lu Jianhe gave the three girls a slight nod before settling into quiet anticipation. One black sedan after another pulled into the campus. Soon, at the main gate on the opposite side of the playground, a swarm of stern-faced bodyguards in matching suits poured in. The moment they arrived, the previously noisy scene fell silent. Lu Songhai, surrounded by his bodyguards, made his way to the combat arena. He looked down from above, gazing at Lu Jianhe in the distance as if surveying ants. His eyes held no pretense of hiding his contempt. Then he turned his gaze toward Wang Ziyuan in the spectator stands, his tone flippant. The duel can begin now, right? Don't worry, I won't kill him. At most, I'll just cripple him. He can spend the rest of his life lying in a hospital bed. Wang Ziyuan and the others flushed with anger, about to retort. But then, another group of people approached from the side of the field. The Lu family sure talks big. Is bullying juniors something you do with such righteous indignation? Lu Sanghai turned toward the source of the voice. A deep look of apprehension suddenly flashed across his previously gloomy face. Zhao Ji? What brings him here? Mayor Zhao Ji of Jiangzhou City was seen walking at a leisurely pace toward Wang Ziyuan. Mayor Zhao, hello, Wang Ziyuan and the other teachers hurriedly greeted him. Zhao Ji gave a slight nod. I heard there was an interesting duel here, so I came to see for myself. Well, look who's here, Zhao Ji smiled, fixing his gaze on Lu Sanghai. Mr. Lu, you're still sharp as a tack. Still standing on the university field, battling the younger generation? Lu Sanghai's expression flickered with shifting emotions at Zhao Ji's veiled criticism. He opened his mouth but dared not say more. Soon, the two combatants were ready. As the referee declared the duel open, Lu Sanghai and Lu Jianhe simultaneously revealed their respective weapons and gear. Lu Jianhe remained clad in his menacing, dark-hued ghost crier suit, the blood-crying blade in his grasp radiating a crimson aura. In contrast, Lu Sanghai wore gleaming silver armor, wielding a long sword engulfed in icy blue flames. As a first-tier demon swordsman, Lu Sanghai's combat prowess was not to be underestimated. You killed my son, boy. Now I'll avenge him. Lu Sanghai had intended to spew some trash talk to vent the turmoil raging within him. But the moment the match began, Lu Jianhe charged straight at him. Blood-red lament transformed into a blur, mercilessly aiming for Lu Sanghai's forehead. The surrounding spectators gasped at Lu Jianhe's aggressive intent. Holy! I thought Lu Jianhe would focus on defense, but he's attacking first. That strike carries such overwhelming momentum it doesn't fall short of the Lu family patriarch at all. Pfft, what good is momentum? Against overwhelming power, Lu Jianhe is doomed to lose. Zhao Ji, seated in the spectator stands, narrowed his eyes slightly. He hadn't expected Lu Jianhe to initiate the attack either. Clearly, this youngster wasn't intimidated by facing a first-rank expert. Instead, he unleashed a fierce fighting spirit. Not bad, kid, Zhao Ji nodded slightly. I'm starting to look forward to the outcome of this fight. Chapter 62, Damage Output Techniques. Lu Jianhe's unhesitating assault had undoubtedly disrupted Lu Sanghai's combat rhythm. He was struck multiple times in succession. But Lu Sanghai was, after all, a seasoned combat veteran of the first transformation. He swiftly seized an opening amidst Lu Jianhe's storm-like onslaught. He abruptly channeled his flame-infused blade to launch a counterattack at Lu Jianhe. The power of a first-tier powerhouse erupted violently. A chilling intent to kill poured into that strike, causing a massive sense of danger to surge in Lu Jianhe's heart. Lu Jianhe shifted from offense to defense, swiftly raising his blade to guard his chest. Clang! A crisp metallic clash echoed across the entire playground. Lu Jianhe perfectly parried Lu Sanghai's sudden strike. Yet despite the block, a massive red damage number floated above Lu Jianhe's head. 4,196. Armor break, critical hit. Lu Jianhe's pupils contracted slightly. Such high damage. His health was only around 50,000. 4,000 per strike meant he could only withstand a dozen hits at most. Clearly, Lu Sanghai's mage swordmaster build specialized in PvP-focused armor-piercing tactics. Meanwhile, Lu Sanghai frowned. The opponent's defense and health were significantly higher than he'd anticipated. This kid's base stats were absurdly high. If he wasn't eliminated today, he would surely become a menace in the future. The thought ignited a surge of murderous intent within Lu Sanghai. Even with Zhao Ji watching the battle today, he must cripple this brat. Blazing Inferno! Lu Sanghai roared furiously. The next instant, a torrent of scorching flames erupted from his blade. Continuously swinging his blade, Lu Sanghai unleashed wave after wave of fiery sword strikes toward Lu Jianhe. Lu Jianhe swiftly parried with his blade. Yet under the dual effects of armor-piercing force and searing flames, Lu Jianhe's health bar plummeted at a visible rate. It had plummeted to 50% in a mere instant. Oomph, nothing special. Lu Songhai sneered, his eyes filled with scorn as Lu Jianghe only blocked without counterattacking. No matter how strong this kid was, he was still just a greenhorn. He must be intimidated by my presence. Now he could only scramble to defend. In the spectator stands, Su Xiaoxiao gripped by his hand tightly, her face tense. So tense her palms were sweating profusely. Why isn't brother Jianghai hitting him back? If he keeps defending, he'll get beaten to a pulp. Baiya gave a wry smile, unsure how to comfort her. After all, she was nervous too. But Xia Yan beside her remained calm. Don't worry. Lu Jianghai is the strongest man I've ever seen. He'll win this fight for sure. On the other side of the viewing platform, Wang Ziyuan, Lu Qingshan, and the others kept frowning. From the start until now, Lu Jianghe seemed stuck in a rut, constantly on the defensive. His health bar plummeted relentlessly. This situation had their hearts in their throats. Zhao Ji, however, remained utterly composed throughout. He observed Lu Jianghe's battle with a discerning gaze. Despite being on the defensive, each block was precise and perfectly timed, showing no signs of panic or confusion. This kid seemed to be saving up for a big move? But on the central battlefield, Lu Jianghe was struck again by Lu Songhai's blade, his health plummeting to 30%. Die. Lu Songhai held nothing back, leaping into the air with a sweeping slash. He brought the blade down with brutal force toward Lu Jianghe. Just as Lu Songhai expected Lu Jianghe to block again, causing him to lose a significant chunk of health. Lu Jianghe's lips suddenly curved into a faint smile. Instantly, his body turned transparent and vanished from the spot. This was the assassin's stealth skill? Lu Songhai's jumping slash struck empty air. Just as he prepared to leap away from the spot. The next instant, two arms suddenly extended from Lu Songhai's shadow. One on the left, one on the right, they seized his feet. Lu Songhai. He immediately tried to attack the assailant hidden within the shadow. But someone else launched their assault even faster. Lu Jianghe had already materialized behind him. Blunt blow. Stun for 1 second. Endless slash. The endless slash, stacked with 10 layers of parry, surged toward Lu Songhai, its terrifying crimson edge gleaming. The sheer force of the attack stunned every spectator present. This endless slash not only stacked 10 layers of parry, but also benefited from the Ghost Crier set's HP reduction and attack boosting buff. Its attack power was pushed to the absolute limit. Boom! A deafening roar echoed across the battlefield's center. Lu Jianghe's strike crashed down like a mountain onto Lu Songhai's face. 43,610. A massive damage number floated above Lu Songhai's head. His health rapidly plummeted by nearly half. The immense impact force from the blade's descent sent Lu Songhai flying backward. He slammed into the wall with a thud. A distinct human-shaped indentation was left on the wall. Witnessing Lu Jianghe unleash such a terrifying strike, a chorus of gasps erupted from the spectator stands. Holy crap, Senior Lu Jianghe is insane. He sent the Lu family head flying with a single strike. Is this the confidence behind his challenge? The Beanzong powerhouse is terrifying. The Lu family's reputation is ruined. Their patriarch got blasted into the wall. Lu Jianghe first employed a round of passive defense to lull his enemies into complacency. Then, unleashing his ultimate move with a devastating strike, ignited a wave of heated discussion among the spectators. The atmosphere instantly erupted. Many erupted in fervent cheers. When these cheers reached Lu Songhai's ears, his face turned green with rage. He crawled out of the wall looking utterly disheveled, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he fixed them on Lu Jianghe. This kid was too cunning. He'd been hiding his true strength. But these petty tricks would end here. He still had nearly 50,000 HP left. As long as he could hold out. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Lu Songhai was psyching himself up to play the dominant party, 2 fireballs weak in damage but utterly humiliating landed on him. 67 burn. 53 burn. Lu Songhai's eyes widened. Not far away, Lu Jianghe continuously formed small fireballs in both hands and hurled them at him. The fist-sized fireballs flew like bullets, forming a continuous line as they slammed toward Lu Songhai. Lu Songhai, who had been trying to maintain his master's composure, was instantly reduced to a charred mess. Damn it, this kid is so annoying. Couldn't he wait until I got back up before attacking? But Lu Jianghe wasn't the type to show chivalry. His favorite pastime was kicking a man when he was down. With Lu Jianghe's current stamina, casting fireballs barely drained him. Guided by the mindset of chipping away at every last bit of health possible, Lu Jianghe's hands blurred into afterimages as fireballs rained down on Lu Songhai like they were free. Though each fireball carried little individual power, sheer volume proved overwhelming. So much so that Lu Songhai, who had intended to show off and spout a few threats, now found himself clutching his head as he circled the arena in evasion. He looked utterly pathetic. The surrounding students witnessed this scene and instantly pulled the confused black person meme face. What the hell, dude? Are you a mage or a warrior? Chapter 63, Shadow Legion, mobilize. You brat, you're asking for it. Lu Songhai, enraged by the blows, His figure blurred into a trail of afterimages as he charged toward Lu Jianghe at breakneck speed. His ice blue blade swung high, fueled by fury, slashing viciously toward Lu Jianghe's face. This strike carries 20 years of my power. Can you even withstand it? Yet in the next instant, the blade slammed into Lu Jianghe's body. 16,001. A massive crimson damage number floated above Lu Jianghe's head. Immediately following, Lu Sanhai unleashed a barrage of attacks reminiscent of a tornado devastating a parking lot. Hits kept landing on Lu Jianghe's body. Triple-digit damage numbers continuously floated above Lu Jianghe's head. At that moment, the surrounding students all held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Su Xiaoxiao, Xiayan, and Baya were so tense their faces were frozen stiff, 1,000 times more nervous than when they'd fought themselves. On the VIP viewing platform where the school leadership sat, Lu Qingshan watched the battle below with a grim expression. It's over, it's over. There's absolutely no chance of winning this fight. No matter how strong Lu Jianghe is, how could he possibly stand a chance against a first-rank powerhouse? Wang Ziyuan opened his mouth to speak, but Zhao Ji suddenly interjected from beside him. Lu Jianghe's base attribute panel is outstanding, but his combat prowess still needs refinement. If he can't break free from Lu Sanhai's attacks soon, things will only get tougher. The crowd's expressions darkened. Breaking free from a first transformation expert's grasp seemed an impossibly daunting task. Ha! Die! Lu Sanhai erupted in a maniacal laugh. Beneath his feet, a spiraling sea of sand abruptly materialized. Lu Jianghe's movement speed was drastically reduced as he stepped onto the sand. His body was even being pulled relentlessly toward Lu Sanhai. Faced with this predicament, Lu Jianghe showed not a trace of panic. He gathered his strength slightly, then leapt violently into the air. Immediately, the passive skill of the Flower Spirit Necklace activated. Not only did Lu Jianghe briefly hover mid-air, but he also gained an additional 30% attack power buff. Whoosh! 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 Lu Jianghe quickly created distance while channeling fireballs, unleashing them relentlessly upon Lu Sanhai. Ghost King Claw. Lu Sanhai clenched his left palm in midair. A blood-black bone claw materialized at Lu Jianghe's chest. Before Lu Jianghe could react, the blood-black bone claw instantly dragged him before Lu Sanhai. Heh, now you're finally trapped. Lu Sanhai revealed a cruel smile as his long blade plunged viciously into Lu Jianghe's body. Another damage value exceeding 10,000 floated above Lu Jianghe's head. The Beast King Ring's low health shield effect had already triggered once before. Lu Jianghe's health bar now hovered below 10%. Facing such dire peril, Lu Jianghe had no choice but to activate his final trump card. Blood Demon's Wrath. As Blood Demon's Fury activated, Lu Jianghe's health bar rapidly filled with white shield energy at a visible pace. Simultaneously, his attack power received a terrifying boost of over 10,000 points. In that instant, Lu Jianghe transformed into a force capable of obliterating anything in its path. Though this state could only last 10 seconds. Lu Jianghe swung his crimson longsword, launching a counterattack against Lu Sanhai. Yet what followed caught him completely off guard. Miss. 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 A series of missed attack notifications flashed across the screen. Lu Jianghe instantly realized that Lu Sanhai had activated some kind of damage immunity skill. He instantly retreated dozens of meters. Before Blood Demon's Fury concluded, he activated the Holy Light Shower skill. Lu Jianghe, who had barely a sliver of health left, instantly recovered to near full health. Not bad, kid. You've got a recovery skill too, Lu Sanhai sneered, watching Lu Jianghe retreat to the edge of the arena. But his response was a fireball smashing into his face. His cheek, which he had just managed to clean, was now charred black. Ah! You're dead, you little brat. Lu Sanhai roared, charging headlong toward Lu Jianghe. Lu Jianghe knew clearly that the upcoming battle would be his last stand. Without pulling out his trump card, victory was impossible. It's decided, you're mine. Shadow soldiers. Lu Jianghe's shadow writhed like liquid. In an instant, dozens of dark figures scattered in all directions. Mid-charge, Lu Sanhai suddenly sensed something was amiss. He halted immediately, staring at the shadows scattering from Lu Jianghe's feet as if facing a formidable enemy. What the hell is this kid up to now? Lu Jianghe thrust his crimson blade into the ground. Then he snapped his fingers lightly. In the next instant, the scattered shadows expanded into an area as large as a millstone. One by one, figures clad in straw hats and raincoats, resembling ancient knights errant, slowly emerged from the shadows. Clang! The shadow soldiers drew the long blades at their waists with robotic precision. The overwhelming aura they instantly projected sent shockwaves through the entire crowd. Holy crap! Are these summoned creatures? How can they be this badass? Looks like their stats aren't half bad either. That's enough summons for 20 people. Mind-blowing. Holy crap! Wave after wave of shouts erupted, instantly igniting the atmosphere. On the VIP viewing platform where the leadership sat, Zhao Ji, who had been sitting calmly, began to lose his composure. He studied the shadow warriors swarming around Lu Jianghe, a ripple of unease stirring within him. This summoning skill was unlike anything he'd ever encountered before. Not even the National Library in the Imperial capital held any records of it. Judging by his experience, this summoning skill was undoubtedly extremely powerful. Given Jiangzhou City's scale, such an extraordinary skill shouldn't exist here. How did Lu Jianghe acquire such a skill? This youngster seems to be hiding some extraordinary secrets. His gaze returned to the battlefield. Upon seeing 20 shadow soldiers materialize around Lu Jianghe, his previously frenzied gaze instantly cleared. Still, he sneered coldly, what good is summoning a bunch of cannon fodder? You'll never defeat me. Cannon fodder? Well, go ahead and try, Lu Jianghe replied with a calm smile, his expression suddenly hardening. Attack! Swish! 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 The shadow soldiers transformed into black arrows, charging toward Lu Sanhai. Lu Sanhai had assumed these shadow soldiers would shatter like fragile glass upon contact. Yet when the first shadow soldier swung at him, he felt combat pressure nearly matching Lu Jianghe's. How could these summoned creatures possess such high stats? Before Lu Sanhai could react, more shadow soldiers closed in around him. They swung their blades relentlessly, hacking furiously at Lu Sanhai. Despite Lu Sanhai desperately blocking and defending, the sheer number of enemies overwhelmed him. His health bar plummeted at a visible rate. Desperation gripped Lu Sanhai as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, his eyes flashing with fierce determination. He knew that continuing to take blows passively would lead to certain defeat. Chapter 64, Witness History. Kid, you forced my hand. Lu Sanhai gave a bitter laugh. He never dreamed he'd be pushed to this point. A stinking brat who hadn't even reached the first transformation stage. How could I have gotten myself into such a mess? Damn it all. So you, just go die. A massive black energy shockwave erupted from Lu Sanhai's body. The shockwave instantly blew the shadow soldiers flying. Immediately after, Lu Sanhai's base stats began to surge at a visible rate. Oh no! It's Lu Sanhai's signature move, Abyssal Sacrifice, gasps echoed from the spectator stands. Who would have thought he'd resort to this skill just to take down Lu Jianghe? TSK, Abyssal Sacrifice is an S-tier damage boosting skill. Lu Jianghe won't be able to withstand it. It wasn't just the school teachers murmuring among themselves. At that moment, Wang Ziyuan, Lu Qingshan, and even Zhao Ji unconsciously tensed every muscle in their bodies, their expressions darkening to the extreme. Su Xiaoxiao and the other two girls' faces were also filled with tension. The next second, Lu Sanhai unleashed the Ghost King's claw skill upon Lu Jianghe. In an instant, Lu Jianghe was dragged before him. With his power surging, Lu Sanhai's damage output and attack speed had both skyrocketed. He unleashed a frenzied barrage of attacks upon Lu Jianghe's body. After a flurry of combos, Lu Jianghe's health bar was reduced to a mere sliver. Ha! It's over. Lu Sanhai stared at Lu Jianghe, who now lay on the brink of death with just one more strike needed to finish him off. A victorious expression spread across his face. Both students and teachers watching the duel shook their heads in unison. Lu Jianghe had no chance of winning. No matter how skilled he was, he could never hope to match a level 1 player. Under the absolute suppression of attributes, all skill seemed utterly meaningless. But, at this very moment, Lu Jianghe was more composed than he had ever been before. The more critical the moment became, the clearer and more rational his thinking grew. Perhaps his individual stats couldn't match the strongest fighter of a clan. But what if he were a veteran player? How would you respond then, sir? Shadow soldiers, move out. In the next instant, several figures suddenly emerged from within Lu Sanhai's shadow. Lu Sanhai's hand hesitated slightly. Lu Jianghe seized this opening, activating his charge skill on the spot. Hit. 1 second stun. Immediately after, Lu Jianghe gripped his sword with both hands and swung it upward with tremendous force, striking Lu Sanhai's body. Lu Sanhai flew through the air like a punching bag, sent soaring 2 meters into the air. The warrior class's basic skill, uppercut. Though lacking in raw power, it possessed the ability to briefly lift enemies into the air. Airborne and unable to counterattack, Lu Sanhai could only wait to land before retaliating. However, what happened next took everyone completely by surprise. As Lu Sanhai was flung into the air, the shadow soldiers surrounding Lu Jianghe mimicked his movements, preparing to execute their own upward thrusts. Just as the force lifting Lu Sanhai vanished and he was about to plummet downward, one of the shadow soldiers suddenly swung his long sword, sending Lu Sanhai soaring into the air once more. Then a second shadow soldier, followed by a third. The shadow soldiers relentlessly executed their upward thrusts, temporarily keeping Lu Sanhai suspended in midair. He remains suspended in midair, unable to descend. Holy, what kind of move is this? Damn, infinite knockups. Lu Jianghe is exploiting the aerial property of the uppercut skill to lock down his opponent. This is what mastery of skills looks like. The live audience was utterly stunned by the spectacle. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock wide enough to fit an ostrich egg. Just a second ago, they were certain Lu Jianghe was doomed. But now he was suddenly poised to turn the tables. Lu Jianghe's masterful play with the old 6 model shattered everyone's expectations. This battle transcended mere entertainment value. It was nothing short of performance art. Damn it! How could this happen? Lu Songhai, perpetually suspended in midair, wore an expression of utter disbelief. Floating was a skill characteristic of upward sweeping attacks. It wasn't merely about flying into the air. In this airborne state, Lu Songhai was utterly unable to counterattack. Having held absolute dominance moments ago, he now bounced around like a punching bag. Worse still, his health bar was dwindling to a mere sliver amidst the relentless flipping. Impossible. How could I lose? I came here to avenge my son. Lu Songhai's mind screamed in fury, yet he was utterly helpless. The shadow soldiers executed Lu Jianghe's commands with machine-like precision. A precise upward strike, without a single wasted motion. It's finally over. Lu Jianghe's lips curved into an almost imperceptible smile. Just as the next aerial strike was about to land, the shadow soldiers withdrew from the combat zone. Unending slash. Lu Jianghe's gaze sharpened abruptly as he violently unleashed the skill toward Lu Songhai. Boom! Blood spurted skyward. A crimson shockwave instantly pierced through Lu Songhai's body. In that moment, the world seemed to shrink to nothing but this crimson expanse and the young man wielding that blood-red blade. On the spectator stands, whether students, teachers, or school administrators, even Zhao Ji, the former top warrior of the Dragon Nation, now fixed their burning gazes on Lu Jianghe. Their eyes brimmed with disbelief and astonishment. Even awe. Snap. The sound of shattering jade echoed as Lu Songhai's life-saving artifact was instantly shattered. His health was forcibly locked at 1 HP, as if all the blood had been drained from his body. He collapsed to the ground, utterly dejected. His entire being was in utter despair, every muscle in his body trembling violently, even convulsing, from the crushing defeat. In that moment, Lu Songhai suffered a devastating blow, both physically and mentally. In stark contrast, Lu Jianghe stood 3 meters away. Blood-red sword in hand, his posture was straight and tall, radiating the aura of a true master. A gentle breeze brushed his slightly disheveled short hair. At that moment, Lu Jianghe seemed like a rising star. He had utterly captivated everyone present. He won. Lu Jianghe actually won. This is insane. We've witnessed history. Lu Jianghe is incredible. A level 60 beginner player actually defeated a first transformation expert. This is a real-world case study worthy of being written into textbooks. Lu Jianghe's performance in this battle could truly be described as a legendary triumph. Not only did he hold his own against a first-tier expert, but he even staged a last-minute comeback. He utterly defeated the first-tier expert. At that moment, every spectator in the stands was utterly convinced of Lu Jianghe's superiority. Many even gazed at him with awe-filled eyes. Over at the school leadership section, Lu Qingshan exhaled deeply, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Chapter 65, Mermaid Tears. Wang Ziyuan, standing nearby, praised, "Old Lu, your star pupil's abilities are truly unfathomable. Especially that unconventional tactic of using an upward strike to break the stalemate, utterly imaginative. Ordinary people wouldn't even dare to conceive of such a move." "Principal Wang, you're only half right," interjected Zhao Ji, who had remained largely silent until now. Even if someone conceived of exploiting the airborne property to repeatedly hard control an enemy, executing such a tactic would be virtually impossible. Zhao Ji's voice drew the attention of those around him. They all wanted to know what this legendary warrior, once a god of war who had dominated the battlefield, would say about Lu Jianghe. Zhao Ji's gaze, however, was fixed on Lu Jianghe in the arena. The airborne effect from an upward strike skill doesn't keep enemies suspended indefinitely just by spamming it. The airborne effect doesn't stack. To sustain the knockup, you must exploit the roughly 0.1 second skill gap after the airborne effect ends. If you act earlier than 0.1 seconds, the second airborne skill won't activate. If you act later than 0.1 seconds, you can't maintain a stable combo. In other words, the reason Lu Jianghe managed to control Lu Songhai to death is that he flawlessly seized that 0.1 second window with every single attack. In the previous battle, Lu Jianghe executed over 100 knockback combos, each precisely timed within that 0.1 second margin of error. His combat awareness is borderline insane. The assembled teachers and school administrators listened to Zhao Ji's analysis, their pupils dilating in shock. Their faces flickered with expressions of astonishment and numbness. To be described as abnormally gifted by Zhao the god of war, there was likely no one else in the entire city of Jiangzhou besides Lu Jianghe. That Zhao the war god would give Lu Jianghe such high praise. Wang Ziyuan pressed on, "Mayor Zhao, how would you rank Lu Jianghe among the elite fighters you've encountered?" Zhao Ji thought carefully for a moment before replying in a level tone, "If we're just talking about combat awareness, he'd be within the top 100. Whoa! The crowd collectively sucked in their breath, stunned once more. As a former god-tier player in Dragon Nation, Zhao Ji had encountered countless prodigies. Not just domestically, but internationally and even across different races in other realms. Now Zhao Ji was saying Lu Jianghe's combat awareness ranked among the top 100 he'd ever witnessed. This assessment essentially equated to saying Lu Jianghe might one day become a top-tier powerhouse ranked among the world's top 100. Could it be that Jiangzhou City was truly about to give birth to another god-tier warrior? No, I refuse to accept this. He couldn't have beaten me, he must have cheated. Just as the crowd was buzzing with heated discussions about Lu Jianhe, Lu Sanhai, who had been receiving treatment, suddenly sat up straight on the stretcher like a corpse coming back to life. Memories of his defeat flooded back into his mind. Lu Sanhai felt rage like a throbbing pain pulsing through his veins. To be defeated by a junior was not merely a personal disgrace. It had utterly disgraced the entire Lu family. An unforgivable disgrace. Die. 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 A situation no one could have anticipated unfolded. Lu Sanhai, driven mad by fury, charged wildly at Lu Jianhe. It seemed he had resolved to kill Lu Jianhe. But Lu Jianhe's vitality hadn't fully recovered yet. If attacked now, his life would be in grave danger. How dare you? A voice, commanding respect without anger, boomed from the spectator stands. Just as Lu Sanhai was about to reach Lu Jianhe, his vision suddenly blurred. Zhao Ji's palm seized Lu Sanhai's wrist with pinpoint accuracy. Before Lu Sanhai could react, the next instant, Lu Sanhai was sent flying backward like a cannonball. A thunderous crash echoed. One wall of the playground collapsed in a massive heap of rubble under the force of the impact. Behind Zhao Ji, Lu Jianhe stared in stunned silence as Zhao Ji made his move. In that instant, Lu Jianhe sensed a primal, beast-like aura emanating from Zhao Ji. Under the influence of that aura, Lu Sanhai, whom he had regarded as a formidable foe, suddenly seemed smaller than an ant. Was this the sheer intimidation of a top-tier powerhouse from the Dragon Nation? A tingling sensation spread across Lu Jianhe's back, followed by an indescribable surge of emotion churning violently within his chest. In that moment, Lu Jianhe felt his blood ignite. A seed of ambition to become stronger was planted deep within his soul. "Young man, I hope I didn't scare you," Zhao Ji remarked, his expression softening back to its usual amiable tone after instantly defeating Lu Sanhai. When he saw Lu Jianhe staring at him with burning intensity, Zhao Ji was slightly taken aback. This youngster hadn't flinched at the battle aura he'd unleashed. After all, the pressure he had just unleashed was enough to intimidate even some high-tier transferred players, triggering instinctive fear. Yet Lu Jianhe's face showed not a trace of fear. Instead, a fiery determination burned within him. This kid, he's truly a talent. The feud between Lu Sanhai and Lu Jianhe was swiftly resolved through Zhao Ji's intervention. Lu Sanhai was struck by Zhao Ji's fist, leaving him permanently disabled at level 3. He would later face charges for intentional assault. To mitigate the negative fallout from Lu Sanhai's actions, the Lu family had no choice but to swallow their pride and swallow their pride. Ultimately, both parties reached a settlement. The Lu family ceased all actions against Lu Jianhe and withdrew all previous measures targeting those around him. With that, the entire incident was finally brought to a close. "Mr. Lu Jianhe, please wait a moment. Mayor Zhao wishes to speak with you privately," Secretary Xiao Wang called out to Lu Jianhe as the crowd dispersed after the fight. Lu Jianhe nodded, then gestured to Baya and the other two women in the distance to wait a moment. He followed Secretary Xiao Wang over to Zhao Ji. Lu Jianhe held deep respect for Zhao Ji. This wasn't merely because he held power in Jiangzhou City, but because Zhao Ji was a hero who had defended the nation. The legendary war god Zhao Ji had once led Dragon Nation's players through one perilous portal after another into dangerous alternate worlds. Wave after wave of alien beast hordes were slaughtered before the nation's borders. Later, during one of his infiltration missions, he suffered severe injuries from a powerful alien foe, damaging his core. Thus, he withdrew from the front lines and returned to his hometown of Jiangzhou City. "Mayor Zhao, what brings you here?" Lu Jianhe inquired. Zhao Ji appraised Lu Jianhe with a glance before pulling a scroll from his pocket. "I have a commission here. I wish to entrust it to you and your team." "A commission?" Lu Jianhe paused slightly, instinctively unfurling the scroll. "Mission assignment: escort the client to the neutral war zone of Sea Coral Reef. Objective: locate the special item Mermaid's Tear to assist the client in completing their first job advancement. Reward: 3 million blue star coins, Mermaid's Tear special consumable." Chapter 66, Ice Queen jobbing you. Mermaid Tear's special consumable permanently increases players' resilience by 2 points upon consumption. Reusable. Lu Jianhe's eyes lit up. Mermaid Tears are a valuable item. They actually boost the resilience attribute. Resilience is a relatively rare attribute. Players with high tenacity recover faster from crowd control effects like stuns, knockbacks, and slows. Not only does it effectively shorten the duration of crowd control, but it can even reduce damage from critical hits. It's not a defensive stat, but in some ways, it's more useful than defensive stats. "We'll take this task, Mayor Zhao," Lu Jianhe said without hesitation. "When do we depart?" "My secretary will pick you up tomorrow at 8 a.m., Zhao Ji nodded slightly before adding emphatically. The dangers in the neutral war zone come not only from monsters but also from players of other nations. Exercise utmost caution in all matters. Oh, and the person you're escorting on this mission is a bit special. Zhao Ji, this is actually a personal assignment I'm giving you. Beyond recognizing your squad's capabilities, the most crucial reason is that you, Lu Jianghe, possess discerning eyes. Discerning eye? Lu Jianghe startled. Had Zhao Ji discovered his cheat code? You're the first squad leader I've seen who only recruits demi-humans, a seasoned veteran, an experienced squad leader. It just so happens my little niece couldn't assemble a team, so I thought I'd ask you guys. Lu Jianghe breathed a sigh of relief. So it wasn't his cheat code that had been exposed. But who exactly is the pervert here? Lately, people keep calling me an old pervert. Let me make this clear, I'm not old. Ending the conversation with Zhao Ji, Lu Jianghe briefed the girls on their next mission objective. Hearing they'd be heading out on another adventure together, the girls all wore delighted smiles. But another piece of good news followed hot on its heels. Su Xiaoxiao and Xiayan's transfer applications had been approved at lightning speed. In just one afternoon, the two girls sailed through the process and were officially enrolled. The neutral war zone of the sea coral reefs was a large archipelago located east of the East Sea of the Dragon Nation. The island is renowned for its abundant marine ingredients and aquatic resources. Naturally, as a leveling spot outside Dragon Nation's borders, it also attracts players from other nations, making bloody conflicts a common occurrence. To prevent large-scale player slaughter, the Dragon Nation and surrounding nations have established regulations. Only players between levels 50 and 100 before their first class change are permitted to land on the island, and dedicated safe zones for trading have been established. After understanding these basic circumstances, Lu Jianghe retired early, eagerly anticipating the next day. The night passed uneventfully. Escorted by Secretary Wang, Lu Jianghe and his companions arrived at the teleportation array in Jiangzhou City. Upon stepping off the vehicle, they did not see the mayor's niece as expected, but instead encountered another adventuring party approaching them. This was a classic dual warrior, dual mage, single healer party. The leader wore dazzling golden armor, his eyes brimming with arrogance. Secretary Wang, is this the escort team the mayor specially arranged for Miss Bingyu? They don't look like much. Lu Jianghe and the others were all dressed in casual attire. To avoid drawing too much attention, Su Xiaoxiao even wore a black baseball cap. Xiayan concealed her tail beneath her beige trench coat. Wei Chang, why are you here? Secretary Wang frowned slightly. Did the mayor also assign you to protect Miss Bingyu? Wei Chang chuckled awkwardly. Since our team is also heading to the sea coral reef, we figured we could provide protection for Miss Bingyu along the way. Besides, these bodyguards don't seem particularly reliable. With that remark, the rest of Wei Chang's team began to sneer and snipe. A four-man squad without a single mage? Don't they know the monsters on the sea coral reef are mostly magic-based? A squad like that is just asking to be slaughtered. How could the mayor possibly consider them? How could such a noob squad possibly be worthy of teaming up with Miss Bingyu? Secretary Wang frowned slightly at the unfiltered gossip. Just as he was about to speak, a black sedan pulled up in front of them. The door swung open. A graceful figure emerged from the vehicle. She wore a pale blue maxi dress, its lace hem swaying gently in the breeze like delicate ripples on the sea. It perfectly accentuated her slender waist, while her waist-length hair was simply tied back with a ribbon. She exuded a poised elegance, yet possessed an elfin-like agility. Her exquisite features resembled those of an otherworldly fairy untouched by earthly concerns. The only flaw was her expression too cold, a chill that kept others at arm's length. She was an ice queen type of beauty. The moment Zhao Bingyu appeared, the once noisy venue fell instantly silent. As her number one admirer, Wei Chang couldn't hide his lecherous expression. Miss Bingyu, you look absolutely. Before Wei Chang could finish, Zhao Bingyu cut him off. Secretary Wang, are these the bodyguards uncle hired for me? Zhao Bingyu addressed Secretary Wang without so much as a glance at Wei Chang. This left Wei Chang instantly flustered, his face flushing crimson. Secretary Wang nodded. Yes, miss, they are. This is their leader, Lu Jianghe. He is a formidable warrior with exceptional tactical command abilities. The team Captain Lu leads is highly capable. Your transfer mission will surely be completed smoothly. As the secretary to the mayor of Jiangzhou City, Secretary Wang held a position second only to the mayor himself. Earning praise from him was no easy feat. Yet Lu Jianghe had earned it, and not just once, but twice. This made Wei Chang beside him green with envy. His teammates behind him exchanged suspicious glances. They had come from universities in the capital and were unfamiliar with Lu Jianghe's standing. But if he could earn praise from the mayor's secretary, he was likely a formidable figure in Jiangzhou City. With this realization, the disdain in their eyes faded considerably. Hello, Captain Lu. I'm Zhao Bingyu, a level 99 ice mage, Zhao Bingyu said in a rather polite tone. Her voice was utterly emotionless, cold as ice. Lu Jianghe nodded politely and extended his hand to shake hers. Then he cast a true sight spell on her. Name, Zhao Bingyu 25. Race, Blue Star Human Mermaid, Awakened. Advancement method, Melting Ice and Snow. Current need, urgently requires a mermaid's tier to complete class advancement. System evaluation, worth investing in. A ripple of excitement suddenly stirred within Lu Jianghe's previously calm heart. Excellent. After such a long wait, a new investment opportunity has finally emerged. Chapter 67, Who holds the title of strongest squad? Since Miss Xiao is here, let's get moving. Lu Zhenghe never wasted time. Zhao Bingyu nodded in agreement. Secretary Wang shot Wei Chang a warning glance but said nothing further. Soon, the group entered the teleportation array, heading for the Sea Coral Reef training grounds east of the East Sea. The moment Lu Zhenghe and the others landed, a thick, briny sea scent filled their nostrils. Wow, it's the ocean. Su Xiaoxiao craned her neck to gaze into the distance. Her gaze swept past the lush green island jungle, revealing an endless expanse of azure blue sea. Welcome to the Sea Coral Reef leveling site. Current location, Dragon Nation Trading Zone, Coral Islands. A scene brimming with tropical coastal charm instantly unfolded before their eyes. Under coconut palms, colorful awnings lined both sides of the road. Dragon Nation players bustled through every corner of the trading zone. Sultry beauties with coconuts clasped to their chests weave through the crowds everywhere. Bikinis and sizzling hot shorts, you name it, it's here. Was this the allure of tropical beach culture? Lu Zhenghe couldn't help but glance twice. But suddenly, he felt a sharp pinch on his ribs. Enjoying the view, little brother Zhenghe? Baya flashed a sweet smile. If you like it, take a little longer to look. Lu Zhenghe cleared his throat and silently withdrew his gaze. Looking at these hot beauties was just for novelty's sake. If it came down to looks, the women by his side could outshine them by a mile. No time to waste, we're leaving now, Lu Zhenghe said, turning to Zhao Bingyu beside him. Miss Xiao, stay right behind Xia Yan. She's our main tank, you'll be perfectly safe under her protection. Zhao Bingyu nodded, then slipped into a set of dazzling ice blue mage robes. A mage staff inlaid with deep blue gems materialized in her hand, radiating the lustrous glow of a refined great golden weapon. Wow, it's a mage-class golden set. You look gorgeous, sis. Su Xiaoxiao gushed, her words dripping with honey. Zhao Bingyu lifted her chin slightly, maintaining her aloof goddess persona. This golden mage set had taken her 3 months of grinding dungeon bosses to complete a top-tier golden set for pre-transcendence mages. In truth, even for most players who had completed their first transformation, it was still incredibly difficult to assemble a full set of gold-grade equipment, let alone a full set of golden gear. Clank, clank, clank. Before Zhao Bingyu could finish her thoughts, Lu Zhenghe and the others had already equipped their own gear. Zhao Bingyu's eyes widened slightly. She froze in place. WH? What's going on? Why were they all wearing golden gear and complete sets at that? When did gold sets become commonplace, like cheap goods sold at every street stall? Zhao Bingyu was a top student from the capital. Even in the capital, players below the first transformation stage rarely managed to assemble a full set of gold gear. Yet every member of Lu Zhenghe's team had a full set of gold gear. What the hell is this team's background? Zhao Bingyu wasn't the only one stunned. At that moment, Wei Chang's team, positioned not far from Zhao Bingyu. They had been brimming with confidence, ready to make a god-tier save when Lu Zhenghe and his crew couldn't handle the monsters. They planned to impress the goddess Zhao Bingyu and humiliate Lu Zhenghe's team in the process. But upon seeing Lu Zhenghe's entire squad decked out in golden armor, they fell into collective silence. See, Captain, am I seeing things? How come Lu Zhenghe and his crew are all wearing golden sets? I grinded from sophomore year to junior year and only managed to get 3 pieces of the golden set. I spent nearly 2 million just on escort services, and I only managed to farm 6 pieces of the golden set. Wei Chang's expression was equally grim. As a rich kid, he'd barely scraped together a full set of gold gear below the first transformation tier. He'd come here hoping to show off his gear. But now he realized there was no point in showing off, he was just a fool. Ahem, everyone, don't panic. Even if they're all wearing gold sets, so what? Wei Chang quickly rallied his spirits. Their team only has 1 mage class, the Ice Goddess. But we've got 2 blast mages here. When it comes to damage output, they can't possibly match us. I guarantee this team can't even handle the mobs in the dungeon's entrance area. Wei Chang's words restored some confidence to the squad members. The Sea Coral Reef dungeon was located atop a low mountain at the island's center. To reach the entrance, one must traverse a wilderness teeming with monsters. Fish-headed humanoids, tentacle-faced octopus monsters. As far as the eye could see, they were all between levels 60 and 70. Just as Lu Zhenghe and the others prepared to clear the monsters, 2 fireballs the size of millstones suddenly flew into the grass nearby. The next instant, a massive fiery explosion erupted. The fishmen monsters in the grass were instantly reduced to barely a sliver of health. Ha! Nice work! Wei Chang roared, charging toward the monsters alongside another warrior. In no time at all, they finished off the last of the weakened fishmen. He didn't forget to taunt Lu Zhenghe, see that, rookie? That's the power of a dual mage setup. Your crappy team can't even compare to our damage output. Lu Zhenghe watched Wei Chang and the others fighting fiercely, raising an eyebrow as he turned to ask Zhao Bingyu. Are they your friends? Zhao Bingyu frowned slightly. No, just a bunch of annoying flies. Oh, so they're just suck-ups. Lu Zhenghe nodded, understanding the situation. Next, he drew his weapon and addressed the group. Wild monsters yield little experience and drop rates are low. Let's save time and head straight to the instance entrance at the sea coral reef. The women nodded in agreement. Zhao Bingyu's cool eyes fixed on Lu Jianghe, curious to see how he planned to lead them swiftly to the instance entrance. Upon hearing Lu Jianghe's words, Wei Chang and the others paused their actions and turned to look. Wei Chang wore a look of disdain. He was eager to see how this Lu Jianghe could possibly clear mobs faster than two blast mages. The two blast mages in Wei Chang's squad stared at Lu Jianghe with smug expressions. The moment Lu Jianghe proved his claims false, they would unleash their scorn without mercy. Shadow Legion, time to get to work, Lu Jianghe murmured. In the next instant, his shadow began to writhe and dissolve like a pool of ink. 5 shadow soldiers, shrouded in eerie black mist, slowly emerged from the shadows. Black bodies, rigid faces, and black cloaks that moved without wind. The moment they appeared, the temperature in the room seemed to drop significantly. What the hell is that? Wei Chang and the others, who had been waiting to see Lu Jianghe humiliated, all paled. Especially Wei Chang after accidentally locking eyes with one of the shadow soldiers, he shuddered uncontrollably. They seem like summoned creatures. But their aura is too eerie. I've never seen summoned creatures like these. Are they warriors risen from the abyss? Chapter 68, Confronting the Provocation. Before the shock could fully subside, the shadow soldiers had already begun their advance. Like ghostly apparitions, they charged into the jungle. Upon encountering fishmen monsters, they swung their long blades. These monsters, level 60 or 70, couldn't withstand more than a couple of blows from the shadow soldiers' blades before collapsing dead. Let's go, Lu Jianghe growled softly, taking his spirit horse whistle in hand and blowing it. In the next instant, a horse with antlers materialized beside Lu Jianghe. The other girls summoned their own spirit horses as well. Zhao Bingyu watched as every member of Lu Jianghe's squad mounted their spirit horses, a flicker of astonishment crossing her icy eyes. While spirit horse whistles weren't rare items, one of the required materials, the Beast King's heart, could only be obtained from a handful of dungeons in the Dragon Kingdom. Even Zhao Bingyu found it difficult to obtain. Yet Lu Jianghe's team had one per person, combined with their earlier setup of a full set of golden armor for each member. What on earth was going on with this team? Where on earth did they get all this top-tier gear? Miss Xiao, would it be alright for you and Xia Yan to ride one spirit horse together? Lu Jianghe asked with a smile. Zhao Bingyu snapped back to reality, gave Lu Jianghe a meaningful look, then nodded. Soon, the group mounted on spirit horses set off deep into the jungle. The shadow soldiers leapt constantly through the shadows surrounding the squad. They swiftly eliminated any wild monsters blocking their path. What would normally take 2 hours to reach the instance entrance, Lu Jianghe and his group managed to cut down to under 20 minutes. Meanwhile, Wei Chang's squad watched as Lu Jianghe and his companions vanished into the jungle in a flash. They stared at each other wide-eyed, their expressions sour as if they'd swallowed a fly. Especially the two self-proclaimed noble blast mages. They now felt a deep sense of humiliation, as if they'd been toyed with. They had believed that with a mage's burst damage, they could cross this wilderness area in the fastest possible way. The other squad just rode right over on their mounts. Meanwhile, we were stuck plodding along, grinding through monsters to make slow progress. Comparing ourselves to others is infuriating. What should we do, Captain? Should we keep chasing them? One team member asked. Wei Chan gritted his teeth in frustration. Follow their path and run straight ahead. Damn it, we'll figure it out once we reach the dungeon. And so, under Wei Chang's command, the team trudged onward toward the forest. 20 minutes later, Lu Jianghe's squad arrived smoothly at the base of the dungeon. Before they even drew near, a cacophony of arguments erupted from the dungeon entrance. What the hell do you think you're doing, you little punks? How dare you monopolize a neutral dungeon? Exactly. Any player should have the right to enter this instance. Are you looking for a fight? Those bastards. They've got way too many people, they're definitely prepared for this. At the entrance, over 100 Japanese players clad in their signature uniforms stood arrogantly blocking the way. Further away on the open ground, solo players from various nations had gathered. Among them, players from the Dragon Nation were the most numerous. They glared furiously at the Japanese players guarding the entrance. If it weren't for the Japanese players' overwhelming numbers and superior gear, a fight would have erupted long ago. But then, a middle-aged Japanese man strode out from the crowd with an air of superiority. He first swept a disdainful glance over the solo players. Then, in a thick Japanese accent, he declared, "This is our job, you know. We're from the Japanese Triad Guild. If you don't want to die, you'd better not make any sudden moves. Once our people farm the Mermaid's Tear, we'll let you in." These words instantly ignited a torrent of angry curses from the solo players. Many hot-tempered Chinese players showed signs of wanting to fight. By the time Lu Jianghe and his group arrived, the scene had descended into complete chaos. He learned the full story from one of the Chinese players. The rare material exclusive to the Sea Coral Reef Monster Dungeon was called Mermaid's Tears. This item only dropped once every 2 months, making it extremely rare and priceless. Today happened to be exactly 60 days since the last drop. Unexpectedly, the Triad Guild from the island nation had become so arrogant in their pursuit of this mermaid's tear that they had completely sealed off the entire instance. They barred other players from entering, allowing only their own members to farm the dungeon until the mermaid's tear dropped. Besides enabling Zhao Bingyu's class change, did mermaid tears have other uses? Lu Jianghe voiced his question aloud. The question player immediately answered, mermaid's tear is the primary material for crafting the ocean ring. The ocean ring is known as the accessory with the highest attribute bonuses below first job advancement, enhancing the wearer's skill effects by 3 levels. A 3-level boost to skill effects? And for all the user's skills? This was indeed a remarkably powerful accessory. After grasping the situation, Lu Jianghe led the women toward the dungeon entrance. The mermaid's tear held immense value, and he was determined to obtain it. As for the Japanese soldiers blocking the way, he'd simply clear them out along the way. After all, players who could enter the sea coral reef were definitely below first class. Lu Jianghe didn't consider them a threat. Bro, you guys are too few to stand a chance against the little bastards. A player spotted Lu Jianghe heading toward the dungeon and couldn't resist warning him. We're outnumbered. We can take them on later when we have more people. Going in now is like walking into a death trap. Stay calm, everyone. Keep your heads. Lu Jianghe merely nodded politely in response to everyone's pleas. He showed no intention of stopping. The women followed closely behind Lu Jianghe, gripping their weapons with grim expressions. Not a trace of fear showed on their faces, instead, a palpable sense of excitement lingered. Zhao Bingyu brought up the rear of the group. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she kept glancing at Lu Jianghe. She was curious to see how Lu Jianghe would handle the situation ahead. Halt! Who are you? Barely a few steps out, the notebook player barked at Lu Jianghe. This area is reserved for our Sanling Guild. If you don't want to die, get lost. This group of notebook players from the guild averaged between levels 80 and 99. Numerous in number, they boasted a complete complement of classes: warriors, mages, priests, archers, and more. Ordinary solo players couldn't possibly stand up to them head-on. But Lu Jianghe showed no fear. He calmly approached the group of notebook players. My team and I are heading into the dungeon to level up. Everyone, please make way, good dogs don't block the path. The players of the Sanling Guild burst into laughter as if they'd heard the funniest joke. They all burst into laughter. One notebook player sneered, "Kid, are you out of your mind? With so many of us here, what makes you think you can just walk over? Need me teach you how to spell death?" The other notebook stared at Lu Jianghe with equal disdain. "Stupid dragon country people, go home and suckle your mothers. You ignorant fool, get out of here before I beat you to death. All dragon country people are trash. Dragon country is a nation of trash." Chapter 69, Wolf or Dog? One move, instant kill. Lu Jianghe's face betrayed no emotion. He merely snapped his fingers lightly in front of everyone. The next second, shadowy warriors like ink slowly rose from around Lu Jianghe. As 20 shadow soldiers slowly materialized from the ground. The once chaotic scene fell deathly silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The notebook stared in astonishment at these shadow soldiers. Especially since they radiated a chilling aura of murderous intent. The mocking expressions that had filled their faces vanished instantly. Move, Lu Jianghe uttered the word with casual indifference. In the next instant, the shadow soldiers erupted into a collective frenzy. Like lightning, they charged toward the notebook players. A flicker of panic rippled through the notebook players' ranks. They hadn't expected this Dragon Nation kid to actually dare attack them. What's the panic for? With just his summoned creatures, how could he possibly kill us all? A middle-aged notebook player snorted coldly with an air of superiority. Since he's overstepped his bounds, don't blame us for being ruthless. The middle-aged notebook user began chanting incantations. In an instant, 6 snow-white wolves materialized. One wolf let out a vicious growl, baring its fangs as it charged toward the shadow soldiers. My snow wolves are level 99 summoned beasts, the middle-aged man declared with pride. Compared to them, your trash summon creatures aren't even worthy of filling a tooth gap. The snow wolves launched their attack on the shadow soldiers. Its gaping maw aimed for the shadow soldier's throat, intent on tearing it apart in an instant. The next second, a loud clang echoed. The shadow soldier's blade slammed down hard on the snow wolf's skull. The skull instantly buckled and deformed. The once ferocious snow wolf's eyes cleared instantly. Then, its health bar drained to 0, and it vanished into white smoke where it stood. The middle-aged man's expression changed instantly. How could the opponent's summoned creature possess such devastating power, instantly obliterating his snow wolf with a single strike? After all, this snow wolf summon was on the verge of undergoing its first transformation. Even against boss-level monsters, it could hold its own. And now it's been one-shot by that kid? This was absurd. But before the middle-aged man could recover his senses, Lu Jianghe had already ordered the shadow soldiers to attack. The shadow soldiers, radiating a chilling aura of murderous intent. Like wolves charging into a flock of sheep, they suddenly pounced upon the remaining snow wolf pack. Black blades like the bone claws of death swept through the crowd, leaving trails of massive damage floating above the fallen. The snow wolves let out mournful howls, utterly unable to withstand the shadow soldiers' onslaught. Within a few exchanges, the entire snow wolf force was annihilated. The little notebooks watching this scene felt their scalps tingle. Especially when they saw the terrifying damage numbers flying over the snow wolves' heads, their hearts sank. How could these shadow soldiers pack such devastating firepower? If that hit them, they'd be instantly wiped out. The little notebooks were stunned by the shadow soldiers' immense attack power. Especially when they saw the shadow soldiers eliminate all the snow wolf summoned beasts. And then turned their eerie gaze toward them. It felt like being stared down by the Grim Reaper himself. No way. We're no match for these shadow monsters. Let's go, we have to leave immediately. There's no need to lose our lives here. I've got an 80-year-old mother to support, I can't die. Next, someone in Xiao Benzi's group shouted, "Run!" The next second, the once arrogant and domineering little notebooks scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing wildly in all directions. The overwhelming arrogance that had filled the air moments before vanished in an instant. Terrified by the shadow soldiers' chilling aura of death, they fled in utter disarray toward the distance. The lone players nearby witnessed this scene. They mocked the little notebook as a stray dog. At the same time, they felt deep awe toward Lu Jianghe himself. This young man, decisive in battle, possessed terrifying strength. With Xiao Benzi driven away, the other free-roaming players could re-enter the dungeon to level up. They intended to approach Lu Jianghe to express their gratitude. But as the group members transformed into beams of light and entered the dungeon, Lu Jianghe and his group plunged straight into the instance, showing no intention of lingering. He departed with a wave of his sleeve, concealing his deeds and fame. The solo players arrived to find nothing, left only to reminisce about the scene of the shadow soldiers and the gauzy little Benzi. Within the sea coral reef instance, Lu Jianghe and the others transformed into beams of white light and entered one after another. Finally got in smoothly, Su Xiaoxiao murmured, touching her forehead. I thought it would be a hassle. Baya smiled gently. Thanks to our Captain Lu for scaring off those bastards from the island nation. If we'd gotten bogged down in red tape, who knows how long we'd have been waiting. Now is not the time to relax, Lu Jianghe suddenly interrupted the two women's conversation. The mermaid's tear could drop for another player team at any moment. We need to hurry and clear the dungeon. Zhao Bingyu added in a matter-of-fact tone, the drop rate of mermaid's tears is tied to the clear time. The faster we clear it, the higher the chance of getting it. Lu Jianghe nodded. Then let's not delay. We're setting out now. Everyone drew their weapons. After Baya applied various buffs, they began advancing along the dungeon's coastline. Soon, a 2-meter-tall fishman monster appeared on their path. Shallow Sea Fishman Warrior LV80. HP, 30,000. Attack, 1,000. Defense, 500. Skills, Tidal Surge, Scream. Lu Jianghe thought for a moment. 10 shadow soldiers emerged from the surrounding darkness. They raised their weapons and charged forward as one. In no time at all, the Shallow Sea Fishman Warrior let out a wretched howl before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Killed level 80 Shallow Sea Merfolk Warrior, experience plus 360,000. Obtained, Substandard Harpoon 1, Broken Pearl 1. Instant kill again. Although Zhao Bingyu had mentally prepared herself, she couldn't hide her astonishment at seeing an 80-level monster vanquished in an instant. As far as she knew, Lu Jianghe was merely a level 60 player. Yet his summoned beast could one-shot monsters 20 levels higher. Add to that the fact that his summoned beast had similarly obliterated Xiao Benzi's creature earlier. Zhao Bingyu was intensely curious about just how powerful these shadow soldiers truly were. But Zhao Bingyu's shock didn't end there. In the time that followed, Lu Jianghe led the group on a relentless rampage. Under the influence of various attribute bonuses, the 20 shadow soldiers slaughtered everything in their path, killing anyone who stood in their way, whether human or divine. Whether facing level 80 or level 90 monsters, they unleashed brutal, relentless attacks. Virtually no monster could last more than 5 seconds before being wiped out. The monsters in the sea coral reef instance were high level and offered abundant experience points. After a relentless wave of monster grinding, everyone's levels had increased to varying degrees. Chapter 70, Mermaid Queen Boss. As an ice mage, Zhao Bingyu had assumed she'd be the team's primary damage dealer. But now she realized she had overestimated herself. Under the relentless assault of the shadow soldiers, she had become little more than a bystander. She had no chance whatsoever to showcase her true power, because the shadow soldiers had slaughtered every last monster. Lu Jianghe's methods are now on par with those monsters in the imperial capital. It's hard to believe he's just a student trained at a municipal academy. Zhao Bingyu silently compared them in her mind. After traversing the coastline, the group entered a damp, fishy-smelling tunnel beneath the strait. The tunnel connected to a vast cavern. The moment they entered, a piercing, shrill howl echoed from the cavern's depths. Immediately after, a colossal octopus-like monster crawled out from the cavern's depths. Deep Sea Octopus LV90 Elite Boss. HP, 50,000. Attack, 2,000. Defense, 1,000. Skills, Tentacle Regeneration, Ink Splash, Resilient Skin. An elite level monster, second only to the dungeon boss. I'll tank it. Sister Baya, heal me. Xia Yan called out. She charged toward the monster, shield raised. Baya skillfully cast several buff spells onto Xia Yan. Everyone charged together. Lu Jianghe shouted as he drew his long sword. Take out the elite boss as fast as you can. At Lu Jianghe's command, the entire squad including the shadow soldiers charged toward the octopus monsters. Zhao Bingyu, who had been sitting on the sidelines for ages, finally got her chance to act. She chanted a spell, and concentric rings of ice blue energy coalesced around her. In the next instant, a massive ice blue crystal materialized directly above the octopus's head. Without hesitation, the crystal plummeted downward, crashing violently onto the octopus leader's body. The immense force instantly flattened it. Immediately afterward, a massive damage number floated above its head. 11,670. The sheer power of that single strike instantly reduced the boss monster's health by 1/5. Even Lin Mo was startled by the sheer force of the blow. Was this the terrifying power of the Archmage class? An offensive class wielding overwhelming magical destructive power. With Zhao Bingyu's explosive damage output, the octopus boss's health bar was quickly whittled down to nothing. With a final, unwilling roar, the monster collapsed to the ground. Obtained material, Deep Sea Octopus Tentacle 1. Acquired material, Deep Sea Octopus Fawn 1. Obtained silver equipment, Octopus Skin Hat. The rewards from boss-level monsters were nothing to write home about. Neither Lu Jianghe's team nor the wealthy Ice Queen Zhao Bingyu showed much interest. Lu Jianghe handed the Deep Sea Octopus Tentacle to Su Xiaoxiao to consume. Gained a slight stat boost, HP plus 100, Stamina plus 30. Meanwhile, 40 octopus tentacles were returned to Lu Jianghe's backpack. Perfect for grilled squid skewers, later a delightful prospect. The journey continued. After defeating the octopus boss, the group pressed onward through the deep strait. More high-level fishmen monsters launched attacks against them. These advanced fishmen brandished claws and fangs in various grotesque forms. Yet under the shadow soldiers' relentless assault, no monster could easily approach them. Even when a fishman monster occasionally reached their front, it met Xia Yan's massive shield in a crushing impact. Zhao Bingyu felt the entire process of clearing the stage was so effortless it seemed unreal. It was far too smooth. It felt as effortless as tackling a beginner dungeon in school. Throughout the entire battle, she hadn't felt the slightest bit of pressure. It felt more like sightseeing on a vacation. This sensation wasn't due to the dungeon being too simple. It was because Lu Jianghe's team was simply too powerful. More accurately, it was Lu Jianghe himself, possessing exceptionally formidable strength. Who would have thought such a formidable expert existed in Zhengzhou City? Zhao Bingyu's beautiful eyes kept darting back and forth over Lu Jianghe, filled with a mix of curiosity and admiration. Crossing the strait, the team arrived before the final structure of the entire dungeon. It was a magnificent palace constructed from sea coral. Faint, pleasant singing could be heard drifting from within. Everyone, be careful. The boss fight is next, Zhao Bingyu said after downing an energy potion. The next boss is the Mermaid Queen. She's exceptionally skilled in oceanic enchantment magic. Before Zhao Bingyu could finish her sentence, the singing abruptly ceased, replaced by a piercing shriek echoing from within the palace. This shriek seemed to trigger some sort of dungeon boss activation mechanism. In the next instant, the scene around the group rapidly transformed. Seawater surged upward, and the palace collapsed. When the group finally regained their senses, they found themselves in the midst of a vast undersea whirlpool. At the very center of the battlefield stood a monstrous female creature, 5 meters tall, with the body of a human and the tail of a serpent. Mermaid Queen LV-99 Dungeon Boss. HP, 500,000 500,000. Attack, 5,000. Defense, 4,000. Skills, Enchanting Song, Piercing Screech, Water Tornado, Death Claws. The dungeon boss before us boasts a staggering 500,000 HP. Its attack and defense stats aren't exceptionally high among bosses of the same level. But it's a noble spellcaster boss, with all its damage coming from magical skills. The Mermaid Queen swung her trident, instantly unleashing a barrage of water tornadoes toward the party. Shadow soldiers struck by the whirlpools not only had their movement speed drastically reduced, but their health also rapidly drained away. Xia Yan, join me, charge forward. Just as the shadow soldiers faltered, Lu Jianghe issued a new command. Xia Yan nodded and immediately activated the dragon's protection skill. Dragon-shaped shields formed around everyone. Xia Yan charged forward first, braving the water tornado's impact to reach the Mermaid Queen's vicinity. Lu Jianghe took cover behind Xia Yan. The instant she drew near the Mermaid Queen, a devastating slash struck the queen's body. A massive crimson shockwave sent her staggering. The shadow soldiers seized the opportunity, instantly surrounding the Mermaid Queen. Long blades slashed relentlessly, rapidly depleting the boss's health. The Mermaid Queen roared in fury, letting out a piercing shriek. It was the group debuff skill, Piercing Shriek. Spiral icons representing stun appeared above the heads of the melee units surrounding the Mermaid Queen. They were forcibly pinned to the spot. At this critical moment, Baya chanted her incantation, enveloping the entire battlefield in a pale purple aura, swiftly dispelling the debuffs afflicting everyone. Lu Jianghe snapped back to his senses and vented his fury by slashing the Mermaid Queen repeatedly. The Mermaid Queen continued to shriek, unleashing torrential streams of water to assault the group. The ferocious Mermaid Queen suddenly transformed into a dignified and elegant figure, then began to chant softly. Her hauntingly beautiful song instantly enveloped them like intoxicating wine, leaving everyone feeling dizzy and disoriented. Oh no! It's the enchanting song skill. Chapter 71, Obtaining the Quest Item. Lu Jianghe bit down hard on his tongue. The sharp pain snapped him back to his senses. But Xia Yan beside him seemed possessed. She lowered her shield and gazed at the Mermaid Queen with reverent devotion. She made a move to kneel in worship. Lu Jianghe immediately stepped behind Xia Yan and gave her a sharp pinch on her pert buttocks. Ouch! Xia Yan yelped, her entire body tensing up. Her face flushed as she turned to glare at Lu Jianghe, her eyes brimming with feigned innocence. Stop spacing out, you big dummy. Focus on tanking the boss. Jolted awake by Lu Jianghe's pinch, Xia Yan instantly realized she'd been charmed by the boss. Frantically, she raised her shield to block the boss's attack. Lu Jianghe glanced toward the distance, only to find the other girls had also fallen under the spell, standing frozen in place. Lu Jianghe sighed in exasperation and hurried over to them. He roughly rubbed Su Xiaoxiao and Baiya's faces several times, to rouse them from their trance. When he reached Zhao Bingyu, Lu Jianghe hesitated for a moment. Then he slapped her firm buttocks hard. A sharp smack echoed through the air. The supple curves rippled with each impact. The exaggerated bounce nearly sent Lu Jianghe's hand flying. Lu Jianghe, what are you doing? Zhao Bingyu, who had just regained consciousness, flashed a look of astonishment across her icy cold face. A rare blush spread across her cheeks. Lu Jianghe gave a wry smile. Sis, you're under a spell. I had to spank you to wake you up. Zhao Bingyu's cheeks flushed slightly, especially when she felt the stinging pain on her bottom. She was momentarily at a loss for words. The crucial question was why, after being spanked, her body felt tingly and numb. What on earth was going on? Hey, Zhao, help us out with some damage. Lu Jianghe continued, use your big ice spells to smash that boss to bits. After giving the order, Lu Jianghe returned to the front lines to continue attacking the boss. After her initial panic, Zhao Bingyu chanted her spell and unleashed an ice-based magic. As the group grew familiar with the boss's abilities, the ensuing battle proceeded in an orderly fashion. The battle raged on for 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, accompanied by the Mermaid Queen's piercing wail, her health bar emptied and she collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Congratulations on defeating the dungeon boss, Mermaid Queen. This clear time is rated excellent. Reward quality upgraded. Obtained golden weapon, Mermaid Queen's scepter. Obtained golden equipment, Mermaid Queen's shoulder guards. Obtained rare material, Mermaid's tier X1. Dungeon completion time, 5 minutes. The moment the boss fell, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Jianghe examined the 2 golden weapons and the quest item, Mermaid's tier, in his hands. He felt quite pleased. Not only had the quest item dropped, but he'd also obtained 2 golden grade pieces of equipment. Though he couldn't use them right now, selling them to other players would bring in a hefty sum. Lu Jianghe, did the Mermaid's tier drop? Zhao Bingyu stepped forward to ask. Lu Jianghe smiled faintly and handed the Mermaid's tear, which resembled blue amber, to Zhao Bingyu. It really dropped. Zhao Bingyu took a deep breath, the weight on her heart finally lifting. The Mermaid's tear required for her first tier quest was a special material. There was only one chance to obtain it every 3 months. If it hadn't dropped this time, she would have had to wait another 3 months. 3 months without leveling up was nearly fatal for students at the Imperial Capital Academy, where the competitive pressure was insanely intense. Without exaggeration, without this Mermaid's tier, Zhao Bingyu would swiftly plummet from a top-tier academy player to second-rate, or even third-rate. At this moment, Zhao Bingyu felt profound gratitude toward her uncle for assembling this guide team. Especially Lu Jianghe, he was simply too powerful. Ding! You invested 1 Mermaid's tier in Mermaid Zhao Bingyu. Bond formed. Investor count +1, investment multiplier +10. Current multiplier, 50x. You have received an investment subsidy, 50 Mermaid tiers. Hearing the electronic notification sound ring out in his mind once more, Lu Jianghe's smile was harder to suppress than an AK-47. The multiplier had finally reached 50 times. From now on, the quantity of resources he returned would be greater, and the quality of the equipment returned would be better. Captain Lu, thank you all for your hard work protecting us this time, Zhao Bingyu said sincerely. She then handed Lu Jianghe a bank card and a pale blue crystal stone. This is your reward, 3 million blue star coins and a precious drop of Mermaid's tear. For the remainder of the time, I will initiate the class change ceremony. I appreciate your assistance in safeguarding the ritual. Lu Jianghe nodded, giving Zhao Bingyu a reassuring look that said, you can count on us to protect you. He then divided the 3 million blue star coins equally among the girls. 3 million divided among 4 each escort earned nearly 800,000 net. Fortune had fallen from the sky, and the three girls were grinning from ear to ear. Immediately after, Lu Jianghe produced the Mermaid's Tear. Mermaid's Tear special consumable permanently increases the player's resilience by 2 points upon consumption. Can be used repeatedly. Lu Jianghe handed the Mermaid's Tear directly to Xia Yan. Here you go, Xia Beauty, Lu Jianghe chuckled. With your increased resilience, you can tank some serious damage for us. Xia Yan took the Mermaid's Tear, then unexpectedly reached out and cupped Lu Jianghe's cheeks. Then she pressed her fiery red lips against his. Rough yet tinged with bashfulness. She expressed her gratitude toward Lu Jianghe with an unskilled yet passionate kiss. Lu Jianghe weakly flailed his arms, utterly unable to stop Xia Yan's forceful advance. In this moment, Xia Yan embodied the very essence of a domineering female CEO. Only when both were nearly suffocating. Did this rough yet sweet kiss finally end? Baya and Su Xiaoxiao, watching nearby, were both stunned into silence. Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed a peachy pink, her animal ears fluttering in embarrassment. Baya's entire body was tense, as if the passionate kiss had flipped a switch within her. Her entire being was consumed by an unusual, heightened excitement. Xia Yan wiped the drool from her lips and fled behind Baya. Like a flustered young girl after passionate lovemaking, she dared not meet Lu Jianghe's gaze even for a moment. Ding! Invested in Dragon Maiden Xia Yan, Mermaid Tears 1, triggering 50x investment return. Congratulations, host, on obtaining Mermaid Tears 50. Each Mermaid Tear permanently increases the user's resilience by 2 points. Without hesitation, Lu Jianghe consumed all the returned Mermaid Tears. His resilience reached a staggering 100 points. With 100 points of resilience, Lu Jianghe's resistance to crowd control abilities was greatly enhanced. What would take others a full second to break free from a hard control skill, Lu Jianghe could escape in just 0.1 seconds. Whether tackling dungeons or engaging in PvP combat against other players, high resilience granted him immense combat advantages. Look, Sister Xiaobingyu successfully changed jobs. Hey! How did she grow a fish tail? It's so beautiful. Su Zhao's excited exclamation snapped Lu Jianghe back to reality. Chapter 72, Princess Carrie. Everyone turned to look. Where Xiaobingyu had stood gracefully moments before. Now lying on the sand in a rather delicate posture. Her back curved gracefully, the line extending down to her pert behind. Her originally slender, long white legs vanished. Instead, they had transformed into a fishtail covered in pale blue scales. The tail was exceptionally long, shimmering with a mysterious iridescent glow under the sunlight. It's a mermaid, the women exclaimed once more. Lu Jianghe, already aware of Xiaobingyu's identity, remained largely unfazed. Though Xiaobingyu's face remained icy cold. Her subtle movements betrayed her inner panic. She curled her slender fishtail, attempting to cover the unnatural appendage with her palm. Her eyes were filled with profound embarrassment. I didn't know the job change would cause this, Xiaobingyu said, head bowed. This state will last for a while. I'm so sorry. There's nothing to apologize for, Baya rushed over to comfort her. Bingyu, we're demi-humans just like you. As she spoke, Baya dispelled her concealment spell, revealing her mysteriously horned ears. Su Xiaoxiao pulled off her hat, revealing her fluffy animal ears. Xia Yan lifted her coat, grabbing her dragon tail and giving it a playful shake. Xiaobingyu watched the three girls display their subhuman traits, a look of astonishment spreading across her face. You, all are demi-humans? Lu Jianghe, you too? Lu Jianghe shook his head with a wry smile. No, I'm not. But I don't hold any prejudice against demi-humans, so don't worry. Brother Jianghe is the captain of our subhuman squad, Su Xiaoxiao said with a silly grin. He's the one who protects us and helps us climb the ranks. Baya and Xia Yan nodded in agreement. In the current mainstream gaming culture, most players resist teaming up with demi-humans for leveling. Thus, the vast majority of demi-humans are lone wolves or solo players. Some couldn't even level up at all, forced to remain at the bottom of society. Lu Jianghe was the exception. Not only did he not discriminate against them, but he actively helped them level up and even gifted them gear. Baya, Su Xiaoxiao, and Xia Yan were all deeply grateful to Lu Jianghe from the bottom of their hearts. Truly, there was no one in the world who treated them better than Lu Jianghe. Xiaobingyu gazed at the girls gathered around her, offering warmth and concern, and suddenly felt like she'd found her team. She had always been careful to hide her mermaid heritage. She'd feared that one careless slip might expose her and lead to ridicule and exclusion. But now, the group she had encountered was a rare one composed entirely of demi-human players. Not only was this group exceptionally powerful in combat, but the sisters treated her incredibly well. Ding! Dungeon teleportation countdown, 5, 4, 3. The sudden notification sound interrupted Xiaobingyu's thoughts. Before she could react. With a flash, the group transformed into beams of light and was automatically teleported outside the dungeon. Outside the instance, players bustled back and forth in a lively crowd. Amidst a flash of white light, Lu Jianghe and the others teleported out of the instance. Look, a team's coming out. Wonder if they got the Mermaid's Tear. Wow, this team has so many beauties. Pft, pft, pft. Why are they all demi-humans? What a bummer. Hey, there's even a mermaid. Ugh, that fishtail is so gross. Hearing the surrounding whispers, the women's expressions shifted slightly. They hurriedly concealed their demi-human features. But Zhao Bingyu, having just undergone her class change, couldn't transform her fishtail back into legs in such a short time. She flailed her arms wildly, trying to cover her fishtail. But the tail was simply too large and too ornate to conceal. A pallid look of anxiety spread across Zhao Bingyu's face. Zhao Bingyu, what the hell happened to your legs? How the hell did you turn into a stinking mermaid? Just then, a voice filled with equal parts shock, confusion, and disgust cut through the crowd. Wei Chang and his teammates pushed through the crowd, staring at Zhao Bingyu's fishtail with stunned expressions. Wei Chang, in particular, wore an expression of shame and fury. He pointed at Zhao Bingyu on the ground and bellowed, I thought you were pure as snow, but you're a freaking monster. Damn it! If I'd known you were a freak, I wouldn't have put up with you, you filthy woman. Wei Chang's fury stemmed from the fact that the woman he pursued for so long was actually a subhuman. If word of this got back to school, Wei Chang would become the laughingstock of everyone. Hearing Wei Chang's unrestrained curses, Zhao Bingyu's lips turned white. Though she had never been interested in Wei Chang, hearing him humiliate her like this. Her face drained of color, her delicate frame shaking violently beyond her control. Especially with numerous other players present. They pointed fingers at her, staring with the same strange, horrified looks one might reserve for a monster. To make matters worse, she was currently in her mermaid form, unable to leave the scene. Zhao Bingyu's world instantly turned gray and white. She felt as if death itself was about to claim her in the very next moment. Who do you think you are, pointing fingers at my companions? Just as Zhao Bingyu reached the depths of despair, a voice carrying a cold, oppressive aura erupted beside her. Zhao Bingyu stared blankly at the boy who suddenly stood in front of her. An indescribable mix of emotions surged through her. The gray-white world rapidly returned to color. Especially Lu Jianghe's silhouette, radiating a golden, angelic glow. At that moment, Wei Chang was seething with anger. Seeing Lu Jianghe suddenly defend Zhao Bingyu, he instantly lost his temper. You little punk, you're asking for it. I've put up with you long enough. With that, Wei Chang drew his weapon and charged viciously toward Lu Jianghe. Who exactly is asking for it? Lu Jianghe stood his ground, utterly unruffled. The next second, several shadow soldiers burst from the shadows. With a sudden burst of murderous intent, they charged straight at Wei Chang. Thud! Thud! Blades pierced through Wei Chang's body, two massive damage numbers flying above his head. Wei Chang, who had been seething with rage moments before, instantly deflated. He sensed the murderous intent radiating from the shadow soldier's blades. He scrambled to retreat backward in a panic. If not for the healer in his squad quickly restoring his health, Wei Chang would have met his end right there. Staring at his nearly depleted health bar, Wei Chang broke out in a cold sweat, his hands shaking violently beyond control. He gasped for breath, looking utterly disheveled. Lu Jianghe, however, didn't even glance at him. He approached Zhao Bingyu, kneeling on one knee. Miss Xiao, with so many people around, I should escort you away from here first. Zhao Bingyu, impressed by Lu Jianghe's refined demeanor, nodded instinctively. But then Lu Jianghe reached out, lifting Zhao Bingyu off the ground in one fluid motion. His right arm encircled her supple, boneless back, while his left hand swept beneath her hips, cradling her fishtail. It was the classic princess carry. Zhao Bingyu had never been carried like this in her entire life. Her cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Chapter 73, Confronting Sato Makoto. Yet when she felt the intense heat radiating from Lu Jianghe's chest, her entire body felt drained of strength. She collapsed limply into his arms. Zhao Bingyu collapsed onto Lu Jianghe, utterly unable to muster even a shred of strength. Compounded by the fact that she was still in her mermaid form. Facing the strange stares of those around them, she could only huddle like a frightened quail in Lu Jianghe's embrace. She dared not lift her gaze to meet the stares around her. Wei Chang watched Zhao Bingyu nestled in Lu Jianghe's arms like a timid little woman. His emotions were utterly complex. On one hand, he resented Zhao Bingyu for hiding her mermaid identity from him. On the other hand, he was jealous that Lu Jianghe had captured the goddess's heart so quickly. He'd been chasing Zhao Bingyu for nearly half a year, yet she hadn't even given him a proper glance. Damn it, what the hell does he have that I don't? Just as Lu Jianghe was about to carry Zhao Bingyu away, several beams of white light descended upon the dungeon exit. Immediately after, an exasperated voice caught everyone's attention. Damn it! Who dares steal the mermaid's tears from our Sandling Guild? Looking for trouble, are you? Several feral-looking low-level players cursed and screamed. They bellowed as if their own father had been killed. The leader, a young man, radiated pure malice. Seeing players from various nations gathering around the instance, he froze for a moment before erupting in rage. Kikujiro, you idiot! Where the hell were you? I told you to block other players from entering the dungeon. What the hell were you doing? Suddenly, Kikujiro Kojima leapt out from the crowd. Pointing at Lu Jianghe, he yelled, Young Master Sato Makoto. He must have stolen the mermaid's tear that belonged to us. This guy just disrespected our Sanrei guild and openly provoked us. They're also the first player squad to exit the dungeon after you entered. Time-wise, it must be them who got the mermaid's tear. Ito Makoto's gaze instantly locked onto Lu Jianghe, his eyes narrowing slightly. A chilling aura of murderous intent erupted from his body. Dragon Nation bastard, you dare steal my loot? You think I won't slaughter you and your women? His gaze swept back and forth over the girls behind Lu Jianghe. The threat was unmasked, utterly naked. Lu Jianghe, who had intended to leave quietly, halted in his tracks upon hearing Ito Makoto's threat. He turned around, studying the young man with the dark, ominous expression with keen interest. Whispers from a few foreigners reached his ears. What? That's Ito Makoto? The young master of the Sanrei family. I heard Ito Makoto was a once-in-a-century genius of the Sanrei family, showered with endless favor. Why provoke him of all people? That Dragon Country guy is dead meat. A young master from a conglomerate like Ito Makoto would never tolerate anyone stealing his things. Kakujiro Kojima had already approached Makoto Ito. With the smugness of a petty man who'd risen to power, he shouted at Lu Jianghe. Kid, you've messed with our young master, Ito Makoto. You're dead meat, you hear me? Hand over the mermaid's tears this instant, then kneel before Master Ito Makoto and kowtow 100 times. Maybe you'll get a chance to live. Amidst the crowd, Wei Chang and his young teammates watched the scene unfold. One of the young thugs felt his blood boil. I don't like Lu Jianghe, but seeing him humiliated by that little punk is damn satisfying. Damn it, these Japanese punks are way too cocky. Captain, let's help Lu Jianghe. Let's take down these little devils. Wei Chang frowned slightly at his teammate's words. He suddenly turned his head, his tone tinged with displeasure. Lu Jianghe brought this trouble on himself. What business is it of ours? Besides, Ito Makoto is my friend. If I'm going to help anyone, it should be him. The squad members froze instantly, their minds momentarily unable to process the shift. Young Master Ito Makoto, do you remember me? Wei Chang burst out of the crowd, feigning delight. At last year's corporate exchange event, I even exchanged a few words with you. I was representing the Wei group at the time. Surely you must remember me. Ito Makoto frowned slightly at Wei Chang, who had suddenly appeared with a fawning expression. He assumed Wei Chang had come to mediate. Instead, he heard Wei Chang point at Lu Jianghe with disgust in his voice. Young Master Ito, I hope you'll teach this guy a lesson he won't forget. I merely exchanged a few words with him earlier, yet he suddenly attacked me with deadly force. I've never encountered such a vicious individual. And those women around him aren't clean either, they're all filthy subhumans. Anyone who hangs out with a bunch of subhumans is obviously a pervert. Hearing Wei Chang's words, the women instantly flushed with fury. Zhao Bingyu, in particular, clenched her teeth so hard her teeth glinted, trembling with rage. It was Wei Chang who had insulted Zhao Bingyu first, and Lu Jianghe had only stepped in to teach him a lesson for her sake. Yet now Wei Chang was turning the tables on them. And what gave him the right to call demi-humans filthy? Spewing such vile insults, aren't you the filthiest one of all? Ha 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 ha, I remember you. You're Wei Changjuan, right? Sato Makoto suddenly burst into laughter. While your Dragon Nation may be full of useless trash, Wei Changjuan, you're a friend I recognize. Since you say this guy is a pervert, I'll reluctantly help you, my good friend, deal with this pervert. Hearing Sato Makoto's praise, Wei Chang's eyes crinkled with delight. Yet to the surrounding Dragon Country players, Wei Chang's smile was utterly revolting. Especially the other members of Wei Chang's squad, whose expressions darkened considerably. They never dreamed their captain, who they'd always followed orders from, was actually a traitor. Wei Chang. As a Dragon Nation citizen, why are you siding with the islanders? Zhao Bingyu scolded. Are you going to help them persecute your own people? Compatriots? Don't make me laugh, you stinking woman. Wei Chang responded as if hearing the biggest joke ever. I come from a merchant family. My father taught me from childhood that merchants know no national boundaries. Whoever helps me is my friend. Wei Chang declared with righteous indignation, a trace of smugness still lingering on his face, seemingly quite proud of his profound insight. Zhao Bing's voice trembled with fury. Her finger pointed at Wei Chang, its tip quivering slightly. You're utterly unreasonable. Without a nation, how can there be a home? Without the land of Longwa, do you think these islanders would respect you? They'd devour you down to the last bone. The surrounding Dragon Country citizens echoed her words, glaring at him with fury. But Wei Chang didn't care. He stood firm in his friendship with Sato Makoto. He fixed his gaze on Lu Jianghe, anticipating the moment Sato Makoto would eliminate him. Looks like this won't end without a fight today, Lu Jianghe said, handing Zhao Bingyu in his arms to Xia Yin. He shot Wei Chang a piercing look before striding towards Sato Makoto. His tone was casual. You little punk from the island nation, come on. Let's see what you're made of. Sato Makoto bristled at the contempt in Lu Jianghe's voice. Bastard! You're asking for death. Chapter 74, Noble Resilience. Sato Makoto roared, his aura surging violently. A sinister, demonic energy surged from his body. His form shot forward like lightning, closing the distance to Lu Jianghe in an instant. His wrist flipped, revealing a long, narrow katana. The blade gleamed with a cold, piercing light, slicing through the air in a chilling arc, aimed straight for Lu Jianghe's crown. Facing this murderous strike, Lu Jianghe showed not a hint of panic. Though his current level hadn't even reached 70. He possessed bare-equipped stats rivaling those of a 100-level player. Just as the katana was about to touch Lu Jianghe's scalp, his body flickered like a ghostly apparition, effortlessly sidestepping the vicious blow. Simultaneously, he lashed out with a powerful kick, striking Sato Makoto squarely in the abdomen. The kick appeared casual, yet it contained immense power. Sato Makoto had no idea how terrifying Lu Jianghe's base stats truly were. He tried to brace for the impact, but the moment their bodies collided, it felt like slamming into an oncoming train. A thunderous thud echoed. His entire body flew backward like a. He slammed into the ground several meters away, kicking up a cloud of dust. The scene instantly stunned everyone present, plunging the area into dead silence. The little notebooks of the Sanling Guild stared wide-eyed in disbelief. They couldn't believe this guy, who was the same age as their young master, had just kicked him flying. Wei Chang wore an expression like he'd just swallowed a mouthful of dirt. Wasn't Sato Makoto hailed as the top player below the first transformation, a once-in-a-century genius from the Sanling family? How could he be kicked flying by Lu Jianghe? How could this be possible? Is that all? Lu Jianghe shrugged boredly. I thought you were something special. Are all you little Japanese just useless trash like you? Whoosh! The moment Lu Jianghe finished speaking, the surrounding crowd of Dragon Country nationals erupted in laughter. Useless little Jap. A guy who gets kicked flying around still trying to act tough. Way to go, kid. That's how you handle those little Japs. That felt damn good, got some revenge out of me. Sato Makoto scrambled to his feet, his face alternating between pale and crimson. The unabashed laughter from those around him felt like it would make his chest explode. Muttering incantations, Sato Makoto watched as a cloud of black smoke began to drift from around his body. In an instant, the air around him seemed to be injected with ink, turning pitch black and thick. A faint, shrill howl echoed from the darkness. Suddenly, several hideous black demons burst forth from the black smoke. They lunged toward Lu Jianghe, claws and fangs bared. The demons radiated a putrid stench, causing plants to wither instantly wherever they passed. Holy, bro, watch out! The Dragon Nation players cried out in alarm as the demons charged forward with murderous intent. Yet Lu Jianghe remained utterly composed, showing no intention of dodging. The instant the Black Spectre collided with Lu Jianghe, several shadow soldiers shot out from Lu Jianghe's shadow like arrows. The shadow soldiers drew their long blades, blocking the demon's path. They swung their blades relentlessly, reducing the spectre to fragments in mere moments. No! How is this possible? Sato Makoto's eyes widened in utter disbelief. His evil spirit ritual was an extremely rare growth-type summoning skill. He had spent countless precious materials to upgrade its level. Yet it proved utterly useless against Lu Jianghe. This humiliation felt worse than death itself. Dragon Nation bastard, I'll kill you. Sato Makoto let out a shrill, guttural roar. He raised his katana high, as pitch-black smoke coalesced around him into a set of island warrior armor. With an unstoppable momentum, he charged toward Lu Jianghe once more. Lu Jianghe's gaze sharpened slightly as he raised the crimson lament in both hands, preparing to meet the challenge. Wei Chang watched from the sidelines, his heart burning with anxiety. He had expected Sato Makoto to easily defeat Lu Jianghe, but never imagined the situation would become so deadlocked. He couldn't help but shout at Sato Makoto, Mr. Sato, give it your all. This guy's only attack method relies on shadow soldiers. Without them, he's nothing. The Dragon Nation players, who had been cheering for Lu Jianghe, heard Wei Chang's voice. Were instantly enraged. They wanted to rush over and slap him across the face. Traitorous dog. How dare he side with the Japanese against his own countrymen? Such people were utterly disgusting. Lu Jianghe heard Wei Chang's ranting too, but he couldn't afford to waste energy on this traitor now. Sato Makoto, clad in that samurai armor formed from pitch-black smoke, surged forward with speed and strength multiplied several times over. He swung his sword with a whistling wind, each strike carrying the force to split mountains and shatter rocks. As he closed in, Lu Jianghe raised his crimson sword to block. He immediately sidestepped, blades clashing with a shrill screech. Sparks flew in a shower. Death gaze. Sato Makoto's eyes suddenly shot forth a black beam, instantly piercing Lu Jianghe's eyes. In that instant, Lu Jianghe felt his brain explode with a thunderous roar. His entire being plunged into a state of utter defenseless chaos. Seeing Lu Jianghe's resistance vanish, Sato Makoto roared triumphantly. Die, you damned Dragon Nation bastard. Yet just as Sato Makoto swung his blade down, poised to deliver the fatal blow, Lu Jianghe's previously unfocused pupils suddenly sharpened, regaining their sharpness. That's when his 100 points of resilience kicked in. The confusion effect, which should have lasted 3 seconds, dissipated in just 0.5 seconds. Lu Jianghe regained control of his body. The instant he saw Sato Makoto's blade swing toward him with a savage expression. Block! Clang! Sato Makoto's blade was instantly deflected. What the hell? When did you? Before Sato Makoto could finish his sentence, a blood-red blade filled with overwhelming pressure met him. Infinite slash. Lu Jianghe spun his entire body, the massive crimson blade spinning like a top as it came crashing down on Sato Makoto from above. Sato Makoto tried to block it like Lu Jianghe had done. But he had overestimated his defensive capabilities. The next instant. Crash. The crimson blade slammed heavily against Sato Makoto's blade. The immense force instantly slammed him to the ground. Sato Makoto's health plummeted at a visible rate, rapidly approaching critical condition. The young disciples standing nearby paled visibly. Especially when they saw Lu Jianghe, after unleashing his skill, show no sign of stopping, instead preparing to strike again. Cold sweat instantly broke out on their backs. Quick! Stop him! Protect young master Sato Makoto! The young retainers were now utterly panicked. They never dreamed that the invincible Sato Makoto could be defeated so easily by a Dragon Nation man. What they never imagined was that this Dragon Country man actually intended to kill Sato Makoto. Chapter 75, The Scared Off Little Japanese. Holy crap, you can't kill me! Sato Makoto panicked as Lu Jianghe closed in step by step. He never dreamed he'd lose to some unknown Dragon Nation guy. Even more shocking was that this Dragon Country man actually intended to eliminate him. Meeting Lu Jianghe's icy stare, Sato Makoto felt his limbs go numb and his whole body tremble. Just as Lu Jianghe was about to finish off Sato Makoto, his Japanese henchmen charged forward at the fastest speed they'd ever mustered. Several priests unleashed shield spells, layering protective barriers around Sato Makoto. Several Japanese melee players raised their shields to block the attack in front of Sato Makoto. Damn you, Dragon Nation! Die! The Japanese mage players let out shrill shrieks, immediately unleashing a barrage of powerful spells toward Lu Jianghe. The barrage was so dense that even Lu Jianghe couldn't easily withstand it. Just as the spells were about to strike Lu Jianghe, an icy blue shield materialized around Lu Jianghe's body. Zhao Bingyu had intervened. The ice crystal shield she cast for Lu Jianghe absorbed a significant portion of the damage. Lu Jianghe seized the moment to leap backward, evading the larger scale spell barrage. Damn it! Those Japanese bastards have no honor in battle, they dare to ambush us. All Dragon Nation men, charge together and wipe them out. Whoever backs down is a coward. The surrounding Dragon Nation players were already boiling with rage. Seeing Lu Jianghe targeted by the Japanese players, their eyes instantly turned red with rage. Countless dazzling beams of magic shot out from the crowd, exploding relentlessly among the Japanese players. Leading the charge were none other than the two blast mages from Wei Chang's squad. Next came the shield-wielding melee fighters, smashing down hard on the Japanese melee players. Let's vent our anger for brother Lu Jianghe. The girls in Lu Jianghe's squad let out shrill screams. Baya flipped through her spellbook, unleashing wave after wave of purple curses upon the Japanese soldier. Shadow flogging. Soul shock. Enchanted curse. The Japanese players, now saddled with a full stack of negative buffs, saw their combat effectiveness plummet wildly. Xia Yan, alongside other melee players from the Dragon Nation, relentlessly charged into the Japanese players' formation. Zhao Bingyu and Su Xiaoxiao relentlessly unleashed ranged skills, sending the Japanese players into a frenzy of screams. We need to get out of here. Sato Makoto snapped, his face darkening as he recovered from the shock of nearly being killed. Get me out of here. Sato Makoto fled the scene like a cornered dog. Before leaving, he shot Lu Jianghe a look filled with venomous hatred. Today's events would be a humiliation Sato Makoto would remember for the rest of his life. He had already etched Lu Jianghe deep into his list of sworn enemies. Lu Jianghe, however, remained remarkably composed. As a Dragon Nation citizen, would he possibly fear threats from a little Japanese guy? With the combined assault of the Dragon Nation players, the little Japanese guy was driven off. His pitiful retreat, clutching his head in disarray, had everyone roaring with laughter. Ha! Those little Japanese are such a bunch of useless trash. Just a moment ago they were so arrogant. Nothing but a bunch of cowardly vermin who bully the weak. Brain-dead little Japs. If you bully us Dragon Country people again, we'll beat you every single time. The Dragon Nation players engaged in heated, excited discussions, occasionally glancing at Lu Jianghe. If it weren't for Lu Jianghe firing the first shot in this brutal beating of the little Japs, they might not have had this chance to vent their fury. Especially since Lu Jianghe had single-handedly defeated the island nation's prodigy, Sato Makoto. This left many secretly wondering about Lu Jianghe's background. Could this guy be one of the elite from the Imperial Capital War Academy? No way. Geniuses from that place wouldn't come to such a low-level dungeon. His team has so many pretty girls, maybe he's some rich kid from a prominent family just here to show off. Whoever he is, he's just boosted our Dragon Nation's prestige. From now on, those little Japanese bastards will have to keep their tails between their legs in the sea coral instance, ha! Wei Chang's face was grim, panic setting in. He planned to slip away while the crowd was in chaos. But just then, several familiar figures blocked his path. Captain Wei Chang, where do you think you're going? Blocking Wei Chang's path were none other than his former squad members. Especially those two blast mages, palms cupped around blazing fireballs, poised to unleash them at any moment. When Wei Chang shamelessly groveled before the Japanese, he had completely lost all credibility in the eyes of his squad members. Without hesitation, the squad members kicked him out as their leader. The commotion grew so loud that the previously noisy Dragon Nation players fell instantly silent. They stared at Wei Chang with piercing intensity, as if they could tear him apart with their eyes. Wei Chang felt the weight of their gazes, his entire body feeling like it was sitting on pins and needles. His spine grew cold, and cold sweat poured down his back. You all need to calm down. Don't go down the path of crime, Wei Chang pleaded, his face ashen as he looked around. When he noticed Lu Jianghe staring at him from nearby, Wei Chang was utterly thrown into panic. With a thud, he collapsed to his knees. Slapping his own face repeatedly, he begged, "Brother Lu, spare my life. I was momentarily blinded. I truly love my country. Please, let me go." Lu Jianghe waved his hand dismissively at Wei Chang's pathetic pleas, feeling a wave of disgust. Thinking Lu Jianghe had forgiven him, Wei Chang prepared to kowtow in gratitude. But then came Lu Jianghe's indifferent voice. "No need for formalities. When dealing with traitorous scum like this, feel free to unleash your full fury." Wei Chang froze for a moment, then felt several massive shadows descend upon him. He looked up to see several burly men, each over 2 meters tall, grinning maliciously at him. No! Wei Chang's blood-curdling screams pierced the air. Dragon Nation players lined up to unleash a brutal barrage of attacks on Wei Chang. His screams could be heard hundreds of meters away. Meanwhile, Lu Jianghe had already quietly slipped away from the scene with the girls. An hour later, the group boarded the teleportation array and returned to Zhengzhou City. Phew! Finally back. The girls breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, they were chattering away again. Zhao Bingyu, her legs now fully restored, wobbled over to Lu Jianghe. She intended to express her gratitude to Lu Jianghe. But her legs gave way, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Lu Jianghe reached out in time to steady her. Feeling the strength of Lu Jianghe's arms, Zhao Bingyu's cheeks flushed slightly as her heartbeat quickened. "Thank you for all your hard work on this mission, Captain Lu," Zhao Bingyu whispered softly. "Not only for successfully obtaining the mermaid's tier, but also for standing up for me." Zhao Bingyu still remembered when Wei Chang had called her a monster, and Lu Jianghe had stepped in front of her without hesitation to defend her. And when the Japanese tried to seize the mermaid's tier, it was Lu Jianghe who drove them off. Though she'd only worked with Lu Jianghe for a short time, he had left a profound impression on Zhao Bingyu. Chapter 76, The War Academy and the Abyssal Battlefield. Zhengzhou City, Government Affairs Office. Upon returning, Lu Jianghe's squad was invited by Zhao Ji to visit his office. Secretary Wang stood beside Zhao Ji, offering a warm smile to Lu Jianghe and his team as they entered. After taking a sip of tea, Zhao Ji smiled warmly and said, "I'm aware of everything that happened at the sea coral reef. Lu Jianghe, you and your team performed exceptionally well. Especially your actions in upholding the dignity of our Dragon Nation, that was truly impressive." Lu Jianghe was somewhat baffled by Zhao Ji's praise. Had he summoned him here just to offer praise? "I merely did what needed to be done," Lu Jianghe replied calmly, "nothing to mention at all." Zhao Ji's smile broadened. Possessing formidable strength yet remaining humble, this young man had boundless potential. "This mission to the sea coral reef was ultimately just a personal favor I asked of you. After all, you helped my niece obtain her job change materials." At this point, Zhao Ji paused, his gaze shifting to Zhao Bingyu standing nearby. Bingyu was a student at the Imperial Capital's War Academy. "Bingyu, I'd like you to introduce me to the Imperial Capital's War Academy." "Would that be possible? The War Academy?" Lu Jianghe froze slightly at the name. Immediately, the phrase "a colossal institution" flashed through his mind. Compared to the universities in Zhengzhou, the so-called War Academy was an institution of a higher caliber. Its status was akin to Tsinghua and Peking University in his previous life. It was said only the most exceptional geniuses had the chance to enroll. There are 4 war academies in the imperial capital, named after the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. "I am a sophomore at the Azure Dragon Academy." Zhao Bingyu's tone was cool and detached. These 4 academies are collectively known as the 4 Sacred Academies, gathering the nation's most elite player teams. Beyond the exceptional students, these academies possess the nation's, indeed, the world's most elite cultivation resources. To gain admission to the 4 Sacred Academies is, without exaggeration, like a carp leaping through the Dragon Gate. They are truly the cream of the crop. Listening to Zhao Bingyu's description of the 4 Sacred Academies, everyone, including Lu Jianghe, wore thoughtful expressions. Admission to the 4 Saints Academy isn't granted through the college entrance exam, but rather through a highly selective internal recommendation and screening process. For ordinary individuals, gaining access to the 4 Saints Academy was virtually impossible unless one possessed exceptionally formidable talent. Observing Lu Jianghe's pensive expression, Zhao Ji wore an expression of profound secrecy. "Lu Jianghe, I have an internal recommendation slot for the War Academy. I'd like to offer it to you." At these words, Lu Jianghe felt both honored and overwhelmed. Mayor Zhao, this is too valuable. I can't accept it. Zhao Ji let out a wry smile. Actually, I have one internal recommendation slot every year, which I use to select the most outstanding young person in Jiangzhou City to apply to the War Academy. But do you know what the most awkward part is? What? Lu Jianghe inquired. For 5 consecutive years now, we haven't been able to find a single outstanding candidate, Zhao Ji admitted, wiping his face. It's downright embarrassing. Our city has sunk to the bottom in talent selection. Every year during the internal recommendation process, I end up losing face. I really don't want to embarrass myself again this year. Lu Jianghe hadn't anticipated this situation either, and immediately broke into a bitter smile. Zhao Ji composed himself and continued, but technically, I only have one slot available. Which means if you accept the internal recommendation, you'll likely have to part ways with your teammates. At this, the expressions of the women behind Lu Jianghe all changed. They instinctively turned to look at Lu Jianghe, biting their lips to stifle any sound. Had they not met Lu Jianghe, Baiya, Xiaoyan, and Su Xiaoxiao would have remained ordinary individuals living mundane lives. They wouldn't be leveling up and advancing toward greatness like they were now. It could be said that Lu Jianghe's appearance had changed their lives. Yet now, Lu Jianghe had found a better path. By leaving behind these burdens, he might become even more exceptional. At this thought, Baiya and the others all wore expressions of melancholy. Mayor Zhao, you mentioned there's only one slot in principle. Are there other ways to secure a spot? Lu Jianghe asked calmly. My team members are all outstanding. I won't abandon them. Hearing Lu Jianghe's words, the women felt as if something within them had been unlocked. A wave of warmth swept through them, instantly moistening their eyes. Meanwhile, Zhao Bingyu beside him also looked at Lu Jianghe with a complex expression. Did this guy truly value his teammates this much? If only she could join a team like this. At that thought, Zhao Bingyu found herself feeling a hint of envy toward Baiya and the others. I knew it would be like this, Zhao Ji sighed bitterly. In principle, there really is only one spot available for me. But the War Academy has another, less obvious way to gain admission by earning military merits on the Abyss battlefield. If you and your team can earn enough military merits, you'll also have a chance to join the War Academy. The Abyss battlefield. Lu Jianghe's dormant memories continued to awaken. The Abyss battlefield was the plane where the Blue Star human race clashed with the various races of the Abyss. Beyond the perilous enemies, it also harbors various high-level dungeons and precious treasures. Compared to the limited dungeons and leveling resources within Jiangzhou City, the Abyss battlefield offered a far vaster expanse. Countless masters had made their names here, and countless fortunate souls had found divine artifacts to become powerful beings. The warlike DNA within Lu Jianghe began to stir. He turned to look at Baiya and the other 2 women. We're heading to the Abyss battlefield. Are you afraid? The 3 girls shook their heads immediately. Not afraid. As long as I can be with brother Jianghe again, I'm not afraid of anywhere. Su Xiaoxiao clenched her fists. Jianghe will definitely protect me, Baiya said softly with a smile. I'll take all the direct hits. Xiaoyan's expression was utterly serious. Seeing the 3 women's high spirits, Lu Jianghe smiled knowingly. He turned back to Zhao Ji. Mayor Zhao, please let us go to the Abyss battlefield. We accept the challenge. Zhao Ji laughed heartily. Excellent. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Zhao Bingyu, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. Since I have nothing going on at school lately, I'll come with you too. I think you could use a mage ally. As everyone turned to stare at her in silence, Zhao Bingyu panicked, fumbling for words to explain. But Lu Jianghe cheered, wonderful, Miss Xiao. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard, Bingyu, Baiya smiled gently. Su Xiaoxiao and Xiaoyan both wore welcoming expressions. With Zhao Bingyu's addition, Lu Jianghe's squad expanded to a full complement of 5 members. After a day of rest, the group arrived at the Abyss battlefield under Zhao Ji's guidance. Chapter 77, First Step into the Abyss. The Abyss battlefield was a gloomy world where heaven and earth seemed inverted. The sky was filled with flowing magma and thick layers of rock. The ground consisted of massive floating landmasses, each suspended above an endless abyss below. Within the abyss, more floating rocks of varying sizes could be faintly discerned. Upon arriving at the Abyss battlefield, Lu Jianghe immediately sensed an oppressive atmosphere. It felt as though the very air was saturated with a chilling, blood-soaked aura. Guided by Zhao Ji, Lu Jianghe and his companions were transported before a massive fortress-like structure. Various massive defensive artillery pieces were mounted atop the fortress. Magic cannons and enchanted siege crossbows were laid out along the towering walls as if they were worthless. Rows of solemn-faced defenders stood watch along the ramparts. The moment Lu Jianghe's gaze fell upon these defenders, his pupils contracted slightly. Every single one of these guards possessed strength beyond the first transformation. In Jiangzhou City, a first-tier player was already considered a master. Yet in the Abyss battlefield, first-tier players were merely soldiers guarding the walls? Lu Jianghe gained a deeper understanding of the Abyss battlefield. Zhao Ji seemed to wield immense authority within this fortress. When he appeared here, the gate guards immediately opened the city gates and even saluted him respectfully. Zhao Ji beckoned to Lu Jianghe and the others, who were looking around, signaling them to follow. Then, he began explaining the Abyss battlefield to the group. The Abyss battlefield is the front line where humanity wages war against the Abyss races. A century ago, the human expeditionary force expanded into this region, initiating a century-long conflict with the Abyss tribes here. The fortress we stand in now is part of the defensive line humanity built to withstand abyssal assaults. Thousands of such fortresses dot the abyssal battlefield, each occupied by different nations of Blue Star, united in repelling the abyssal races. Of course, a major reason this area became a battlefield is the presence of numerous rare dungeons within these lands. Some dungeons even harbor legendary creatures, such as dragons or giants. Led by Zhao Ji, the group arrived before a central structure within the fortress. The structure was called the Merit Registry. Defeating abyss creatures, clearing dungeons, or completing fortress-issued missions all earn you battle merits, Zhao Ji explained, holding up a medal for everyone to see. These merits are automatically recorded on the medals you wear. If you wish to join the War Academy as a team, you must accumulate sufficient battle merits. The exact amount needed fluctuates annually based on the number of applicants, but generally speaking, the more military merit you accumulate, the better. The next War Academy selection round is scheduled for 2 months from now. You have 2 months to enhance your strength. Zhao Ji registered the combat merit medals for everyone and arranged their accommodations. After completing these tasks, he hurriedly departed due to pressing official duties. Lu Jianghe then took the women on a tour of the exchange within the fortress. After purchasing some resistance potions and return scrolls, Lu Jianghe decided to head toward the abyss. Young man, the wilderness is dangerous. Are you sure you want to go out? At the city gate, the guarding soldier eyed Lu Jianghe and his group with surprise. With an average level barely reaching 80, such a party venturing into the abyss was practically suicide. Before Lu Jianghe could speak, Zhao Bingyu stepped forward, flashing the medal pinned to her chest. Rest assured, she said, we'll protect ourselves. Zhao Bingyu's medal was clearly several ranks higher than Lu Jianghe's and the others. Seeing this, the city guard soldiers said no more. After instructing them to be cautious in all matters, they opened the gate and let them pass. The abyss world was a vast spiral-shaped subterranean structure. Each descending level contained vast subterranean chambers and various rare dungeons. Lu Jianghe and his companions had a clear purpose for entering the abyss battlefield, to accumulate military merit and complete their first-class advancement. According to Zhao Bingyu, a strength assessment would be conducted upon joining the War Academy. Those failing to meet the strength requirements would likewise be barred from entry. To ensure the entire squad could enter the War Academy smoothly, everyone's enthusiasm for leveling up was extremely high. Entering the abyss. Layers of mist began to permeate the air. The group, who had been chatting and laughing moments ago, instantly grew solemn and entered combat readiness. Lu Jianghe scanned the hazy surroundings, where 2 faint shadows flickered. Everyone stay alert. Something's coming. Almost the instant Lu Jianghe finished speaking. The next second, shrill, eerie screeches pierced the mist. The dark figures closed in rapidly, gaping maws snapping toward the group. Watch out! Xia Yanjiao shrieked as her golden shield slammed into the attacking shadow. Lu Jianghe drew his crimson blade, felling another shadow to the ground. Bloodthirsty Hellhound LV80. HP 30,000. Attack 1,000. Defense 500. Skills Hellish Pounce, Bloodlust. Who would have thought the very first monster encountered in the Abyss battlefield would possess such an aggressive nature? Had Xia Yan and Lu Jianghe not intervened in time just now, the team's damage dealers would likely have suffered casualties. The Bloodthirsty Hellhound's base stats aren't particularly impressive, but its movements are exceptionally swift. Combined with the fog obscuring our vision, they posed a significant threat. Unending Slash. Facing the bloodthirsty Hellhound charging once more, Lu Jianghe unleashed his AoE skill without hesitation. A crimson blade of energy descended from above, instantly slashing away a significant portion of the bloodthirsty Hellhound's health bar. Simultaneously, Zhao Bingyu and Su Xiaoxiao in the party cast Ice Spike spell with a chant. The other continuously drew her bow and fired arrows at the monsters. Within a minute, both bloodthirsty Hellhound's health bars emptied, and they finally collapsed to the ground. Before the group could catch their breath, strange, eerie monster howls echoed once more from within the mist. To prevent any surprises, Lu Jianghe immediately summoned his shadow soldiers. The shadow soldiers formed a circle, shielding the group at their center. Next, all manner of abyssal monsters poured forth from the mist. Besides hellhounds, there were carnivorous plant-like creatures that sprayed flames. And strange creatures like humanoid birds that emitted piercing screeches. Lu Jianghe did not rush forward. Instead, he had the group hold their ground, methodically clearing these bizarre creatures one by one. 10 minutes passed before no more monsters emerged from the mist. Phew, the monsters here are so aggressive, Su Xiaoxiao said, wiping sweat from her forehead. Zhao Bingyu nodded beside her. Abyssal monsters are notorious for their brutality. Everyone must proceed with caution and never let their guard down. After clearing this wave of monsters, Lu Junha's team began moving deeper into the abyss. Soon, however, the sound of combat echoed from within the mist. Approaching closer, they saw another player squad clearing monsters within the mist. Chapter 78, The Difficulty of the Abyss Dungeon. Teams from various nations gathered within the abyss battlefield. Upon spotting Lu Junha's team, they all wore expressions of surprise. It wasn't just because the team had an unusually high proportion of female players, but mainly because their average level was absurdly low. Any team daring to level up in the abyss battlefield would need at least 2 or 3 first transition players to lead safely. Lu Junha's team, however, was clearly underleveled. If we push forward another hour, there should be a field instance, Zhao Bingyu said. The monsters inside average around level 100, perfect for us to level up quickly. Hearing this, the group's spirits soared, and they immediately quickened their pace. But soon, shrieks erupted from the mist ahead. Damn it! Abyss creatures are coming! Everyone, back to the fortress! We're in trouble if the abyssals spot us. A 5-person squad emerged from the mist. Shouting frantically, they scrambled past Lu Junha's group. Lu Junha narrowed his eyes slightly, signaling his companions to prepare for battle. The Abyss clan were humanity's sworn enemies on the Abyss battlefield. This race, originating from the Abyss, possessed not only formidable strength but also extraordinary intelligence. But none of that mattered. The most crucial point was that slaying members of the Abyss clan directly accumulated battle merits. And the rewards were far richer than those gained from simply clearing a dungeon. Soon, 3 massive figures over 2 meters tall emerged from the mist directly ahead. Upon spotting Lu Junha and his companions, they erupted into eerie laughter. Then the mist dissipated, revealing 3 figures covered in black stripes, resembling demonic humanoids. These humanoids bore horns on their heads, possessed blood-red vertical pupils. Their gaping mouths were filled with sharp, pointed teeth. Bloodthirsty Fiend LV90. Race, Abyssal. Class, Doom Warrior. HP, 50,000. Attack power, 3,000. Defense, 1,000. Seeing the stats of these 3 bloodthirsty demons, Lu Junha quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Though their team level was at a disadvantage, their stats and combat prowess were not significantly inferior to the enemies. Moreover, slaying abyss creatures earned battle merits, the very reason they had come to the abyss battlefield for training. Everyone, prepare for battle, Lu Junha said in a low, steady voice. Miss Xiao, with your extensive combat experience, attack freely. Sister Baya, keep a close eye on everyone's health and provide support at any moment. The rest of you, prepare for battle at your assigned positions. The girls nodded, their eyes gleaming with resolve, showing no trace of fear despite the formidable foe. Zhao Bingyu launched the first strike. With a flick of her staff, a dazzling wave of frost surged toward the bloodthirsty fiend. The frost struck the demon, eliciting a shrill, piercing howl. Before the frost could freeze it solid, it violently shattered the ice crystals covering its body. This demon possessed extraordinary resistance, somehow withstanding Zhao Bingyu's freezing spell. The black stripes covering its body flickered with an eerie glow, rapidly dissipating the frost's effects. Damned blue star humans, I will devour you all. The attacked bloodthirsty demon roared in fury. Crush your skulls. Devour your flesh. 3 abyssal demons charged toward Zhao Bingyu simultaneously, their momentum terrifying. Lu Junha and Xia Yan immediately stepped forward to intercept them. Lu Junha's longsword erupted with a crimson glow as he swung it viciously at the demon's head. Xia Yan similarly raised her shield and charged, colliding with one of the demons. Simultaneously, Xia Yan unleashed a curse spell, steadily weakening the abyssal fiend's condition. Zhao Bingyu and Su Xiaoxiao relentlessly unleashed ranged attacks, rapidly depleting the abyssal fiend's health. The demons, who had charged forward with ferocious intent moments before, suddenly realized their health was plummeting at an alarming rate. Their scalps instantly tingled with fear, and they scrambled backward to try and mitigate the damage. But Lu Junha and Xia Yan, already upon them, wouldn't let them off. Charge! Lu Junha instantly knocked out one demon with a collision, then unleashed the endless slash to wipe out its remaining health bar. Killed a level 90 abyssal fiend, battle merit +5. A single demon was worth 5 battle merit points? Lu Junha licked his lips, his eyes flashing with impatience as he scanned the remaining demons. If he could keep slaying demons like this, he could quickly accumulate enough battle merit to apply for the War Academy. Next, the group worked together to eliminate all remaining demons. Each squad member who participated in the kills received 15 combat merit points as a reward. Lu Junha stared at the corpses scattered across the ground, his eyes flickering. With 2 months left before the War Academy entrance exams, if they could eliminate more abyss demons, their squad would secure admission to the academy without a doubt. Then, a far broader world would await their exploration. Meanwhile, those players who had originally planned to flee had turned back at some point. Watching Lu Junha and his group effortlessly slay the abyss fiends, stunned expressions spread across their faces. How are they so powerful? They took out all 3 fiends. Their levels aren't even as high as ours. How did they manage that? Killing 3 demons must earn a lot of battle merit points. Lu Jianghe and his companions did not linger at the scene. After eliminating the demons, they pressed on through the mist. An hour later, they arrived before a massive black vortex. This was the entrance to an abyss instance. The entrance was now crowded with players. Simple tents were scattered haphazardly beside the instance. Some had even lit campfires, chatting and laughing while roasting meat. Some of these players had just emerged from the dungeon and were resting. Others were preparing to enter, busy organizing their teams. Being in a group offered a sense of security. At least the human players gathered at the dungeon entrance felt no fear of demonic beings or other monsters attacking. Another Dragon Nation team is arriving. Huh, they all look so young. Lu Jianghe and his group drew the attention of many players. Most Dragon Nation players regarded Lu Jianghe and his group with friendly expressions. Some even proactively asked if they needed help clearing the dungeon. Lu Jianghe politely declined and led his group to the dungeon entrance. The instance before them was named Dragon's Lair, with a recommended entry level of 101, meaning it was intended for players who had completed their first job advancement. Additionally, this dungeon featured 4 difficulty levels: normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. Monster levels remained unchanged across difficulties, but their strength and numbers increased significantly. In reality, most players here opted for the normal difficulty to clear the dungeon. Hard difficulty was typically attempted only by elite squads. Nightmare difficulty sees only 1 or 2 squads attempting entry every month or two. As for the highest difficulty, Hell Mode, it's said that no players have attempted it in years. Why not challenge the Hell difficulty dungeon? Lu Jianghe mused to himself. Chapter 79, Challenging Hell Mode. The higher the dungeon difficulty, the greater the experience points and rare item drop rates. When Lu Jianghe shared his plan with the girls' eyes widened in surprise. Su Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue. Going straight for the highest difficulty? We're so brave. If it's little brother Jianghe, then sure, why not? Baiya winked mischievously. Xia Yan silently raised her shield, her expression brimming with eagerness. Only Zhao Bingyu looked at Lu Jianghe with a complex expression. Captain, are you sure about diving straight into the Hell difficulty dungeon? Hell difficulty is something even a fully equipped first-tier team wouldn't dare attempt lightly. Lu Jianghe had just finished reading the Hell difficulty dungeon description. He nodded calmly. The reward for clearing Hell difficulty is 100 battle merits per person. I think it's worth a shot. Don't forget, our goal is to get into the War Academy together. How can we not push ourselves? The girls instantly wore expressions of deep appreciation. With Lu Jianghe's abilities, he could easily get into the War Academy on his own. Yet here he was, enduring the perilous abyss battlefield for their sake. Their admiration reached its peak. Zhao Bingyu stood stunned, immediately falling silent. Yet, the gaze she cast upon Lu Jianghe now held an unusual spark. As a white halo enveloped the group, Lu Jianghe's squad teleported into the Dragon's Lair Hell instance. Whoa, these kids actually went in. Outside the instance, players who had been watching Lu Jianghe's team began murmuring. Guess what difficulty they picked? No need to guess. With their team's level, they'd be lucky to clear normal difficulty. Honestly, I doubt this Dragon Nation squad can even finish the dungeon. They look like a bunch of weakling noobs. These greenhorns came to the abyss battlefield to get their butts kicked. Beyond the Dragon Nation players, the dungeon entrance was crowded with players from other nations. Most player teams didn't hold much hope for Lu Jianghe's squad. Their tone dripped with contempt. But then, a red notification appeared directly above the dungeon entrance. Dragon's Lair, Hell difficulty dungeon activated. Dungeon duration, 2 hours 59 minutes. What? They're entering a Hell difficulty dungeon. Players who saw the notification looked stunned. Are they going to their deaths? Don't they even know how terrifying Hell difficulty is? Youngsters these days are so reckless. Everyone, let's disperse. They're doomed. Not even Jesus could save them now. Regarding Lu Jianghe and his group entering the Hell difficulty dungeon, players from Dragon Nation expressed regret. Players from other nations, however, wore expressions of pure entertainment. Especially since there were quite a few Japanese players present. They openly gloated, Dragon Country players are just so arrogant. Do they really think they're the chosen ones who can clear the Hell difficulty dungeon? These idiots are going to die in the dungeon. Only when the Dragon Nation players shot them icy glares did the Japanese players sheepishly shut up. But even so, no one believed this young Dragon Nation squad could survive the Hell difficulty abyss dungeon. At that moment, deep within the Hell tier dungeon, Lu Jianghe and his team had already methodically formed their battle formation. Xia Yan, the Dragon Maiden Tea-sister, still stood at the very front. Shadow soldiers formed a protective circle around her. The rest stood behind Xia Yan, responsible for dealing damage to the enemies. The party had materialized in a jungle charred to cinders by dragonfire. White smoke still rose from the surrounding tree trunks, and the distant roars of dragons could faintly be heard. Captain, Sister Baiya mentioned our squad has a squad buff. What exactly is that? As soon as they entered the instance, Zhao Bingyu couldn't wait to ask Lu Jianghe. According to Baya, once Xiao Bingyu also obtained that buff, her strength would undergo a qualitative leap. That was precisely why a look of anticipation flashed across her face. It is indeed a buff, but I wonder if Miss Bingyu can handle it. There might be a tiny bit of a side effect when this buff activates. Xiao Bingyu paid no heed to the side effects Lu Jianghe mentioned. Just as one feels warmth when a healing spell is cast, or a chill runs through the body when cursed. She could accept any side effect, as long as it made her stronger. However, the moment Lu Jianghe activated the mental bond and linked with Xiao Bingyu instantly realized she had underestimated the situation. A strange sensation unlike anything she'd ever experienced washed over her body. Xiao Bingyu's entire body tingled with sensation. A strange sound escaped from Xiao Bingyu's lips. Her face flushed crimson in an instant. What's happening to my body? Her pupils dilated in shock, shattering her icy beauty persona in an instant. At that moment, Xiao Bingyu sounded as sweet and delicate as a little girl. Baya suddenly pulled her into an embrace, grinning mischievously. How does it feel? Ready to fly high with pleasure? Xiao Bingyu's face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed. Stop touching me. I'm so sensitive right now. After a while, Xiao Bingyu gradually adjusted to the physical changes. Then she was stunned by the attribute boosts brought on by the spiritual bond. Her stamina attribute had increased by 200%. This meant her spell power had undergone a true qualitative leap. Though the cost was a partial reduction in health and attack power. But since she wasn't a tank to begin with, she couldn't care less about that slight dip in stats. This is seriously overpowered. Xiao Bingyu murmured, her pale pink lips parting slightly. I feel like I could take on 10 opponents right now. Lu Jianghe wore a smile on his face. While Xiao Bingyu's stamina stats saw a significant boost, the other team members also gained attribute boosts. Xia Yan gained an additional 10,000 HP and 1,000 defense, while Lu Jianghe and the Shadow Soldiers saw their attack power increase by nearly 30%. In short, Xiao Bingyu's addition elevated the squad's combat strength to an entirely new level. This was precisely why Lu Jianghe had chosen the Hell difficulty dungeon. The sudden roar of a dragon shattered the brief respite. A lizard-like monster, its entire body covered in armor, charged toward them from the distance. Enhanced Dragon Lizard Warrior LV90. HP, 60,000. Attack, 4,000. Defense, 2,000. Skills, Half Dragon Breath, Savage Charge, Tough Scales. Despite being a level 90 monster, this Dragon Lizard Warrior boasts even higher stats than the Abyssal Fiend we encountered earlier. Truly a monster worthy of the Hell Dungeon. Its strength is formidable. 6 Dragon Lizard Warriors charged toward the group. After charging a certain distance, a faint crimson aura began to shimmer around their bodies. Immediately, the one position closest to the front of the party, Xia Yan, unleashed its Savage Charge skill. But before they could collide with Xia Yan, several black figures flashed forward, charging toward the Dragon Lizard Warriors first. 6 Shadow Soldiers were the first to bring their blades down upon the Dragon Lizard Warriors. Chapter 80, Enhanced Dragon Priest. The Dragon Lizard Warriors were blocked by the Shadow Soldiers. Instantly, they raised their throats. A wave of heat gathered within their maws. The next second, the dragon's breath struck the Shadow Soldiers, dealing massive fire damage to them. The Shadow Soldiers vanished in an instant, their health bars drained. But before the Dragon Lizard Warriors could raise a victory cry, more Shadow Soldiers burst forth from the shadows. They launched another fierce assault on the Dragon Lizard Warriors. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao and Xiao Bingyu in the rear continuously unleashed ranged attacks. Xiao Bingyu, in particular, unleashed a barrage of ice spikes that flew like bullets. The Dragon Lizard Warriors sustained heavy damage. Half a minute later, 6 Dragon Lizard Warriors collapsed to the ground with defiant roars. Killed Enhanced Dragon Lizard Warrior LV90. Acquired Wormkin Hide 3. Acquired Wormkin Meat Chunks 2. The Dragon Lizard Warriors yielded substantial experience points. The experience bars of all combatants visibly rose by a noticeable amount. Lu Jianghe's level has now reached 70. He was one step closer to his minor goal of reaching the first transformation. Lu Jianghe fed the Dragon Lizard Meat Chunks to Su Xiaoxiao. Gained HP plus 100, defense plus 10. The stat boost wasn't huge, but it was better than nothing. The group pressed deeper into the charcoal jungle. Soon, more Dragon Lizard Warriors roared as they charged from all corners of the jungle. Xia Yan raised her shield, holding back the fiercest frontal assault. The others attacked from the flanks, picking off the Dragon Lizard Warriors one by one. During the battle, Lu Jianghe noticed that Xiao Bingyu's spells not only dealt high damage but also possessed area of effect freezing and slowing capabilities. Lu Jianghe immediately adjusted their tactics. He first had Xiao Bingyu freeze the Dragon Lizard Warriors. Then the Shadow Soldiers would finish them off. This battle flow allowed them to farm the mobs with minimal casualties. As the group's combat proficiency grew increasingly sharp, scattered Dragon Lizard Warriors posed no threat to them. Next, Lu Jianghe had Su Xiaoxiao ride the giant wolf spirit to pull mobs from various locations across the map. They pulled one wave after another and cleared them one by one. The party's levels skyrocketed like rockets. In the blink of an eye, they all broke through the level 70 barrier. Just then, Su Xiaoxiao, who had been scouting ahead, suddenly accelerated and turned back. 5 distinct debuffs appeared above her head. Physical weakening, wind chill, vertigo, exhaustion, drowsiness. Reporting, Captain. Large numbers of cursed monsters ahead. Su Xiaoxiao announced in a sweet, high-pitched voice before rolling her eyes and burrowing into Lu Jianghe's embrace. Baiya quickly cast a purification spell on her. Yet Lu Jianghe, while holding Su Xiaoxiao, shifted his gaze toward the distance. A group of roughly 20 dragon-type monsters came into view. Enhanced Magical Dragon Priest LV95. HP 30,000. Attack 2,000. Defense 1,000. Stamina 3,000. Skills, Bloodlust, Septic Curse, Dark Grasp, Slow, Dark Impact, Summon Bone WYRM. Suddenly appearing was a squad of magical monsters. Moreover, these creatures were exceptionally skilled in control and curse-based spells. The dragon priest began chanting simultaneously. One by one, black magic circles materialized before them. Immediately after, 2-meter-long earth dragons composed of skeletal remains crawled out of the magic circles. They lunged menacingly toward Lu Jianghe and his companions. 20 dragon priests summoned a total of 40 bone earth dragons. They charged across the land simultaneously, kicking up clouds of dust in their wake, a terrifying sight. Facing the fierce onslaught of powerful foes, Lu Jianghe and his companions wore solemn expressions. Baiya spared no effort, continuously casting buff spells on the group. This allowed them to achieve a comprehensive boost in their attributes before the battle even commenced. The bone earth dragons lunged forward, claws extended, their fierce winds stinging the face. Lu Jianghe roared, swinging his crimson blade with a fierce strike. The crimson sword energy of the endless slash roared forth. Instantly, it knocked over several bone earth dragons at the front. The sword energy struck the bone earth dragon. A crisp crack echoed as several ribs snapped instantly, sending the massive bodies stumbling to the ground. Yet the remaining bone earth dragons seemed oblivious, charging forward with unabated fury. Ice Mage Zhao Bingyu chanted incantations. The air before her instantly warped, and in the next instant, a 3-meter-high ice wall shot up from the ground. It formed a protective barrier around the group. The bone dragons crashed into the barrier, tumbling head over heels in dizzying confusion. Nice work! Lu Jianghe silently praised her, then summoned his shadow soldiers to transform into shadows. He charged toward the distant dragon priestess. Bone earth dragons were summoned creatures, killing them was a thankless task. In contrast, the dragon priests possessed significantly lower health and defense compared to warrior-type monsters. Taking them out would instantly resolve the predicament. During the time the shadow soldiers carried out their assassination mission, Lu Jianghe and his companions fought the bone earth dragons, relying on the defense provided by the ice wall. In the distance, the dragon priestess continuously casts various cursed spells. Those struck by the spells didn't lose health, but their stats were steadily weakened. Xiayan, the main tank, bore the brunt of the bone earth dragon's massive damage while suffering severe debuffs. Even with Baiya frantically casting healing spells, Xiayan's health still fluctuated wildly like a bungee jump. Fortunately, the shadow soldiers finally charged behind the dragon priest. The moment they burst forth from the shadows, the tide of battle reversed completely. The fragile priest couldn't withstand the shadow soldiers' greatswords. They were swiftly slaughtered to the last. The bone dragons, deprived of their hosts, collapsed with a thunderous crash. Killed, Enhanced Magical Dragon Priest LV95. Acquired, Shattered Robe of the Dragon Material. Killed, Enhanced Magical Dragon Priest LV95. Acquired Dragon Subhuman Scale Material. Killed, Enhanced Magical Dragon Priest LV95. Material drop rates are extremely high within the Hell Dungeon. These monster materials can be used for alchemy, forging, and various other purposes. Ding! Shadow Legion Summon Skill upgraded to current level 8. Shadow Soldier Summon Count +5 total summons, 25. Soldier Attributes increased to 85% of host space equipment stats. After many days, the Shadow Legion skill had upgraded once more. This was excellent news for Lu Jianghe. With the Shadow Soldier count reaching 25 and inheriting a whopping 85% of the host space gear stats, this further boosted Lu Jianghe's dungeon clearing efficiency. After a brief rest, the group pressed deeper into the dungeon. The true difficulty of the Hell Tier dungeon became apparent at this moment. More mixed units of dragon priestesses and dragon lizard warriors appeared before them. Drawing on their prior combat experience, Zhao Bingyu employed her tried and true tactic, casting a ring of ice walls around the squad. Lu Jianghe then deployed shadow soldiers to execute decapitation strikes against distant mages. The efficiency was low, and the group's leveling speed noticeably slowed. However, this inefficient grinding soon turned around. As Lu Jianghe and his companions traversed a mountain range, a narrow, winding path flanked by rocky cliffs came into view. Holy! We can grind monsters here. Chapter 81, Not sure if I can handle this. Lu Jianghe was thrilled to see this unique terrain. The winding path snaked downwards, flanked by jagged rocks that made passage difficult. For simple words summed it up: easy to defend, hard to attack. We'll defend the mountaintop, Lu Jianghe swiftly issued the battle command. Sis Baya, buff Xiao Xiao with some speed and control immunity buffs. Xiao Xiao, go to other parts of the canyon and pull monsters. Lure every creature you see toward the summit. Baya hesitated. We're already stretched thin dealing with one dragon priest unit. Won't pulling too many cause problems? Lu Jianghe gave her an assuring look. It's fine. We'll kill whatever comes our way. Events unfolded precisely as Lu Jianghe had anticipated. When Su Xiaoxiao lured the mixed force of hundreds of dragon priest and dragon lizard warriors to the foot of the mountain, the monsters, driven by aggro, began moving upward along the winding path. The result? The passage proved far too narrow, causing them to pile up in chaotic confusion. The next instant, a blue ice wall blocked their path upward. From the shadows of jagged rocks, 25 shadow soldiers burst forth simultaneously. They unleashed a frenzied slaughter upon the chaotic crowd of dragon priests. From her elevated position, Zhao Bingyu transformed into a human-shaped mobile artillery platform. She continuously conjured massive ice spikes, hurling them down upon the horde of monsters. Each impact registered massive damage numbers across the field. Meanwhile, the shadow soldiers engaged in close combat were rapidly depleting their numbers. Lu Jianghe downed a bottle of psychic energy recovery potion. With a wave of his hand, he summoned dozens more shadow soldiers to charge down the mountain. As time passed, the hundreds of high-level monsters were slaughtered to near extinction. As massive amounts of experience flooded into everyone's bodies, numerous glowing orbs containing material packages scattered across the ground. I've never had such an exhilarating battle. So satisfying. Zhao Bingyu's face flushed crimson, her skin glistening with sweat. Long since shedding her Ice Queen persona, her face now radiated pure exhilaration. Having just completed her class change, she had already reached level 101. This leveling speed was unimaginably fast. Under normal circumstances, after the first job advancement, each subsequent level up required massive amounts of experience points. At least a week would be required for a single level. Yet after clearing just half a dungeon, she had actually leveled up. At that moment, Zhao Bingyu felt as if she were dreaming. If she kept leveling up at this pace while staying in Lu Jianghe's party, wouldn't that mean she could break through the 110 level barrier in no time? The thought sent her heart racing uncontrollably. What levels are you all at? Lu Jianghe asked, gulping down a potion to boost his energy reserves. Su Xiaoxiao immediately raised her hand. I'm level 69. Baya rubbed her slightly sore shoulders. I'm level 72. 72, Xia Yan replied coolly, leaning against her shield. Lu Jianghe nodded with satisfaction. After this wave of grinding, his own level had reached 75. Everyone's strength was steadily increasing. Even Su Xiaoxiao, once the lowest level member, had played a significant role in this battle. Next came the loot collection phase. Obtained, broken staff of the dragon priest material. Acquired, drake bone claw material. Acquired, drake eye material. Lu Jianghe discovered that these dungeon minions, aside from dropping various materials, they rarely dropped any equipment. Lu Jianghe inquired about this issue with Zhao Bingyu. The explanation he received was that abyss dungeons were generally considered premium content. Only defeating the boss would yield equipment drops. Conversely, the gear dropped by bosses not only featured the dungeon's signature equipment but also boasted exceptionally high quality. Take the current Dragon Lord instance, for example. Its signature gear is the Platinum Tier Dragon Lord set, consisting of 4 components: boots, chestplate, gloves, and greaves. And due to varying difficulty levels, the set also features distinctions like common, refined, and ultimate prefixes, Zhao Bingyu explained in meticulous detail. The reward for clearing this dungeon was actually platinum gear. Lu Jianghe couldn't help but feel a flutter of excitement. It wasn't the platinum gear itself that excited him. Rather, it was the anticipation of what quality gear might be returned after investing in this platinum set. Equipment tiers: black, iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, epic, legendary, mythic. Above platinum lies diamond. Generally, diamond tier gear is the pinnacle equipment only wearable by second transition classes. Could it be that even as a first transition character, I'm already eligible for a diamond set? Just thinking about it gave him a little thrill. After a half-hour rest, the group pressed deeper into the dungeon. After the earlier monster pulling and leveling, the canyon was now largely devoid of wandering creatures. Soon, they arrived at a cave piled high with white skeletal remains. A chilling, eerie wind constantly blew out from within, carrying a faint, lingering scent of blood. This is where the dungeon boss resides. Everyone, stay alert, Lu Jianghe declared. We'll finish this in one go. Purple halos enveloped each member. Baya applied buffs to the group before they entered the cavern. The cavern wasn't pitch black. Luminous stones embedded in the rock walls illuminated the entire interior. The deeper they descended, the larger the cavern grew. Soon, the space expanded from the size of a basketball court to nearly that of a football field. Lu Jianghe and the others now stood atop a rocky platform. At the center of the vast expanse below them, a colossal black dragon lay sprawled on the ground, deep in slumber. What a huge lizard! Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed in awe. It's a dark element earth dragon, Zhao Bingyu corrected, though it lacks the formidable attributes of a true dragon. But it remains an extremely formidable boss-level creature. Lu Jianghe's gaze fixed on the earth dragon. The next instant, the dragon's attribute panel popped up before his eyes. Hell-tier corrupted earth dragon LV 100. HP, 300,000. Attack, 8,000. Defense, 4,000. Skills, Demon Dragon Breath, Deathblight, Earthquake Wave. When Lu Jianghe saw the final boss's stats panel, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. A level 100 boss with a staggering 300,000 HP. Its attack and defense stats were also incredibly formidable. How on earth were they supposed to take this monster down? This time, I wonder if I can hold out, Xia Yan murmured solemnly as she leaned against a nearby rock. She clutched a branch, seemingly plucked from somewhere, and pretended to take a bite from it. Her bohemian vibe was off the charts. Lu Jianghe reached out and flicked the twig from Xia Yan's hand. You can hold out, but it'll come at a cost. Lu Jianghe's plan was to transfer the majority of the group's life and defense attributes to Xia Yan, granting her boss-level defense and health. Chapter 82, Fierce Battle Against the Demonized Earth Dragon. If Xia Yan could withstand the boss's damage, there was a chance to defeat it. However, the downside was that the other girl's ability to withstand pressure would be greatly reduced. A single mistake could easily wipe the entire party. Alright, Sister Baya, Xiao, and Bingyu, you'll stay on the platform above and focus fire on the boss, Lu Jianghe said, pointing to the rocky outcrop nearby. Xia Yan will try to pull the monster into her skill range to absorb damage. Stay up high, the boss's AoE attacks won't lock onto you as easily. Xia Yan and I will engage the boss in close quarters hit and run combat. Keep an eye on our health bars, don't hold back on health or mana potions when needed. After finalizing the plan, Lu Jianghe and Xia Yan entered the battle arena of the corrupted Earth Dragon boss. The moment they stepped in, the corrupted Earth Dragon sensed the threat. Slowly, it opened its enormous eyes, glowing with an eerie light. Its deformed, broken wings rose stiffly. The slightest shift of its massive body sent tremors rippling through the ground. The boss's oppressive presence instantly reached its peak. Roar! The demonized Earth Dragon let out an earth-shattering roar. Without hesitation, it charged toward Lu Jianghe and Xia Yan. As it charged, a black flame coalesced within its maw, revealing the dragon's breath skill. Dragon's protection. In the next instant, a swirling golden shield enveloped Lu Jianghe and Xia Yan. The flames surged toward them like a raging tidal wave. Wherever it passed, the air ignited, crackling with a hissing sound. Fortunately, the armor protection provided by Dragon's Sanctuary shielded them. Their health bars dipped by only about 1,000 points. From above, Baya cast 2 consecutive healing spells, restoring them to full strength. Xia Yan, push forward! Lu Jianghe shouted the warning, swiftly summoning 25 shadow soldiers. The soldiers charged the demonic earth dragon without fear the moment they materialized. Meanwhile, Xia Yan braced herself against the dragon's fiery breath and slammed into the earth dragon's body. The massive impact stunned the dragon momentarily while drawing a flood of aggro. The next second, a purple shield glowed around Xia Yan. Meanwhile, the corrupted earth dragon was struck by several frozen arrows and icicles. A cold slowing debuff appeared above its head. From their elevated position, Baya and the others unleashed their full power. They unleashed a barrage of damage and crowd control upon the corrupted earth dragon. Roar! The corrupted earth dragon let out a shrill roar. It then raised its claws and swiped at the enemies in front. A thunderous crash echoed through the air. Hiding behind her shield, Xia Yan bore a crimson damage number exceeding 10,000 above her head. Yet Xia Yan did not flinch from the blow. Instead, she continued to swing her shield at the demonic earth dragon while popping potions. At the same moment, 2 clones materialized beside her. They too relentlessly pounded the earth dragon's body. Perhaps influenced by the dragon bloodline within the corrupted earth dragon. Xia Yan, the dragon maiden, now possessed pupils that had transformed into dark brown vertical slits. A fierce aura emanated from her pupils. She felt her blood burning, her entire body boiling. Lu Jianghe, I'm fine. Keep attacking. Xia Yan shouted, swinging her right hand longsword to repeatedly hack at the earth dragon's skull. At that moment, Xia Yan resembled a dragon-slaying hero. Though her frame was relatively small, her presence matched that of the demonic earth dragon. Lu Jianghe, standing nearby, would never let Xia Yan face the boss alone. He had already charged to the demonic earth dragon's flank. The demonic earth dragon raised its 2 claws, preparing to deliver a crushing blow to Xia Yan. But Lu Jianghe instantly leapt into the air, swinging a powerful, backhanded strike with his sword. The crimson sword energy crashed down, sending the earth dragon staggering. Simultaneously, the surrounding 25 shadow soldiers closed in around the earth dragon. They wildly swung their long swords in a frenzy. Leveraging the team effect granted by their mental bond, Lu Jianghe's attack power surged to a terrifying level exceeding 10,000 points. The Shadow Soldiers, whose power amplified based on a percentage of Lu Jianghe's attack, also broke through the 8,000 mark. Such attribute boosts, if seen through the eyes of ordinary players, would be unimaginably terrifying. It meant Lu Jianghe alone could take on dozens, even hundreds, of players of the same level. Under the relentless storm of attacks, the demonized Earth Dragon's health rapidly dwindled. Unsurprisingly, the boss was enraged. A deafening roar echoed as the demonized Earth Dragon raised its head to the sky. Its massive tail, like a thick black stone pillar, swept toward Xia Yan. Xia Yan hurriedly raised her massive shield to block. But the massive size difference proved overwhelming. Xia Yan was sent flying with almost no chance to resist. Not only did massive damage numbers appear above her head, but her entire body slammed into the rock wall. The immense force caused spiderweb-like cracks to spread across the rock face. With Xia Yan knocked away, the pressure instantly shifted to Lu Jianghe. Even as Baiya, Su Xiaoxiao, and Zhao Bingyu above the platform desperately unleashed every skill they had to support Lu Jianghe. Lu Jianghe, a fragile warrior, still faced imminent danger. Su Xiaoxiao clutched the blessing of the wolf god's skill, her eyes wide with tension. She feared that one moment of distraction could mean her brother Jianghe getting instantly killed by the boss. Fortunately, Lu Jianghe was a master of snake-like dodging. Under the cover of the Shadow Soldiers, he managed to avoid being touched by the demonized Earth Dragon. At the same time, Zhao Bingyu, positioned on the rocky platform, unleashed a barrage of high-damage ice spells. One massive damage number after another floated above the corrupted Earth Dragon. The dragon, which had been fixated on Lu Jianghe, abruptly turned its gaze toward Zhao Bingyu. Immediately, a dark mass of terrifying energy coalesced in its maw. Its target locked onto Zhao Bingyu and the two girls beside her. "No! Get away from there!" Lu Jianghe's pupils contracted sharply as he shouted urgently. But it was too late. The black mass shot skyward. Its target was Zhao Bingyu and the others. At that critical moment, a figure suddenly leapt upward at incredible speed. Clutching a golden shield with both hands, it blocked the black mass's path. It was Xia Yan. She had intervened at this critical moment. Boom! A massive explosion echoed, followed by thick black smoke billowing through the air. Xia Yan, her body billowing black smoke, crashed to the ground. She managed to kneel on the ground. And now, in her hands, the golden great shield lay utterly destroyed. Her own health was now critically low. The demonized Earth Dragon had just unleashed its core ability, Death's Wither. Xia Yan had successfully resisted this lethal strike. But her own health was now critically low. To prevent Xia Yan from taking further damage, Lu Jianghe and the Shadow Soldiers charged in from behind the corrupted Earth Dragon. Blades rose and fell, steadily chipping away at the demonized Earth Dragon's health. Yet the corrupted Earth Dragon, far from shifting its aggro due to the damage. Instead, it let out a furious roar and charged towards Xia Yan once more. Chapter 83, The Shield of the Demon Dragon. At this critical moment, Xia Yan showed no intention of dodging. She tossed her shattered shield to the ground, her human eyes transforming into golden vertical slits. The next instant, the phantom of a colossal dragon's head materialized above her. Then came the dragon's roar. The roar, carrying the overwhelming might of a dragon, instantly echoed throughout the entire cave. Even the air rippled outward in a fan-shaped pattern. The demon-corrupted Earth Dragon caught in the roar instantly displayed a massive dizziness icon above its head. It froze rigid in place. That's a Dragon Clan skill so powerful. Zhao Bingyu, perched high above, revealed a look of astonishment. With her knowledge, she could tell Xia Yan had unleashed a skill belonging to the Dragon Clan. How could a human master a Dragon Clan skill? It was utterly unbelievable. Lu Jianghe was equally stunned by Xia Yan's performance. However, possessing the true sight eye, he instantly discerned the transformation within Xia Yan. Dragon Maiden Xia Yan's Conquer and Be Conquered trait activated. Dragon Bloodline preliminarily awakened. Awakening effects: permanent HP plus 20,000, attack plus 500, defense plus 500. Awakened skill: Dragon Roar. Dragon Roar, the battle cry of the Dragon Clan. When unleashed, it stuns most creatures within a 10-meter cone area for 10 seconds. Enemies affected by the roar suffer an additional 30% damage. Holy, this is insane. Lu Jianghe stared at Xia Yan's awakening description, his head buzzing. He never imagined that Xia Yan, possessing dragon blood, would gain such massive stat boosts from a single awakening. A direct boost of 20,000 HP and 500 attack defense stats. Such an upgrade was far beyond what ordinary players could ever hope to achieve. She truly was a dragon girl with immense potential. The boss is stunned. Full force attack. Lu Jianghe snapped back to reality and shouted to the group, "Baiya, hail Xia Yan." The girls snapped out of their shock. They swiftly unleashed their burst skills, unleashing their full firepower on the boss. Lu Jianghe and the other Shadow Soldiers closed in on the corrupted Earth Dragon. Blades slashed furiously, rapidly depleting the boss's health bar. Finally, after relentless attacks from the group, the corrupted Earth Dragon collapsed with a final, unwilling howl. Congratulations on defeating the Hell Tier dungeon boss, the corrupted Earth Dragon. Obtained, Corrupted Earth Dragon's Wing Epic Material. Obtained, Corrupted Earth Dragon Scales Epic Material. Acquired, Corrupted Earth Dragon Claws Epic Material. Obtained Platinum Equipment, Demon Dragon Shield Top Tier. Massive amounts of experience surged into the women's bodies. Except for Zhao Bingyu, the other girls shimmered with golden light as they collectively leveled up. Lu Zhenghe's level also reached 76. Leveling up in half a day. This speed was like riding a rocket. Sis Xiaoyan, that last skill you used was incredible. What was it? Su Xiaoxiao, who had just leaped down from above, eagerly asked. Xiaoyan scratched her head and explained the awakening of her bloodline. The girls gathered around Xiaoyan, murmuring in awe, their voices tinged with envy. Lu Zhenghe collected the boss's loot. 3 epic tier materials, all ingredients for crafting high-quality gear. Though only 1 platinum tier item dropped, its attributes were exceptionally outstanding. Dragon Shield Platinum, Supreme Quality. Stat 1, Health plus 20,000. Stat 2, Defense plus 1,500. Stat 3, All Damage Reduction plus 20%. Attribute 4, All Elemental Resistance plus 20%. Attribute 5, Active Skill Dragon's Wrath, upon activation, increases defense by 10% and taunts enemies within a 20-meter radius. Wow, another 20,000 HP boost plus a taunt skill. This shield is undoubtedly the perfect gear for Xiaoyan. Combined with Xiaoyan's base HP and the 20,000 HP gained from her recent awakening, Xiaoyan now boasts a staggering 80,000 HP without relying on spirit bond bonuses. Her defense approaches 5,000. These terrifying stats are now on par with wild bosses. This dragon maiden is getting tougher by the minute. With just a few minutes left before the dungeon ended, Lu Zhenghe approached Xiaoyan. Did you get any good gear drops? Baiya winked at Lu Zhenghe. Anything suitable for your sister? If you're giving it to me, you can come to my room tonight. Lu Zhenghe scratched his nose. Ever since Baiya had kissed him forcefully last time, she'd become more and more uninhibited. This time, the drop was a shield. Lu Zhenghe handed the dragon's shield to Xiaoyan. Our tank sister, you worked hard in this battle. Xiaoyan paused slightly before instinctively taking the shield. The girls gasped in unison upon seeing the shield's stats. It's a top-tier platinum gear. The stats are insane. How incredibly lucky. A platinum tier item dropped on just 1 dungeon run. Well, it is a hell-level dungeon. A high drop rate makes sense. Zhao Bingyu watched the girls chattering excitedly and couldn't help but look surprised. While the gear was indeed perfect for Xiaoyan, weren't they going to roll for it? In a regular party, when top-tier gear drops, members would auction it off or roll dice to decide the winner. The player who obtained the top-tier gear would need to pay a certain amount of effort points to claim it. But Lu Zhenghe's team was, whoever wants it, just take it? No effort fee required? Lu Zhenghe noticed Zhao Bingyu's confusion and explained with a smile. Miss Bingyu, our squad doesn't roll for gear. Take whatever you need, and sell the rest to split the profits. If you feel this isn't fair, we can negotiate the price. No way. Zhao Bingyu shook her head like a bobblehead, then said earnestly, I think this is great, really great. Back when I leveled with other teams, members would always argue fiercely over gear. It felt like a transaction, not the camaraderie you should have with comrades in arms. Realizing her emotions might be running high, Zhao Bingyu flushed slightly and whispered, if magic user gear drops, can I get a share too? Of course, Lu Zhenghe nodded. You're our team's mage, who else would we spoil? Hearing Lu Zhenghe's words, Zhao Bingyu's expression remained calm, but her heart felt sweet. She began looking forward to the upcoming leveling sessions even more. She even imagined the scene 2 months later when she returned to the War Academy and defeated her rivals with stunning skill. Just thinking about it filled her with motivation. As a token of gratitude for obtaining the legendary shield, Xiaoyan happily pulled Lu Zhenghe into her embrace, nuzzling him affectionately. While savoring the soft, supple feel of the Dragon Maiden's 36D curves, Lu Zhenghe opened his log to check the return rewards. Ding! Investing in Dragon Maiden Xiaoyan's Dragon Shield Platinum, ultimate triggers a 50x investment return. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the diamond grade weapon, Dawn's Light. The return system was indeed intelligent. Knowing he didn't use shields, investing in one had yielded a melee weapon instead. Lu Zhenghe's heartbeat began racing uncontrollably. A diamond tier weapon, and one with top tier attributes at that. At his current level, it was practically a divine artifact. Chapter 84, An Unexpected Enemy. Dawn's Light. Characteristics, Diamond Tier Supreme Equipment. Weapon type, One-Handed Longsword. Attribute 1, Attack Power plus 5,000. Attribute 2, Attack Speed plus 35%. Attribute 3, Physical Penetration plus 30%. Attribute 4, deals 30% additional damage to targets with health below 50%. Attribute 5, gains additional physical and magic resistance equal to 30% of attack power. Once equipment reaches Platinum Tier or higher, its attribute slots are fixed at 5. Even some rare, specialized equipment now commonly features only a single attribute slot. Undoubtedly, the Dawn's Light, obtained through the system's return, is a high-tier weapon with terrifyingly powerful attribute bonuses. Although this weapon lacks an active skill, its exaggerated attribute boosts and passive skill alone are sufficient to unleash explosive damage. Consider that Lu Jianghe's current maximum attack power barely reaches 3,000. This weapon alone grants him a whopping 5,000 attack power. No need for fancy techniques, just stack the stats. Lu Jianghe was in high spirits after acquiring the new weapon. Simply clearing the Abyss dungeon for the first time yielded such a massive boost. Not only did he gain a ton of experience, but the weapons and gear he looted were also incredibly powerful. Having tasted success, Lu Jianghe had new plans. His plan was to repeatedly farm the Dragon's Lair dungeon for the foreseeable future. He aimed to rapidly level up while simultaneously upgrading to higher tier gear. Before long, the instance's duration ended. The group was enveloped in white light as they exited the instance. Yay, we cleared it! The girls were in high spirits, chattering non-stop the moment they stepped out. But the moment Lu Jianghe teleported out of the instance, his warrior's instincts kicked in instantly. Hold off on the chatter, something's off here. The smiles vanished from the girls' faces as they instinctively fell into the battle formation they used during dungeon runs. After countless battles fought side by side, they had grown accustomed to working together seamlessly. Lu Jianghe's gaze swept toward the distance. On a low slope beside the dungeon, a group of human players was locked in fierce combat with some kind of red-skinned humanoid monster. Upon closer inspection, the red-skinned monsters were none other than abyssal demons. Countless abyssal fiends charged relentlessly at the human players, seemingly under unified command. In contrast, the human faction, fighting in scattered groups, proved utterly incapable of resisting the abyssal fiends. Players were torn apart one after another, their flesh torn from their bodies as the fiends cackled maniacally, stuffing the torn limbs into their mouths and chewing them viciously. The scene was utterly bloody, teetering on the brink of collapse. Quickly leave this place and report to the garrison inside the fortress. A blood-soaked Dragon Nation squad appeared before Lu Jianghe and the others. This 5-member squad comprised a warrior, a mage, a priest, and 2 archers. Every member bore wounds of varying severity. The warrior and mage bore the worst injuries. The former had an arm torn off, while the latter's face bore a claw mark deep enough to expose bone. They had just endured a brutal battle and were now all in critical condition. Yet the warrior with the torn-off arm urged Lu Jianghe and the others, "What are you standing around for? Get out of here now." The priest, a middle-aged woman around 40, also cried out anxiously, "We'll hold off the demonic beings. You youngsters, get out of here. You must report what happened here to the fortress garrison. They will avenge us." Lu Jianghe stared in astonishment at the severely wounded squad blocking the group's path. Soon, he understood their purpose. Knowing escape was impossible, they intended to cover the retreat of this fully rested, young squad. "Don't you have any return scrolls?" Baya asked while casting healing spells. The middle-aged mage coughed up a mouthful of blood. "The demonic sorcerers have sealed off this area. The only way out is to run. We've been fighting the demons too long. Escape is impossible now. But you youngsters still have a chance. The demons engaging us are merely the vanguard. More have already surrounded this place." As he spoke, several more player squads broke through the demonic beings' blockade and reached Lu Jianghe and the others. Without exception, they were all players from Dragon Nation. And without exception, they all instinctively sought to cover Lu Jianghe and his companions as they fled. Dragon Nation players on the Abyss battlefield were exceptionally united. In stark contrast, players from other nations continued to fight alone, constantly slaughtered by the Abyss demons. Seeing the Dragon Nation players, covered in wounds yet persistently urging them to leave, Lu Jianghe felt a surge of warmth in his heart and immediately said, "Don't worry, brother. My team and I can handle these Abyss monsters. You guys regroup and tend to your wounds first. Make sure your injuries don't worsen." None of the Dragon Nation players present believed Lu Jianghe's words. They assumed he was just showing off. Just as they were about to continue trying to persuade Lu Jianghe, Zhao Bingyu's cool voice cut through the air, "We just cleared the Hell-tier demon dragon instance. The dragon lizard warriors there were far stronger than these Abyss fiends, and we slaughtered them with ease." The words fell, and the once chaotic scene fell suddenly silent. "I remember now. You're that reckless suicide squad. Holy crap, you actually cleared the hell-level demon dragon dungeon. This is insane. How did you clear it? Can you share your secrets?" The shock of their success washed away the earlier grim atmosphere. Lu Jianghe grimaced slightly, then spoke with solemn resolve. "Comrades, as fellow citizens of Dragon Nation, we must stand together through thick and thin, sharing life and death. If you trust me, gather immediately. Those with minor injuries stay outside, the severely wounded inside. Healers, focus all efforts on treating the casualties." Lu Jianghe's words now carried authority. The Dragon Nation players swiftly coalesced, forming a simple defensive circle. Inside the circle, roughly 30 players huddled close together. The 5 surviving healers continuously cast healing spells. Yet the wounded were too numerous. Despite guzzling blue potions until they were drenched in cold sweat, they couldn't effectively stem the tide of injuries within the group. Sis Baya, Lu Jianghe gave Baya a meaningful look. Baya understood instantly Lu Jianghe wanted her to heal them. But faced with so many casualties, simple healing spells were utterly inadequate for their recovery. Biting her lip, Baya made a bold decision. The next instant, a purple aura enveloped the dignified Baya. As the glow faded, a monster appeared before everyone clad entirely in pale purple, with goat horns atop its head. A seductively curvaceous figure, eyes that held an enchanting, otherworldly allure. The moment Baya revealed her succubus form, gasps erupted throughout the scene. It's a succubus. Where did this succubus come from? Could she be a mole sent by the abyss demons? Facing the strange stares, Baya's eyes remained as calm as still water. She then extended her slender arm and spoke with remarkable grace, Demon Spirit Spring. Chapter 85, Earning Merit. The next instant, a purple hexagram magic circle with a 5-meter radius materialized beneath everyone's feet. Purple starlight, like countless stars, rose from every point of the formation. The wounded soldiers of the Dragon Nation watched in astonishment as their injuries began healing at a visible pace. Even more astonishing, this healing did not merely restore health points. Even severed limbs were regenerating. Regrowing severed limbs? Isn't that an advanced healing technique only mastered by second-tier healing mages? The players' eyes widened in disbelief, their faces filled with astonishment. This succubus isn't even a first tier, how is this possible? What succubus? This is a damn angel. Amidst the murmurs of astonishment, the healing spell continued to work. Soon, the healing of the group was complete. Lu Jianghe watched the scene unfold before him and gave a slight nod. Subhumans are mutated humans who have absorbed portions of energy from other worlds. Compared to ordinary players, subhumans possessed certain advantages in specific areas. At the same time, the Abyss Demons had assembled a force and were charging toward Lu Jianghe and his companions. The Abyss Demons moved with blinding speed, even running on all fours. With hideous expressions, they charged at the group, resembling demons. Prepare for battle. At Lu Jianghe's command, the squad members immediately grabbed their weapons, their expressions tightening. However, facing the charge of dozens of abyssal demons, the 5 members of Lu Jianghe's squad appeared decidedly outmatched. Just as the Dragon Nation players grew tense. The next instant, Lu Jianghe activated his summoned creatures. 25 shadow soldiers emerged like ghostly apparitions from the shadows surrounding the group. Cloaked entirely in black, their faces concealed beneath hooded caps. Black long swords were faintly visible beneath their cloaks. The moment they appeared, the Dragon Nation players felt a piercing chill run straight to the crown of their heads. Not a single voice dared to speak. The sheer intimidating presence of these black-clad warriors was overwhelming. The shadow soldiers closed in around the Dragon Nation players, rallying behind Xia Yan the Dragon Maiden tank to brace for the enemy's onslaught. Simultaneously, Baya, Su Xiaoxiao, and Zhao Bingyu began unleashing their respective skills. Su Xiaoxiao opened her mouth and let out a beastly roar, boosting the party's attack power. Zhao Bingyu unleashed her ice shield skill, enveloping the shadow soldiers in protective barriers. Baya downed a bottle of mana restoration potion before unleashing a barrage of buff spells. With the continuous stacking of various spells, the shadow soldiers' offensive and defensive capabilities saw a significant boost. Dragon's Protection. Dragon's Wrath. Just a second before the Abyssal Fiend launched its charge, Xia Yan unleashed her own skill. Purple energy surged forth from Xia Yan's body. Influenced by the energy, the Abyssal Fiend's eyes instantly turned bloodshot as they charged towards Xia Yan. The battle erupted in an instant. The demons swung their razor-sharp claws, while the shadow soldiers countered with their gleaming blades. The Abyssal Fiends, which inflicted massive damage on players, now seemed as pliable as spring onions. They were slaughtered one-sidedly by the shadow soldiers. Blades sliced effortlessly through their bodies, inflicting massive damage. Not a single Abyssal Fiend could withstand 3 strikes from the shadow soldiers. Wails of agony echoed constantly as the Abyss Demons were swiftly eliminated. What the hell? How can the damage be this high? The Dragon Nation players sheltered in the center were startled. They'd never seen a summoned creature deal such devastating damage. It was an existence that could practically one-shot Abyss Demons. Was this really the terrifying foe that had left them players in disarray? Why did it now appear as helpless as a lamb, utterly defenseless? Killed level 90 Abyssal Fiend, War Merit +5. Killed level 90 Abyssal Fiend, War Merit +5. Killed level 90 Abyssal Fiend, Merit Points +5. A series of notification sounds rang out. Within mere minutes, the combat merit points of every member in Lu Jianghe's squad surged rapidly. Earning battle merit on the Abyss battlefield was no easy feat. Even after clearing the Hell difficulty Abyss instance once, Lu Jianghe and his team had only earned 50 points each. Now, however, slaying the demons before them allowed them to accumulate merit points rapidly. This was a prime opportunity to farm combat merit. Everyone, stay alert. Wipe out every last one of these monsters. Lu Jianghe bellowed. The women responded immediately, got it. Ding. Congratulations. Players' accumulated battle merit has exceeded 100 points, granting the rank of private. Enjoy a 99% discount in the Abyss Trading District. Note, accumulated battle merits do not decrease with point consumption. Higher accumulated merits grant greater trading zone discounts. So increasing battle merit had this perk too. Lu Zhenghe's eyes lit up. If private grade items were 99% off, could he get Abyss gear for half price at a high enough rank? With this new hope, his motivation to slay these Abyss demons surged even higher. When Lu Zhenghe looked at the Abyss demons again, he saw them as nothing more than easy to kill, highly rewarding experience fodder. Such prime Abyss monsters, it'd be a shame not to kill them. Amidst the fierce battles waged by his comrades, the ranks of the Abyss demons rapidly thinned. Meanwhile, on the distant high ground, players from other nations still struggled to hold their ground. Witnessing Lu Zhenghe shielding the Dragon Nation players, they all wore expressions of envy. Several foreigners even shamelessly tried to join Lu Zhenghe's faction, hoping to gain his protection. Lu Zhenghe considered it and did not refuse. First, the more people he gathered, the more Abyss demons he attracted, meaning more battle merits. Second, anyone outside the Dragon Nation who wanted protection would have to pay a fee. Protection is available, but each of you must contribute 30 battle merit points, Lu Zhenghe stated. He was immediately bombarded with accusations from numerous foreign players. You bastard! This is extortion. 30 battle merit points? That's 3 months' worth of my income. I'd rather be killed by demons and devoured than compromise. Players from certain island nations, in particular, pointed fingers at Lu Zhenghe and hurled curses at him. They branded Lu Zhenghe a greedy scoundrel. Lu Zhenghe chose to ignore the foreigners' protests entirely. 5 minutes later. As the demonic beings multiplied, the foreign players finally capitulated. A total of 20 players paid protection fees and secured sanctuary under Lu Zhenghe's protection. This instantly earned Lu Zhenghe 600 military merit points. When his military merit surpassed 1,000, the notification sound rang out once more. Congratulations! Your accumulated combat merits have exceeded 1,000 points. You have attained the rank of corporal and receive a 95% discount in the Abyss Trading Zone. Less than a day after arriving in the Abyss battlefield, his military rank had risen 2 levels. This pace could only be described as monstrous. Damn it! Why can't we get protection? Why are we being treated differently? A shrill voice erupted from outside the battle zone. Several players from the Benzi Nation were gathered together, their faces twisted with rage. Shadow soldiers pointed their blades at these players. Their stance was clear: no sanctuary would be granted. Chapter 86, Masters of the War Academy. Lu Zhenghe paid no heed to the Japanese players' shouts. These guys had been the loudest in their curses earlier. If not them, then who else? Yet the 3 shadow soldiers feinted a slash over the heads of the Benzi players. Terrified, they scrambled backward, fleeing far from the battle zone. Watching the scripted players cower like stray dogs, the Chinese members of the team let out mocking laughter. Young man, we've rested up. Now we'll help share the combat load, shouted the warrior uncle from earlier, shouldering his heavy sword. His call prompted dozens of other players to rise from the ground. Thanks to that priestess in your squad, a berserker wielding twin axes chuckled, I can take on 10 enemies single-handedly again. A priestess with rosy cheeks beamed, not only did she heal my wounds, but she even cured my years of menstrual cramps. She's a true goddess. If only our team had such a powerful healer. The other players chimed in, especially grateful to Baya for healing their wounds. Baya flushed slightly at their gratitude. Her hands, however, showed no sign of slowing as she continued casting a steady stream of healing spells. The number of battle mages and healers able to return to the battlefield was substantial. Lu Zhenghe assigned them to defend against the eastern enemies, while his own squad handled the other directions. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. As the final abyssal fiend was cleaved in 2 by Lu Zhenghe's blade, the battle finally drew to a close. The Abyss tribe retreated like a receding tide, leaving the battlefield in utter disarray. The players who had fought valiantly now lay exhausted on the ground. Leaning against one another, they gasped for breath. Their faces were mostly etched with expressions of sheer relief. We made it! We survived! Ha! I took down 3 Abyss demons just now. Damn, that was exhilarating. Thanks to that young guy's team, otherwise we'd all be done for today. Many instinctively glanced toward Lu Zhenghe's direction. Lu Zhenghe, however, sat calmly on a rock. Killing Abyss demons didn't drop gear, but they granted a hefty amount of experience points and battle merit. Lu Zhenghe's combat merit alone had now reached 1,400 points. As for the other girls in the squad, they were all nearing the 1,000-point milestone. Little brother Zhenghe, have some water. Baya unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Lu Zhenghe, then used a damp handkerchief to wipe the blood from his face. Her tender demeanor resembled that of a devoted wife caring for her husband. The other girls watched in stunned silence. Sis Baya, you're so skilled, Su Xiaoxiao remarked with an I've learned something expression. Xia Yan frowned deeply. Lu Zhenghe couldn't possibly be unable to even unscrew a mineral water bottle. He can't be that weak. Zhao Bingyu observed Baiya chatting and laughing with Lu Jianghe, a fleeting, unnatural expression crossing her icy face. Another half-hour passed before the fortress guards finally arrived. This demonic assault was no isolated incident. Several other dungeons had also come under attack. Even the fortress itself had come under demonic assault. The fortress defenders had expected players outside the Dragon's Lair instance to suffer heavy losses. Yet to their astonishment, they discovered that players here, especially those from Dragon Nation, had somehow survived. This incredible feat was accomplished by a rookie squad that had arrived in the Abyss battlefield less than a day prior. The captain of the guards was named Su Hong. After learning the full story from the survivors, he approached Lu Jianghe. Su Hong pulled out a pack of Huazi cigarettes and offered one to Lu Jianghe. "Young man, thanks to you in this battle, our Dragon Nation's forces weren't decimated." Lu Jianghe shook his head modestly before asking, "Captain Su, are these demonic invasions common occurrences or special incidents?" "It's considered an unusual event." Su Hong lit his cigarette as he spoke. "It's been over half a year since the demon race last staged such a large-scale collective uprising. It was also our patrol team's oversight. We didn't expect them to move so swiftly. An exceptional incident meant Lu Jianghe would struggle to accumulate combat merit points as swiftly as he had today." Lu Jianghe nodded and inquired, "How severe are the losses in the major dungeons? Will we still be able to run them after this incident?" "There will be losses, but on the Abyss battlefield, these are minor setbacks we deal with daily. Our forces will establish temporary outposts here. If you wish to continue leveling, you certainly may. Moreover, we've issued a recruitment call to high-level players within the fortress. A steady stream of elite players is already heading this way to reinforce the Abyss battlefield." Just then, a commotion erupted among the crowd nearby. Immediately after, Lu Jianghe saw on the plains toward the fortress a cavalry unit marching majestically toward them. Someone with keen eyes immediately shouted, "Holy crap, what kind of divine beings are these? Every single one has a spirit horse mount. They must be the high-level player squads responding to the recruitment call. Their presence doesn't feel like ordinary players. They're students from the War Academy. Judging by their insignia, they appear to be from the Azure Dragon Academy." Amidst the chatter, the student squad arrived before the crowd. It was a 6-member squad. Their average age didn't exceed 25, and every face bore a faint, almost imperceptible air of arrogance. The male and female players leading the group stood out most prominently. They wore platinum-tier armor sets, with Azure Dragon totems hanging from their chests. The man was tall, handsome, and full of vigor, while the woman was exquisitely beautiful and radiated an air of arrogance. These players must be the ones Su Hong mentioned who were recruited. Typically, such emergency recruitment drives offered generous combat merit rewards. This was precisely why high-level players were drawn to the scene immediately. Yet upon arriving at the scene, this elite squad immediately headed toward Lu Jianghe and his group. Then, the haughty woman atop the spirit steed tilted her head, fixing Zhao Bingyu with a scrutinizing gaze. "Zhao Bingyu? Didn't you go back home to find someone to help you change your class? Why are you here?" Zhao Bingyu's expression turned icy. "Where I go is none of your business, Sun Qian." The girl named Sun Qian swept her gaze over Lu Jianghe and the others, her eyes brimming with undisguised contempt. "These useless weaklings are your teammates? Ha, Zhao Bingyu, you really are getting worse with age. So many elite squads in the academy invited you, and you turned them all down. Now you're only fit to team up with a bunch of weaklings? Ha ha." Zhao Bingyu, possessing mermaid blood, had a unique trait. Once her entire body was drenched in water, her lower half would involuntarily transform into a fishtail. This trait had tormented Zhao Bingyu for a long time. She dared not team up with anyone, terrified of revealing her secret during rest periods or when washing up. It was precisely because of this that she developed a cold demeanor in her interactions with others. Now that she had finally found a team, she was mocked by a rival from her own grade. A frosty glare instantly hardened Zhao Bingyu's expression. "Sun Qian, I warn you not to insult my friends. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite," she said, as a powerful surge of magical energy rapidly gathered in her palm. She was ready to fight at the drop of a hat. Chapter 87, The Beast-Eared Girl's Sense of Smell. Just then, a male player from Sun Qian's team who had been keeping pace with her spoke up. He appraised Zhao Bingyu with a hint of disappointment. "Classmate Bingyu, if these are your teammates for the otherworldly campaign in 2 months, you'll struggle to even pass. You should know that failing at the War Academy means forced expulsion. I still hope you'll join me." Before the tall male player could finish, Zhao Bingyu replied calmly. "They are my teammates. They are now, and they always will be. Put away your arrogance. There are outstanding individuals outside the War Academy as well." The Academy squad members scoffed at Zhao Bingyu's words. Though silent, their faces betrayed undisguised contempt. Who among those admitted to the War Academy wasn't a prodigy? How could anyone outside the Academy possibly be stronger than them? "All right, everyone. After the commotion, get back to your duties. Don't forget you still have missions to complete." Su Hong and Lu Jianghe approached from nearby. Su Hong flicked his cigarette butt to the ground and addressed the group. "Those scheduled for dungeon runs, proceed with your runs. Those on patrol duty carry out your patrols. Arguing won't make you stronger. The tense atmosphere dissipated completely under Su Han's intervention. Lu Jianghe returned to his own squad, glancing at the so-called geniuses of the academy team. Their strength was indeed superior to other players. But compared to his own squad, they weren't all that impressive. All the pressure stemmed from his own lack of strength. Anyway, let's level up first. Let's go, back to grinding dungeons, Lu Jianghe beckoned. The girls obediently gathered around. Lu Jianghe turned his gaze toward Zhao Bingyu. Bingyu, you're okay, right? Zhao Bingyu nodded earnestly, her usually cool eyes unusually ablaze with fervor. She couldn't wait to dive into the dungeon and grind levels. When Lu Jianghe and the others reached the dungeon entrance again, several Dragon Nation players who hadn't yet departed greeted the group. Youngsters, are you going to run the Hell difficulty dungeon again? Youth is truly wonderful, such boundless energy. Please take me along, big shots. I've been here for half a year and haven't even seen what a Hell difficulty dungeon looks like. Not far away, Sun Qian and the others heard the murmurs of the crowd and couldn't help but frown. Members of the academy team couldn't help but whisper among themselves. This weakling squad actually dares to tackle the Hell dungeon? Give me a break. Even we wouldn't claim a 100% chance of clearing Hell difficulty. You can tell they're just bragging. Players outside the academy are all half-baked amateurs who believe anything they hear. As the fortress patrol began patrolling the area outside the dungeon soon bustled with activity again, especially as large numbers of conscripted player squads moved in. They took turns defending the dungeon perimeter on official fortress commissions. During shift changes, they'd run the dungeon. The open ground outside the dungeon was bustling once more in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Lu Jianghe and his party had re-entered the Demon Dragon dungeon. It remained a Hell difficulty dungeon. This time, with their enhanced abilities, the group fought with greater ease. Especially Xia Yan, who had equipped the Dragon Shield. The shield's built-in AoE taunt skill proved to be an absolute lifesaver for the main tank when pulling aggro. With a single skill cast, the aggro of all surrounding monsters was instantly redirected. Xia Yan absorbed the damage while the others unleashed a barrage of attacks. The monsters were quickly defeated. As the dungeon progressed, the party's experience bars steadily climbed. A golden light erupted from Lu Jianghe's body. Level up! His level reached 77. He was one step closer to the first transformation milestone. Reporting to Captain. A hidden cave has been discovered in the jungle ahead. Wolf Rider Scout Su Xiaoxiao ran up to Lu Jianghe and announced. Lu Jianghe's eyes lit up. Was this the dungeon's mutation mechanism kicking in? No instance remains static, there's a minuscule chance of mutation occurring. Mutations included, but were not limited to, enhanced bosses, increased monster numbers, or additional exploration paths. Generally, mutated instances were more dangerous but offered richer rewards. Led by Su Xiao, the group arrived at a hidden cave. It was a jungle hidden in the far corner of the dungeon. Without deliberate searching, one would never discover this hidden cave existed. How did you find this place? Lu Jianghe asked, ruffling Su Xiao's hair. Su Xiaoxiao pointed to her nose. I smelled a strong scent of blood, so I came to investigate. Who would have thought there'd be a cave here? The Ice Wolf clan's keen sense of smell gives us a natural advantage in exploring ruins and seeking treasures, Zhao Bingyu remarked. Without Xiao Xiao, we would have missed this opportunity. Who knew the beast-eared girl had such a talent? Lu Jianghe was in a good mood and ruffled Su Xiaoxiao's hair a few more times. He didn't stop until her face turned bright red. Lighting torches, the group entered the cave. Ding! Entering special scenario, Cavern of Blood. The prompt sounded, revealing the pitch-black depths of the cavern. Countless blood-red eyes opened, densely packed enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. Soon after, a sound resembling insect chirping began to rise and fall. Those crimson eyes surged toward the group with alarming speed. Lu Jianghe immediately hurled his torch into the distance. As the light illuminated the depths of the cavern, spiders the size of millstones, with hideous forms, were crawling swiftly toward the group from the cave floor and walls. Their bodies were covered in intricate folds, bearing a striking resemblance to a dragon's head. Malformed Earth Dragon Spider LV-50. HP, 3000. Attack, 500. Defense, 100. Skills, Rapid Reproduction, Collective Action. The tide of spider monsters before them proved far weaker than anticipated. Even their stat panels were significantly weaker than average level 50 monsters. Their strength lies in sheer numbers, each individual is pitifully weak. This wasn't a monster tide, it was an experience sea. Surveying the endless swarm of earth dragon spiders stretching beyond sight, Lu Jianghe signaled the girls to prepare for battle. He himself re-equipped the Crimson Lament, casually unleashing an endless slash that instantly wiped out a large swath of spider monsters. Simultaneously, Xia Yan unleashed her Dragon Roar skill. The shockwave proved devastating in the narrow passageway, stunning a vast swath of spider monsters upon release. Zhao Bingyu gripped her staff in her right hand while her left palm continuously spewed frost, rapidly chipping away at the spider monster's health. Through their relentless efforts, the spiders felt like wheat being harvested in waves. Massive amounts of experience points flooded into the party members' bodies. Before long, players began leveling up one after another. However, as the mob spawning continued, Lu Jianghe realized that relying solely on Zhao Bingyu's method of casting frost shields on the shadow soldiers. Simply having the shadow soldiers block the cave entrance proved highly effective at clearing these minor monsters. 25 shadow soldiers were sufficient to completely seal off the cave, with damage now overflowing entirely. Chapter 88, The Sudden Legion Recruitment. No other combatants were needed. Lu Jianghe immediately adjusted his tactics. As the shadow soldiers sealed off a narrow gap within the cavern, the spider monsters found it utterly impossible to breach the line of shadow soldiers. The shadow soldiers transformed into merciless mowing machines, ruthlessly reaping the lives of the spiderlings. Combined with the frost shield's defensive boost and slowing effect, they perfectly weathered the spider horde's onslaught. Thus, a rather absurd scene unfolded. Lu Jianghe and his companions sat on the rocks, resting and even chatting. Relying solely on the shadow soldiers, who cut down the spider monsters like robots, tirelessly and endlessly. The seemingly slacking off approach to leveling up. Yet their experience points surged rapidly, proving more efficient than conventional methods. Does this count as slacking off? Su Xiaoxiao asked, taking a bite of the pastry Baya had brought. If our leveling speed stays consistent, it's not slacking off, Xia Yan replied earnestly. Pure experience farming events like this special instance are rare. Who knows if we'll encounter another one, Zhao Bingyu murmured with a faint smile. This is so boring. I really want to play something, Baya stretched lazily, her voluptuous curves fully exposed before Lu Jianghe. Lu Jianghe, who was drinking water, choked on the sudden visual treat. He immediately caught Baya's mischievous grin directed at him. Lu Jianghe scratched his nose before addressing the group. The spider sea seems to be shrinking. We should wrap up this special event within another hour. Use this time to rest up properly, then we'll take down the dungeon boss in one go. Just as Lu Jianghe had predicted. An hour later, the spider monsters within the bloody cavern had been completely eradicated. Since it was a pure experience dungeon, no equipment or materials dropped. However, after clearing this wave of the spider sea, everyone had leveled up an average of 3 levels. Lu Jianghe officially broke through the 80-level barrier, while the other girls were all around level 76-77. As for the highest level player, Zhao Bingyu, she had now ascended to level 102. This leveling speed is like riding a rocket. I've never seen a first-class player level up twice in a single day, Zhao Bingyu said, her voice brimming with undisguised excitement. She had originally fallen far behind her peers due to difficulties with her class change. But judging by the current leveling pace, it wouldn't be long before she closed the gap and even surpassed her former rivals. The thought of this possibility made Zhao Bingyu instinctively clench her fists, her entire body trembling slightly. Bingyu, what tier does that academy team we encountered outside the dungeon rank in the War Academy? Lu Jianghe approached her and inquired. Zhao Bingyu pursed her lips. Mid to upper tier, roughly. Their leader is Wu Qiliang, a rare class, Retribution Knight. So they were only mid to upper tier, not one of the top teams at the War Academy. Lu Jianghe understood. He pressed further, what does that Sun Qian do? And what's this other world campaign she mentioned? Some kind of special dungeon? Sun Qian is a student in my year. Every year, new War Academy recruits participate in the Otherworld campaign. Competition among peers is fierce. As for the Otherworld campaign, it's not like the dungeons we have now, it's a real battlefield in another realm. You'll understand once you join the academy later. After a moment of casual conversation, Lu Jianghe gained deeper insight into the War Academy. After resting, the group left the bloody cavern and continued their dungeon quest. The battle proceeded methodically without any unexpected incidents. Finally, facing the demonized Earth Dragon, the group sustained their attacks for 10 minutes. The Earth Dragon let out one final, defiant roar before crashing to the ground. Congratulations! Players have defeated the Hell Tier dungeon boss, the Corrupted Earth Dragon. Acquired, Corrupted Earth Dragon Skull Epic Material. Acquired Corrupted Earth Dragon Scales Epic Material. Acquired Corrupted Earth Dragon Fong Epic Material. Obtained Corrupted Earth Dragon Heart Epic Material. This dungeon run didn't yield any platinum gear. Instead, a significant amount of rare materials dropped. The value of rare materials is not much lower than that of equipment. In the hands of legendary alchemists or blacksmiths, the value of rare materials far exceeds that of equipment of the same tier. Especially this demonized Earth Dragon Heart, it's said to be used in crafting extremely high-grade potions. Even on the market, it's a rare commodity with no real price tag. Lu Jianghe produced the demonic Earth Dragon Heart. It was a heart encased in a deep purple-black hue, still faintly pulsing even as he held it out. Xiao, open wide, Lu Jianghe teased, dangling it in front of Su Xiaoxiao like a toy for a puppy. Su Xiaoxiao's face darkened instantly. She raised her tiny fist and began pounding wildly at Lu Jianghe's stomach. After the scuffle, Su Xiaoxiao took the Earth Dragon Heart and devoured it. Ding! You invested in epic tier demonized earth dragon heart in the beast-eared girl Su Xiaoxiao, triggering a 50x critical hit return. You have received an investment subsidy, 50 epic earth dragon hearts. Seeing the extra epic materials in his inventory, Lu Jianhe felt elated. He promptly inquired about Su Xiaoxiao's attribute boosts. After devouring the demonic earth dragon heart, Su Xiaoxiao's base stats received another significant boost. HP plus 500, attack plus 200, defense plus 100. She also gained an additional passive skill granting a 10% boost to defense. As the devouring process continued, Su Xiaoxiao's base stats climbed ever higher. This translated to combat as her damage output against monsters grew ever more devastating. Let's set a small goal, get everyone above level 80 within this week. Lu Jianhe decided to repeatedly farm the Dragon's Lair instance during this period. Once everyone reached level 80, they would attempt to explore higher level abyss dungeons. As the instance timer concluded, the party was bathed in white light and teleported back to the outside world. They had run the dungeon twice in succession and fought the abyssal fiends. Emerging from the instance, Lu Jianhe and his companions felt profound exhaustion. This fatigue was of a mental nature, also known as fatigue points. Beyond natural recovery, there were few other ways to restore it. Lu Jianhe glanced at the girls leaning shoulder to shoulder, nearly asleep, and realized today's adventures had come to an end. The group returned to the human fortress. After a night's rest, the next day arrived. Lu Jianhe was roused from his slumber by the urgent chatter outside his window. When he stepped out of his room, he found Zhao Bingyu waiting for him with a grave expression. "Something's happened, Captain," Zhao Bingyu said solemnly. "Last night, the demons launched consecutive attacks on several of our human outposts, capturing multiple dungeon training grounds. Captain Su Hong is recruiting combat squads to form a force and counterattack the demons. Players responding to the call could earn generous combat merit points upon completing the mission. Moreover, since this was combat against the Abyss race, considerable combat merit points would accumulate automatically. For this reason, many players answered the call and joined Su Hong's team." "Captain, should we join them too?" Zhao Bingyu inquired. Lu Jianhe nodded immediately. "This is a prime opportunity to earn combat merit points. Of course we should participate. Bingyu, wake the others and prepare for battle. I'll head to the market to purchase some supplies." Chapter 89, The Assassin Gets Assassinated. After making thorough preparations, Lu Jianhe led the group to the recruitment site. Su Hong had already changed into combat gear, directing the newly joined squads like a general. Upon seeing Lu Jianhe and the others arrive, Su Hong was pleasantly surprised. Lu Jianhe's squad had already demonstrated their capabilities. Their addition now represented a significant boost. "This time, we'll assemble a 100-strong squad of players and guardians. Our objective is to clear the abyssal enemies within a kilometer radius of the Dragon's Lair. Each participating squad member will receive 100 battle merit points upon mission completion." While Su Hong explained the mission objectives, Lu Jianhe turned to survey his surroundings. The players joining the coalition forces averaged above level 90. A significant portion had already completed their first-class advancement, making them formidable opponents. Lu Jianhe even spotted the academy squad he'd clashed with before, now present within the ranks. As Lu Jianhe looked their way, the squad leader named Wu Qiliang met his gaze. Perhaps he dismissed Lu Jianhe as an insignificant little karami. Wu Qiliang made no effort to hide the contempt in his eyes. Instead, he lifted his chin slightly, radiating arrogance. Lu Jianhe had seen plenty of such people and paid them little mind. As a bugle sounded, the fortress gates swung open, and Su Hong led his troops in a mighty advance toward their objective. Along the way, small bands of demonic forces and demon hounds repeatedly attacked the group. Yet before they could close in, mages within the ranks unleashed a barrage of spells, obliterating them instantly. Wu Qiliang and Sun Qian's squad stood out particularly. Wu Qiliang charged relentlessly through enemy ranks, his knight's greatsword raised. Under the punishing knight buff, his explosive burst damage instantly wiped out a swath of abyssal demons. Such terrifying lethality drew gasps from many in the group. Wu Qiliang, with his dashing demeanor, became the undisputed center of attention. Meanwhile, Sun Qian and others in his squad unleashed a barrage of dazzling spells. They unleashed a violent slaughter upon the advancing foes. Praise and cheers echoed continuously throughout the crowd. However, this situation soon shifted. As the party neared the dragon dungeon area, a series of piercing screeches suddenly pierced the sky. Immediately, a group of harpies appeared disheveled, with lower bodies formed from purple energy clouds. They charged toward the allied forces. "How dare you show off your petty tricks in front of the master?" Wu Qiliang roared in the heat of battle. A ring of scorching fire erupted around his body. He then swung his knight's greatsword and charged toward the succubi. Under the scorching ring's influence, flames ignited around the succubi, drawing shrill, wailing cries from them. Wu Qiliang accelerated, repeatedly swinging his blade to slay the demons roasting in the flames. The thrill of slaying one creature per blow began to intoxicate him. Unnoticed, he had fallen behind the main force. Just then, Su Hong's anxious voice rang out from behind him. "Get back! There's an ambush. Wu Qiliang snapped to attention just as he turned to look back. The next instant, a blood-red figure darted toward him like a bolt of lightning. Wu Qiliang instinctively activated the ring of fire surrounding him. He attempted to repel the enemy with the explosive shockwave. However, the crimson figure's strength far exceeded his expectations. The figure effortlessly dodged the exploding ring. Immediately following, it lashed out with claws sharp beyond measure, slashing violently across Wu Qiliang's chest. The terrifying force instantly shattered the durability of his chest armor, followed by a gaping wound tearing open across his chest. Wu Qiliang recoiled in horror, stumbling backward in panic. Had it not been for the mage casting spells to cover his retreat, this surprise attack would have cost Wu Qiliang his life. Several melee players pulled Wu Qiliang back into the group. His face was deathly pale, etched with sheer terror. The wound on his chest, in particular, continued to bleed profusely, his health bar dropping to a precarious thread. Fortunately, the party had ample healers. After a flurry of healing, they pulled him back from the brink of death. Wu Qiliang gasped for breath in heavy, ragged breaths. His earlier cocky demeanor stood in stark contrast to his current disheveled state. He'd pushed his luck too far, nearly getting one shot by the enemy. However, most people weren't focusing their attention on Wu Qiliang. Their gazes were fixed intently on the ambushers. She was an overly slender female demon. Her slender frame bore not an ounce of excess flesh. Her feet resembled goat hooves with kneecaps positioned behind them, while the nails on each of her 5 fingers stretched over half a meter in length. Demon Hunter LV-110. Race, Abyssal. Class, Assassin. HP, 30,000. Attack power, 8,000. Defense, 500. It's actually a level over 100 assassination-type demon. Facing such a formidable foe, the human players' expressions turned grim. The enemy before them possessed an astonishing attack power of 8,000. A high-attack, high-agility assassin-type foe, the nightmare of any ranged class or healer. Yet what was even more astonishing was that this assassin demon spoke in human language. Damned Blue Star humans, my brothers and sisters have already surrounded you. Accept your peaceful demise. As the words fell, demonic figures surged forth from all directions around Su Hong and his companions. Alongside the demon warriors were even more formidable demon hunters. And there were at least 30 demon hunters. What did 30 demonic hunters represent? They equaled 30 assassination-type first-tier masters. Su Hong's entire team numbered only 100. Among them, there were no more than 20 first transition players. Faced with this enormous disparity in strength between the two sides, the human players' expressions turned grim. In contrast, the demon race seemed to have victory already in hand. They let out a resounding roar of triumph. The demon hunters, in particular, looked upon the human forces with contempt, as if they were already victors. They were utterly unaware of what was stirring within their shadows. The change came without warning. Black, razor-sharp blades suddenly extended from the shadows. Almost simultaneously, they pierced the backs of 25 demon hunters, following the direction of the blades. Unbeknownst to them, shadowy figures clad in black robes had materialized behind each of the demon hunters. The assassins were as still as stagnant water, silently piercing through the bodies of one demon hunter after another. Massive damage numbers floated above the demon hunters' heads. Every single one of the pierced hunters was instantly killed. The demon race was stunned. Su Hong's human player squad was equally stunned. Wu Qiliang and his young teammates were utterly dumbfounded. Whose summoned minions were these shadowy soldiers? They had instantly wiped out most of the opposing demonic assassins. With that, the original crisis dissolved in an instant. Chapter 90: The Oppressive Presence of Shadow Soldiers. But the matter was far from over. After eliminating the demonic hunters, the shadow assassins now pointed their blades directly at the remaining demons. Their razor-sharp blades sliced through flesh like cutting through vegetables. They hacked at the abyss demons with frenzied abandon. In an instant, the once formidable demon army collapsed into utter disarray. Human players stared in stunned silence at the unfolding battle. Shock, disbelief, and utter bewilderment washed over them. Su Hong had heard rumors about shadow soldiers from other players before. Is this little brother Lu Jianghe's summoned creature? Su Hong instinctively turned to look at Lu Jianghe. But his expression suddenly turned peculiar. Lu Jianghe was currently cradling 2 beautiful girls, one on each arm. The girls swayed drunkenly, leaning heavily against his chest. This scene didn't match the image of a skilled player at all. Instead, he looked like a playboy hitting on girls. Noticing Su Hong's peculiar gaze, Lu Jianghe gave a helpless, wry smile. In order to make the shadow soldiers' attack powerful enough to instantly kill enemies, Lu Jianghe exerted too much force, instantly draining a massive amount of attribute points from Baiya and Zhao Bingyu. The 2 women instantly turned into limp noodles, teetering on the verge of collapse unless supported. But awkwardness aside, the rewards from this ambush were quite substantial. Killed level 110 Demon Hunter, War Merit plus 20. Killed level 110 Demon Hunter, Merit points plus 20. Killed level 110 Demon Hunter, Merit points plus 20. Demon assassins yield higher battle merits than ordinary demons. In the blink of an eye, he had amassed 500 battle merits. Just as Lu Jianghe was busy tallying his battle merit points, a voice filled with outrage erupted. "We're fighting our asses off, and you two are here flirting?" Sun Qian pointed at Lu Jianghe, demanding an answer. "Are you here to fight or to flirt? Our captain's injured, and you're still making out." Wu Qiliang, supported by Sun Qian, shot Lu Jianghe a look brimming with hostility. After fighting so hard for so long, nearly getting killed by the demonic beings, and now the very person he was protecting was surrounded by women. It was as if he didn't value the fruits of his labor at all. But only Wu Qiliang himself knew the truth. The real source of his rage was that the Academy's goddess whom he'd once secretly admired was now nestled in another man's embrace. Worse still, the goddess didn't seem to mind, but seemed to be thoroughly enjoying it? This was unbearable for Wu Qiliang. What exactly was lacking in him compared to this guy? How could he possibly be the one to win over the campus goddess? Sun Qian's voice carried. Many people turned to look in Lu Jianghe's direction. Upon seeing him with a girl on each arm, most frowned. A few hotheads even glared at Lu Jianghe with wide eyes. A circle of enemies had gathered around them. These young people were simply outrageous. Even if they weren't contributing, they should at least maintain some decorum. Feeling the tension in the air growing thicker, Wu Qiliang finally let his anger boil over. He strode step by step toward Lu Jianghe. In a condescending tone dripping with contempt, he bellowed, "If you're too cowardly to fight, then get the hell out of this team. I refuse to team up with a useless piece of trash like you." Wu Qiliang's shrill voice made Lu Jianghe's brow furrow slightly. Even the shadow soldiers locked in combat with the demons seemed to sense their master's shifting mood. By now, the demons had been utterly crushed, their morale shattered beyond any will to fight. The shadow soldiers ceased their pursuit and silently sank into the ground. In the next instant, 25 shadow soldiers burst forth from the shadows surrounding Lu Jianghe. They instantly surrounded Wu Qiliang. 25 pairs of murderous eyes, like those of malevolent spirits, instantly locked onto Wu Qiliang's form. A chilling aura erupted, plunging the scene into dead silence. Including Sun Qian, all members of Wu Qiliang's squad. At this moment, they were utterly intimidated by the shadow soldier's murderous aura. Not a single breath dared escape. Everyone stared in stunned silence at the shadow soldiers surrounding Wu Qiliang. These elite warriors who had just annihilated a large group of demon hunters, why had they suddenly appeared here? Why had they suddenly surrounded Wu Qiliang? The most astute among them immediately made a startling deduction. These shadow soldiers were summoned by Lu Jianghe. Lu Jianghe was their master. At that moment, Wu Qiliang felt as though he'd fallen into an ice cave, his limbs numb with cold. His back was drenched in sweat, and he stood frozen in place, unable to move a muscle. These shadow warriors before him were terrifying entities capable of instantly eliminating over 20 first-tier powerhouses. He had every reason to believe that if he so much as twitched a finger, he would be instantly hacked to pieces by these black soldiers. "Do you still think I'm useless?" At that moment, Lu Jianghe's calm voice rang out. The question jolted Wu Qiliang out of his daze. Wu Qiliang struggled to lift his head, gazing at Lu Jianghe's composed face. His parched lips parted. The words were practically squeezed out between his teeth. I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. I never imagined these shadow warriors were your men." Lu Jianghe didn't spare Wu Qiliang another glance. Instead, he scanned the other players in the battle group. Summoning shadow soldiers comes at a cost. My two companions helped offset the negative effects. I don't think there should be any issues, right? Only then did everyone notice the two girls in Lu Jianghe's arms were extremely weak. It turned out they weren't goofing off. Rather, summoning the shadow soldiers had drained them of energy. Realizing the misunderstanding, the members of Lu Jianghe's team all wore awkward expressions. Sun Qian, who had been the first to voice her accusations, felt especially awkward. Feeling the disapproving stares around her, she wished the ground would swallow her whole. Enough. Let's put this farce to rest. We owe this victory entirely to Brother Lu and his squad members. Su Hong's voice cut through the tension, bringing the farce to an end. The group pressed onward. After several straightforward encounters, they smoothly reached the area housing the Demon Dragon instance. For the rest of the day, with the Demon Dragon dungeon as their base, the group organized teams to continuously purge the surrounding areas of demonic forces. In the previous engagement, the demonic forces had deployed 30 demonic hunters in an attempt to inflict heavy casualties on the human troops. After their failure, they seemed unable to muster the strength to organize a second force of comparable size. Consequently, the subsequent engagements proved relatively straightforward. Most demons operated in scattered groups, easily eliminated by small human player squads. As evening approached, upon completing the mop-up operation in this area, the garrison's regular forces transported large quantities of materials for constructing sentry posts and defensive arrow towers. Over the next few days, layered defenses would be constructed here to prevent another demonic invasion. During this process, the conscripted player squads were granted access to the Demon Dragon instance. Of course, this was contingent upon completing the patrol missions assigned by the garrison. Upon finishing their patrol duties, Lu Jianghe's squad immediately entered the Demon Dragon Dungeon to level up. This marked their third descent into the Hell-tier Dragon Dungeon for leveling. They were now well versed in the process. As they swept through the dungeon, their experience points skyrocketed, and countless materials dropped. Chapter 91, Sudden Incident. Congratulations! Player has defeated the Hell-tier dungeon boss, the corrupted Earth Dragon. Obtained Platinum Equipment, Dragon Mage Staff, Stamina plus 1000, additional 30% spell power boost. Obtained Platinum Equipment, Dragon's Healing Pendant, Vitality plus 500, Healing Effectiveness plus 45%. Obtained Platinum Equipment, Dragon Bone Longbow, Range plus 10, Attack Power plus 500. The Platinum Gear drop rate is heartbreaking. After grinding dungeons for 2 straight days, only 3 pieces of Platinum Gear dropped. Not a single piece of the legendary Dragon Slayer set dropped. As my level increased, the drop rate for high-quality gear with premium stats actually decreased. Lu Jianghe, however, remained unconcerned. He gave the Dragon Lord staff to Zhao Bingyu, handed the healing pendant to Baya, and passed the Dragon Bone Longbow to Su Xiaoxiao. The 3 women gained new platinum gear, significantly boosting their respective strengths. Meanwhile, 3 familiar notification chimes sounded consecutively in Lu Jianghe's ears. Ding! Investor Mermaid Zhao Bingyu's platinum-grade dragon staff triggered a 50x investment return. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the diamond-grade equipment, Deep Blue Ring left. Ding! Investment in Succubus Baya's platinum-grade dragon healing necklace triggered 50x investment return. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the diamond-grade equipment, Deep Blue Necklace. Ding! Investment, Beast-eared Girl Su Xiaoxiao's platinum-grade dragon bone longbow triggered a 50x investment return. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the diamond-tier equipment Deep Blue Ring right. This investment return unexpectedly yielded a rare jewelry set. While jewelry sets have fewer components than regular sets, they are exceptionally rare. Completing a full jewelry set is far more challenging than assembling a full body equipment set. Lu Jianghe immediately opened the set properties panel to examine it. Deep Blue Jewelry Set Diamond Grade. Effect 1, Damage increase 40% single accessory plus 10%, additional plus 10% when set complete, totaling 40% damage bonus. Effect 2, Damage reduction increased by 45%. Effect 3, grants the active skill Phantom Step. Phantom Step, upon activation, dispels all negative status effects except curses from the user, grants immunity to crowd control, and provides a 20-second movement speed boost. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Unlike armor pieces, accessory equipment does not provide base attribute bonuses. Their value to players lies primarily in additional enhancements. Judging solely by damage reduction and increase, this accessory set is already considered a rare gem. Combined with the rare persistent crowd control immunity skill Phantom Step, it elevates the value of this accessory set to a whole new level. A very nice set of accessories, perfect for replacing his previous gear. Opening his equipment tab, Lu Jianghe suddenly realized his gear was still stuck at the level of the golden set. Not just him, everyone else in the squad was wearing gold tier gear too. The Abyss battlefield was treacherous, and the attributes of the gold set were no longer sufficient. If only everyone could have a platinum set. That would give the entire squad a quantum leap in combat power. Yet even in the Dragon Dungeon, reputed to drop the Dragon set, the drop rate currently seemed alarmingly low. Upon teleporting out of the instance, they happened to encounter Su Hong, who was patrolling the area. Before Lu Jianghe could speak, Su Hong proactively greeted him. The Fortress Guard soldiers accompanying him all cast friendly glances their way. After several days of interaction, both Su Hong and the garrison guards had gained a clear understanding of Lu Jianghe's team's capabilities. This young player squad proved exceptionally capable, lending them considerable assistance. Without their presence, this eradication mission would likely have resulted in heavy casualties. Captain Su, do you have any dungeon recommendations with high set drop rates? Lu Jianghe inquired. We've been grinding the Dragon's Lair for 2 days straight and haven't gotten a single piece of the Dragon set. Su Hong immediately gave a wry smile. Platinum sets aren't exactly cabbages. You can't just farm them whenever you want. Many players grind dungeons for 2 or 3 months straight, and they'd be grateful to get just one piece. The drop rate for gear in the Abyssal Battlefield is basically on par with the Dragon's Lair. Hearing Su Hong's words, Lu Jianghe frowned slightly. It takes 2 months to get just one drop. Even if you're grinding high drop rate hell difficulty dungeons, you'd still need at least a month to farm a full platinum set. But the War Academy selection date was less than 2 months away. Getting everyone a full set of platinum gear was proving difficult. Seeing Lu Jianghe's troubled expression, Su Hong continued, while farming dungeons makes it hard to assemble a platinum set quickly. But you could hire a legendary blacksmith within the stronghold to craft the set. However, it's extremely costly and requires you to gather the materials yourselves. At the mention of legendary blacksmith, Lu Jianghe's eyes lit up. Since farming sets quickly was impossible, commissioning one was the way to go. For Lu Jianghe, neither the materials needed for crafting nor the steep fees posed a problem. After all, he had the investment return system, and the 50-fold material output was more than sufficient. Moreover, his inventory held a substantial stash of epic monster materials. Selling those would easily cover the costs. He briefly inquired about the legendary blacksmith's location from Su Hong. The days that followed were spent in a somewhat monotonous routine of guard duty and dungeon runs for Lu Jianghe and his companions. With each successive clear of the Dragon's Lair dungeon, the party's levels surged dramatically. Lu Jianghe broke through the 90-level barrier, needing just 10 more levels for his first-class change. The other girls' levels all reached 85. As for the highest-level player, Zhao Bingyu, she was currently at level 104. As everyone's levels increased, the efficiency of gaining experience in the Dragon's Lair dungeon decreased considerably. After finishing the final run, Lu Jianghe began considering switching dungeons. Fortunately, the garrison mission was successfully completed. The 5-day garrison period had earned all recruited players 500 military merit points as a military reward. Lu Jianghe's accumulated merit points reached 4,000. He needed just 1,000 more to advance to the next rank. As for the other girls, their military merit points hovered around 3,000. Though not as high as Lu Jianghe's. But remember, they've been in the Abyss battlefield for less than a week. For the squad to achieve an average of over 3,000 merit points in such a short time, this pace was already quite astonishing. After organizing their belongings, the group prepared to head back. Finally heading back to the fortress, everyone's spirits were high. Chatting and laughing, the atmosphere was quite relaxed. However, just as everyone thought they could return to the fortress and get some well-deserved rest, a sudden alarm sounded from the military insignia pinned to everyone's chests. The moment the alarm sounded, the expressions of all the veteran players present changed. Su Hong furrowed his brow deeply, his expression signaling something serious. What's going on? Lu Jianghe looked at Zhao Bingyu with confusion. What does this alarm mean? Zhao Bingyu's expression turned grave. It's an enemy contact alert from the fortress. Hostiles are attacking our human fortress. Chapter 92, Black Reaper. Lu Jianghe frowned in confusion. Attacking the fortress? Then there must be a lot of enemies, right? This is considered the front lines, so why haven't we encountered the enemy? Zhao Bingyu explained at a slightly faster pace, the Abyss battlefield is vast and fraught with danger. Even the native Abyss dwellers wouldn't lightly undertake large-scale military movements. Most often, they send small units on covert marches. As they approach the fortress, the Abyss priests will jointly activate a Legion-level teleportation array. The teleportation array transports massive armies to assault human fortresses. Such large-scale Legion wars are rare, but when they occur, they become extremely brutal battles. That's why the fortress summons all scattered combat personnel to jointly defend against the invaders. Lu Jianghe understood and nodded silently. Su Hong, too, had recovered from his shock. Without another word, he immediately ordered everyone to use their return scrolls to go back to the fortress. The fortress was the bedrock of the human race's foothold on the Abyss battlefield. Should it fall, the human players within this region would become lambs led to slaughter, hunted at will by the Abyss forces. It was precisely for this reason. When the fortress sounded its alarm, all human players immediately tore open their return scrolls and rushed back to the fortress. Lu Jianghe and the girls also teleported back to the fortress. Inside the fortress, more and more players were teleporting back. They looked around anxiously, asking what had happened. Lu Jianghe knew lingering here wouldn't yield any useful intelligence. He called out to his squad members and hurried up the fortress walls. On the ramparts, guard squads were rapidly deploying their defenses. His gaze swept past the silhouettes of the guards, landing on the wilderness beyond the walls. He saw legions of demonic troops already besieging the city. Judging by the scale of the legions, there were tens of thousands. All players, immediately take your positions on the ramparts. Use the walls as cover and prepare for battle. A booming voice echoed throughout the fortress. Perched atop the highest point of the ramparts, a middle-aged man clad in heavy armor and bearing two oversized greatswords on his back issued the command. His voice was deep, yet amplified by the loudspeaker system so every soul within the fortress could hear him clearly. It's Lieutenant Colonel Qin Mu, the strongest fighter in the fortress. I heard he's already a second transition powerhouse, a level 200 big shot. With him here, we're good. The Abyss clan won't break through. Qin Mu's appearance boosted the morale of the players present. Immediately after, a guard unit composed entirely of priests appeared at various points along the ramparts. The priest soldiers chanted incantations, continuously casting buff spells upon the players. Holy Protection. Fearless Seal. Fountain of Restoration. As the buff effects piled up, the base stats of the defenders surged dramatically. Then, under the arrangements of Su Hong and the other guard captains, melee units formed ranks, while ranged and support units positioned themselves in the rear. Preparations complete, the demonic horde below the walls began surging like a tidal wave, charging toward the human fortress. Lu Jianghe stood before the ramparts, surveying the dense throng of demon warriors below. The moment the demonic forces approached the walls, the ranged units on the walls, mages, archers, and others received their orders. Simultaneously, they unleashed a fierce barrage upon the enemies below. Ice storms, fire rains, piercing arrows. Wave after wave of attacks struck the demon warriors. One wave was instantly wiped out, only for another to trample over the corpses and press forward. The magic cannons and siege crossbows on the walls also fired relentlessly. Yet the demon soldiers were too numerous. They charged fearlessly through the barrage, crawling like spiders toward the fortress walls. Melee units, prepare to engage. Su Hong drew his long sword, his voice booming with fierce resolve. Soon, demon warriors leapt onto the ramparts, and the human players immediately launched their counterattack. Lu Junha was also hacking away at the demonic warriors scaling the walls. Unlike the fierce battles raging around him, wherever Lu Junha's blade struck, demon warriors were instantly slain. As many climbed up as were cut down, there was no fierce struggle to speak of. It was a one-sided slaughter. Players watching Lu Junha slice through the demonic warriors like cutting through melons couldn't help but stare in astonishment. He was simply too fast for them to intervene. As a result, a rare gap appeared in the section of the city wall Lu Junha was defending. It stood in stark contrast to the fierce fighting raging on either side. Stop spacing out. If you're not busy, go help the others, Lu Junha reminded them as he swung his blade. There are too many enemies, I can't handle them all alone. The startled players felt awkward and scrambled to find other places to assist. The battle raged on. As the battle on the city walls reached a stalemate, slender figures silently leapt onto the ramparts. No! Demon hunters! Su Hong's expression darkened the moment he spotted them. He immediately shouted, "Protect the ranged units! Cast defensive shields!" But Su Hong's voice was too late. The demon hunters bypassed the melee units locked in fierce combat on both sides. Swinging their claws, they charged toward the priests and mages. Once these hunters reached the ranged players, they would inflict heavy casualties. At this critical moment, from the shadows of dozens of mages targeted by the demon hunters, suddenly, several icy cold blades shot forth. The blades moved with blinding speed and utter silence. Before the demonic hunters could react, the blades sliced cleanly through their necks. This attack did not instantly kill the hunters, but it was enough to disrupt their offensive. They were then instantly killed under the concentrated fire of the mages and archers. Nice work! Su Hong couldn't help but cheer as he watched the shadow soldiers spring into action. The mages who had been targeted by the demon hunters earlier also breathed a silent sigh of relief. Had it not been for these unexpected shadow soldiers, they would have been instantly killed by the assassins. Several of the mages had previously worked alongside Lu Junha and his team on missions. Now, they looked at Lu Junha with gratitude etched on their faces. Killed a level 90 abyssal demon, merit points +5. Killed a level 90 abyssal fiend, merit points +5. Killed level 110 demon hunter, merit points +20. The notification tones for earned battle merit points echoed continuously in Lu Junha's mind. This wave of the siege battle was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity to grind for battle merit. Lu Junha held nothing back, directly ordering the shadow soldiers to leap from the ramparts. These warriors born from the shadows instantly transformed into Black Reapers. They began a frenzied slaughter of the abyssal fiends. Each abyssal fiend felled added at least 5 merit points to his tally. Merit points flowed like a river into Lu Junha's medal. Simultaneously, the once crowded demon warriors below the walls were swiftly cleared away. Chapter 93, The Human Assassination Squad. At this point, the shadow soldiers' base attributes had reached terrifying levels. They were even on par with ordinary first-tier players. Facing the abyssal demons, the shadow soldiers relied on ghostly positioning and overwhelming numerical superiority. They could practically slice through them like cutting through butter. Whose subordinates are these? They're incredibly fierce. Many players on the city walls couldn't help but stare in astonishment. The abyss fiends are as fragile as paper in their hands. With these allies, this battle is in the bag. The shadow soldiers' presence boosted everyone's morale. With one mighty push, they actually forced the abyss demons back so far they couldn't even climb the walls. Meanwhile, Lu Junha maintained a relaxed and composed demeanor throughout the battle. Ding! Congratulations! Your accumulated battle merits have exceeded 5,000 points. You have earned the title of Sergeant and a 90% discount in the Abyss Trading Zone. His military rank had advanced once more. Lu Junha's spirits soared, and his monster-slaying pace quickened. At the highest point of the city wall, Qin Mu watched Lu Junha with a hint of admiration. Su Hong had already relayed all of Lu Junha's abilities. He held considerable admiration for this brave and skilled young warrior. Seems Zhao Ji recommended this kid, Qin Mu mused thoughtfully. His goal is to join the War Academy. This youngster is likely to be this year's dark horse. A sudden cry of alarm interrupted Qin Mu's musings. It came from the demon race, who, after suffering heavy casualties, had finally stopped holding back. At the rear of the demon army, a 3-meter-tall colossal abyssal siege beast emerged. A massive cannon barrel, formed from flesh and blood, protruded from its back. After charging, the barrel fired an energy orb the size of a human head. The moment the energy sphere struck the city walls, it detonated violently. Dozens of players struck by the blast instantly entered a near-death state. Had it not been for the timely healing of priests, the single blast could have caused countless casualties. What terrifying destructive power! Players on the city walls felt their scalps tingle, gasping in shock. Who would have thought the demon clan still had a trump card up their sleeve? If this long-range siege beast were left unchecked to unleash its relentless assault, even if the human fortress emerged victorious, the final toll would likely be devastating. Just as everyone on the ramparts turned pale, unsure what to do, a figure suddenly leapt from the ramparts. "Damn it, kid, you're crazy. What are you doing down there? Get back up here. The demons down there aren't your match." Why is he heading toward the siege beasts? Look! Those shadow soldiers are clearing a path for him. The moment the siege beast appeared, Lu Jianhe recognized it as a colossal threat. However, the colossus was too far from the city walls. Ordinary ranged players couldn't focus their fire on it. To eliminate this threat as swiftly as possible, someone had to carry out a decapitation strike. No one understood decapitation better than Lu Jianhe. Without hesitation, he leapt from the ramparts. Shadow soldiers instantly materialized beside Lu Jianhe, transforming into his most loyal guardians as they relentlessly cut down demon warriors attacking from all directions. Lu Jianhe, blade raised, sliced through enemy ranks like a fish swimming against the current, swiftly advancing toward the siege behemoth. From the ramparts, the crowd watched Lu Jianhe weave through the horde of monsters, their hearts in their throats. Baya reacted fastest, casting a series of buff spells on him before he left her casting range. Other ranged players focused their attacks on the monsters surrounding Lu Jianhe. They worked to minimize his combat burden. At the highest point of the ramparts, an elderly deputy commander stood beside Qin Mu. He watched Lu Jianhe's receding figure, his brow furrowed. That young man is far too impulsive. Does he intend to single-handedly slaughter his way through the enemy ranks? Sigh. These free-roaming players utterly disorganized and undisciplined. Can't they coordinate with the decapitation squad? Qin Mu pretended not to hear the old deputy commander's complaints. Then deploy the decapitation squad now, Qin Mu ordered calmly. With that kid leading the charge, it'll save us a lot of trouble. An inconspicuous hidden compartment beneath the fortress walls opened. Immediately, a well-equipped assassin squad swiftly moved toward the war colossus. The squad consisted of 10 members clad in black standard-issue combat armor, their faces concealed by masks. Surprisingly, every single piece of this standard equipment was a platinum-grade set. Undoubtedly, these sets did not originate from dungeon drops. Instead, they were crafted by legendary artisans within the fortress. This elite squad moved through the shadows like ghosts, nearly impossible to detect without careful observation. Meanwhile, on the main battlefield, Lu Jianhe moved like a god of death, instantly slaying the abyssal fiends that attacked him with one strike after another. Even among the enemies were elite units like demon hunters. Yet Lu Jianhe dispatched them with equal ease. Empowered by the spiritual bond, Lu Jianhe now possessed Xiaoyan the Dragon Maiden's high HP pool. With equipment bonuses factored in, his health reached an absurd 130,000 points. Xiaoyan's 80,000 HP, combined with his own base HP and gear bonuses. Then there were Bai Ye and Zhao Bingyu's stamina attributes, pushing Lu Jianhe's stamina past the 10,000 mark. Finally, Su Zhao's attack attribute, which caused Lu Jianhe's attack power to skyrocket to over 10,000. To others, Lu Jianhe might appear as a greenhorn rookie player. But his base stats were absurdly comparable to a major boss. It was precisely because of these formidable stat bonuses that Lu Jianhe made the decision to single-handedly take out the enemy's ace. This move not only resolved the immediate crisis, but also seized the opportunity to earn a substantial amount of battle merit points. These battle merits were crucial for Lu Jianhe's squad to successfully join the War Academy. He wouldn't pass up such a prime opportunity to rack up battle merits. Kill! Lu Jianhe roared. His movement speed surged as he charged relentlessly toward the siege behemoth. Lu Jianhe's presence was undoubtedly a sharp thorn in the side of the demon clan. Soon, a squad of dozens of demonic assassins closed in to strike him down. Simultaneously, a magic-wielding demon known as a demon priest began unleashing a barrage of negative spells upon Lu Jianhe. Blood-red energy spheres slammed into Lu Jianhe. Each orb carried limited power, dealing only a few dozen points of damage. But the sheer volume of the spheres overwhelmed him. Even with over 100,000 HP, Lu Jianhe's health bar rapidly diminished at a visible rate. Not only him, but the surrounding shadow soldiers were also suffering massive HP loss. With their health bars dwindling to a mere sliver, they were on the brink of disintegration at any moment. Lu Jianhe immediately activated his soul healing ability, Holy Light Shower. Divine Light. Upon activation, all players including allies in the caster restore 90% of their maximum health. For the next minute, whenever health drops below 50%, they gain an immediate 30% health regeneration. Cooldown, 24 hours. Chapter 94, One-Shot Boss. A massive white magic circle rose from beneath Lu Jianghe's feet. The shadow soldiers, drained of blood, rapidly regained massive health bars. The demons furiously attacking Lu Jianghe froze in place. They had finally crippled their opponent, only to see their health instantly replenished. This left them with a crushing sense of futility. Taking advantage of the lingering effect of holy light illumination, Lu Jianghe pressed his assault relentlessly. Though defeating abyssal fiends didn't yield equipment materials, the experience points gained were substantial. In just a short while, Lu Jianghe's level reached 90-50%. A few more kills, and he'd level up again. Damn humans, die. Everyone, attack together. Tear this damned creature apart. A shrill voice pierced the air. A particularly towering demonic priest, wielding a staff, appeared before Lu Jianghe. Before Lu Jianghe could react, the demonic priest unleashed several debuff spells upon him. You are affected by hellfire. 1000 HP SEC for 100 seconds. You are afflicted by abyssal nightmare, causing your movement speed to be drastically reduced for 100 seconds. You are afflicted by dark corrosion, significantly reducing your defense for 50 seconds. Lu Jianghe instantly slowed to a crawl. Attacks that had previously been harmless quickly became deadly. The demonic priest attacking Lu Jianghe was immensely powerful. Clearly, it was the leader orchestrating this siege. The demonic leader emitted a sinister, cackling laugh. The human player before him had fallen victim to its high-level spell. His defense had plummeted to near zero. There was absolutely no way he could survive surrounded by demons. The demonic leader was certain of this, which was why he revealed himself now. One strike to finish the enemy, then returned to commanding the battle from deep within the rear. Yet just as the demon lord let out a triumphant cackle, from a position nearly swallowed by the horde, a low growl erupted. Phantom Step. Phantom Step Deep Blue Jewel Reset skill, upon activation, dispels all negative status effects on the user except special curses, grants immunity to crowd control, and provides a 20-second movement speed boost. Cooldown, 10 minutes. The next instant, a figure enveloped in a pale blue aura shot out from within. Like a dragonfly skimming water, it stepped on the demon warrior's head and charged toward the demon leader. Impossible. The demonic leader let out a shrill roar, its face contorted with disbelief. This human player actually possessed a purifying immunity skill. He had nullified every debuff spell cast upon him. The leader reacted swiftly, commanding other priests to focus fire on Lu Jianghe. His hands flashed as he cast spells. However, during the duration of the Shadow Step skill, the vast majority of spell effects were nullified. Lu Jianghe now resembled a blue bullet, hurtling straight toward the demonic leader. Gripping Dawn's light in both hands, he swung it down with brutal force toward the demonic leader. The surrounding demon hunters attempted to intervene, but Lu Jianghe's shadow had already spread out in advance. 25 shadow soldiers burst forth from the darkness. Like a black tidal wave, they crashed into any enemy attempting to attack Lu Jianghe, sending them flying. No! The demonic leader's pupils contracted to pinpricks. The blade reflected in his pupils gradually enlarged until it filled his entire iris. A silver blade flashed like a meteor. For an instant, the battlefield seemed frozen in time. But in the next instant, it resumed its normal rhythm. Lu Jianghe landed, sheathing his blade like an ancient swordsman. Behind him, the demonic leader stood frozen in place like a lifeless puppet. The next second, the strings holding the puppet's body snapped and shattered. The demonic leader crashed to the ground, utterly transformed into a lifeless corpse. A single strike had instantly slain the enemy leader. His terrifying power was once again displayed in full force. Upon the city walls, all human players stared dumbstruck at Lu Jianghe in the distance. They had witnessed the entire battle unfold before their eyes. From the initial struggle against the current, to being targeted by the demon priest's concentrated fire, then counterattacking, only to be ambushed by the demon leader. The relentless sequence of combat had their hearts racing and then calming in an instant. But now, witnessing Lu Jianghe instantly slay the demonic leader with a single strike before landing with unparalleled grace. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine, goosebumps rising all over their skin. Holy, how the hell does this bastard deal so much damage? One swing and the enemy leader was gone. Captain, you're so badass. Captain, I love you. Baya and Su Xiaoxiao shouted out loud, their faces flushed red. Xia Yan and Zhao Bingyu didn't shout. Their burning gazes clearly revealed their own excitement. Many players on the city wall couldn't help but glance at the two shouting girls. Envious glances filled their eyes. It wasn't that they envied Lu Jianghe for having two girls as teammates. Rather, they were envious that these two girls were members of a top-tier team. Having a top-tier player like Lu Jianghe as their leader made their sense of security skyrocket. After defeating the boss, Lu Jianghe earned a reward of 1,000 battle merit points. But instead of scattering upon the boss's death, they charged at Lu Jianghe like madmen. Even the demons on the front lines halted their advance, fixing their sights solely on Lu Jianghe. They were determined to eliminate the one who had slain their leader. Damn it, why are they all coming at me? At this moment, Lu Jianghe's health hadn't recovered much, and he had exhausted all his skills. Escaping this layered siege proved exceedingly difficult. But as if misfortune never comes alone, the abyssal beast, now controlled by the demons, charged toward Lu Jianghe. Its massive body charged like a high-speed train, determined to tear Lu Jianghe to shreds. Just as the situation reached its most critical moment, a voice suddenly rang out beside Lu Jianghe. Duck! In 0.1 seconds, Lu Jianghe determined the voice belonged to a human player. He immediately threw himself to the ground. The next second, a torrent of arrows poured down in a sweeping arc. The dense volley flew over Lu Jianghe's back, mowing down every abyssal fiend in its path. In an instant, a vast clearing was carved out. At the same time, the charging abyssal beast was severely wounded by the barrage of arrows. Its front legs buckled, and it crashed heavily to the ground. Lu Jianghe looked up to see a group of black armored players clad in uniform suits. 10 in total, they wore identical platinum-grade armor sets. Masks concealed their faces. Each held a weapon resembling a Zhuge crossbow. A faint platinum glow emanated from the weapons. The powerful arrows, comparable to Gatling gunfire, had been unleashed from these crossbows. Just as Lu Jianghe was about to utter a word of thanks, a notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Detected an exceptionally talented alien female nearby. Host, proceed to make an investment. Chapter 95, New Investment Target. After half a month, the alien return system finally showed new activity. Lu Jianghe's heart pounded wildly as his gaze swept intently over the 10 black armored players before him. Clearly, the alien girl the system referred to was hidden among these 10 players. However, since they were all clad in identical gear, distinguishing them by appearance alone proved difficult. This time, the system didn't directly reveal the alien's identity details. It seemed he would need to make formal contact before accessing specific details. Bro, you okay? A black armored player asked. Judging by the voice, it was a man, so he could be ruled out first. Lu Jianghe rose from the ground and bowed his hands toward the group. Thank you all for your help. The dark armored player who spoke first seemed to be the team leader. He nodded. Don't mention it. You're the one who did us a huge favor. The demonic race is already showing signs of retreat. Next, we'll take care of the abyssal beast. If you've got the strength, brother, you could help us clear out the surrounding demons. Though called cleanup, to Lu Jianghe it felt more like earning battle merits. Lu Jianghe gladly accepted. With the black armored player joining the fray, the demon forces were utterly stripped of their ability to fight back. The abyssal beast fell within 5 minutes, and the remaining demons, overwhelmed by the players pouring out of the fortress, completely lost their will to fight. Half an hour later, not a single demon remained alive beneath the fortress. The war ended, and the human fortress claimed victory once more. All participating players breathed a silent sigh of relief, yet their gazes inevitably turned toward Lu Jianghe nearby. Their eyes betrayed nothing but awe and gratitude. Without Lu Jianghe, the war could never have ended so swiftly. Even if the humans had won, there would likely have been casualties. Captain, you've worked so hard. Here, have some water. You must be exhausted after fighting so long. Sit on my long legs and rest. Let me give you a shoulder massage. Though the battle had ended, the nerve-wracking ordeal still left the women trembling with lingering fear. The moment the city gates opened, they rushed to Lu Jianghe's side. They showered him with affectionate inquiries and tender care, filling him with emotional warmth. This scene left the surrounding men feeling a mix of emotions. Though they envied Lu Jianghe's popularity with women, the thought that Lu Jianghe was the greatest hero of this battle, their admiration far outweighed any envy or resentment. But one man was an exception. In a corner of the battlefield, Wu Qiliang glared at Lu Jianghe in the distance. In this defensive battle, Wu Qiliang had also fought the enemy with all his might. His formidable skill had allowed him to slay 13 abyssal fiends and severely wound a fiend hunter. Such feats would have made him a battlefield celebrity in the past. It would have instantly drawn a crowd of admirers. But now, Lu Jianghe's overwhelmingly dazzling achievements made Wu Qiliang feel utterly overshadowed and insignificant by comparison. Why is he so strong, and I so weak? He's not even a student at the War Academy. What am I lacking? Zhao Bingyu could have been mine, but now he's taken her too. Wu Qiliang grew increasingly furious with each thought, his eyes reddening unconsciously. His eyes looked as if he had contracted conjunctivitis. But just then, something happened that made Wu Qiliang seethe with jealousy to the point of feeling like his body was tearing apart. A deep voice echoed over the battlefield. In this defensive battle, Lu Jianghe and his squad have distinguished themselves. The parties involved are requested to proceed to the Fortress Council chamber, where Lieutenant Colonel Qin Mu will personally present their commendations. The announcement immediately sparked a wave of gasps. Holy crap! Lieutenant Colonel Qin is personally awarding Lu Jianghe? There's never been a precedent for this before. After previous sieges, the most we got was an adjutant handing out awards and putting up a commendation wall. But Jianghe really carried this fight. Without him, we'd have lost way more men. Amidst the murmurs and stares of the crowd, Lu Jianghe led his team toward the fortress. Meanwhile, Wu Qiliang, lurking in an inconspicuous corner, had fully transformed into a shadowy goblin. His entire face contorted into a twisted mess. The Fortress Council Chamber. Standing over 2 meters tall, Qin Mu waited patiently for Lu Jianghe and his group to arrive. "Thank you for your contributions to this battle," Qin Mu said with a slight wave of his hand. His secretary then handed over a token containing stored battle merits. "This contains 5,000 unbound battle merit points. You may allocate them as you see fit." Lu Jianghe's eyebrows arched slightly. 5,000 unbound battle merit points. This reward was already quite generous. After offering a measured thank you, Qin Mu continued. "Beyond this 5,000 merit reward, I can grant you one additional request as my personal token of gratitude." Qin Mu's gratitude stemmed from Lu Jianghe's swift conclusion of the war, which had allowed numerous players to survive. It was for this reason that Qin Mu offered this additional reward. "I heard from Su Hong that you plan to participate in the War Academy selection in a month and a half," Qin Mu said with a smile. "How about I write you a recommendation letter? While my influence isn't great, it will certainly help your admission." This was the greatest assistance Qin Mu could conceive of offering Lu Jianghe. What Qin Mu hadn't anticipated was Lu Jianghe's immediate refusal. "Major Qin Mu, I'm not worried about admission. Could we discuss a different request?" Qin Mu scratched his head in a rather unexpected manner. "Then what do you want?" "I want to know where those black armored players on the battlefield got their standard issue gear." "You want custom gear for your squad?" Qin Mu instantly grasped Lu Jianghe's intent. "Exactly." After a moment's thought, Qin Mu continued, "I can introduce you to old Mu, but I'll be upfront about this. Custom armor isn't something you can just get easily. Gathering the materials alone requires massive financial and material resources. I'm not sure if you can afford it." Lu Jianghe maintained his composed demeanor. "Where there's a will, there's a way. I want to give it a shot." "Then have Liang Xiong take you over," Qin Mu smiled. Liang Xiong is the captain of the assassination squad. It just so happens their gear needs servicing and maintenance too. Liang Xiong was a square-jawed middle-aged man. Though it was their first meeting, the moment he spoke, Lu Jianghe instantly recognized him as the black-armored player who had shouted "duck" on the battlefield and later negotiated with him. But seeing Liang Xiong wasn't the main point. Instead, Lu Jianghe's gaze swept past Liang Xiong and settled on a short-haired girl leaning against the wall behind him. She wore black leather armor, her slender hands tossing a sharp dagger back and forth. As a member of the assassin squad, she blended half her body into the shadows. She looked mysterious and dangerous. The instant Lu Jianghe saw her, his true sight eye activated automatically. A stream of alien information flooded his vision. Chapter 96, Platinum Set Commission. Name, Guing 26. Race, Blue Star Human Medusa Bloodline, Awakening. Evolution method, Periodic Snake Shedding. Current need, facing molting period, seeking method to conceal snaketail secret. System evaluation, investment worthy. After days of waiting, a new investment prospect finally emerged. Lu Jianghe felt a surge of excitement within, yet his expression remained calm as he smiled and said, "Captain Liang, let's depart immediately." After the siege battle concluded, Lu Jianghe became acutely aware of the limitations of his own strength. Not only him, but every member of his squad urgently needed higher-tier gear to boost their combat capabilities. The War Academy selection was still a month and a half away. If the entire team could obtain a full set of platinum gear before the selection began, it would play a crucial role in the selection process. For this very reason, Lu Jianghe was eager to meet the legendary blacksmith master. Liang Xiong wasted no time, immediately leading the Black Armor Squad and Lu Jianghe to the residence of the legendary blacksmith, Old Master Mu. Along the way, Lu Jianghe distributed the 5,000 unbound battle merits among the women. As their battle merit values successively surpassed the 5,000 mark, their ranks advanced to corporal level. Promotion to senior sergeant required 10,000 battle merits. For even higher ranking officer positions, a cumulative total of 50,000 battle merit points was required. The path to advancement was long and arduous. Lu Jianghe pinched the bridge of his nose, his face etched with the pained expression of someone resigned to another grueling grind. Little did he know how much of an impact the successive promotions of the women to sergeant had on the Black Armor Squad standing nearby. One of the black armored players grimaced and grumbled, "We've been grinding for half a year just to barely make it to private first class." Another sighed bitterly, "For most players, even advancing to private is harder than climbing Mount Everest." It just shows how ridiculously strong this squad is. It's mainly because their squad leader is so strong. We're basically being carried by her. Liang Xiong, walking ahead, overheard his teammates chatter and shot them a glare. "What's that supposed to mean? Think I'm not pulling my weight? Why don't you take over as captain then?" The young player who'd spoken immediately broke into an awkward grin and waved his hands frantically. "Just kidding, Captain. We'd never think you're not good enough." The atmosphere was lively and cheerful as they chatted and laughed along the way. Before long, they arrived at a rather rustic equipment shop. At the very back of the shop, Lu Jianghe spotted the legendary blacksmith Old Mu. Though 60 years old, Master Mu possessed remarkably well-developed biceps. His face glowed with health as he relentlessly hammered away at a red-hot branding iron. Lu Jianghe's gaze swept around the blacksmith's workbench, silently amazed. The walls were hung with all manner of epic-grade forging materials. The most familiar were materials from the demonized Earth Dragon. Everything from skulls to dragon claws was present. The value of these materials alone was beyond estimation. "Master Mu, we're here to repair our gear," Liang Xiong saluted, then introduced, "This is Captain Lu Jianghe. Lieutenant Colonel Qin has requested your assistance in customizing his gear." "Hello, Master Mu," Lu Jianghe greeted politely. Master Mu silently appraised Lu Jianghe. However, when he noticed the group of flamboyantly dressed young women surrounding Lu Jianghe, an expression of scrutiny crossed his face. As a straightforward veteran, Old Mu quickly pigeonholed Lu Jianghe as the type of playboy who came to the Abyss battlefield to polish his resume. Leveling up and defeating monsters were secondary, flirting with girls was his main occupation. Liang Xiong, sensing the disapproval in Old Mu's eyes, briefly recounted Lu Jianghe's battle achievements. Upon learning that Lu Jianghe had single-handedly ended the war early, and even instantly slain the leader of the siege army with a single strike, a rare look of astonishment flashed across his wrinkled face. "Xiaoying, you wouldn't deceive an old man like me. Is what your captain said true?" Old Mu turned his gaze to the rear of the black armor squad. Xiaoying, that is, Guing, a short-haired girl possessing the bloodline of Medusa. Within the squad, Guing was as invisible as a ghost. She never spoke an extra word, born to be an assassin. Yet there she stood, halting the knife she'd been tossing into the air. Her voice rang clear but icy. "Old Liang didn't he lie? He really is that strong." With Gu Ying's endorsement, Old Mu's expression softened slightly. Nevertheless, he maintained a strictly businesslike tone. "Since this is a request from Major Qin, let's get straight to the point." Saying this, Old Mu pulled over a small blackboard from the side. The board listed the requirements for crafting commissions of various tiers. Refined or legendary grade golden set, 1 million per piece. Customization services incur an additional 30% fee per item. Rush production requires an extra 20% surcharge. Platinum grade sets, 2 million per piece. Customization services incur an additional 50% fee per item. Rush production requires an extra 30% surcharge. Diamond grade sets, customization not accepted. Attempted crafting requires explicit authorization from Fortress High Command. Below the price tags, a line of fine print is marked in red ink. Note, prices may be reduced by providing crafting materials. Proceed to designated dungeons to gather materials based on customization requirements. Generally speaking, diamond tier sets are already considered top tier. Not only are they difficult to produce, but the materials required are also legendary in nature. Even legendary craftsmen cannot guarantee their success rate. Lu Jianghe knew that with his current abilities, accessing legendary materials remained out of reach. For this reason, the best Lu Jianghe could currently obtain was a platinum set. "Young man, may I first examine your equipment type?" Old Mu retrieved a single lens mirror-like device. "Rest assured, I won't see your gear's specific attributes. I can only determine the suitable set type based on its appearance." Lu Jianghe nodded, signaling Mu Lao to begin. At that moment, Old Mu's face revealed virtually no emotion. To him, this crafting commission was no different from any previous one. However, the moment he activated the monocular device and glimpsed the concealed weapons and gear within its frame, the previously calm expression vanished instantly. It was replaced by an exaggerated look of utter astonishment. "Diamond, diamond, diamond, diamond. Diamond-grade accessories and weapons. How is this possible?" Liang Xiong noticed the unusual expression on Old Mu's face and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong, Old Mu? Is there a problem?" "A problem? It's a huge problem, okay." Old Mu felt his scalp tingle. His gaze instinctively turned to Lu Jianghe, this young man who remained neither servile nor arrogant. In that moment, Lu Jianghe transformed in his mind into an unfathomable black hole. Behind him, it seemed as though some unspeakably powerful presence stood. Diamond tier equipment shouldn't even be possible in this area. Typically, only special late-stage first transformation dungeons offered a minuscule chance of dropping diamond gear. Stable acquisition was only possible after the second transformation. Chapter 97, Set Quest. Lu Jianghe now wore as many as 4 pieces of diamond-grade equipment. The sheer power boost is like having an elementary schooler wield a Gatling gun to blow up their school. No wonder he could one-shot enemy leaders in siege battles. It absolutely hinged on the amplification from those 4 diamond-tier items. Old Mu, snapping out of his shock, took a deep breath to steady his emotions. When he looked at Lu Jianghe, his service attitude was no longer formulaically cold. Instead, it resembled the regard for a distinguished guest. "Liang Xiong, you and your men take the gear needing repair to the front desk. Lu, young man, you must be here to order a custom set, right? Follow me." Liang Xiong and the others stared at Old Master Mu in astonishment. His change in demeanor was a bit too abrupt. One moment he was going through the motions with robotic service. Now he was acting like a super VIP with warmth. That was a face-changing speed that was way too fast. Mrs. Nyo suddenly turned into a sweetheart? Even the usually aloof Guing was caught off guard. For the first time, her gaze drifted toward Lu Jianghe's figure, as if realizing her behavior was inappropriate. Old Mu's face flushed crimson. He cleared his throat forcefully and snapped, "Liang Xiong, what are you spacing out for? Get moving. Oh, and Xiaoying, you stay behind. You might be needed to help out next." Liang Xiong and the others were shooed away, leaving only Guing silently trailing behind the group. Baya approached with a cheerful smile, only to be rebuffed. They arrived at Old Mu's private study. Old Master Mu once again scrutinized Lu Jianghe from head to toe. He didn't mention the diamond equipment. Instead, he inquired, "You want me to craft a platinum set, correct?" Lu Jianghe nodded. "I'd like to commission 5 sets of platinum gear, 1 each for a warrior, a knight, a healer, an ice mage, and a roaming damage dealer." Master Mu's gaze lingered on the girl behind Lu Jianghe for a few seconds. "So you intend to equip your entire team with platinum gear," Old Mu remarked with a hint of admiration. "When it comes to treating your squad members, you truly leave nothing to be desired. I've dealt with many player squads, and no squad leader would ever commission custom gear for their teammates." Hearing this, the girls felt deeply moved. Their gazes toward Lu Jianghe brimmed with tenderness. "How long will it take to complete gear for all 5 of us?" Lu Jianghe asked the most crucial question. Old Mu stroked his chin thoughtfully. "If we work at full capacity, about 2 months. Lu Jianghe frowned slightly. "Master Mu, our time is limited. Could you compress the production time to around 1 month? Money isn't the issue." Old Mu gave a wry smile. "It certainly isn't about the money. The problem lies with the materials." Seeing Lu Jianghe's intense gaze fixed on him, Old Mu continued. "Forging 5 sets of platinum gear in one go requires massive amounts of epic-grade materials. Those aren't easy to gather. My estimate of 2 months assumes favorable luck. If luck is against us, even 3 months might not be enough to gather sufficient materials." So it was a matter of insufficient materials. Lu Jianghe understood immediately and asked, "What materials are you short on? Our team can gather them." Lu Jianghe's current investment return rate had been boosted to 50x. Any materials invested through the system would yield an additional 50x return. So gathering materials was actually a simple task for him. First, the epic materials from the Dragon's Lair dungeon, Old Mu calculated. Dragon bones, dragon claws, earth dragon scales. Old Mu pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed wryly. Even if we hired specialized gold farming teams to handle the collection, it would still take an incredibly long time to gather sufficient quantities. After all, the drop rate in normal dungeons is too low, while the difficulty in hard mode is too high. "I see. That makes sense," Lu Jianghe nodded. Old Mu assumed Lu Jianghe had abandoned the idea of gathering materials. But the next moment, something utterly astonishing unfolded. Lu Jianghe walked over to an empty table nearby. With a casual wave of his hand, a mountain of materials piled up on the table in the next instant. Dragon bones, dragon claws, earth dragon scales. These were none other than the rare materials from the demon dragon's lair. They were piled up as if they were worthless. Old Mu's mouth gaped wide, as if it could swallow an ostrich egg. Where did all these materials come from? Good heavens, how did you get so many?" The materials were naturally obtained from dungeon runs, amplified 50-fold through the return system. Faced with this sudden abundance of materials, the girls in Lu Jianghe's team showed no signs of surprise. Lu Jianghe had mentioned possessing a special piece of equipment that boosted item drop rates. So after each boss fight, Lu Jianghe would loot everything and distribute it among the group. Guing had forgotten to play with her little throwing knives. Like Old Mu, she stared intently at the table, nearly overflowing with materials. Without exception, every single one was an epic tier material from the Demon Dragon dungeon. How many times would one have to clear the dungeon to gather this much? No. If it were solely about the number of runs, it would be impossible. Thoughts raced through Gu Ying's mind. As far as she knew, Lu Jianghe's team had only recently arrived in the Abyss battlefield. It was impossible for them to have obtained this many materials through sheer repetition of runs. The only plausible explanation was that they chose dungeons of extreme difficulty. It might even be a hell-level dungeon. Only then could they have obtained such a vast amount of materials. This realization gave Guing a deeper appreciation for Lu Jianghe's team's capabilities. She had initially assumed that only Lu Jianghe was a formidable player in this squad. But now it seems the other members of the squad are no slouches either. It took Elder Mu a full hour to finish sorting through the copy materials provided by Lu Jianghe. He then personally brewed tea for everyone. At this moment, Old Mu's attitude toward Lu Jianghe shifted once more. From treating him as an honored guest, he now regarded him as a valued guest. As a legendary blacksmith, Master Mu was as obsessed with rare materials as dwarves were with gold. Blacksmiths possess an insatiable hunger for rare and valuable materials. Lu Jianghe had proven himself capable of securing abundant supplies of rare materials. This alone was enough to earn Old Mu's respect. If the relationship develops well, he might even gain access to legendary grade materials through Lu Jianghe. Thus, to Master Mu, Lu Jianghe had become a walking treasure trove. He was well worth cultivating. With this batch of materials, we should be able to cut the production time down to about a month and a half, Old Mu said with a sip of tea. And we could knock another 20% off the price. A month and a half was still too long. Lu Jianghe said, Master Mu, how about this? Make a list of the materials you need, and I'll have my team gather them. The equipment we commission must be the finest platinum set available. We'll secure every possible material. Hearing Lu Jianghe's request, Old Mu let out another bitter laugh. Chapter 98, Departure for the Giant Outpost. If you want the finest platinum gear, that means you'll have to tackle the most challenging dungeons. Even first-tier teams can't guarantee clearing these high-difficulty dungeons. Lu Jianghe chuckled, nothing is impossible. How would we know unless we try? Old Mu was quite impressed by Lu Jianghe's confidence. Despite his youth, he already possessed the bearing of a true powerhouse. He agreed readily, in that case, I wish you all the best. Oh, and the Abyss battlefield is a complex place. I've specially arranged for Xiaoying to guide you. Old Mu beckoned, summoning Guing over. Guing maintained her usual aloof demeanor. Even Baiya, the group's cheerleader, found it difficult to exchange more than a few words with her. Yet Old Mu chuckled, Xiaoying is an assassin. Having her join your team won't be a burden. Old Mu seemed to regard Guing as his own granddaughter. After finishing his instructions, Old Mu found an opportunity to pull Lu Jianghe aside. He adopted a hesitant expression, as if struggling to speak. Elder Mu, speak your mind, Lu Jianghe replied. Holding it in isn't good for your prostate. After a dry cough, Old Mu said, that girl Guing grew up on the Abyss battlefield. She's never been anywhere else. Her parents died defending the fortress. After that, it was us old folks who raised her. After a pause, Old Mu continued, that girl possesses extraordinary talent. She shouldn't be wasted here. Major Qin Mu recommends her for the War Academy every year, hoping she'll see more of the outside world, but she just refuses to go. Lu Jianghe pondered silently, surprised to learn of Gu Ying's background. However, judging by Old Mu's words, he seemed unaware of Gu Ying's serpentine bloodline. Or perhaps her bloodline only awakened after she came of age, and she deliberately stayed in the Abyss battlefield to keep it hidden. Lu Jianghe inquired, what do you need from me? You're an external squad. I hope you can help change this child's mind, Old Mu revealed a deep smile. As thanks, I'll only charge half the fee for the equipment I forge for you. Lu Jianghe agreed to Old Mu's request without hesitation. After all, Guing was already a target he intended to recruit. And having an assassin skilled in stealth join their team was hardly a disadvantage. After the discussion concluded, Old Mu began working on crafting the platinum set. Lu Jianghe then led the others out of the shop. The moment they stepped outside, the communicator buzzed with a materials request list from Old Mu. The variety of materials listed was fewer than expected, but the quantities demanded for each were staggering. Giant's Toe 1000, Giant's Heart 100, Mutated Spine 300, Stardust or 800. Lu Jianghe handed the list to Guing. He inquired, Miss Guing, these materials seem related to the giant race. The dungeon we're heading to next is Giant Outpost Frontline, Guing replied without hesitation. Then, with a hint of doubt in her voice, she added, the monsters inside Giant Outpost are all at least level 100. Are you sure we want to fight them? First-tier monsters meant creatures above level 100. Given the party's current average level of nearly 90, the gap wasn't significant. Besides, beyond leveling, Lu Jianghe's team still held various trump cards. Taking on the challenge was perfectly feasible. Lu Jianghe smiled. Let's rest well tonight. Tomorrow, we'll head to the front lines of Giant Outpost. Miss Guing, I'll be counting on you to guide us tomorrow. Guing said nothing more, merely nodding before departing alone. The rest of the group headed to the market to sell off materials and unused gear. Then they stocked up on various potions and items needed for the next day's journey. Time flew by, and before they knew it, dawn broke on the second day. The well-prepared group gathered at the fortress city gates. The entrance bustled with activity, and players frequently cast glances their way. The looks directed at Lu Jianghe were filled with respect. After all, it had only been a day since the siege battle ended, and many instantly recognized Lu Jianghe's elite squad. Everyone's here. Let's head out, said Lu Jianghe, feeling refreshed after a night's rest. He summoned his spirit steed and executed a stylish one-handed mount, drawing gasps from the crowd. Soon after, the other girls summoned their spirit horses and mounted with grace. The ethereal ghost horses paired with the diverse beauties of all shapes and sizes created a truly captivating sight. Instantly, they drew the attention of countless onlookers at the city gate. Only Guing stood frozen in place, slightly bewildered. As the guide, she was the only one without a mount. How embarrassing. My apologies, I forgot about Miss Guing. Lu Jianghe tossed a small object her way. Guing caught it instinctively, only to discover she was holding a spirit horse whistle. Such specialized equipment as a spirit horse whistle wasn't something one could easily come by. Guing stared at the whistle in her hand in astonishment, never expecting Lu Jianghe to be so generous. She instinctively wanted to refuse, but then imagined the scene of being the only one running to the dungeon later. Guing could only say, "How much is this? I'll pay for it." "It's not worth much, I have plenty more," Lu Jianghe said casually. "Consider it a thank you gift." Seeing Guing still standing there, hesitant and awkward, Lu Jianghe reached into his backpack and pulled out a handful of spirit horse whistles. What was extremely valuable to others seemed as common as cabbages on the street to Lu Jianghe. Guing was utterly stunned. She recalled a scene from a romance novel she'd read before. Could Lu Jianghe be one of those top-tier tycoon heirs described in the books? A super-rich second-generation male lead? The thought sent shockwaves through Gu Ying's pupils, her face flushing with flattered surprise. After much persuasion, Gu Ying finally accepted the gift. At the same moment, a delightful notification tone chimed in Lu Jianghe's ear. Ding! You invested a spirit horse whistle in Snake Woman Gu Ying. Bond formed. Investors +1, investment multiplier +10, current multiplier 60x. You have received an investment subsidy, 60 spirit horse whistles. The multiplier shot up another 10-fold awesome. Smoothly increasing the investment multiplier put Lu Jianghe in a great mood. He immediately spurred his spirit horse toward the city gate. The group of girls followed closely behind Lu Jianghe. The scene was quite spectacular, dazzling the eyes of passers-by. Yet shortly after the group departed, a shifty-eyed figure emerged from an inconspicuous corner. The figure watched the direction Lu Jianghe and the others had departed. He surreptitiously pulled out a communicator and reported into it. Young Master Ito, I've located Lu Jianghe. A hoarse, cold chuckle echoed through the device. What? Excellent. For the insult he's given me, I'll make him pay double. I won't just torment him, I'll toy with his woman right in front of him. Chapter 99, Lava Giant. At that moment, Lu Jianghe had no idea he was already being targeted. After nearly an hour's journey, the group arrived at the instance entrance nestled within a canyon. The canyon was called Black Canyon, due to its remote location far from human settlements. Giant skeletal remains of humanoid creatures littered the canyon floor, many already partially weathered by the elements. Players were scarce here. Lu Jianghe studied the black vortex suspended in midair before him and asked Guing, "Miss Guing, this is the right place, isn't it?" Guing nodded. "That's correct. Then let's proceed." Lu Jianghe approached the instance entrance, triggering the prompt window to automatically pop up. Please select the difficulty level for this instance. Normal, hard, nightmare, hell. Considering the group's gear hadn't been upgraded yet, Lu Jianghe decided to play it safe and start with the hard difficulty. They would attempt higher difficulties once everyone was sufficiently familiar with the dungeon. Bathed in white light, the group teleported into the instance to begin leveling. Shortly after their arrival, a group of all-black ninja players appeared on the scene. The ninjas surrounded a young man from the island nation. It was none other than Makoto Ito, whom Lu Jianghe had defeated before. His face was dark with excitement. He scanned the elite warriors surrounding him. These were all first-tier powerhouses he had summoned from his clan, every one of them masters skilled in assassination techniques. Taking down Lu Jianghe would be a piece of cake. The thought of the impending thrill of revenge brought a sickening grin to Makoto Ito's face. But one of his subordinates quietly reminded him, "Young Master Ito, this instance has 4 difficulty options. Which one should we choose?" Ito-say chuckled, "No rush. We'll take our time searching. I've stockpiled plenty of dungeon invasion scrolls, more than enough to track down that brat Lu Jianghe." Under Ito Makoto's lead, the ninjas entered the instance. However, on their first attempt, they failed to match into Lu Jianghe's instance. "Who are you? Why are you invading the dungeon we're currently tackling?" Inside the dungeon, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed knight detected the presence of Ito Makoto and his group. The knight's party members immediately assumed defensive stances. But against ninjas from the island nation, whose primary combat style was assassination, these ordinary players were no match. In an instant, they were slaughtered by the ninjas. The dungeon vanished. From then on, Makoto Ito transformed into a bloodthirsty executioner. He began teleporting from one instance to the next. Until Lu Jianghe was found, every player within every instance became a target for Ito Makoto's assassination. The entire instance had transformed into a personal hunting ground for Sato Makoto. In the giant outpost instance, the monsters were naturally giants. Lu Jianghe and his companions were currently locked in fierce combat with a group of 3-meter-tall giants. These level 100 giants possessed not only immense strength but also formidable defense. Even Xia Yan found the pressure of taking hits head-on overwhelming. Fortunately, the team had gained a new member, Guing. Guing was a level 105 assassin. While Xia Yan held off 3 giants head-on, Guing executed a shadow step to appear behind one of them. Her slender form, swift as a swallow, effortlessly leapt onto the giant's nape. The daggers in her hands flashed like cold blades, instantly carving multiple wounds into the back of its neck. Massive damage numbers flew from the giant's head, followed by a heavy bleeding effect. In an instant, one giant lost a significant chunk of its health. Guing tossed her dagger with a cool, nonchalant flick. A single combo instantly crippled a giant. Only an assassin specializing in pure damage output like her could inflict such terrifying damage. Other classes could never achieve this. Yet the thought barely formed. The next second, she witnessed another giant, standing at full health moments before, crash to the ground. Lu Jianhe stood casually atop the giant's back. Just like the previous monster, it had been taken down in a single strike. Brother Jianghe is so amazing. Truly worthy of being our captain. Little sister Guing is also amazing. Guing finished off the giant with its last sliver of health, her expression unreadable. For the rest of the battle, Guing began competing with Lu Jianhe in a sulky manner. She refused to believe that as a damage-focused assassin, her output could be inferior to a warrior's. If word got out, it would be utterly humiliating. As the dungeon progressed, one high-level giant after another fell. Some were taken down by Guing, but most fell to Lu Jianhe and the Shadow Soldiers. After witnessing the Shadow Soldiers' terrifying assassination skills, Guing finally faced reality. Her once proud offensive prowess was utterly insignificant compared to Lu Jianhe's. This was a crushing blow to the fortress's top assassin. However, after Guing joined the team, Lu Jianhe's squad saw a significant boost in their monster-clearing efficiency. Especially when encountering elite monsters with formidable individual strength, Guing consistently eliminated them with remarkable efficiency. This drastically reduced their dungeon completion time. The group sliced through enemies like cutting through butter, reaching the final gate in no time. Before them lay a collapsed volcano shaped like a semicircle. One side of the volcano had been shattered by an unknown force, revealing a vast inner chamber. Within this barren volcanic core sat a colossus nearly 5 meters tall. Enveloped in searing flames, the colossus stood as the ultimate dungeon boss. Lava Giant LV-120. HP, 400,000. Attack, 10,000. Defense, 7,000. Skills, Lava Burst, Split Magma Minions, Scorching Domain. Seeing the stats of this massive boss, Lu Jianhe frowned slightly. 40,000 health points plus over 10,000 attack power. Its skills leaned heavily toward fire magic, and it could even summon minions. This monster won't be easy to handle. Guing explained from the side, the lava giant excels at wide area fire attacks. Its basic attacks deal additional burning damage, making it quite troublesome. To take it down, we need a tank to hold it up front while DPS classes attack from behind. But its roasting field skill acts like a semi-passive ability. It slows down and drains health from players in close range, putting immense pressure on healers. After hearing Gu Ying's explanation, Lu Jianhe devised a strategy. He first had Xia Yan, buffed up, step forward to tank the monster. Then he had Bai Ye, Zhao Bingyu, and other ranged units stand by in the rear. Next, I'll attempt to hold the monster's aggro, Lu Jianhe said. My high resilience and positioning will let me dodge some damage. Once the aggro stabilizes, everyone can start dealing damage. Miss Guing, adapt as needed if the boss summons minions. Xiao will coordinate with you to focus fire and clear them. Guing stared at Lu Jianhe in surprise. You mean you're going to be the main tank? But you're clearly a warrior. Can you really withstand the boss's damage? Lu Jianhe replied calmly, we'll find out once we try. Everyone, follow my commands and adapt as needed. Chapter 100, The Assassin's Surprise. With instructions given, the boss fight commenced. To everyone's surprise, Lu Jianhe charged alone toward the lava giant. The colossal form of the giant stood in stark contrast to Lu Jianhe's diminutive figure. But Lu Jianhe showed no panic. He leapt up and slashed the boss with his blade. The boss instantly let out a furious roar, swinging its flaming arms toward Lu Jianhe. Lu Jianhe was struck, a scorching icon appearing above his head. Fortunately, his high resilience meant he only lost health without significant movement speed reduction. I need to get behind the boss. Lu Jianhe's thoughts raced as he swiftly circled around. The enraged boss naturally followed Lu Jianhe's movements, turning its body. The moment its back faced the rest of the team, Lu Jianhe shouted, now! In the next instant, the girls launched their attacks. Xia Yan charged forward, shield raised, slamming into the lava giant. Zhao Bingyu cast frost spells, repeatedly freezing the giant's body. Su Xiaoxiao mounted her spirit wolf, dashing about while firing arrows from her bow to deal a flurry of damage. Equipped with the dragon bone longbow, Su Xiaoxiao's attack power surged significantly. Her sustained damage output proved quite formidable. When Guing saw Lu Jianhe actually tanking the boss's damage, his feelings were quite complicated. His damage output surpassed her own, and his durability rivaled that of a tank. Just how strong was this guy? Suppressing her shock, Guing gripped her dagger and charged toward the boss. With Lu Jianhe taking the scorching damage up front, the girls could unleash their full firepower from behind. To prevent Lu Jianhe from being instantly killed, Zhao Bingyu cast a frost shield over him. Bai Ye also periodically cast spells to boost his resistance and health. This kept Lu Jianhe's health bar at a consistently healthy level. Warning! The boss is about to enter Phase 1 Rage. Guing suddenly shouted. In the next instant, the lava giant erupted with a torrent of molten rock fragments. Each boulder was as large as a millstone, exploding upon impact with the ground. This was beyond Lu Jianghe's ability to withstand. He immediately shouted, "Xia Yan, draw the boss's aggro." Without hesitation, Xia Yan unleashed Dragon's Wrath. Empowered by the immense malevolent energy, the lava giant began launching fierce attacks at Xia Yan. From a distance, Baya instantly revealed her true succubus form, continuously casting healing spells on Xia Yan. The frenzy persisted. Beneath the lava giant, countless small fire creatures split off, spewing molten lava. Like stationary cannons, these firelings relentlessly spewed molten rock, targeting the girls firing from a distance. Guing reacted fastest, immediately shouting to Su Xiaoxiao, "Watch my target. Take out the summons first." Su Xiaoxiao grabbed the spirit wolf's fur, drifting and accelerating as she ran toward Guing. Guing activated Shadow Step again, teleporting behind one of the little fire creatures. Her dagger flashed repeatedly, slicing through its body. Far away, Su Xiaoxiao drew her bow and fired. Her arrows emitted a faint blue glow before erupting in a torrent like a burst of fire. The arrows carried a frost effect, dealing damage while drastically slowing the little fire creature's movement speed. Guing dispatched one fire creature before charging toward another. Simple moves delivered devastating burst damage. Soon, with the two women's coordination, all the little fire creatures were wiped out. Meanwhile, under Xia Yan's relentless resistance, the boss's enrage phase ended, entering its weakened state. Seizing this opportunity, the group unleashed another wave of attacks. By the time the boss rose from the ground, its health was nearly depleted. The boss's body glowed crimson as it let out a furious roar. It seemed poised to enter a second round of berserk mode. But Lu Jianghe had no intention of giving it that chance. He shouted, "Guing! Follow me, force the boss down." Guing watched as Lu Jianghe leapt onto the boss's head like a martial arts master. She wasn't about to be outdone. Her petite frame unleashed astonishing agility, landing lightly on the boss's shoulder with a single leap. Next, Lu Jianghe and Guing launched frenzied attacks, one targeting the giant's neck, the other its head. Finally, before the giant could enter its second berserk phase, they drained its health bar. With a final, unwilling roar, the boss crashed to the ground. Congratulations! Players have defeated the lava giant boss in hard mode. Obtained Giant Heart 1 epic material. Obtained Giant Toe X10 epic material. Obtained Mutated Spine 1 epic material. Compared to the Hell difficulty dungeon, the drop rate on hard mode was pitifully low. This dungeon run didn't even drop any gear. Nothing but materials. But Lu Jianghe had come specifically for these materials. He found a random excuse to distribute the materials among the group. Ding! You invested a giant heart in the beast-eared girl Su Xiaoxiao, triggering a 60x critical return. You have received an investment subsidy, 60 epic giant hearts. Ding! You invested in Xia Yan the dragon girl with 10 giant toes, triggering a 60x critical return. You have received an investment subsidy, giant toes 600. Ding! You invested 1 mutated spine in the succubus Baya, triggering a 60x critical return. You have received an investment subsidy, 60 mutated spines. Immediately after, Su Xiaoxiao devours a giant's heart, gaining attribute bonuses, HP plus 300, attack plus 100, stamina plus 80. Allocation complete. Lu Jianghe obtained a large quantity of rare materials. These materials would normally take months, even half a year, to gather. Yet over half were gathered in a single dungeon run. Lu Jianghe was exceptionally satisfied with this collection efficiency. At this rate, he could easily gather all the equipment materials with just a few more runs. The grind was significantly reduced. Ha! Why haven't we teleported out of the dungeon yet? Just then, Baya's puzzled voice rang out. It's been 5 minutes already. We should have been teleported out by now. Lu Jianghe froze slightly, instinctively lifting his head. The next instant, a thick aura of killing intent erupted from directly above his head. The distance was too close, the speed too swift. Lu Jianghe had no time to react. Watch out! Assassin! Guing burst forward with astonishing speed, shielding Lu Jianghe. A sharp clang rang out. A dagger glistening with dark green poison was flung away. What sent chills down the spine was that after embedding itself into a rock, the dagger slowly sliced through the stone like cutting through butter, carving a crack in the rock. The dark green poison on the dagger held terrifying corrosive power. Damn it, you dodged that one, a sinister voice echoed from the distant rock formations. Immediately after, Sato Makoto emerged, hands in his pockets, striding forward like a high school delinquent. Sato Makoto's appearance caught Lu Jianghe completely off guard. But what made him tense up even more was that Sato Makoto was accompanied by 9 black-clad players dressed as ninjas. Chapter 101, One-Hit Kill. How did they get into the instance? It's the dungeon invasion scroll, Guing said gravely, gripping her dagger in a defensive stance. Sato Makoto actually tracked us here, Zhao Bingyu recognized the intruders, her own face taut with tension. Didn't expect me to track you down here, did you? Sato Makoto sneered at Lu Jianghe. He then let his lecherous gaze sweep over the girls. The humiliation you inflicted on me I'll repay a tenfold. Lu Jianghe, I won't just kill you, I'll toy with your women too. That's the price you pay for crossing me. At these words, the expressions of all the women turned grim. Lu Jianghe, however, remained composed. He noticed the assassin beside Sato Makoto, bloodstains staining both his clothes and weapons. He asked, "Before finding us, how many people did you kill?" Sato Makoto instantly flashed a smug grin. "Not many, just 4 squads. Too bad there were no Dragon Country people in those squads. Otherwise, I could have had even more fun." When using the dungeon invasion scroll, you cannot choose the direction of the dungeon. Which instance you enter is completely random. Sato Makoto had truly lost his mind, seeking revenge against himself. Killing each other despite being fellow Blue Star humans. Such people have no right to continue living. Lu Jianghe's expression turned cold at this thought. Yet Sato Makoto wore an expression of fervent excitement. "Feeling pretty hopeless, huh? I've brought enough powerful warriors to slaughter you all. Are you scared? If you kneel and beg for mercy, I might show mercy and let you die painlessly. Otherwise, you'll become my playthings. I have 100 ways to make you wish you were dead." Sato Makoto looked like a madman, raving like a rabid dog. But in Lu Jianghe's eyes, the guy was nothing but a complete idiot. Yet Lu Jianghe's lips curved upward slightly, revealing a cold smile. "Humph." Sato Makoto, who had been raving, fell silent. "What are you laughing at when death is upon you?" "I'm laughing at how foolish and naive you are. You don't seriously think you can take us down, do you?" The moment Lu Jianghe finished speaking, 25 shadow soldiers surrounded Sato Makoto and his men. Sato Makoto's team flinched momentarily before regaining their composure. Before the operation, they were well aware that Lu Jianghe possessed the ability to summon reinforcements. But knowing was one thing, the murderous intent radiating from these shadow soldiers was overwhelming. Even the assassination specialized players felt a chill run down their spines. It felt like being targeted by a pack of wolves. Sato Makoto remembered how thoroughly he'd been humiliated in front of these shadow soldiers. He snarled, "Move! Take out these shadow soldiers first. Then kill Lu Jianghe." The moment the order was given, Sato Makoto's men instantly transformed into streaks of cold light. They lunged toward the shadow soldiers. Sato Makoto himself was enveloped in a black aura, emitting a piercing shriek like a demon. This time, Sato Makoto believed he was thoroughly prepared. He pulled out several scrolls and tore them open one by one. The next second, multicolored halos enveloped the surrounding assassins. Rage Scroll, upon use, grants allies plus 25% attack, plus 10% attack speed, and significantly reduces pain perception for 5 minutes. Steel Wool Scroll, upon use, grants allies plus 80 tenacity, plus 40% health, and drastically reduces the duration of negative effects for 5 minutes. Courage Scroll, grants allies 300 defense for 10 minutes. With all 3 scrolls used, the assassin's base stats received a substantial boost. But that wasn't all. Sato Makoto pulled another scroll from his backpack, one of exceptional craftsmanship. A purple glow emanated from the scroll, revealing it to be an epic tier scroll. God of War's Body Epic Scroll, upon use, grants allied units triple all attributes, 200% attack bonus, and 80% damage reduction. As the body of the war god was activated, an even more formidable aura erupted from the assassin. They advanced like a tidal wave, overwhelming the shadow soldiers so swiftly they could offer no resistance. Witnessing this, Sato Makoto couldn't help but burst into laughter. "With these trash summons of yours, how dare you challenge me?" The scroll's enhancement also significantly boosted Makoto Ito's power. He drew his katana, glaring defiantly at Lu Jianghe. "Ready to become the next soul on my blade?" Lu Jianghe couldn't be bothered to engage with this lunatic. He slowly reached out and wrapped his arm around Zhao Bingyu's shoulder. Zhao Bingyu stiffened, her heart racing wildly. But it was Lu Jianghe's voice that reached her ears. "Bingyu, I'll transfer my energy to you. Use an area of effect spell to take them out." Zhao Bingyu nodded and immediately began chanting her spell. At that moment, Makoto Ito remained immersed in his delusion of invincibility. His assassin subordinates appeared to be trading blows evenly with the shadow soldiers. In reality, they were being dragged down in place, unable to break free. 3 seconds later, the temperature around Ito Makoto plummeted. Frost spread visibly beneath their feet. A wind arose, carrying ice crystals as it rapidly formed a vortex-like cyclone in their vicinity. As the vortex spun, the temperature plummeted further. Realizing the dire situation, the assassins cried out in alarm. "Damn it! It's an ice-based area spell. Damn it! Didn't our resilience increase? Why are we still being slowed so drastically? Quick, take out the shadow soldiers and get away from the spell center. Damn it, it's too late." Held back by the shadow soldiers, the assassins couldn't escape in time. The power of the frost storm rapidly spread, freezing air carrying terrifying force crashing down. As the frost vortex reached its peak concentration, it shattered like broken glass, exploding in an instant. The frost blast unleashed astonishing power, like an icy missile. It detonated with a thunderous roar amidst the crowd. 5-digit damage numbers floated above the assassins' heads. Almost instantly, everyone's health bars drained to critical levels. But that wasn't the worst part. The frost blast simultaneously froze the assassin's body. unable to move and with attack speed drastically reduced. The shadow soldiers, who had been under pressure, seized their chance. Blades slashed relentlessly across their bodies. Amidst waves of agonized screams, the assassins fell one by one. Lu Jianghe had never intended to spare these islanders. His order to the shadow soldiers was to exterminate them all. What was expected to be a fierce battle ended abruptly with Zhao Bingyu's single, decisive shot. As the assassins fell one after another, Sato Makoto, finally coming to his senses, turned deathly pale and began shaking violently. His arrogance vanished completely. Instead, he was plunged into profound despair. We lost again? How could this happen? I was thoroughly prepared. Even the strongest assassin in the family was sent, and still it failed. Why? I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept it. Chapter 102, The Promise. Whether you accept it or not doesn't matter. Sato Makoto suddenly found himself surrounded by a ring of burly men in black. The assassins from the island nation had already been taken out by the shadow soldiers. Now, they were coming for Sato Makoto. Sato Makoto snapped out of his daze, his face instantly contorting with terror. What do you think you're doing? If you dare lay a finger on me, the Sato family will never let you off. Please don't kill me. I don't want to die. At this moment, Sato Makoto regretted everything. The first-rank experts he had brought in were all killed, and now he himself was at their mercy. He suddenly realized the stupidity of his actions. Why did he have to provoke the demon Lu Jianghe? Entering this dungeon was nothing short of suicide. You can't kill me. Sato Makoto abandoned all dignity in his terror. Let me go. I won't bother you again, okay? I'm the sole heir of the Sato family. My death won't benefit you. Let me go, and we'll call it even. Lu Jianghe said nothing, merely staring intently at Sato Makoto. Lu Jianghe was a man of two principles: he either didn't do something at all, or he saw it through to the end. Whether you're Sato or Yuto, if you deserve to die, you die. The next instant, the shadow soldiers surrounding Sato Makoto raised their blades. In the glare of utter despair, he was hacked to death. Sato Makoto was dead as a doornail. He brought this upon himself. Lu Jianghe felt no remorse whatsoever. Instead, he picked up the items dropped from Sato Makoto with keen interest. Killing one's own kind yielded no experience, and only one item could drop at most. Divine Punishment Scroll Epic, after a 10-second charge, summons a bolt of retributive lightning to deal 300,000 true damage to a single target. This scroll can only be used against elite level or higher monsters and cannot target players. Can only be used once per target. Lu Jianghe's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected to get something decent. The Divine Punishment Scroll was undoubtedly a powerful tool for finishing off bosses. 300,000 true damage meant it could bypass the boss's defenses and directly shave off 300,000 HP. Such scrolls were extremely rare, typically reserved only for defeating mutated bosses. But for Lu Jianghe, even the most valuable items could yield returns dozens of times greater through strategic investment. Thus, the efficiency of his upcoming leveling grind would see a quantum leap thanks to the Divine Punishment Scroll. He quickly looted the corpses of other islanders. Nothing else of value was found. With that done, the instance teleportation activated once more. The group exited the instance while the corpses of Sato Makoto and the others vanished completely during the instance's respawn. Perfectly obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. Upon exiting the instance, a crowd of foreigners had gathered outside. After some inquiries, they learned these foreigners had all encountered situations where their friends' teams entered the dungeon but never emerged alive. Without a doubt, these friends were the players killed by Sato Makoto's group. Facing a madman like Sato Makoto, Lu Jianghe felt utterly helpless. The only silver lining was that Sato Makoto was now dead. This madman would never harm anyone again. They rested briefly outside the instance. The group re-entered the dungeon to level up. Lu Jianghe was now less than 5% of the experience points needed to reach level 91. Each successful dungeon run granted roughly 40% experience. Leveling becomes increasingly difficult as one advances a universal truth for all players. Zhao Bingyu used the Divine Punishment Scroll, dealing 300,000 damage to the hard mode dungeon boss and triggering a 60x investment return. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 60 Divine Punishment Scrolls Epic. Congratulations to the player for defeating the hard mode dungeon boss, Lava Giant. Acquired Giant Heart 1 Epic Material. Obtained Giant's Toe X8 Epic Material. Obtained Gold Grade Giant's Breastplate. Upon clearing the dungeon for the second time, materials were obtained along with a piece of equipment. Unfortunately, it's only gold tier, so none of the party members can use it. No choice but to stash it back in the backpack and look for an opportunity to sell it. The second dungeon run smoothly leveled Lu Jianghe up to 91. Excluding Zhao Bingyu and Guing, who were already second-class players. The team's average level had now reached 87. The leveling efficiency was truly astonishing. The goal of achieving first-class status before the War Academy selection began was steadily approaching. For the next several days, Lu Jianghe led the team deep into the dungeons. They set out for dungeons at daybreak every morning and didn't return to the stronghold for rest until the sun set. This routine persisted for a full week. While their levels skyrocketed, their spirits began to wane. Even the smartest kids get dull if they only grind monsters without playing smart. After clearing the dungeon one more time, Lu Junha decided to let the group relax and rest for a day. The girls cheered enthusiastically upon hearing the news. Even the aloof beauties like Guing and Zhao Bingyu couldn't hide their excited smiles. Especially Guing, she'd witnessed the terrifying strength of Lu Junha's team firsthand during this period. For most teams, clearing a dungeon twice in a day was considered highly efficient. But Lu Junha's team could clear it 4 or 5 times in a single day. Their efficiency was terrifying. Even though she was already at level 105, she'd managed to gain a full 2 levels during this period, reaching level 107. If she'd leveled up with her own group, it would have taken at least a month to achieve the same results. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying this team seemed. Oh, right. Old Mu messaged yesterday saying he'd finished crafting a set of gear and wanted us to come pick it up, Lu Junha suddenly mentioned during dinner. The girls immediately started chattering excitedly, speculating whose gear it could be. Who would look better wearing it, and such topics. Lu Junha wasn't interested in such topics, lost in his own thoughts. The materials for the set had mostly been gathered by Old Mu, with quite a surplus remaining. Only one material was still insufficient, Starstone ore. Starstone wasn't found in the Giant's Outpost dungeon. To gather it, one had to venture into the wilds of Black Canyon. Lu Junha planned to make a trip there soon. After a week of continuous leveling, Lu Junha had reached level 98, just a step away from his first-class advancement. The other girls were similarly leveled between 95 and 98. After class advancement, each would receive a set of platinum gear. Given their current battle merits, qualifying for the War Academy selection should be fairly secure. Lost in thought, Lu Junha suddenly felt someone tugging at his sleeve. He turned to see Guing staring at him with a grim expression. "My stomach hurts. I'm heading back," Guing said, clutching her abdomen as if enduring some kind of pain. Seeing her state, Lu Junha immediately recalled her serpentine heritage. Guing seemed to be nearing her molting period, her legs transforming into a serpent's tail as part of the metamorphosis. Lu Junha had no intention of intervening prematurely. She nodded and said, "Then I'll walk you back. It'll give us a chance to rest." Guing unconsciously swayed her hips, hesitating for a moment before finally nodding. On the way back to her place, Lu Junha tried to ask about her condition. But the only response he got was just a simple stomachache. Lu Junha felt rather helpless about this and could only say solemnly, "Miss Guing, rest assured. No matter what happens, you can trust me. If you encounter any problems you can't resolve, I'll do everything in my power to help you." Chapter 103, Dark Dragon Master Set. Guing felt a bit flustered by Lu Junha's earnest promise. Still, she nodded softly, committing his words to heart. After seeing Guing home, Lu Junha led the other girls to Master Mu's blacksmith shop. Before they even entered, Old Mu's excited voice echoed from inside. "Ha! It's done! My most splendid creation yet." Lu Junha pushed open the door at just the right moment, only to find Old Mu cradling a set of dark armor, admiring it alone. He even planted 2 kisses on the armor. Master Mu was caught off guard by Lu Junha and the others' sudden arrival. He immediately wore an awkward expression and promptly wiped the saliva off the armor. "Young brother Lu, you're back so early." Lu Junha nodded and changed the subject. "Master Mu, we're here to check on the progress of the equipment forging." A week had passed since the equipment forging commission. The first set of gear had been completed. Master Mu cleared his throat solemnly before placing the dark black armor into a nearby display case. Inside the display case, a full set of gear comprising a war helmet, chestplate, war boots, and 3 other components came into view. "Welcome to admire my proudest creation. A full legendary prefix, platinum tier set. I name it the Dark Dragon Rider set." The moment the words fell, the room fell silent. Lu Junha stared at the set with burning eyes. Platinum tier sets were powerful, but platinum sets with legendary prefixes were exceptionally rare. Currently, there are only 2 types of equipment prefixes, refined and legendary. Equipment with affixes boasts higher stats than comparable gear of the same tier. The highest chance to obtain a legendary prefix. And this platinum set before him was a full legendary prefix set. This means the value of this set is beyond measure. "It's Dragon King Bone Powder," Old Mu declared with pride. "I incorporated Dragon King Bone Powder during the forging process. Combined with the exceptionally abundant materials you provided, I was able to bring this masterpiece into existence. As expected of Master Mu, you're incredible." Lu Junha gave him a huge thumbs up. He then proceeded to examine the set's attributes. This set was undoubtedly crafted specifically for Lu Junha. Opening the equipment panel, the formidable stat bonuses made Lu Junha gasp in astonishment. Legendary Platinum Set, Dark Dragon Master. Comprising 6 components: boots, helmet, chestplate, shoulder guards, leg guards, cloak. The combined attributes for the full 6-piece set were as follows. Stat 1, health plus 50,000. Attribute 2, defense plus 10,000. Attribute 3, attack power plus 10,000. Attribute 4, stamina plus 5,000. Attribute 5, 50% damage reduction across all attributes. Holy crap, what terrifying base stat bonuses. Even Lu Jianghe, who'd seen it all, was stunned by the sheer power of this gear's stats. The HP alone had increased by 50,000, while the attack and defense bonuses had reached the terrifying threshold of breaking 1,000. But the most mind-blowing part was the bonus from Attribute 5. A whopping 50% damage reduction across all attributes. This meant the player wearing this set would become an absolute tank. Even the base stats alone were already overwhelmingly powerful. Lu Jianghe suppressed his surging excitement and continued examining the set effects. The set effects did not disappoint either. Effect 1, Dragon Flame Cloak passive skill automatically activates upon taking damage, periodically burning surrounding enemies and dealing sustained fire damage. Effect 2, increases attack power by 50% and grants 30% true damage to normal attacks. Effect 3, gains a shield with 10,000 durability every 10 seconds. Health only decreases when the shield is broken. Lu Jianghe was stunned after reading the set's effects. The passive skill dealing area damage was bad enough. But to also grant a ridiculously overpowered 5,000 attack and an extra 30% true damage? The set bonus alone could push his attack power to 15,000 points. At Lu Jianghe's level, most players didn't even have 15,000 HP. Yet his attack power was already nearing 20,000. The third effect of the set is equally insane. Though the shield only provided 10,000 HP, it refreshed every 10 seconds. This meant that every 10 seconds, a 10,000 point health shield would wrap around Lu Jianghe's health bar. Unless the shield is broken, it's impossible to inflict any real damage on him. This set is just too powerful. Lu Jianghe couldn't help but exclaim. It wasn't just him, the other girls, upon seeing the gear stats, also shouted in disbelief. Old Mu beside him grinned from ear to ear, utterly delighted. As a legendary craftsman, having his most formidable gear worn by the finest warrior was a source of immense pride. Lu Jianghe, having taken the gear, prepared to pay for it as agreed. But the moment he saw the bill, he was stunned. Legendary Platinum Set, Dark Dragon Rider, delivery price, 50 million blue star coins after 45% discount. Holy crap, that's ridiculously expensive. Lu Jianghe was startled, especially since this was the discounted price. But considering this was rare gear with a legendary prefix, it made sense. 50 million blue star coins was no small sum, most people couldn't afford it. Fortunately, Lu Jianghe was no ordinary person. After decisively swiping his card to pay, Lu Jianghe obtained this powerful platinum set. Equipping the new set brought a qualitative leap in Lu Jianghe's strength. Now, even facing a level 1 player, he felt confident he could defeat them with ease. Leaving the blacksmith's shop, Lu Jianghe and his companions headed to the trading market. After selling off all the unused materials and equipment they carried, they returned to the inn to rest. The following day unfolded in a relaxed and leisurely manner for the group. Some went shopping, others slept in. Until night fell. Just as Lu Jianghe was dozing off on the sofa, a communication request suddenly jolted him awake. The call came from an unfamiliar number. After answering, he heard Gu Ying's slightly trembling voice on the other end. Lu Jianghe, do you have time right now? I need your help. Lu Jianghe instantly sobered up and immediately asked, how are you? Are you okay? At that moment, at Gu Ying's residence, in a dimly lit room, Gu Ying was drenched in sweat, her trembling hands holding the phone. The faint glow from the phone illuminated the lower half of her body. Her legs had vanished entirely, replaced by a slender, jade-white serpent tail. The tail still writhed slowly, its surface visibly shedding transparent scales. Supporting her body with one hand, Gu Ying spoke to Lu Jianghe on the other end of the line, her voice trembling slightly. Lu Jianghe, you said before you didn't dislike demi-humans, right? Actually, I am. You're a subhuman. A snake subhuman, right? Lu Jianghe cut straight to the point. Chapter 104, The Snake Woman's Transformation. Before Gu Ying could react, Lu Jianghe continued, you know my squad is made up entirely of demi-humans. I don't discriminate against any subhuman. On the contrary, I believe you're no different from anyone else. Lu Jianghe spoke with utmost sincerity. This instantly calmed Gu Ying, who had been feeling somewhat tense. Even the intense, tearing pain beneath her subsided considerably. I'm coming over now, Lu Jianghe said as he quickly stood up. If there's anything, we'll talk about it face to face. After hanging up, Gu Ying instinctively curled up beneath the covers. She felt flustered and anxious about Lu Jianghe's imminent arrival. Yet the physical agony made her yearn for his arrival. In her current physical state, only Lu Jianghe could help her. But what if he despised her current appearance? Gu Ying glanced at her white snake-like tail and felt her anxiety surge once more. It was already 20 minutes later when he arrived at the building where Gu Ying lived. Her home was on the top floor of a low-rise apartment building without an elevator. Lu Jianghe sprinted up to the top floor. Before he could knock, the door swung open on its own. The lights were off inside, casting the room in deep shadow. A long, slender shape flickered into view, darting into Gu Ying's bedroom. "Gu Ying, I'm coming in," Lu Jianghe called out as a formality. But there was no response. Closing the door behind him, Lu Jianghe made his way toward Gu Ying's room. Opening the door, he saw Gu Ying, her face pale. She was wrapped in her quilt, her entire body shaking violently. Beneath the covers, a bulge stood out, unusually large, as if something was hidden inside. Lu Jianghe showed no sign of surprise at this sight, instead walking toward Gu Ying. Gu Ying, currently enduring immense pain, was barely conscious. When she sensed someone approaching, she instinctively lifted her head. Her pupils, which had been normal human pupils, had now transformed into vertical slits with a white sheen. The sight was eerily unsettling. "Don't worry, it's me," Lu Jianghe patted Gu Ying's shoulder. But the moment his touch landed, it was as if he'd flipped a switch. Gu Ying couldn't help but let out a soft moan as her entire body twisted and writhed. The frequency of her movements was unlike that of ordinary people, a truly serpentine waste. The strange sensation made Lu Jianghe's expression instantly turn peculiar. It was said that in the other world, the Snake Maiden clan possessed the most supple waists. They wielded enchanting spells through bold, revealing dances. Many powerful factions kept Snake Maidens captive to satisfy various desires. "Have you had enough of touching?" Gu Ying glared at the dazed Lu Jianghe with a hint of resentment. Her tone carried a hint of grievance. Snapping back to reality, Lu Jianghe gave an awkward smile and hurriedly asked Gu Ying if she was feeling unwell. "No matter how hard I try, the snakeskin just won't shed," Gu Ying whispered, lowering her voice. "Are you afraid of snakes? Does this look scare you?" As she spoke, Gu Ying lifted a corner of the blanket on her own, revealing a segment of a pure white, still twitching snake tail. The tail was as pure as jade, not a speck of grime in sight. Layers of scales covered it, each perfectly proportioned in size. Far from frightening, the tail was actually quite beautiful to behold. This time, Lu Jianghe didn't let his mind wander. He immediately activated his true sight eye to examine Gu Ying's condition. The reason Gu Ying couldn't shed her skin was simple. Since awakening her serpentine bloodline, Gu Ying had never once revealed her true snake human form. This had left her with almost no effective control over her serpent tail. Now that she had reached the molting stage, nervousness and inexperience caused her to get stuck. Lu Jianghe explained the reason to Gu Ying. After hearing this, Gu Ying lay face down on the pillow, falling silent. "I'm afraid others will see me as a monster, so I've never dared to reveal my serpent tail. Not even to Grandpa Mu and the others. I couldn't tell them, afraid I'd scare them." "Then why did you tell me?" Lu Jianghe asked. Gu Ying lowered her head and whispered, "Because you have so many half-human sisters around you. Others treat demi-humans like plague-ridden monsters, scrambling to avoid them. But you're different." Lu Jianghe chuckled, then pointed seriously at Gu Ying's snake tail. "You can't shed this layer of skin yourself. I'll have to help you manually. Next time before shedding, just walk around in your snake form more often and you won't have any issues." Gu Ying froze slightly, her voice tinged with shyness. "This is my first time shedding. I don't know how to do it." Lu Jianghe gave a wry smile. "Just let your tail hang out, lie still on the bed, and it'll be over quickly." Gu Ying stared blankly at Lu Jianghe for 3 full seconds before shyly burying her head back under the covers. Then, a 2-meter-long white snake tail emerged from beneath the covers. "Ahem, I'll start then," Lu Jianghe reminded her, but Gu Ying seemed not to hear him, remaining perfectly still. With no other choice, Lu Jianghe began the process. Truthfully, Lu Jianghe had little experience helping snake maidens shed their skin. However, with his true sight eye to assist him, there shouldn't be any major mishaps. Halfway through the shedding process, Gu Ying let out a faint moan from beneath the covers. The tip of her tail lashed back and forth like a disobedient child. At that moment, Gu Ying felt so ashamed she wanted to crawl into a hole. The strange sensation from her skin tearing made it hard for her to hold back, causing her to keep making odd sounds. She struggled to crawl out from under the covers and looked at Lu Jianghe. But Lu Jianghe's face was equally flushed with embarrassment, looking like he was about to lose control. Are you okay?" Gu Ying asked, her voice trembling. Lu Jianghe swallowed hard. I can hold on, but you really shouldn't make any more noise. It's getting tough to handle." Hearing this, Gu Ying felt utterly mortified. She burrowed deeper under the covers and refused to emerge. Finally, after a full 2 hours of treatment, the skin on Gu Ying's snaketail had finally shed completely. The pure white snaketail appeared renewed, radiating a vibrant energy. Gu Ying, drenched in sweat, huddled under the covers, only her head peeking out. Her cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment, and she kept stealing glances at Lu Jianghe. As for Lu Jianghe, he sat nearby, gulping down mineral water. Helping a snake woman shed her skin was a technical job, requiring not only nimble fingers but also immense composure. At that moment, Lu Jianghe felt an overwhelming thirst. "Thank you, Lu Jianghe. You're a good person," Gu Ying murmured softly after resting for a while. Lu Jianghe waved it off nonchalantly. "Helping others brings me joy. By the way, Gu Ying, did you awaken any new abilities during this molting?" Guing paused, suddenly realizing that her attributes had undergone remarkable changes after shedding her skin. Chapter 105, Healing the Snake Woman. Guing shared her attribute panel with Lu Jianghe. As an assassin class, Gu Ying's base health was a paltry 5,000 points without any gear. After this molting, her health surged directly to 10,000 points. Her attack power also surged by 3,000, while her stamina attribute increased by 1,000. Beyond this, Gu Ying gained an additional bloodline skill. Serpent God's Disguise continuously consumes spirit to grant allies within a 5-meter radius an advanced stealth state. Allies under this effect slowly regenerate health and spirit. The stealth state automatically ends when the user's spirit runs out. Holy crap, another god tier skill. After reading the new skill description, Lu Jianghe's face lit up with excitement. Group stealth was an absolutely powerful skill, whether for concealment or infiltration assassination. With this skill, Lu Jianghe's squad would gain significantly more tactical flexibility. A very practical skill, Lu Jianghe said, his eyes fixed intently on Guing. Why don't you stay with our team? Don't leave. My team desperately needs someone with your talents. Guing felt a bit flustered under Lu Jianghe's gaze. She pulled the blanket tighter around herself. I'm not as good as you think. This skill drains my energy too much. With my current stats, I can't hold it for more than 10 seconds before it fades. It's practically useless. Not enough stamina? That was even less of a problem. Lu Jianghe, however, wore the expression of a mischievous uncle coaxing a minor. Young man, do you crave power? Do you crave the power to one-shot bosses with unlimited stamina? What do you want? Guing looked at him warily. Lu Jianghe solemnly held out his palm. Join me. I'll let you grasp your own future. Guing was momentarily dumbfounded by Lu Jianghe's sudden seriousness. I need to think about it, Guing murmured, lowering his head. My brain works slowly. Let me really consider this. No need to think about it. Experience it for yourself and you'll understand, Lu Jianghe grinned mischievously. The next second, the mental bond activated. An invisible link spread from Lu Jianghe's body, instantly connecting to Guing. Guing, still somewhat weakened from her recent molting, suddenly felt a surge of intense heat flood through her body. The sensation was intensely intoxicating, instantly flushing her cheeks crimson. Her pink, full lips parted slightly, emitting an indescribably sensual moan. What's happening? What's wrong with me? So hot, feels like my stomach is about to swell up. It took her a while to adjust before she gradually calmed down. Her serpent tail twitched slightly, her entire body limp as if devoid of bones. Now take another look at your attribute panel, Lu Jianghe said with a smile, and see what's changed. Guing opened her profile with a faint, weary effort. The next second, her eyes widened in shock. Her attribute panel had undergone a complete transformation. Her health points, once under 20,000, had skyrocketed to over 100,000. Her attack power had skyrocketed to 20,000, while her defense was nearing 10,000. Her original stamina attribute had been around 2,000. But now, it had skyrocketed to 5,000. Faced with such staggering attribute changes, Guing froze in place, her mind going completely blank. After a long wait, she finally looked at Lu Jianghe in a daze. You did this? Lu Jianghe nodded calmly. This is my squad skill. The more outstanding the squad members are, the higher the attribute bonuses they receive. Right now, it's just me. If I called Xia Yan and the others over, the boost would be even more terrifying. Guing stared blankly at Lu Jianghe. Her thoughts churned with complex emotions. As an orphan raised on the Abyss battlefield who had never set foot on Blue Star, Gu Ying's personality inevitably carried a hint of aloofness. Although Captain Liang Xiong treated her well and both Elder Mu and Major Qin Mu looked out for her, the sense of loneliness never truly faded. Later, Captain Liang and the others repeatedly urged her to pursue advanced studies at the War Academy. Guing interpreted this as them no longer needing her. Fearing the loss of her comrades and elders, she had always resisted going to the War Academy. Until now, Lu Jianghe's appearance had brought a glimmer of warmth back to her heart, which had been shrouded in loneliness. He didn't discriminate against her snake woman identity and genuinely helped her. This gave Guing a profound sense of security. Especially when he helped her shed her skin, it stirred an unusual feeling within her. The nervousness of such close contact with a man offered her an experience she had never known before. Perhaps staying with him was a good decision after all. So, what do you say, Gu, my lovely? Lu Jianghe chuckled. Join us. I swear you won't regret it. Okay, Guing nodded softly. She promptly climbed out from under the covers. She opened her arms, white as jade, and gave Lu Jianghe a big hug. Then I look forward to working with you, Captain Lu Jianghe. Great. Guing joining the squad was undoubtedly excellent news. As an assassin-type female player, she perfectly complemented Lu Jianghe, becoming the team's second highest damage-dealing melee companion. Moreover, as an assassin, Guing could also anticipate dangers in advance and dismantle traps. With her on board, the future looked bright. With night falling, Lu Jianghe was invited to stay the night. The night passed without incident. When Lu Jianghe awoke from his slumber, he felt as though his body had been bound. Opening his eyes, he witnessed a scene that made his blood boil. Guing, clad in a sheer pink nightgown, was pressed tightly against Lu Jianghe's body. Everything visible and invisible was laid bare before his eyes. A white snake-like tail wrapped around Lu Jianghe's lower body, occasionally writhing. Lu Jianghe instinctively struggled. But Guing murmured in her sleep, "So cold. I need warmth." As everyone knows, snakes are cold-blooded creatures. They only regain vitality after warming themselves against high-temperature objects. Lu Jianghe's warrior physique was the perfect source of heat. To Guing, Lu Jianghe now felt like a giant sun. His scorching heat made it impossible for her to pull away. The more Lu Jianghe struggled, the tighter Guing clung to him. While suffocating, she simultaneously reveled in the astonishing elasticity of the snake girl's slender frame. This agony bliss lasted nearly 10 minutes. Only when Guing suddenly snapped back to reality did she release Lu Jianghe, her face flushed crimson. After this little incident, their relationship had unknowingly taken another step forward. The following day passed in a relatively relaxed atmosphere for everyone. Guing tidied her room and moved in to live with Lu Jianghe and the others. She had now resolved to join Lu Jianghe's squad and set her sights on gaining admission to the War Academy. Upon hearing the news, Liang Xiong, Old Mu, and the others were all quite pleased. Chapter 106, Public Humiliation. As for the other girls in Lu Jianghe's squad, they naturally welcomed Gu Ying's addition. Though not particularly talkative, Guing consistently shielded the fragile classes during every battle. This earned her considerable goodwill among the team. After a full day of rest, the next morning, Lu Jianghe's squad regrouped once more. This time, their destination was no longer the Giants' Outpost instance. Instead, they headed for the wilderness training grounds known as Black Canyon, located northwest of the fortress. Legend has it that in ancient times, a primordial giant fell in the abyssal battlefield. Its blood spilled across a mountain range, forming what is now known as Black Canyon. Though teeming with monsters, Black Canyon also abounds with rare materials. The most renowned among them was the Starstone ore. Lu Jianghe, having prepared his mining gear, was about to call out to the girls nearby who were purchasing potions and items. Suddenly, an argument erupted. He looked in the direction of the noise. Zhao Bingyu was being surrounded by several people. Lu Jianghe frowned slightly, recognizing one man and one woman among them. Sun Qian and Wu Qiliang from Qinglong War Academy, who were in the same class as Zhao Bingyu. Sun Qian sneered in a particularly sharp tone, "No wonder you refused to team up with us, turns out you're dating a rich guy now. How does it feel to be our aloof goddess Bingyu, being capped? Must be incredibly satisfying, huh? Heard the sugar daddies getting you each a custom outfit worth tens of millions. TSK, how enviable." Though Zhao Bingyu was aloof, she wasn't one for quick retorts. Her face darkened, her lips trembling with anger. Yet for a moment, she couldn't think of how to retort. Wu Qiliang, standing nearby, shot her a look brimming with contempt. "Zhao Bingyu, I used to think you were a pure, ice-clear girl. But I never imagined you'd not only join a random team, but also get kept by that rich kid Lu Jianghe. You! Have you slept with him already? Why else would he spend so much money on gear for you?" Wu Qiliang's eyes brimmed with contempt. Deep down, he was nearly consumed by jealous rage. He had originally pulled strings to contact the only legendary craftsman within the bastion. He planned to commission a slightly better set of gear for himself and get Sun Qian a decent weapon too. Though it stung his wallet, the thought of getting Sun Qian into bed made him grit his teeth and prepare to bleed. After all that effort, he was told the legendary blacksmith wasn't taking any new commissions. Wu Qiliang pulled strings and inquired through the blacksmith's apprentice. That's when he learned a rich guy named Lu Jianghe had placed a massive order. He wanted a high-quality platinum set crafted for every member of his team. Learning this, Wu Qiliang was green with envy. Why should the legendary blacksmith prioritize crafting gear for Lu Jianghe? Lu Jianghe was secretly a rich kid, and he was getting his teammates each a full set of gear. The pressure instantly fell on Wu Qiliang's team. The squad members were undoubtedly envious of Lu Jianghe's team. One female player even blurted out, "If only I were on Lu Jianghe's team." This instantly made Wu Qiliang feel embarrassed. Wu Qiliang himself was also a rich kid, but he wasn't wealthy enough to custom order a full set of gear for each of his teammates. Sun Qian, Wu Qiliang's girlfriend, was seething with jealousy. Unable to speak ill of Lu Jianghe directly. Instead, she relentlessly slandered Zhao Bingyu. She hurled vile insults, calling her a kept woman of a nouveau riche, a shameless, and worse. After being exposed to this for some time, Wu Qiliang gradually began to believe Sun Qian's words. Now, upon suddenly encountering Zhao Bingyu, he couldn't help but hurl insults at her. The shouting drew a crowd of onlookers. Just as Zhao Bingyu stood there unsure how to handle the situation, Lu Jianghe pushed through the crowd and came to Zhao Bingyu's side. Left isolated and helpless, Zhao Bingyu suddenly felt grounded. Almost instinctively, she clung to Lu Jianghe's arm, her entire body settling into a sense of security. Lu Jianghe's gaze turned icy as he fixed it on Sun Qian and Wu Qiliang. A chilling intent to kill radiated from him, casting shadows in the surrounding darkness. His gaze instantly locked onto Sun Qian and Wu Qiliang. The two felt as though the air around them had dropped several degrees. Their scalps instantly tingled. "You dare bully my people?" Lu Jianghe's voice was icy cold. "Have you grown tired of living?" Facing Lu Jianghe's accusation, Sun Qian wisely took a step back, hiding behind Wu Qiliang. Wu Qiliang's face alternated between pale and flushed. He frantically tried to convince himself Lu Jianghe wouldn't dare make a move here. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "Lu Jianghe, are you trying to destroy your own kind? We haven't violated any rules within the fortress. We're merely stating a fact. If Xiao Bingyu wasn't your kept woman, then why on earth would you be custom ordering gear for her? TSK, Lu Jianghe, you really know how to splash the cash. Dropping millions on gear for that cheap woman just to pick up chicks." The barrage of accusations left Xiao Bingyu's lips turning pale. Her eyes welled up slightly as her body shook violently. Faced with this scene, Lu Jianghe remained utterly unflustered. He merely smiled faintly, suddenly wrapping his arms around Xiao Bingyu. Then, with a defiant look, he turned to Wu Qiliang and said, "You idiot. I'm not married, how could I possibly be keeping a mistress? You're just jealous that your school's goddess is on my squad, while you're stuck chasing after that ugly hag Sun Qian. Ha! Feeling a bit sour, huh?" These words sent emotions spiraling in opposite directions. Wu Qiliang was instantly enraged, his face contorted in fury as if he might explode at any moment. Meanwhile, Sun Qian, hiding behind him, suffered a massive blow to her psyche. After putting on makeup, she was easily a 7 out of 10 in beauty. Yet in Lu Jianghe's mouth, she was reduced to a ugly duckling? How dare he speak to her like that? She was furious. In stark contrast to Wu Qiliang and Sun Qian stood Xiao Bingyu. At that moment, Xiao Bingyu was nestled obediently in Lu Jianghe's embrace. She could feel the strength radiating from his arms. Glancing sideways at the boy protecting her, Xiao Bingyu felt as if she were melting in that instant. A powerful wave of happiness washed over her. Seeing Xiao Bingyu lying contentedly in Lu Jianghe's embrace, Wu Qiliang's suppressed rage finally snapped. He instinctively drew his weapon and snarled at Lu Jianghe. "I'll kill you, Lu Jianghe. Not today, not tomorrow, but someday I will kill you." Lu Jianghe's gaze grew even colder. "Want to kill me? The last one who threatened to finish me off vanished without a trace. If you truly wish to kill me, then I'll have to take you out first." Yet, at this tense moment of heightened tension, a particularly solemn voice rang out from the horizon. "Who do you intend to kill?" The deep voice boomed from the heavens, reverberating like thunder in Wu Qiliang's ears. Wu Qiliang, who had been seething with rage, let out a piercing scream as his eyes instantly cleared. Chapter 107, First Entry into the Black Canyon. "It's Lieutenant Colonel Qin Mu." Someone in the crowd shouted. Qin Mu, leading a guard unit, strode forward to stand before the assembled crowd. The formidable aura radiating from the strongman pressed down on Wu Qiliang, Sun Qian, and the others, turning their faces pale and causing their legs to tremble slightly. Lu Jianghe, however, remained utterly composed. Qin Mu stepped before Wu Qiliang, towering over him as he demanded, "I'll ask you one more time, who do you intend to kill inside the fortress?" Fighting inside the fortress was a serious offense. Realizing his mistake, Wu Qiliang instantly froze in terror. His voice trembling, he bowed his head. "Major Qin, you've misunderstood. I didn't say anything." In front of Qin Mu, Wu Qiliang had become a complete pushover. Of course, he wasn't incapable of standing his ground, it was just that the cost was beyond what he could bear. Seeing Wu Qiliang's servile demeanor, Qin Mu snorted coldly and waved him off. "Do this again, and you're out of this fortress." Wu Qiliang left, scrambling away in a panic. His squad members followed suit, leaving in considerable embarrassment. With the commotion over, the gathered players dispersed. Xiao Bingyu awkwardly climbed out of Lu Jianghe's embrace. She felt a mix of embarrassment and lingering desire. Especially when she saw the envious looks from her sisters, her heart began to race. "Are you guys heading out of town to level up?" Qin Mu approached Lu Jianghe and asked. Lu Jianghe nodded. "Heading to Death Canyon." Qin Mu understood. "Be careful on the road. Wishing you smooth sailing." Then he lowered his voice and added, "Don't you dare bully that girl Guing, or I won't let you off the hook." Lu Jianghe chuckled. Relax. I'll treat her well." After this brief exchange, Lu Jianghe and his group summoned their spirit steeds. They galloped out of the city under the envious gazes of fellow players. They journeyed without pause, and after 40 minutes, they entered a realm shrouded in darkness. Black rocks, black forests. Even the skies were shrouded in a hazy gray mist. In the distance, countless jagged peaks loomed vaguely. The largest pair of peaks appeared cleaved apart by some immense force, forming a colossal canyon between them. The Black Canyon had been reached. No sooner had they dismounted than a creature burst forth from the boulder-strewn terrain nearby. It was a goblin, but its body was black, as if encased in rock. Blackrock Goblin LV90. HP 10,000. Attack 800. Defense 3,000. Skills: Rock Skin, Summon Allies, Poison Claws. This creature is a mutated species dwelling in the Black Canyon. Typically high health, low attack power. As the goblin let out a shrill scream, more black rock goblins charged forward. Seeing the women assume battle stances, Lu Jianghe hastily waved his hands and said, "Today's objective is to harvest Starstone Oregon. These monsters yield little experience and are tough to kill. No need to waste time on them. Guing, it's up to you now." Lu Jianghe looked at Guing, who nodded with a slight blush. "Alright, I can handle it." In the next instant, the team members' vitality attributes were swiftly drawn from their bodies. Like a flood, it poured into Gu Ying's body. Ugh! Even though she was fully prepared, Gu Ying couldn't help but let out a strange sound. Her face flushed as she glanced at her attribute panel. Her stamina attribute skyrocketed to 20,000 points. The next instant, the Serpent God's disguise skill activated. The group's figures vanished from the air at a speed visible to the naked eye. The group's stealth skill concealed their traces. Of course, this invisibility could still be seen among allies. The goblins who had charged forward were instantly bewildered, unsure where their enemies had vanished to. Under Lu Jianghe's command, the group bypassed the Black Rock goblins and advanced toward the Black Canyon. Their abundant stamina allowed the group's stealth effect to persist for an extended period. The concealed party repeatedly passed monsters within the canyon. Most of these creatures were black in color, many of them fast asleep. Without disturbance from outsiders, the creatures typically entered a state of hibernation. They walked for nearly half an hour. Lu Jianghe, who was leading the way, felt someone tug at his sleeve. Turning his head, he saw Guing gesturing to him. Guing pointed to a small path branching off to the side, leading downward, indicating they should take this route. Lu Jianghe nodded and was about to step forward. The next instant, a massive black rock to his right suddenly opened its eyes. Immediately, the earth shook violently, and the rock layers collapsed. In the blink of an eye, the black rock transformed into a 3-meter-tall stone giant. Elite Black Rock Giant LV-101. HP, 50,000. Attack, 3,000. Defense, 9,000. Skills, Rock Camouflage, Stone Eye Detection, Giant Stomp. An elite monster is blocking the path here. The stone giant raised a fist as tall as its body, repeatedly pounding the ground. Wave after wave of shockwaves instantly stunned the group, subjecting them to continuous attacks. Lu Jianghe, with his high resilience, regained mobility almost instantly. He leapt high into the air, drew his long sword, and swung it toward the stone giant's head. Guing moved alongside him. The moment the stone giant appeared, Guing executed an evasive maneuver, perfectly dodging its disorienting attack. She too leapt into the air, thrusting her sharp dagger toward the giant's eye sockets. Crack! Thud! Both attacks landed, instantly depleting a significant chunk of the stone giant's health. Immediately after, Lu Jianghe temporarily took Xiaoyan's place, absorbing the stone giant's basic attacks. As the others gradually awoke from their dazed states, the group began their methodical assault on the stone giant. Under their full assault, the stone giant couldn't withstand even 3 minutes before crashing to the ground, shattering into a pile of black stone fragments. Amidst the rubble, a peculiar pale blue ore suddenly appeared. Elite Black Rock Giant slain. Obtained Stellar Ore X2. Lu Jianghe never expected defeating such a rock giant would yield Starstone Ore. This discovery greatly boosted Lu Jianghe's spirits. Starstone Ore was an extremely rare mineral even in Black Canyon, it took ages to find. Now, just one monster drop yielded 2 Starstone Ore. By leveraging the investment return system for another round, Lu Jianghe could instantly obtain 120 pieces of this ore. Reaching the required quantity for the forging commission was no longer a daunting task. Let's keep moving forward, Lu Jianghe urged. If we encounter another elite monster like that, we absolutely must not let it slip away. Over the next half day, the group pressed deeper into the canyon. They encountered numerous wild monsters along the way, but ordinary ones never dropped Starstone Ore. As for rare monsters like elite stone giants, they didn't encounter a single one. After a brief rest following their fruitless search, the group resumed their hunt. Soon, the beast-eared girl Su Xiaoxiao spotted something new. It was a massive 2-meter-long rock fissure. The fissure plunged deep into darkness, its pitch-black interior so profound that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Chapter 108, Star Mine. I feel like there's something good down there, Su Xiaoxiao said, scratching her head. It's just a feeling, I don't know why. Ice Wolf clan members are natural treasure hunters, Baya chuckled. Xiao Xiao has a nose for it. It's not my nose, it's my intuition. Su Xiaoxiao stamped her foot in frustration. I'm not some dog nose. Her adorable expression drew a burst of laughter from the group. Since there was something within the fissure, Lu Jianghe led the group deeper into the interior. The deep blue magic torches were lit. Lin Mo led the way, torch in hand, while Xiaoyan brought up the rear. In the middle were the other girls, their faces tense with anxiety. In truth, Lu Jianghe had already sent shadow soldiers ahead to scout the path. Several traps and hidden monsters had been eliminated by the soldiers. But to maintain the thrill of cave exploration, he kept this fact to himself. I feel like something's watching us, Baya said suspiciously, scanning the dark surroundings. Su Xiaoxiao perked up her ears beside her. I heard dark goblins love hiding in places like this. If you get caught, they make baby goblins. At this remark, the expressions of all the women darkened. They gripped their weapons tightly, their expressions tense and fearful. Lu Jianghe glanced back at the girls. Finding it amusing, he added, "Don't worry, stay close to me and you'll be fine." The next moment, Baya and Su Xiaoxiao pressed close to him. The two girls tugged at Lu Jianghe's shirt collar, one on each side. Their expressions begging for protection. Meanwhile, Guing and Zhao Bingyu instinctively pursed their lips. They too wanted to cling close, but hesitated for a second out of embarrassment. Only to be beaten to the punch. Damn it, just one step away. Lost in these thoughts, Lu Jianghe suddenly chuckled. We're almost at the very bottom of the fissure. Turning a corner, the previously cramped fissure suddenly opened up. An underground chamber the size of a basketball court appeared before them. Lu Jianghe pulled illumination stones from his backpack and tossed them toward the four corners of the chamber. The dark underground was soon filled with light. No monsters lurked, nor were there any dangerous traps. What greeted them was an irregularly shaped rock layer deposit. The deposits resembled layered pancakes, with faint traces of a blue crystalline structure visible within. True to her training at the War Academy, Zhao Bingyu immediately identified the mineral composition. It's a minor stellar vein. We've struck it rich. A stellar vein? Lu Jianghe promptly pulled out a mining pickaxe to attempt extraction. After striking the ore deposit for about 3 seconds, a notification sounded in his ear. Acquired stellar or X1. Star or indeed. Lu Jianghe's spirits soared. Guing, standing nearby, surveyed the surrounding space and remarked, "This must be a fissure that appeared after the last earthquake in Black Canyon. We're incredibly lucky we're the first players to reach this spot. Well then, let's get to work." Su Xiaoxiao hoisted a pickaxe as tall as she was, brimming with enthusiasm. For the next stretch, the group transformed into miners and began frantically harvesting star ore. This vein of starstone wasn't particularly large. A rough estimate suggested they could mine around 50 ore pieces. Though seemingly modest, Lu Jianghe had the return system to amplify their gains. After a single return cycle, the yield would multiply exponentially. "Boss, this is it. Someone found a star mine vein." "Ha? Why is there light inside?" Just as everyone was working feverishly, a voice suddenly rang out from beyond the fissure. Lu Jianghe lowered his pickaxe and glanced back. A well-equipped player squad emerged one after another from the fissure. This player squad numbered 12 individuals. When they spotted Lu Jianghe and his group, their faces also betrayed astonishment. Damn it! Didn't they say this mine was hidden and hard to find? Who the hell are they? The burly leader, wielding a massive axe, glared menacingly at Lu Jianghe and his companions. His henchmen beside him all shared the same hostile glare. The subordinate being questioned was a short, skinny guy who awkwardly rubbed his hands together. He quickly changed the subject. "Boss, check out those mining chicks' big tits, tight asses. Total hotties. This is the bonus beauty package that comes with mining this vein. When we're tired from digging, we can have the girls do the work, and when we're not tired, we can work the girls." The scrawny guy's face was twisted into a lecherous grin as he spoke. It wasn't just him, the other squad members were also staring at Lu Jianghe and his group with hungry wolf-like eyes. Meanwhile, over at Lu Jianghe's side, Guing, her brows furrowed, leaned close to Lu Jianghe and whispered, "They're not fortress players, they're wild bandits roaming the wilderness. These scum lurk in the wilds, preying on and murdering players for a living. Robbers in Black Canyon?" Lu Jianghe's expression remained unchanged as he narrowed his eyes slightly. Meanwhile, the bandits were already itching for a fight, weapons drawn and faces twisted with menace. They were all fugitives who had committed crimes within the fortress and now roamed the wilderness year-round. Outlaws like these valued only the thrill of the moment, caring nothing for the future. "You little punk! Hand over your stardust ore and any valuable trinkets you're carrying. We'll make sure you get a proper burial." "Ha! Enough chatter, pretty lady, I'm coming for you. I haven't touched a woman in years, let me go first." Facing the ravenous bandits pouncing like wolves, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Lu Jianghe's eyes. If they intended to kill him and harm his comrades, then he'd slaughter every last one of them. "Shadow soldiers, move out." In the next instant, several figures burst forth from the surrounding shadows. Blades flashed with deadly precision, piercing their bodies at a speed the bandits couldn't react to. Thud! Thud! The sound of metal slicing through flesh echoed. The next instant, a chorus of piercing screams echoed throughout the underground. "Ah! My hand! Damn it, how can the damage be this high? Where the hell is the healer? Heal me now!" The sudden assault instantly shattered the robbers' formation. Chaos erupted instantly. Meanwhile, at the rear of the battlefield, the giant axe-wielding man watched the shadow soldiers locked in combat with his men, his brow furrowing slightly. "You've got some guts coming to mine in Black Canyon, but too bad you ran into me." The giant axeman removed the massive blade from his back, poised to strike. But another shadow soldier darted out from the darkness beside him. Unlike the other bandits ambushed by the soldiers, The giant axeman precisely seized the shadow soldier's neck the instant it flew toward him. The next second, immense force surged through his palm. He crushed the shadow soldier, causing it to dissipate into thin air. Lu Jianghe noticed this scene, his brow furrowing slightly. The current shadow soldiers possessed combat strength around level 120. Yet it had been instantly killed by the giant axe-wielding man with a single strike. Clearly, this fellow possessed unexpected strength. Chapter 109, Preparing for Job Change. Ha! Our boss is a level 150 axe berserker. What do you think you can do against us? The bandit beside the giant axe brute wore a smug, triumphant expression. He then shouted to his comrades, "Hold your ground, brothers. With the boss here, we're fine." The giant axeman hesitated not a moment. Suddenly bursting with speed that belied his bulk. Like a raging bull, he charged forward, knocking the shadow soldier flying. "Die, boy!" The giant raised his axe and brought it down hard toward Lu Jianghe's head. The axe radiated crimson halos, clearly a skill. Nasa guillotine. Crash! The thunderous impact echoed through the cavern, followed by dust billowing outward in all directions. The bandit's eyes fixed intently on the dust-filled direction. The women were also looking at the same spot, though faint blushes now rose on their cheeks. The instant the giant axe swung down, the women felt an unusual sensation in their bodies. It was the sensation that only came when one's fundamental attributes were being extracted. Precisely because of this, they were not overly concerned for Lu Jianghe's safety. Sure enough, when the dust settled, Lu Jianghe stood perfectly unharmed where he had been. Not a hair out of place, not even a strand of his hair was disheveled. How is that possible? The giant axe-wielding brute stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous. My Nosaka guillotine deals fixed damage. How could you possibly withstand it? But Lu Jianghe wasn't about to waste words with bandits. He slowly raised his long sword, his tone calm. You strike me once, I strike you once. Fair enough, right? The axe-wielding brute felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively took 2 steps back. Young man, there's been a misunderstanding. Before the burly man could finish, Lu Jianghe had already charged toward him. The blade swung with apparent slowness, yet it carried terrifying force. After donning the platinum armor set, Lu Jianghe's attack power had reached an utterly terrifying level. He swung his blade at the giant axeman. The burly man instinctively raised his axe to block. Among the bandits were spellcasters and healers. They frantically stacked various shields and damage reduction buffs onto the axe-wielding brute. After exhausting all efforts, Lu Jianghe's blade struck the giant axe. Crack! The golden quality axe shattered with a thunderous crash. The giant's pupils suddenly contracted to pinpricks. He had no time to tend to his shattered weapon. For the descending blade showed no sign of stopping. Instead, it came crashing down squarely onto his head. Boom! 61,200. A terrifying damage number floated above the burly man's head. The burly man's eyes widened as he stumbled backward several steps. Then, under the horrified stares of all the robbers, the burly man crashed to the ground, lifeless. Thought he was something special? Turns out he's nothing special at all, Lu Jianghe's calm voice echoed through the cave. The surviving robbers felt as though this light, almost weightless voice came from the depths of an abyss. Their leader had been instantly killed by a single blow from the young man before them. How could this be possible? The robbers felt their worldview shattered. After all, they were the ones who used to bully others. Apart from the fortress guard, almost no one could bully them. Now, not only had they been humiliated, but their leader had been cut down in a single stroke. Who the hell is this guy? A level 150 player just sliced him down like that. At this moment, Lu Jianghe roughly assessed his own strength level. Though he hadn't undergone his first class change yet, his attribute panel was already on par with that of an ordinary level 150 player. If he added the attribute points he'd gained from the girl, he could even take on a level 180 player. They're demons. Run for your lives. One of the bandits suddenly shouted. He immediately dropped his weapon and sprinted toward the cave exit. The remaining bandits, snapping out of their daze, wore looks of sheer terror on their faces. They scrambled frantically, charging toward the entrance they had come through. But in their rush to escape first, they ended up crowding together. Let me go first, damn it! Damn it, stop pushing me! Move aside. I don't want to die. Lu Jianghe felt no mercy for a gang of bandits. He immediately ordered the shadow soldiers to eliminate them. Instantly, the shadow soldiers leapt out from every dark corner. They unleashed a bloody massacre upon the bandits. Blood flowed like a river, filling the entire cave with a thick, pungent stench. Ugh! Su Xiaoxiao was the first to lose her composure, retching violently. The other women's faces also turned pale. These bastards got what they deserved, Zhao Bingyu said, pulling out a mask and handing it to the women. Bandits on the battlefield are worse than enemies. These bastards must have killed countless people before. Exactly, Guing nodded in agreement. In fact, these bandits are all wanted criminals by the fortress. Guing pointed at the burly man with the giant axe that Lu Jianghe had taken down. That one's Wang Daon, a top priority murderer wanted by the fortress. The bounty on him alone is 1,000 battle merits. Over the next few hours, the group swiftly finished collecting the remaining starlight ore. Then they departed the fissure. This mining expedition yielded a total of 48 star ore blocks. Combined with the drops from previous monster kills, their total haul reached 50 star ore. We've been incredibly lucky this time, Guing remarked with a hint of emotion. 50 star or other teams might not even gather that much in a week. But we still need to collect 800 star ore in total, Su Xiaoxiao pouted, sticking out her tongue. In truth, Lu Jianghe had already completed his collection. With the system's assistance, his backpack now held an additional 3,000 star ore. But he couldn't say it outright, so he just smiled and said, "It's getting late. Let's head back to the fortress. The Starstone mine can wait. We'll gather it slowly." With that, everyone pulled out their return scrolls and tore them open. As streaks of white light rose from the Black Canyon, they opened their eyes to find themselves back in the bustling interior of the fortress. Lu Jianghe made a solo trip to the blacksmith's shop, handing over a portion of the starlight ore to old Mu. Since equipment was forged in successive sets, there was no need to hand over all the starstone ore at once. Handing them over periodically was the most prudent approach. With the equipment forging issue resolved, Lu Jianghe now turned his attention to the matter of his first-class advancement. A player's first job advancement was a crucial milestone. Not only did it trigger a qualitative leap in each class's abilities, but also significantly increases the attribute bonuses gained with each level up. Once a player reaches the required level, they must gather various job change materials based on their class characteristics. By absorbing these materials to complete the transition, they could continue advancing on their player journey. At this point, all members of the party, including Lu Jianghe, were nearing the threshold for their first job advancement. Transitioning became the most urgent task for everyone. Chapter 110, The Insane Job Change Quest. The next morning, Lu Jianghe announced they would temporarily postpone mining in Black Canyon. He claimed to have spent a large sum hiring several teams to assist with mining. Their sole focus now was to level up to 99 and prepare for job advancement. They headed to the giant outpost for frenzied leveling. 3 days passed in this manner. As the final member of the party was enveloped in a golden pillar of light, everyone's level finally reached the maximum of 99. After reaching full experience, they must proceed to the job change hall for their class transitions. Fortunately, such a place existed within the fortress. The ceremony at the job change hall was remarkably simple. Players merely needed to stand before the job change crystal. A dedicated priest would then activate the crystal, granting the players their job change quests. "Everyone, relax and feel the crystal's glow," the priestess reassured them as she placed her palm on the crystal. "Once the ritual begins, each of you will enter your own spiritual realm to receive your job change quest." Lu Jianghe felt a surge of anticipation. What kind of scene would greet him during his first job change? His current class was euphemistically called a free agent, but in reality, he was simply a classless player. It was said that with each job change, there was a minuscule chance of a class mutation occurring. This mutation could manifest as the player absorbing their equipment to enhance base attributes. Or it could fuse with a highly proficient skill, transforming into a unique class. Should such an event occur, the resulting character's potential far surpassed that of ordinary players. Lu Jianghe didn't know if he possessed such luck. As the white aura of the job change crystal enveloped his body, Lu Jianghe felt a momentary clarity wash over his mind. When he regained consciousness, he found himself standing in a vast expanse of white void. Before Lu Jianghe could process his surroundings, chains of varying colors suddenly extended from all directions within the white glow. Each time a chain connected to his body, he felt a distinctly different aura. Brown earth power, green jungle power, purple enchantment power, even blue oceanic power and black shadow power. The next instant, the white light at the end of each chain dissipated. 3 or 5 faces appeared, faces Lu Jianghe recognized all too well. It was Su Xiaoxiao, Xia Yan, and the others. "Jianghe, what are you doing here?" Su Xiaoxiao looked utterly astonished. Xia Yan and Baiya wore identical expressions of confusion. Xia Yan's tone turned serious. "According to the priest, we should be in our respective spiritual realms. The biggest question isn't that we're here? Why were players who've already completed the first transformation dragged into this too?" It was Gu Ying's voice that spoke up. Zhao Bingyu looked bewildered. "Gu Ying and I were waiting outside the job change room for you guys when we suddenly got pulled in. This is crazy. What the hell is going on?" Lu Jianghe was equally bewildered. Could it be that the mental link had connected all the girls to him as one entity? Did that mean they all had to change jobs together? "Everyone, stay calm," Lu Jianghe immediately called out. This might actually be a good thing. Almost the instant his words faded, a blinding golden light erupted from the ground. When the blinding light faded, what appeared before everyone's eyes was a card inlaid with golden patterns. The appearance of a card was a normal occurrence during the job change process. Typically, flipping this card would grant a job change quest, and completing it would lead to advancement. However, there were now 6 individuals within this spiritual realm. What was the situation with only one card? Captain, hurry up and show us what it says. Bai Ya urged. Yeah, brother Jianghe, let's see what the quest is, Su Xiaoxiao chimed in eagerly. Lu Jianghe nodded and reached out to flip the card before him. The instant it flipped, a notification sound rang out simultaneously in everyone's ears. Multiplayer job change quest accepted, the path of the sovereign. Upon completion, participating players will receive a special class advancement, gaining an additional 30% boost to all attributes during promotion. Note, players who have already completed a class change will receive one opportunity to re-specialize, along with level 100 attribute bonuses. The women were instantly stunned into silence by the notification. What the hell? A multiplayer job change quest? We've never heard of such a thing before. And these job change rewards are incredibly generous. Not only do you get a special class advancement, but you also receive base attribute bonuses. A 30% boost to all attributes is an incredibly generous reward for any class. Such rewards simply wouldn't exist in a normal job change. Guing and Xiaobingyu, both seasoned warriors, saw the job change quest included them and offered another chance to level up. Their gazes instinctively converged on Lu Jianghe. Their eyes burned with intensity, as if beholding some priceless treasure. I knew following you would never be a mistake. Zhao Bingyu exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. A 30% boost to all attributes is crucial for a fragile mage like me. It's not just the stat boost, Guing said, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes scanning Lu Jianghe's entire body. My class is just a basic assassin. I thought I'd be stuck as an ordinary assassin forever, but now I can choose a special class again. Thank you, Captain. I never imagined joining you would bring such a huge surprise. For the girls, the surprises were already more than enough. Lu Jianghe, however, wore a complex expression. Compared to the quest information the women received, Lu Jianghe saw far more. After job change, obtained unique class, Night King. This class is formed by fusing several special skills possessed by players, embodying class traits far surpassing those of similar professions. Cherish this advancement opportunity. From a lone adventurer to the Dark Night King. And his skills would merge to become part of this new class? Lu Jianghe licked his lips, a look of anticipation crossing his face. Over the next period, Lu Jianghe and the women meticulously reviewed the detailed procedures for the Way of the Sovereign quest. After all, it was the sole class quest and one requiring multiple participants. The quest proved far more challenging than anyone could have imagined. Path of the Sovereign quest. Clear the Hell difficulty 150 level instance, Tomb of the Tyrant General. Only players who have accepted the quest may enter the instance. Upon entering the instance, a special instance event will activate with 100% probability. Lead your subordinates to survive this event. For each survivor, the reward settlement increases by 20%. Each fallen subordinate will grant dungeon monsters a 30% boost to all attributes. Lu Jianghe read the mission description and felt a chill run down his spine. This mission required challenging a level 150 dungeon, yet his own level barely reached 100. Moreover, it had to be the highest difficulty setting, and the special event had to be 100% activated. Lu Jianghe pinpointed the critical flaw in the mission: it required survival, not kills. This meant the dungeon monsters would be far stronger than he could imagine. Chapter 111, Anti-Toxic Mushrooms. A mission that could be completed simply by staying alive. Its difficulty was unimaginable. Yet danger and opportunity coexisted. Should the mission succeed, every member of the team would reap immense rewards. After accepting the mission, everyone exited the spiritual realm. The ant responsible for activating the job change crystal remarked with surprise, "You guys are surprisingly in sync. Your exit times were almost identical." The priestess was unaware that they had activated a multiplayer job change quest. The group exchanged glances, understanding each other without words. Emerging from the job change hall, Lu Jianghe immediately called everyone together for an impromptu meeting. The meeting focused entirely on this job change quest. A level 150 dungeon posed a significant challenge for the group. To ensure a successful run, thorough preparation was essential. Guing and Bingyu, you two are responsible for gathering intelligence on the Tyrant General's tomb dungeon. Research all monster data and any special events that have occurred there. Get as much information as possible, Lu Jianghe instructed. Guing and Zhao Bingyu nodded earnestly in response. We'll depart for the dungeon mission once Master Mu completes all the custom armor sets. That should be in about 2 days. Over these 2 days, everyone should prepare the items and materials they need to purchase. I'll be heading back to Jiangzhou City to buy some essentials. With the next steps outlined, the group began making preparations in their own ways. Some went to investigate dungeon intelligence, while others headed to the market to sell off materials and useless gear. Lu Jianghe, however, returned alone to Jiangzhou City. Stepping back into familiar territory gave him a sense of stepping into another world. This feeling intensified dramatically upon his return to Jiangzhou University. Lu Jianghe first bought various nutritional supplements to visit his homeroom teacher, Lu Qingshan. He stayed for half a day, briefly recounting his recent experiences. After catching up, he finally contacted the person he had come to Jiangzhou City to find, the farmer Li Qingxuan. Li Qingxuan was a lifestyle player, lacking the ability to slay monsters and level up. His specialty, however, was cultivating precious fruits that permanently enhanced attributes. Moreover, Li Qingxuan possessed a remarkably straightforward personality, making him one of the rare lifestyle players who hadn't joined a major guild. Last time, Lu Jianghe had purchased 20 attribute fruits from him and reaped a bountiful harvest. They had also agreed to continue their business relationship. After the call connected, a deep, raspy voice finally came through after a long wait. "Hello, this is Li Qingxuan. Who are you looking for?" "Lu Jianghe here." Lu Jianghe got straight to the point. "How many attribute fruits do you have left?" Li Qingxuan's tone instantly brightened, brimming with excitement. "Mr. Lu, I've indeed cultivated another batch of attribute fruits. By the way, where are you now? Why don't we meet up first?" They agreed on a meeting spot. Lu Jianghe soon met up with Li Qingxuan. Unlike his disheveled appearance during their first meeting, Li Qingxuan now looked much more energetic. He was also wearing some pretty high-end life-type player gear. The attributes of life player gear enhance their chosen life profession. The higher the gear stats, the better the attributes of the fruits they cultivated. "Mr. Lu, thank you so much for last time." Li Qingxuan greeted him warmly, promptly serving tea and water. "I've now transferred to become an elite farmer. Not only has my planting efficiency doubled, but the quality of the fruits I grow has improved significantly too." Lu Jianghe nodded. "Let me see your inventory." "Same as before, I'll buy everything at your asking price." Li Qingxuan's eyes instantly crinkled into slits as he immediately displayed the attribute fruits from his backpack. Intermediate Strength Fruit 5 permanently increases attack power by +10 upon consumption. Intermediate Vitality Fruit 20 permanently increases vitality by +100 upon consumption. Intermediate Constitution Fruit 20 permanently increases defense by +5 upon consumption. Intermediate Stamina Fruit 5 permanently increases stamina by +10 upon consumption. They were actually intermediate grade fruits. Each fruit provided better attribute boosts than their basic counterparts. Lu Jianghe nodded with satisfaction. After digesting this batch of fruits, his base stats would experience another massive surge. Just as Lu Jianghe was about to pay, Li Qingxuan suddenly leaned in close to Lu Jianghe's ear with a mysterious look. "Mr. Lu, actually, there's one more fruit in my orchard that's about to ripen. Why don't you come take a look yourself?" "Oh? Does it have any special effects?" Lu Jianghe's interest was instantly piqued. Li Qingxuan gave a mysterious smile. "You'll see when you get there." Before heading to the orchard, Lu Jianghe purchased all the fruits from Li Qingxuan's backpack. Since they were intermediate grade fruits, Lu Jianghe ultimately spent 20 million blue star coins to purchase them all. Li Qingxuan beamed with delight. This single transaction earned him more than what those guild life class players made in an entire year. This only strengthened Li Qingxuan's resolve to cling tightly to Lu Jianghe's powerful support. They arrived at Li Qingxuan's orchard. As far as the eye could see, rows of saplings stood protected by magical shields. Each tree bore fruits of varying sizes and types. Each sapling takes about 3 months to mature, but with magical fertilizers and my professional skills, I can accelerate the process, Li Qingxuan explained to Lu Jianghe as they walked. The ingredients for magical fertilizer also need to be obtained by defeating monsters in high-level dungeons. Purchasing them on the market is generally expensive, so I'm actively reaching out to some gold farming teams to help me acquire the necessary materials. Lu Jianghe nodded, gaining deeper insight into the gameplay flow for life simulation players. Soon, Li Qingxuan led Lu Jianghe into a small wooden hut. The cabin was dimly lit, with a glass-covered flower pot placed right in the center. Inside the pot sat a pale green mushroom, emitting a silvery glow. The mushroom was only thumb-sized, appearing delicate and fragile. Toxicity-resistant mushroom, nearly mature, extremely rare, consuming grants 10% toxin resistance. Toxic resistance, higher resistance reduces toxin damage taken. Maximum stacking resistance is 100%. At 100% resistance, grants the passive skill invulnerable to all poisons. Holy baby! Lu Jianghe's eyes flashed with intense excitement. The plant before him could directly boost a player's specific resistance stat. Resistance attributes differ from defense and damage reduction, earning them the reputation as the bane of spellcasters. Melee players with high resistance can even fight while ignoring mage skills. Poison resistance, meanwhile, was crucial for countering dark-aligned players and magical monsters. "How much longer until this mushroom matures?" Lu Jianghe asked. "About 3 hours. 3 hours. That's acceptable." Lu Jianghe took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. "How much are you asking for it?" Li Qingxuan looked at Lu Jianghe, who was staring at him intently. He scratched his head, hesitated briefly, then said, "Mr. Lu, this mushroom actually grew by accident. It didn't cost much to cultivate. If you need it, I'll just give it to you. After all, you're my biggest and only sugar daddy." Chapter 112, Immunity to All Poisons. Li Qingxuan was actually offering to give him this mushroom. This was something Lu Jianghe hadn't anticipated. But it also made him look at Li Qingxuan in a new light. The young man had broadened his horizons and hadn't let momentary gains cloud his judgment. Lu Jianhe nodded and took the anti-poison mushrooms without hesitation. Over the next few hours, Lu Jianhe toured Li Qingxuan's orchard. As he walked, he contemplated deeper avenues for collaboration. Li Qingxuan hadn't joined the guild, so he was undoubtedly extremely short on funds. Yet despite this, he still managed to cultivate high-quality attribute fruits. This indirectly demonstrated that Li Qingxuan was an exceptionally talented survival player. In contrast, Lu Jianhe, thanks to the return system, money was the last thing he lacked. What he lacked were a series of precious materials that money could scarcely buy. Therefore, rather than maintaining a cooperative relationship with Li Qingxuan, it would be more advantageous to recruit him under his command. A lifestyle player dedicated solely to serving him. With this thought, Lu Jianhe addressed Li Qingxuan, "When will your next batch of fruits be ready? I'd like to place a pre-order. Also, regarding resistance fruits like the anti-poison mushroom, is there any way you could cultivate one or two more?" Li Qingxuan was visibly excited to hear Lu Jianhe wanted to place an order for his products. He quickly replied, "Different fruits have different cultivation cycles, but fertilizers can accelerate ripening and even boost yields. However, higher-grade fertilizers require increasingly expensive materials. I've heard of a legendary fertilizer that requires the heart of a golden dragon to synthesize. It's a fact? Fruits that normally take months to mature ripen in just days, with yields increasing by 500% and fruit potency boosted by 100%. Divine-grade fertilizer effects? That's insane." Lu Jianhe silently marveled at the revelation. But that stuff wouldn't be obtainable until much later. It was completely out of reach for now. Lu Jianhe asked, "So does that mean if you max out fertilizer quality, you can rapidly produce attribute fruits?" "Well, besides fertilizer, there's also irrigation water and protective magic arrays for saplings," Li Qingxuan added. "But the core principle is simple: the more you invest, the higher the yield. This investment process is also how I level up. When maxed out on spending, the probability of producing special plants also increases. This poison-resistant mushroom was actually just a fluke from my luck going crazy. To get another one, I'll have to wait until my farmer level goes up." Lu Jianhe understood. So the gameplay for life simulation players boiled down to two words: pay to win. No wonder most lifestyle players join guilds. Self-funding was incredibly difficult. "Here's the deal. I've got some materials left over. Take these to sell for me," Lu Jianhe said, placing a small pile of starlight ore on the table. Then he pulled out his upgraded gold equipment and other materials. Only after nearly filling the entire room did Lu Jianhe casually continue, "Consider these materials my investment in you. I'll keep supplying more materials steadily going forward. As for you, max out your spending and crank out high-quality fruits like crazy. I can use every single one." Lu Jianhe spoke as if to himself, oblivious to Li Qingxuan's stunned expression as he surveyed the materials surrounding him. "Lu, boss, where did you get all this stuff?" Li Qingxuan stammered. "Starstone ore? That's a rare resource from the Abyss battlefield. It's incredibly expensive." Lu Jianhe offered no modesty, instead flashing a cryptic smile. "I have a dedicated gold farming team. This is just a fraction more will come, and of even higher quality. Is this enough for you to farm?" "Enough, more than enough." Li Qingxuan swallowed hard. "It'll let me train my profession to expert-level farmer. The product quality should be even higher then." Lu Jianhe nodded with satisfaction. "Well then, give it your all." Lu Jianhe patted Li Qingxuan on the shoulder and chuckled, "Young man, I've got high hopes for you." After finalizing the cooperation details with Li Qingxuan, Lu Jianhe returned to the Abyss battlefield. This trip yielded a total of 50 attribute fruits, plus 1 resistance fruit. The haul was nothing short of substantial. Upon returning to his residence, he found Xia Yan sitting idly in the courtyard. The other sisters had all gone out to work, leaving her behind to guard the house. Upon seeing Lu Jianhe return, Xia Yan's dragon tail, which had been hanging low to the ground, began to sway involuntarily. "You're finally back," Xia Yan said. "I was so bored without you." Lu Jianhe sat down beside her with a wry smile. Then, as if by magic, he produced several attribute fruits. Intermediate Vitality Fruit 20 permanently increases vitality by plus 100 upon consumption. Intermediate Constitution Fruit 20 permanently increases defense by plus 5 upon consumption. Antitoxic Mushroom 1 permanently increases poison resistance by 10% upon consumption. Seeing so many fruits, Xia Yan was utterly stunned. "Did you rob the guild or something? Where did you get all these attribute fruits?" Lu Jianhe gave a wry smile. "What nonsense. I bought all of these." Lu Jianhe picked up the antitoxin mushroom and handed it to Xia Yan. "Here, these are all for you. Start eating now." "All for me?" Xia Yan stared at him in disbelief, her eyes darting around. "You bought these specifically for me?" "You could say that," Lu Jianhe nodded. "You're the tank in our team. Your survivability needs to be maxed out." Xia Yan wiped the corner of her eye, her voice tinged with emotion. "Lu Jianhe, you're so good to me. Having you is my blessing. Lu Jianghe. Hurry up and eat them, Lu Jianghe said, massaging his temples. Don't waste my good intentions. Xia Yan nodded and began consuming the attribute fruit. As she ate, constant notification sounds echoed in Lu Jianghe's mind. Ding! Invested in Dragon Maiden Xia Yan, Intermediate Vitality Fruit 20, triggered 60x investment return. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Intermediate Vitality Fruit 1200. Ding! Invested in Dragon Maiden Xia Yan, Intermediate Constitution Fruit X20, triggering 60x investment return. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Intermediate Constitution Fruit 1200. Ding! Invested in Dragon Maiden Xia Yan's Antitoxin Mushroom 1, triggering 60x investment return. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Antitoxic Mushroom 60. After consuming this batch of materials, Lin Mo received a 60-fold return. The remaining strength fruits and stamina fruits were distributed among the other girls. This yielded a return of 300 intermediate strength fruits and 300 intermediate stamina fruits. Of course, the most crucial return among these was the antitoxin mushrooms. 60 anti-poison mushrooms, each boosting critical poison resistance by 10%. This allowed each squad member to consume 10 mushrooms, raising their poison resistance to 100%. Chapter 113, A Quiet Night. You consume 1 poison resistance mushroom. Poison resistance plus 10%. Congratulations, host. Your poison resistance has reached 100%. You have acquired the passive skill Immune to all poisons. Immunity to all poisons, you are now immune to most toxins and will not enter a poison state when exposed to highly toxic environments. After consuming the poison-resistant mushroom, Lu Jianghe proceeded to ingest attribute fruits. Ding! You consumed Intermediate Constitution Fruit 1200. Defense permanently increased by plus 6000. Ding! You consumed Intermediate Strength Fruit 300. Attack plus 3000. Ding! You consumed 300 Intermediate Stamina Fruits. Permanent Stamina plus 3000. Ding! You consumed Intermediate Vitality Fruit 1200, permanently increasing HP by 120,000. After consuming all attribute fruits, Lu Jianghe silently admired the stat boosts. After this wave of returns, his attack, defense, and stamina stats received another significant boost. The magnitude of the increase was equivalent to donning an additional set of platinum tier gear. Yet the most substantial gain was in HP. After devouring the vitality fruits, Lu Jianghe's base HP had surged by a staggering 120,000. Now, Lu Jianghe was even more of a tank than a tank. The Dragon Tamer set provided a 50,000 HP bonus. Combined with this 120,000 HP boost, his base HP of 53,250, and other additional HP bonuses. Lu Jianghe's health now reached a terrifying 240,000. Thicker than a dungeon boss's health pool. If you use the spirit bond to siphon some from other girls, breaking through 300,000 HP would be a breeze. This massive boost not only lifted Lu Jianghe's spirits but also gave him greater confidence in tackling the upcoming class change quest. Captain, here's the intelligence we gathered on the General's tomb instance, Gu Ying said, dressed in casual secretary attire as she approached Lu Jianghe with a stack of documents. Lu Jianghe instinctively glanced at Gu Ying's legs. Long, straight, and flawlessly white, the kind you could admire for a year without growing tired. If she were wearing black stockings, he might just get a nosebleed on the spot. As if sensing Lu Jianghe's gaze, Gu Ying said with a straight face, "Can we get down to business first? Anything else can wait until tonight." Lu Jianghe gave an awkward laugh and quickly began flipping through the documents. The General's tomb instance was a high difficulty level 150 dungeon located in the imperial capital. It was also one of the nation's signature dungeons. The materials and equipment obtained there were mostly imbued with a classical Longwa style. Additionally, the General's tomb dungeon is one of the rare instances featuring randomly generated map layouts. Its interior consists of various ancient mechanical devices and movable, interlocking chambers. It resembles hundreds of Rubik's cubes stacked together. Each party entering the instance encounters entirely different paths and enemies. Moreover, the tomb contains numerous random debuff traps with varying attributes: freezing traps, fiery traps, and even poisonous traps. These traps inflict damage of different elements on players. The terracotta warriors and zombie monsters guarding the tomb are equally formidable foes. They are versatile monsters with high attack power and health. After reviewing the intel, Lu Jianghe fell into quiet contemplation for a moment before turning his gaze to the others nearby. The General's tomb dungeon is extremely challenging. Successfully clearing it won't be easy. Any thoughts? The women exchanged nervous glances. Xia Yan was the first to speak up. "I'm not sure if I can handle it." Baiya wrapped her arm around Xia Yan. "Don't worry, I'll heal you." "And me." Su Xiaoxiao clenched her fists. "I'm gonna mash those monsters to a pulp." "I'll focus on taking down the elite and mutated monsters." Gu Ying tossed the dagger in her hand, speaking coolly. "Then I'll handle freezing the entire battlefield and clearing out the mobs," Zhao Bingyu declared. Hearing each female warrior's battle role assigned, Lu Jianhe nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. I'll handle protecting you all and clearing the monsters, Lu Jianhe smiled. Everyone get some rest tonight. We'll set out for the general's tomb dungeon first thing tomorrow morning. Yay! We're going to the imperial capital. Su Xiaoxiao cheered. The other girls all shared knowing smiles. But laughter aside, certain members of the team, thinking about the delay until tomorrow, began to harbor mischievous thoughts. Late at night, as Lu Jianhe lay in bed preparing to sleep, a figure appeared outside the door, moving stealthily. The door creaked open, dim light barely illuminating a voluptuous, curvaceous figure. Already asleep? So soon? The figure tiptoed to Lu Jianhe's bedside. Seeing Lu Jianhe lying motionless with his eyes closed, a look of disappointment flashed across her face. Then, with a hint of resentment, she tapped Lu Jianhe's chest. With more and more sisters, the chances to make my move are getting fewer and fewer. Damn it! I finally found an opening today, and you go and fall asleep? With that, the figure climbed onto Lu Jianhe's bed without waiting for a response. The dim light barely illuminated the figure's face. It was none other than Baya, clad in a thin nightgown. Her gaze, however, was fixed intently on Lu Jianhe's face. The longer she looked, the more mesmerized she became, as if admiring some priceless treasure. Lu Jianhe felt the faint pressure on his body, sweating buckets and feeling the pressure. Could Sister Bai be planning to make a move on me tonight? Lu Jianhe felt a tinge of nervousness, yet also a hint of anticipation. But plans never keep up with changes. Just as Baya was murmuring sweet nothings only Lu Jianhe could hear, a shadowy figure appeared at the doorway once more. Captain, are you asleep? The moment the voice rang out, Baya jumped like a startled cat and burrowed straight into Lu Jianhe's embrace. Lu Jianhe felt the thrill of a close-range collision. It was Baya who frantically burrowed under Lu Jianhe's blanket to hide. She hadn't considered that the quilt would bulge out in a large lump. Zhao Bingyu called out twice from outside the door. Seeing no response, she prepared to return to her own room. But when she saw the door was slightly ajar, she hesitated for a moment before tiptoeing inside. Sneaking into Lu Jianhe's room, her heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. Compounded by the dim lighting inside, Zhao Bingyu failed to notice the unusual bulge beneath the covers. Her face flushed crimson as she nervously approached Lu Jianhe, her usually cool expression now flushed. Her eyes, however, were fixed intently on Lu Jianhe, unable to look away even for a moment. Captain, are you asleep? Zhao Bingyu called softly once more. Seeing no response from Lu Jianhe, she fetched a chair and sat down by Lu Jianhe's window. Her right hand cradled her delicate chin, while her left hand drifted unconsciously before Lu Jianhe. She wanted to touch him but lacked the courage. What do you feel for me? Do you only see me as a teammate? A hint of sorrow flickered in Zhao Bingyu's shifting gaze. That day when I was mocked, you held me. My heart was beating so fast. I've never felt that way before. Being held by you felt so good, so safe. But I'm usually so cold and distant. You must think I'm impossible to get along with. Chapter 114, A Silent Night Part 2. Baya was nearly suffocating under the covers. Yet hearing Zhao Bingyu's unexpected sweet talk felt strangely thrilling. Guys, we've hit the jackpot here. Who knew the usually aloof girl had such a cute side? Lu Jianhe, who was pretending to sleep, hadn't expected Zhao Bingyu to say such things either. He was stunned and a bit nervous at the same time. Please don't do anything weird to me. It's not that I don't want you to, but there's someone else hiding under my covers. Captain, I've made up my mind. I'll wait until tomorrow morning, no, better yet, until after the job change ceremony. I'll officially confess to you, Zhao Bingyu declared, her tone rising as if she'd reached a monumental decision. Whether you accept or reject me, you are the man I, Zhao Bingyu, acknowledge. Lu Jianhe, are you asleep yet? The sudden voice made Zhao Bingyu's delicate body tremble violently. She froze solid in place. Meanwhile, Baya, hiding under the covers, and Lu Jianhe, pretending to sleep, both felt their heads buzz. No way, not again? Xia Yan waited outside the door for a moment. Seeing no movement inside for a long time, she pushed the door open and walked in. What met her eyes was Lu Jianhe, sleeping peacefully with an exaggeratedly large blanket wrapped around him. Why is there a chair by Lu Jianhe's bed? Xia Yan muttered as she sat down on the chair without waiting for an answer. Then she just stared blankly at Lu Jianhe. At that moment, Zhao Bingyu felt like she was about to die of fright. Before Xia Yan entered, she instinctively dove under Lu Jianhe's blanket, unable to dodge in time. A strong masculine scent hit her face. It made her head spin completely. It was such an exhilarating sensation, nothing she'd ever experienced before. Zhao Bingyu quietly reached out her arm, attempting to wrap it around Lu Jianhe's waist. Just like how he had once forcefully shielded her in his arms. Yet soon, Zhao Bingyu realized the sensation she felt was somehow off. Instead of the expected rock-hard muscles, it felt soft like a cotton ball and incredibly large. What was this? Before Zhao Bingyu could explore further, a soft palm suddenly pressed down on her wrist. In that instant, Zhao Bingyu realized there was a third person in the bed with her and Lu Jianhe. There was a third person. And that majestic sensation instantly reminded her of someone. Baiya. It was Baiya. Baiya was hiding in Lu Zhenghe's bed. How could this be possible? How could this be? Zhao Bingyu's pupils dilated in shock. If not for Xia Yan's presence outside, she would have nearly screamed. Baiya was equally flustered at that moment. She hadn't expected Zhao Bingyu to hide under Lu Zhenghe's covers. This was awkward. The two girls had unexpectedly encountered each other in the same man's bed. But this awkward feeling came and went quickly. Baiya's succubus nature soon had her scheming again. Hiding under the covers was boring anyway. Why not have a deeper conversation with Bingyu? With that thought, Baiya quietly placed her hand on Zhao Bingyu's body. Zhao Bingyu's delicate body trembled violently, and she was on the verge of tears. Wait, Baiya, don't just touch me like that. If Xia Yan finds out, we're done for. Plus, they were currently in Lu Zhenghe's bed. What if the captain suddenly wakes up? That would be so awkward. Zhao Bingyu tried to stop Baiya's wandering hands. But she was afraid that any sudden movement might wake Lu Zhenghe or alert Xia Yan. Unable to resist, she could only endure silently. Xia Yan sat silently by the bed, staring at Lu Zhenghe like a wooden statue. Her nature prevented her from uttering any sweet nothings. Yet the lingering gaze in her eyes revealed her true, girlish heart. So sleepy, time to rest, Xia Yan murmured, folding her hands beside her. Like a schoolgirl, she lay down on her side beside Lu Zhenghe's pillow. This close, I should dream of you, right? Xia Yan murmured softly before closing her eyes and lying perfectly still. An unknown amount of time passed. When night fell silent once more, and only faint breathing echoed in the dim room, Zhao Bingyu and Baiya, hiding beneath the covers, pulled them back almost simultaneously. The prolonged confinement beneath the covers had left them nearly suffocating. Their faces flushed crimson, the two girls cautiously inhaled the fresh air. Sister Baiya, you're too much. Zhao Bingyu whispered, glaring at Baiya beside her with a tone full of resentment. This Baiya was rougher than any man. She'd squeezed my boobs so hard they hurt. But Baiya just grinned mischievously. Hee hee, who can resist when Bingyu's skin feels this good? So bouncy, I give them a perfect 10. If brother Zhenghe ever got to try them, he'd be hooked for sure. The teasing tone instantly made Zhao Bingyu blush. She instinctively glanced at the sleeping Lu Zhenghe, then silently lowered her head, lost in thought. Baiya gasped for air several times before recovering from the suffocating sensation. She pouted slightly, a hint of regret in her voice. I thought tonight would be a wonderful night, but you two little cuties ruined it for me. If it weren't for you two, I might have gotten him tonight. Zhao Bingyu instantly flared up. It was you who ruined my chance with the captain. I was all set to confess. Confessing doesn't necessarily win a man's heart, Baiya replied with a sly smile. You need to take it further. Could you do that, Bingyu? Zhao Bingyu understood Baiya's meaning perfectly well. Her heart raced, but she stubbornly declared, I can do it. It's just sleeping together. If it's the captain, then it's definitely no problem. Baiya saw the panic in Zhao Bingyu's eyes and knew she was just putting on a brave front. She yawned and chuckled, well, tonight's not happening anyway. Come on, Bingyu, let's leave tonight to Xia Yan's dreams. Speaking of which, little sister Xia Yan is such a pitiful girl. She's starved for affection too. At the mention of Xia Yan, Baiya let out a soft sigh. Her gaze towards Xia Yan softened with a hint of pity. Zhao Bingyu looked taken aback. What's wrong with Xia Yan? Baiya shook her head gently. Let's leave this place first. If you're curious, come to my room, and I'll tell you all about it. Driven by curiosity, Zhao Bingyu followed Baiya back to her room. From that day on, the two became inseparable confidants who shared everything. Lu Zhenghe's room fell silent once more. An hour later, Xia Yan stirred groggily, her head resting on the edge of the bed. She then staggered back to her own room. The moment the door closed, Lu Zhenghe opened his eyes and climbed out of bed with a complex expression. This is sheer torture, Lu Zhenghe muttered, rubbing his numb, aching hands. Fearing discovery, he had remained perfectly still for nearly 3 hours. His entire body felt stiff. I'll have to lock the door when I sleep from now on, Lu Zhenghe mused to himself, or I'll wear myself out eventually. But no sooner had the words left his lips than a faint, mocking female voice echoed from the corner of the ceiling beam. A faint, slightly mocking female voice echoed. What good is locking the door? If someone really wants in, there's always the window. Chapter 115, Subspace Uprising. Lu Zhenghe mechanically lifted his head to find a serpent's tail coiled upon the beam. Its owner, Guing, was grinning as she locked eyes with Lu Zhenghe. When the hell did you get here? Lu Zhenghe was utterly bewildered. I was already here before you even entered the room, Guing said proudly. As an assassin, daily stealth training is perfectly normal. Plus, I need to strengthen my snake tail. Otherwise, I won't be able to shed my skin properly next time. Then why the hell were you hiding in my room? Lu Zhenghe groaned, utterly exasperated. Is my room a public market? You just barge in whenever you feel like it? Well, it might as well be. With all the sisters here already, what difference does one more make? Guing grinned like she'd just scored the scoop of the century. Tonight's events were spectacular, more thrilling than any idol drama. But seriously, how did you manage to resist when so many beauties threw themselves at you? You're not incapable, are you? Lu Jianghe's forehead veins bulged, his hand itching to hurl a brick. Hey, handsome. If you're really lonely, you can always hit me up. Guing batted her eyelashes before leaping down from the beam. Seeing Lu Jianghe's expression of utter disinterest, Guing lost all enthusiasm and walked out of the room. But whether it was Lu Jianghe's imagination or not, he couldn't shake the feeling that Gu Ying's swaying hips were more exaggerated than usual. There was even a hint of seduction in her movements. Once Gu Ying was gone, tonight's bizarre events finally came to a complete end. The night passed without incident. Lu Jianghe was already out in the courtyard organizing his gear. Then the girls gradually emerged from their respective rooms. They laughed and played, as if nothing extraordinary had happened the night before. The only change was that Baiya and Zhao Bingyu had grown even closer. The two had become inseparable best friends. Once everyone was assembled, they set off for the imperial capital. It's worth noting that by last night, everyone had already received their respective platinum sets. Except for Gu Ying, who was already equipped with one set, everyone else had one set each. With every member now equipped in platinum gear, any single individual among them stood unmatched at their tier. Even when facing foes several tiers above their level, they possessed the strength to hold their own. After making thorough preparations, the group entered the teleportation array and was transported to the imperial capital. As the core city of Dragon Nation, the imperial capital not only boasted the most prosperous urban scale, but also a gathering place for the strongest warriors. Within the imperial capital, the most renowned institutions were the 4 war academies established to cultivate combat talent for the nation. These academies were named after the 4 symbols: the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. These 4 academies are situated at the 4 cardinal points of the imperial capital, recruiting vast numbers of talented individuals from across the nation each year. These talents are either recommended by powerful figures from various provinces and cities or hail from battlefronts like the Abyss battlefield. In short, any player admitted to a war academy possesses formidable strength. Lu Jianghe and his companions were heading to the tomb of the Tyrant General instance managed by the Azure Dragon Academy. War academies generally do not restrict outsiders from entering dungeons. At most, they charge an entry fee. However, according to Zhao Bingyu, each war academy also possesses special dungeons that remain closed to outsiders. These exclusive instances offer higher experience gains and drop rarer loot. They are accessible only to academy students. These exclusive dungeons are said to be one of the key factors behind the War Academy students' superiority over civilian players. Lu Jianghe found Zhao Bingyu's mention of these special instances quite intriguing. But it was too early to consider that now. With Zhao Bingyu's assistance, the group completed registration and arrived at the location of the tomb of the Tyrant General instance. It was a low mountain encircled by bizarre rock formations. The slopes were barren, dotted with collapsed steels and stone pedestals. Following the crumbling mountain path, they reached the instance entrance. They found numerous players already present. Unlike the chaotic atmosphere of dungeons elsewhere, the players here were noticeably more disciplined. Most of them wore uniformed combat suits in shades of blue and green. Identical dragon emblems were printed on their backs. The vast majority of players here were students from the Azure Dragon Academy. As Lu Jianghe and his group approached the instance, they inevitably drew a crowd. A murmur of small-scale discussion soon followed. It's been ages since outsiders challenged the General's tomb dungeon. That team composition is ridiculous, just one guy? Holy crap, that mage in their group looks familiar. Holy crap, isn't that the ice speech goddess from the second year? The remark sent ripples through the crowd. Soon, the students recognized the familiar face in Lu Jianghe's team. It was none other than Zhao Bingyu, the famously aloof ice queen of the sophomore class. Though she had just entered her sophomore year, her stunning beauty and distant, untouchable aura had made her quite famous throughout the academy. Upon seeing Zhao Bingyu in the group, the students of Qinglong Academy were even more stunned. I heard Goddess Bingyu always clears dungeons solo. Why is she looking for a team now? And this group clearly looks like an outside civilian team. Casual teams aren't usually strong. Why didn't she team up with someone from our school? The murmurs grew louder, followed by a questioning nudge from Baiya. Baiya nudged Zhao Bingyu with her elbow. Bingyu, you're so popular. They call you the Ice Queen. But you weren't cold when I held you while sleeping last night? Zhao Bingyu flushed and shot Baiya a glare. Don't forget we have serious business to attend to. Lu Jianghe pretended not to hear the girls' exchange. Clearing his throat, he declared, alright, let's head into the instance. At Lu Jianghe's command, the group stopped their banter and headed straight for the instance portal. But just as they were about to step inside, the portal space suddenly twisted violently. The next second, several blood-soaked players stumbled and tumbled out of the portal. The injured students were clearly players who had failed their run and forcibly disengaged. Such incidents were not uncommon, so they did not cause panic. What no one anticipated, however, was that the portal itself continued to twist and spin violently. Immediately after, putrid zombies reeking of decay began pouring out of the portal. Holy! How did the monsters get out on their own? It's a subspace uprising. Quick, alert the academy instructors. Hold your ground, everyone. We can't let them spread. Amidst the shouts, the students on site began forming groups to block the endless stream of monsters pouring out of the portal. However, the students soon realized that these zombies pouring out of the dungeon were so powerful it filled them with despair. These zombies were all enhanced elite monsters from the Hell difficulty dungeon. They were nearly 10 times stronger than monsters found in normal or even hard mode dungeons. Chapter 116, Powerhouse Wild Party. Compounded by the sheer volume of zombies pouring out all at once, the Qinglong Academy students quickly realized they simply couldn't withstand the zombies' onslaught. Just as the front lines were about to collapse, Lu Jianghe's all-female squad stepped in. Zhao Bingyu, like a frost goddess, wielded her sky-blue ice crystal staff. In the next instant, 3-meter-high ice walls shot up from the ground. These walls instantly separated the swarm of zombies from the student group. The students' pressure eased dramatically, and they looked at Zhao Bingyu with gratitude. Thank you, Goddess Bingyu, for your rescue. That was terrifying. I thought I was done for. Goddess Bingyu is awesome. But the cheers lasted only seconds. The zombies had already crawled like spiders to the very top of the ice wall. Their speed was astonishing, like parkour athletes. Dozens of zombies prepared to leap. Should they crash into the student ranks, they would undoubtedly inflict heavy casualties. Meanwhile, the students of Qinglong Academy retreated in panic. Very few attempted counterattacks, most retreated in fear of being crushed by the zombies. Their already loose formation completely collapsed. Students attempting to repel the zombies with ranged attacks unleashed a barrage of assorted assaults. Yet they could not stop the zombies from climbing. They watched in despair as more and more zombies scaled the ice wall. A single leap would land them right beside the students. Many students wore expressions of terror, while some healers and support classes closed their eyes in utter despair. At this critical moment, Lu Jianghe sprang into action. With astonishing speed, he flew forward, leaping violently when he was less than 2 meters from the ice wall. Simultaneously, streaks of shadow shot forward alongside him. The next second, the shadows transformed into shadow assassins, surrounding Lu Jianghe as they raised their blades and slashed at the zombies. Thud! 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 The sound of flesh being torn apart echoed thickly, jolting the despairing students of Qinglong Academy awake. When they saw Lu Jianghe and dozens of assassins standing atop the ice wall, relentlessly reaping the lives of the undead, their faces inevitably betrayed utter astonishment. These were the very zombies they had just fought moments ago. Their strength was on par with the monsters found in the Hell-tier General's Tomb dungeon. Even their most durable tank warriors couldn't withstand more than a few hits before frantically chugging potions. Yet who was this youth before them? He was slicing through these zombies like cutting vegetables. As for those black-clad assassins by his side, they were clearly summoned by the youth. Just who was this guy? No wonder Ice Speech Goddess teamed up with him. What a powerhouse. A commoner player becoming the strongest on the surface? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Xia Yan and the others joined the fray. Xia Yan charged forward, her massive shield smashing a zombie aside. She then activated Dragon's Wrath, gathering all the scattered zombies around her into one spot. These zombies, originating from the Hell-tier dungeon difficulty, were all level 150 elite enhanced monsters. After Xia Yan withstood the monster's initial assault, the others threw themselves into the fray. Guing moved like a shadow elf, weaving through the zombie horde and unleashing burst after burst of devastating damage. Su Xiaoxiao drew her bow, unleashing a volley of ice blue arrows. The arrows dealt significant damage while also drastically slowing the zombies' movement. As for Baya and Zhao Bingyu, they unleashed their respective spells. They shielded their allies while inflicting heavy casualties on the foes. Notably, every attack from these zombies carried zombie venom. If the toxin continued to accumulate, health would steadily decrease. This posed a formidable challenge for the students of Qinglong Academy. However, within Lu Jianghe's squad, every member possessed immunity to toxins, rendering them completely unaffected by the zombie venom. It was precisely because of this that Lu Jianghe's group successfully withstood the zombie horde's onslaught. They systematically eliminated the zombies that had been spreading outward. The students watching this off-campus team's ferocious display were all left speechless. For these elite students of the War Academy, their pride had suffered a severe blow. Soon, Academy instructors arrived at the scene. 3 instructors arrived, 2 warriors and 1 priest. They arrived with heavy hearts. Subspace disturbances frequently occurred in untouched wilderness instances. However, in a routine instance like the Tyrant General's tomb that had already been cleared, the probability of an uprising occurring was extremely low. Yet when they did occur, it was a major incident. Students lingering near the tomb of the Tyrant Dungeon would stand no chance against hordes of monsters on Hell difficulty. This disturbance could very well result in significant casualties. Worse still, the monsters have already scattered and are now attacking students throughout the campus grounds. Faced with such grave concerns, the mentors rushed to the instant's entrance immediately. Yet upon arrival, they were astonished to discover the anticipated spread of the monster tide had not materialized. Instead, a player squad was engaged in fierce combat with the monsters. And this player's squad seemed to be handling the fight with ease, as if they were merely facing the most ordinary monsters. Where did this team come from? They've actually held back the monster wave. They're not wearing Qinglong Academy uniforms. Civilian teams couldn't be this strong. Could they be from another war academy? All three instructors wore varying degrees of shock on their faces. One of the female instructors, who served as the team's healer, recognized one of the members as her own student. Bing Yu? Didn't she go back to Jiangzhou City for her job change? The female instructor exclaimed in disbelief. How did she return so quickly? Another instructor, a refined-looking man, adjusted his glasses and said, "Come on, let's push the monsters back into the dungeon first. We'll deal with the rest later." All three instructors were powerful second-classers. With their intervention, the zombie monsters that had escaped the dungeon were swiftly eliminated. The rampage was temporarily suppressed, and the academy students, who had been trembling in fear, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their faces bore expressions of sheer relief at having survived the ordeal. The three teachers who had rushed to assist walked straight toward Lu Zhenghe and his group. "Hello, I'm Zhang Lei, a teacher from Qinglong Academy," introduced the bespectacled instructor. "Thank you for helping suppress the riot. Which academy are you students from?" "We're a team from Jiangzhou City here for job change training," Lu Zhenghe replied calmly, then turned to Zhao Bingyu. Though Bingyu is a student of Qinglong Academy, Zhao Bingyu immediately stepped forward, waving her hand slightly embarrassed. "Hello, Instructor Zhang. I've taken your course on the fundamentals of close combat before." "Bingyu, it really is you. I thought I'd mistaken someone else," exclaimed the female instructor behind Zhang Lei, her face lighting up with delight as she stepped closer. After taking a good look at Zhao Bingyu, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. "You successfully changed jobs? What level are you now?" Chapter 117, The Trap Uncovered. "Level 107, Zhao Bingyu replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. "What? Level 107? The teacher gasped, covering her mouth. "You've only been out of school for a month. Not only did you change jobs, but you also leveled up 7 times? Even in the Academy's special experience dungeons, leveling up couldn't possibly be this fast. How did you manage that?" Not only the female instructor was stunned, the other mentors also looked at Zhao Bingyu with curiosity. Each time a player changes jobs, the difficulty of leveling up increases exponentially. It was said that higher class players could take up to a year or two to gain a single level. So why was Zhao Bingyu, who had just undergone her first job change, leveling up like she was riding a rocket? "I'm sorry, Teacher Lisa, but I can't disclose that," Zhao Bingyu replied diplomatically. The female teacher named Lisa gave a wry smile. "I was being impatient. This kind of thing really shouldn't be shared lightly. By the way, your team was instrumental in quelling this riot," Lisa said earnestly, her gratitude evident. "Without you, the school might have suffered casualties." Zhang Lei studied Lu Zhenghe with curiosity. A hint of astonishment tinged his voice. The civilian world truly hides many hidden talents. Your combat prowess and tactical coordination are exceptional. Even the elite squads of Qinglong Academy would struggle to match your performance. This was high praise indeed, especially coming from a War Academy instructor. Lu Zhenghe, however, showed little reaction. He inquired, "We need to head to the General's tomb instance for a mission. Can we still enter the instance?" Zhang Lei glanced at the other male instructor. This instructor had been fiddling with a piece of equipment since earlier. Frowning intently at the device, he stated, "The uprising has been quelled, but the difficulty adjustment system remains temporarily inoperative. Currently, the General's tomb instance only allows access to one difficulty level, the Hell tier instance." After speaking, the male instructor looked up at Lu Zhenghe and the others. "You'd be better off waiting a few days. The Hell difficulty dungeon is beyond your capabilities. Even some second transition teams wouldn't dare attempt the Hell level General's tomb instance lightly." Yet when he finished speaking, the members of Lu Zhenghe's team did not display the solemnity or disappointment he had anticipated. Instead, they displayed an eerie calmness. It felt as if they were saying, "It's only Hell difficulty, after all. Our mission requires Hell difficulty anyway," Lu Zhenghe said with a smile. "Since the uprising has been quelled, we might as well prepare to go in now." "You're insane. You're going to tackle the Hell tier General's tomb?" The male instructor looked utterly baffled. "Do you have any idea how many monsters are in there?" 100 times the number of a regular instance, and they're all enhanced monsters. Even with your team's formidable firepower, surviving against a 100-fold horde is nearly impossible. Mentors Zhang Lei and Lina stared at Lu Zhenghe and his team in utter shock. They never imagined this team would dare challenge the Hell tier General's tomb instance. It seems like it's been ages since anyone dared to challenge the Hell tier General's tomb dungeon. Not only are the monsters incredibly powerful, but the most crucial reason is their sheer numbers. It's impossible to kill them all. Academy students dare not attempt it, yet an external private team has arrived. If the Academy's proud geniuses found out about this, they'd go mad. Lu Jianghe offered no further explanation for the three mentors' puzzlement. He merely gave them a polite nod before leading the others toward the dungeon. As several halos enveloped their bodies, in the next instant, Lu Jianghe's team collectively teleported into the General's tomb dungeon. Left behind were three stunned Academy mentors and a group of bewildered students. One student, who had a relatively good relationship with the mentor, turned to Zhang Lei and asked, "Teacher Zhang, did that team really enter the Hell Tier dungeon?" That can't be possible. The Hell Tier General's tomb? That's not a dungeon humans can clear. Could it be they just entered the normal instance? Zhang Lei shot a peculiar glance at the male instructor beside him. The male instructor glared at the student. "I checked with the equipment. Only the Hell Tier General's tomb is currently accessible, all others are locked. That external team absolutely entered the Hell Tier instance." Hearing the teacher's confirmation, the surrounding students fell completely silent. Until one student spoke up, "Do you think they can clear the instance?" "No idea. Should we stick around and see?" "Sure, why not? I'm not brave enough to enter the Hell Tier instance anyway. That place isn't meant for humans." At that moment, not only the Academy's students, even the three instructors showed no intention of leaving. They too wanted to see if this suddenly appeared team could clear the Hell Tier General's tomb. News of a team challenging the Hell Tier dungeon in the General's tomb spread like wildfire throughout Qinglong Academy. The most outrageous rumor claimed this team wasn't even from the Academy. It was merely a group of players from an ordinary university. Curiosity drew numerous teachers and students to gather spontaneously at the site. In no time, the area outside the General's tomb instance became bustling with activity. Meanwhile, Lu Jianghe led his group into the dungeon. The moment they landed, they were surrounded by a horde of level 150 enhanced zombies. By now, the team's coordination was exceptionally seamless. Without Lu Jianghe issuing commands, Zhao Bingyu unleashed her frost spells. A massive ice wall blocked the advancing horde. Next, the shadow soldiers and close combat units like Guing picked off each zombie one by one. Throughout this, Lu Jianghe kept a watchful eye on the surroundings. The General's tomb instance was located within an underground crypt. It was not an otherworldly dungeon, but rather resembled the ancient underground tombs of the Dragon Kingdom. Dim yellow candles and ceramic tiles, among other burial artifacts, were scattered everywhere. "Everyone, be careful, there's a trap ahead," Guing suddenly warned after walking forward for a while. As an assassin, she had sensed trouble ahead. She picked up a tile from the ground and hurled it toward the passage ahead. The next instant, countless flaming arrows flew out of the passageway as if they were free. But that wasn't all. After the arrows, boulders rained down from above. Black fuel was then sprayed everywhere. The oil ignited fiercely within the passageway, leaving virtually no chance of survival for any trapped players. What a terrifying trap! The women all looked grim. All terrain in the General's tomb instance is randomly generated. This meant that every time they entered, the route and mechanisms would change. Each time they entered the dungeon, they had to carefully scout for traps. Triggering one meant massive casualties. Fortunately, Lu Jianghe's team included Guing, an assassin and master trap spotter. Lu Jianghe shifted a large portion of his energy points to Gu Ying's attribute panel. At this moment, the higher her stamina attribute, the stronger her perception became. Thus, bolstered by tens of thousands of stamina points, many traps were detected early, leaving nowhere to hide. The group progressed to the dungeon's core area while slaying monsters, maintaining a relatively safe environment. Chapter 118, The Coronation Ceremony. Warning! Job change quest trigger conditions met. Special event will commence in 5 minutes. Players, prepare. This special event is the Path of the Sovereign. Multiple players must repel incoming enemies. The coronation process must not be interrupted. Should enemies disrupt the ceremony, all players' class change quests will fail. The core area of the General's tomb resembled a truncated pyramid structure. Atop the pyramid lies a ceremonial platform the size of a basketball court. On all 4 sides of the platform lie bottomless cliffs. 4 dark gold bridges extend from mine shafts in the north, south, east, and west, connecting to the ceremonial platform. Over the next period, monsters will launch successive assaults on the platform from all 4 directions. Destroying the ritual results in mission failure. Completing the ritual leads to mission success. Of course, the above mission prompt was received by the women. Lu Jianghe's mission prompt, however, was far more specific. The Night King's coronation ceremony will commence in 5 minutes. Player Lu Jianghe must remain seated on the coronation throne throughout the ceremony. Leaving the throne will result in mission failure. Players seated on the throne gain an additional 30% damage reduction and may select 3 skills for Transcendence. Transcended skills will acquire additional effects. Reading the task prompt, Lu Jianghe furrowed his brow. This quest actually required him to remain seated the entire time. Meaning he couldn't participate in combat and would have to rely solely on the girls in his party? This was undoubtedly a rather challenging task. But Bai Ye and the others were no longer to be underestimated. Plus, they were all equipped with platinum gear sets. Thinking about it that way, it wasn't an impossible mission after all. Besides, even if he couldn't fight directly, he could summon shadow soldiers. With the combat prowess of the shadow soldiers, handling most monsters should pose no problem. Having reached this conclusion, Lu Jianghe began selecting skills for sublimation. Evolution essentially involved enhancing a skill. Without hesitation, Lu Jianghe chose to enhance his Shadow Soldier summoning ability first. Ding! Shadow Soldier summoning skill ascension successful. Shadow Soldier combat power bonus increased to 100% of host space attributes. Summoned units increased to 50. Passive skill Shadow Lurking acquired. Passive skill, Shadow Lurking, base damage reduction increased by 10%. For every 1% of health lost, damage reduction increases by 1%, up to a maximum of 90%. The Ascended Summoning skill has been comprehensively enhanced. Especially the final damage reduction passive, it's ridiculously powerful. Lu Jianghe's confidence soared, and he immediately began ascending his second skill. Ding! Holy Light Illumination skill ascension successful. The skill's cooldown is reduced from 24 hours to 30 seconds, with a maximum of 3 charges stored. Effect adjustment, skill now deals single target damage, instantly restoring 60% of the target's health. Additionally, whenever the target's health falls below 50% within the next 30 seconds, they gain 20% health regeneration. After Ascension, Holy Light's area of effect healing capability was lost, but its cooldown was drastically reduced. Although the healing effect has been slightly reduced, the ability to cast this potent heal every 30 seconds represents a substantial overall buff. In subsequent battles, Lu Jianghe could not participate directly. He can still utilize Holy Light's radiance to heal his allies, effectively functioning as a semi-support role. Next came the third skill Ascension. Ding! Blood Demon's Wrath skill Ascension successful. Blood Demon's Fury has been changed from an active skill to an aura type area of effect skill. Players affected by the aura will not die instantly when their health drops below 1 point. Instead, they immediately gain armor equal to 200% of their total health and convert 30% of that shield value into health over the next 5 seconds. This skill no longer grants attack power bonuses, but attacks will now restore 10% health over 10 seconds. The skill activates once every 3 hours. Blood Demon's Fury has always been a single target trump card skill. However, after Ascension, it transforms into a group survival skill similar to the Blade of the Immortal. Compared to its previous form, the Ascended Blood Demon's Fury enhances the team's overall survivability while reducing individual combat effectiveness. It has both advantages and disadvantages. After careful consideration, Lu Jianghe decided to accept the Ascended version of Blood Demon's Fury. While the original skill scaled damage based on health, this scaling was inherently risky. After all, this world is full of monsters and equipment that deal counter damage. Dealing 100,000 damage to an enemy only to take 10,000 in retaliation, the more devastating the attack, the more terrifying the backlash. If Lu Jianghe rashly activated Blood Demon's Rage without knowing the enemy's capabilities, he could easily be instantly killed by the backlash. Rather than risking such danger, a group-wide Blade of the Executioner buff was a far safer choice. Realizing this, Lu Jianghe hesitated no longer. As his 3 core skills underwent successive enhancements, the mission countdown entered its final 10 seconds. Lu Jianghe approached the stone pedestal at the altar's center. He glanced at the girls surrounding him, noticing they were all silently staring at him. Lu Jianghe could only remind them once more, "You must protect me at all costs. My life is in your hands." His words instantly made the girls burst into laughter. Su Xiaoxiao clenched her fists earnestly. "Don't worry, brother Jianghe. Anyone who wants to hurt you will have to get past my dead body first." Xia Yan held her shield protectively over her chest. "Rest assured, I'll keep you safe. Let's do this, sisters." Baiya laughed. "Before, the captain protected us. Now it's our turn to protect him." Guing and Zhao Bingyu remained silent, but both nodded with profound sincerity. The moment Lu Jianghe sat upon the stone throne, a strange energy surged up from beneath the altar, gathering within his body. Lu Jianghe felt himself enter a peculiar state. A surge of energy rapidly spread through his body, yet its effects could not be reflected on the basic stats panel. To outside observers, Lu Jianghe was now enveloped in a golden halo. His entire being radiated an aura of sacred nobility. So much so that even as the women prepared for battle, they couldn't help but steal occasional glances at Lu Jianghe. A faint golden progress bar appeared above Lu Jianghe's head, remarkably human-like in design. Once the bar filled completely, the mission would be successfully completed. However, the progress bar had barely reached 1% when a monstrous roar erupted from the passageway east of the altar. A group of terracotta soldiers, spears raised, charged out of the passageway. These were 5 level 150 dungeon monsters. Like silent soldiers, they formed ranks and charged toward the altar where the ritual was underway. Initially, the monsters appeared only from one direction. Xia Yan immediately let out a sharp cry and dashed toward the charging terracotta soldiers. Meanwhile, the other girls began deploying their respective skills to provide support. Add me on WeChat, MMY66618 more book recommendations in my moments, Tomato, Tushio, Shuchi, Jihu, Story Club, and various other platforms.